Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. Many thanks to the man in black for carrying on my case in the last two broadcasts. He's a man after my own heart's blood. Tonight to the tale of a man who had left millions but was afraid to claim his inheritance. And why? You'll hear it in tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight, the Mystery Playhouse raises its curtain on a weird situation. The case of a man who has left great wealth but lacked the courage to claim it, for reasons that you'll soon hear. S. William Mitchell has written his classic story for man's greed versus his cowardice. Listen now, as the Mystery Playhouse presents Dilemma.
This is Faulkner House, this somber mass of stone frowning down on Bedford Village. This is the year of grace 1891, the year that Bedford men remember. This is the story of Faulkner House, of young Gerald Faulkner, and the terrible choice he had to make.
And it was told unto him that greed will consume a man and all his works and the innermost places of his soul.
He walks slowly up the stairs, concealing the vial of yellow liquid in the palm of his hand. His hair is damp with the terror of the thing he plans to do. He opens the door at the top of the stairs, slowly, cautiously, very quietly. He moves across the old man's room. The lace of his shirt front trembles in the small light of the bedside candle. He opens the stopper on the vial, empties the yellow liquid into the glass. He turns quickly and goes to the door.
Gerald! Gerald!
Yes, Grandfather?
What are you doing in my room?
I thought it was time for your medicine, but I saw you were asleep.
All right. I'll take the fool medicine. Is this it? This glass? Speak up, is it?
I think so, Grandfather.
You think so? Don't think? No. Oh, there's my fool spoon. Well, what are you staring at? You seen me take my medicine before?
I'd better be sure that's the right glass. Perhaps this doesn't smell right, Grandfather. Maybe... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break it.
Didn't you?
No, Why are you staring at me like that?
You didn't have the nerve, did you, Gerald?
I don't understand.
You didn't have the nerve to kill me. Oh, I saw you crawl in here and put something in my glass. But you didn't have the courage to go through with it. Did you?
No, I didn't have the courage. I wish I had.
Huh. I thought so. You're a coward, Gerald. That's why I hate you. You're a coward. You always have been. You couldn't even kill a helpless old man. No. Don't go.
Well,
Stay where you are. I have something to say to you. You didn't have to try to kill me, Gerald. No. You see, the doctor already has told me my heart may stop at any moment.
What? And now you'll cut me off without...
Oh, no. On the contrary, you'll still inherit my money, Gerald. Every cent of it.
Even after I tried.
Even after that. Then you can pay your debts and marry Ellen, if she'll have you. And I'll die happy thinking how I provided for you. For it will be the strangest inheritance a man has ever known. Now get out of here, you coward. Go to Ellen's house. Tell her what a rich man you're going to be.
And Grandfather says I'll have plenty of money soon, Ellen, so you needn't worry.
Gerald, I wish we didn't have to talk about your grandfather's money all the time. Why don't you go to work, darling?
Work? Oh, my dear child. It would take 20 years of work to pay off my gambling debts alone. Oh, I've waited all my life for that money. Now, look. Come here and kiss me sweetly. And promise you'll never talk such nonsense again.
Oh, Gerald.
Come on, the back of your neck. Ah, that's a nice place.
Please, Gerald.
Oh, you'll have a carriage of your own and a lovely fur cape.
Oh, darling.
And diamonds. Ah, we'll be married in style, my dear. Such style. As soon as dear grandfather returns to his maker.
Gerald, don't talk like that.
What? Well, why not? He can't live forever, poor soul. His heart, you know, it's going to run down someday. Just like an old clock.
Gerald, your grandfather is dead. I'm sorry, my boy. His heart just gave out.
Did he... Oh, was he happy at the end? Did he say anything?
Nothing unusual, except, well, he did mumble something about an inheritance. I'm not sure of the words, mind you, but it sounded like the strangest...
Strangest inheritance a man has ever known?
Yes, that's it. That's exactly what he said. The strangest inheritance a man has ever known.
It is the will of Eben Faulkner that his entire estate and holdings thereto be bequeathed to his devoted grandson, Gerald. His last wishes are contained in a letter which I, as executor, am charged to see properly carried out. Mr. Gerald Faulkner is to take this letter and, on the night of the 7th day after his grandfather's death, proceed to the cellar of Faulkner House. He is to stand before the steel vault therein and read the letter.
Gerald, what is this? Why are we going down here?
You'll see. Just be patient. Here, let me hold those candles.
No, I'm all right.
So, we arrive. Behold, my love, Grandfather Eben's ball.
Gerald!
Huh? Oh, I should have warned you. Well, that's only Grandfather Eben's picture. Lifelike, isn't it?
Darling, let's get out of here.
Oh, no. We have a little ceremony to perform. My sainted grandfather's last wish. Hey, Grandfather?
Don't, Gerald, don't talk to a picture.
For once you can't answer back. Can you, old flint heart? Ellen, come here by the door of the vault. Shine the candle on this letter. You'll be the first to see the inheritance. Now, all I have to do is read the letter. Very simple. I open it, thus, and I read. Beloved Gerald, standing now at the door of the vault, on which the photo of the wealth shows you. Insert a key, change the letter. No.
Gerald, what's the matter?
Oh, it's a joke, a crazy joke. He couldn't mean it.
Gerald.
Oh, read it. Read what it says.
Darling.
Read it.
My dearly beloved Gerald, you are standing now at the door of a vault behind which is my total earthly wealth, which I bequeath solely to you. However, I have arranged a delicate mechanism which, when you insert the key contained in this letter, will ignite enough explosive to blow you and the house and the inheritance into eternity. But it may be that I am merely testing your courage. It may be that I have not arranged this mechanism to explode. To unlock the door or not to unlock it, it is your choice. Remember, if you are brave enough to insert the key, you will hear 5 bell-like strokes of the mechanism. After the 5th has sounded, you will either be a rich man or you will be blown to bits. Oh, Gerald, can't you see? He's only testing you. It's all a bluff.
Do you think so?
Of course.
You mean he wanted to get his revenge by scaring me? Making me afraid to open the vault? Thinking I'd not know the money's there just out of reach?
That must be it, Gerald.
Ah, you old skinflint. I'll show you whether I'm a coward or not. Give me the key, Ellen. I'm going to open it right now.
Here. Go ahead, darling.
Delicate mechanism. I'll show him. Delicate mechanism.
Well, Gerald, go ahead, dear.
Delicate mechanism. Well, it could be, Ellen. It could be he put explosives in the door. You don't know how he hated it. Oh, it's not that I'm afraid. I'll do it all right. Right now.
Well, Gerald?
I can't do it, Ellen. I can't. I keep looking at that picture over the vault, and I know.
Gerald, give me the key. I'll do it myself.
No, you can't. It's my life you're risking, too.
Your life? Your life?
You think I'm a coward, don't you?
Gerald, if you're afraid, then just forget it. It's your problem. As for myself, I don't want the money. Do you think I need money to love you, to marry you? You could go to work, Gerald.
Work? I am going to work, Ellen.
Darling.
I'm going to work on Grandfather's vault. He's not going to cheat me out of the Faulkner money. I've got 6 months to get to it. I'm going to get masons. I'm going to dig down and break a hole into the back of the vault. We'll fix Grandfather Eben. We've got 6 months. We'll dig and dig and dig. Well, Mr. Howey, how's the job coming?
Oh, Mr. Faulkner, I'm glad you're here. I want a word with you.
Oh?
We're giving our notice at noon. The men want no more of this job. We're quitting.
Quit? You can't quit. You've got to keep on with it.
We're quitting, Mr. Faulkner. We just got wind of the story that's going around. It doesn't play square with us. My men want no dealings with explosives.
You can't stop now. You can't. Tell the men to stay. Tell them I'll pay them double, triple. Tell them anything you want. Only don't stop digging.
We're quitting at noon, Mr. Faulkner. My instructions as executor direct me to visit you each month, Mr. Faulkner, with a reminder of the time remaining. The time remaining, that is, before I have the cellar of Faulkner House sealed up. This visit, sir, is to remind you that you have only 5 months left.
Gerald, please give up this insane obsession. Forget there ever was an inheritance. Why torture yourself like this?
I won't give it up. That money's mine. It belongs to me. There must be some way to get it. I'll find that way. I'll go to the architect who designed the vault. Hey, that's what I'll do. I'll go to the architect.
Yes, Mr. Faulkner, I designed the vault for your grandfather.
Oh, then you can help me. Tell me, is there any secret subterranean channel leading to it?
No, Miss Faulkner. There's only one way into that vault, through the door.
4 months left, Mr. Faulkner. 4 months.
4 months? There must be a way. I can't stand this. There must be a way. You don't want a locksmith, Mr. Faulkner. You want a fool. The entire village knows there's something mighty peculiar going on at Faulkner House. You won't find a locksmith in these parts to go within 10 miles of it.
3 months left, Mr. Faulkner. 3 months.
Gerald, will you please give it up?
No. There must be a way. There must.
Mr. Faulkner, I've dealt with explosives all my life, sir. From examination, there's only one way to tell whether or not the door can be opened without causing an explosion.
Oh, then there is a solution. Oh, thank goodness you're my last hope.
Not so fast. I meant after the door is opened.
After it's open? Oh, but that might prove too late. Doctor, it's terrible. I can't eat, I can't sleep, I can't do anything but think of that vault.
I warn you, Gerald, if you keep on like this, I can't be responsible. My advice is to leave Faulkner House for a while.
Leave? I can't leave, Doctor, I can't. There it is, millions, think of it, millions. Just within my grasp. If I don't have it, I'm without a penny. I'll be a pauper. I can't do it, Doctor, I can't. I must have that money.
If you value money above your life, I can do nothing for you. Your condition is deplorable. A few more weeks the way you've been going, and you'll end up like Johnny Rum, the village idiot.
Johnny Rum?
If you keep on the way you've been going.
The village idiot? Hey, Doctor, you've given me an idea. You've given me an idea.
rum for Johnny.
Now, Johnny, concentrate. You know what you're to do?
Rum. Rum for Johnny, rum.
Yes, you'll get rum plenty. Now, listen carefully. As soon as I'm gone, you wait 20 minutes, right? And you take the key. Now, where's the key, Johnny? That's it. Now, you take the key and place it right here in this lock. And you turn it all the way around. Is all that clear?
Rum.
Yes, rum. I'll give you gallons of rum. Now, listen to me, will you?
Rum for Johnny, rum.
I'll be down at the tavern, waiting for you. Now, remember, 20 minutes. Then the key.
Rum for Johnny. Rum for Johnny. Rum.
Johnny, don't let her have it, Johnny, not yet. I told you, wait until after I'm gone. Don't you understand, you crazy idiot? Wait 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah. I'll be at the tavern. Meet me. Barkeep, another brandy.
Yes, sir.
What time is it?
9:15, sir.
He should be here by now. Why doesn't he come? What's that?
I don't know. Some commotion outside, sir. It's Johnny Rum in the punch.
Johnny! What happened, Constable?
Oh, he's a bloody sight, all right, Mr. Faulkner, but don't mind that. He's not as bad off as he looks. Caught him red-handed in your cellar. Fooling around he was with a key, about to open some big door.
Why, you fool, you had no right to arrest him. He wasn't robbing my place. I sent him down there. I sent him.
You sent him? You sent him to open your grandfather's vault?
Well, certainly. Well, that is, I mean...
You mean you sent a poor idiot to die in your place in case the vault exploded? I've heard of cowards, Mr. Faulkner.
Get him out of here. I'm Tootie who I'd bring.
Wait a minute.
Hello, Gerald.
Ellen?
The doctor says you'll be all right, Gerald. He says all you need is a little rest.
If there was only some way to fix an attachment and turn the key from a distance.
Gerald, this isn't any game anymore. This is your life you're playing with now. You must give this up.
Aunt Ellen, I've gone so far. I can't give it up.
But you must. Oh, Gerald, let's get married now. Let's get married and leave Faulkner House and forget there ever was an inheritance.
I can't, Ellen. I just can't.
Very well, Gerald. You don't have to. I'll go alone.
Ellen, no.
You'll have to make up your mind. Which is it to be, the money or me? You'll have to decide which you value more.
Ellen, you can have a carriage. For a case.
I don't want them. The money or me, Gerald.
All right, Ellen. You win. It's you. Pour you a drink, Mr. Pierce?
No, thank you, Mr. Faulkner. I only came over to tell you that tonight is the last night. At sunrise, we seal the vault. Of course, now that you've given up all intentions of opening it...
Give up? Oh, don't be a fool.
But Miss Ellen said that you...
Oh, that? That was merely my way of holding her. But I'll have Ellen and the money. There's still plenty of time.
What do you mean?
Oh, certainly. You think I'll be a pauper when all I have to do is give this little key one twist? What time is it?
2 a.m., Mr. Faulkner.
Well, then, Mr. Pierce, I don't think there will be any explosion. But if you do, you better get out of here. For in just 1 hour, in just 1 hour, I'm going downstairs and I'm going to open that vault. Good evening, grandfather. Good evening, grandfather. So you thought you'd torture me forever, did you? So you thought I wouldn't have the courage to open your filthy vault. Well, here I am. You haven't succeeded, old Flintheart. Your little scheme hasn't paid off. I'll have Ellen and the money. And the money. And every cent of it I spend will curse your miserable soul. Now look. Look carefully, grandfather. And this is the moment you never thought would happen. I've outbluffed you. This is the moment. Watch me. Watch. Put the key in the lock. And now, bring on your bell-like strokes. Bring them on. And may your soul rot in eternity.
And it was told unto him that greed will consume a man and all his works and the innermost places of his soul.
And that, my friends, is Dilemma by S.W. Mitchell, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. Not a bad little bedtime story, huh? Well, now to further add to your evening's restfulness, we take you to the green room for a preview viewing our next attraction. Tiptoe down this way, shall we? Follow me. Please. Come. Come.
Mr. Fox, this is Mrs. North.
Delighted. Sit down, both of you. What was the commotion downstairs, Weasel?
One of the customers got peeved with Mr. Crane on account of he dropped $5,000 3 days running.
$5,000.
Yeah, so we decided the tables was fixed, and so we decided Mr. Crane ought to be fixed, and so we decided to fix him.
With a gun.
What?
Yeah, only I removed it from him forcefully, and we tied him up and left him in a coat room.
Indeed. So Crane owes his life to you, eh? Well. And I am indebted to you for preserving the manager of my club. Well, Weasel, it looks like you rate a bonus.
Oh, I don't want no bonus, Mr. Fox.
Huh? What? Why not?
Well, that's what I went to see you about. You tell him, Mrs. North.
Mr. Fox, Weasel would like to resign, if you don't mind.
Looking for greener pastures, eh?
Greener pastures?
Oh, no, it's just that, suppose you decided to make a new start in life, Mr. Fox. Only after you did, you found out it wasn't. You'd want it too, wouldn't you?
Yeah, want of what?
Resign. Except you wouldn't, of course.
Resign?
No, decide to make a new start. Only he did, so he does. I hope you don't mind.
I beg your pardon?
It's okay, Mr. Fox. I never can understand it neither, except, of course, I ain't very bright. But is it okay for me to quit?
Well, if you're not happy here...
Oh, it ain't that I'm not happy. It's just that, like she told you, whatever she did tell you, it's like that.
Oh. Well, I'll think it over.
Okay. And I sure hope you decide to let me quit. On account of, that's what I'm going to do. Well, here's the coat room. I'll go and see how Mr. Lawson is.
All right.
But where's Lulu, the head check girl? I told her to stay here and watch Mr. Lawson and holler if he tried to get away.
There she is, Weasel.
Where?
On the floor.
No, that's Mr. Lawson. We left her.
Hey, no, you're right. That isn't. It's Lulu. She's sleeping.
Well, she's been knocked out.
Yeah, I guess she has. Mr. Lawson must have come to and got loose and conked her.
It looks like it.
Come on. We gotta warn Mr. Crane.
All right, Weasel, but how about Lulu?
Oh, I think she'll be okay. But Mr. Crane won't if Mr. Lawson gets to him first.
Doesn't seem to be in here at the table.
No, that's funny. He don't seem to be no place. Wait a minute. There's his wife. Maybe she knows where he went. Come on. Oh, hello, Mrs. Crane.
Weasel, you're just the person I want to see. Where's my husband?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
What?
I was about to interrogate you on the same point.
Oh, haven't you seen him?
A little while ago, but not since Mr. Lawson escaped.
Well, who's Mr. Lawson?
One of the customers which wants to shoot Mr. Crane.
Oh. Well, if you find Kenneth and he hasn't been shot, tell him I'm looking for him.
Okay.
You don't seem very concerned about your husband's life. The only concern I have about anyone killing him is that it would keep me from having that pleasure myself.
Maybe he went upstairs to see Mr. Fox.
Well, let's go see, Weasel. If you find him, tell him I'm waiting. What has she got against her husband?
Mitzi McGilroy.
Who's she?
A dame which Mr. Crane is infatuated with.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Crane is all the time playing upon Mitzi all kinds of expensive gifts, which Mrs. Crane thinks it ought to be by right extended at her.
Well, no wonder she doesn't.
What's the matter?
Look, Weasel. The bottom of the stairs.
Quiet.
Mr. Crane.
It looks like he's had an accident. Let's see. His neck seems to be broke. Or something is broke anyhow. On account of he's dead.
Oh, Weasel.
He must have fell down the steps.
Mm-hmm. Fell or was pushed.
Well, that was the better half of the Mr. and Mrs. North combination, right in the middle of another murder. If you've followed the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North at all, you know that's nothing unusual for them, no. It looks like Jerry North misses out on this one since he's away on a business trip, but he'll be there in spirit nevertheless. So you'll be with us in fact next time when a Mystery Playhouse curtain.
Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, here again to welcome you to the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we bring you a story by Jonathan Latimer called Lady in the Morgue. It offers Detectives Crane and O'Malley the delightful problem of solving 3 murders and interviewing a lovely brunette, a lady who is mysteriously related to the unsolved crimes. Come with me to the morgue for the beginning of our little story, huh? Oh, don't let these stiffs bother you. Their troubles are over. But for those 2 detectives over there, the murders are just beginning. Come down these steps. Right this way. Come. Come.
I'm going nuts hanging around here.
Oh, stop squawking, O'Malley.
3 days just sitting in the morgue. I'm beginning to feel like a stiff myself.
Look, I don't like it any better than you do, O'Malley, but we're hired as private detectives to sit here. And we're going to sit here until somebody identifies the dame's body.
Okay. How do you know Alice Ross isn't Alice Ross?
Why don't you stop being a jerk? That name's a phony.
You know, Crane, the whole thing seems phony to me.
What?
Who is this rich New York guy, Cortland? He hires us by a telegram. We've never seen him. And why is he so interested in this little blonde who commits suicide?
Look, I don't think it's going to do any good, but I'm going to tell you for the last time. He thinks it's his sister, Catherine Cortland. She ran away from home a couple of years ago, chasing after some musician.
Yeah, gee.
Hey, that's the desk bell. Looks like the morgue's got a customer. Leave him, and the attendant ought to answer it. Where is he? Where is he anyhow?
Down in the vaults with the stiffs.
Well, then maybe we better answer it, O'Malley. Might be somebody to claim the body.
Looking for someone, mister?
For a couple of private detectives, Crane and O'Malley.
Oh, I'm Crane. And that character over there is O'Malley.
Well, my name's Cortland. I sent you that wire.
Oh, come right in. Come right in. Glad to meet you.
Me too.
Delayed in New York. Expected to be here yesterday. What about the girl?
No information yet, Mr. Cortland. And if you think she might be your sister, Catherine, why, you can identify yourself.
Well, yes. Where?
This way, Mr. Cortland.
Thanks.
The body's down in the vaults. Lieberman, the morgue attendant, you see, he's down there.
I'll wait here for you, Crane. I can't stand looking at that girl again.
Come on. Stick with the client.
Oh, okay. Watch your foot, and the stairs are slippery.
Oh,
yeah.
Thanks.
Now, what makes you think this Alice Ross girl might be your sister, Mr. Cortland?
Well, just what I read in the New York papers, that's all. Blonde girl, blue eyes, suicide. Also, my sister Catherine wrote us about 2 months ago that she was finished with her old life. She ran away from home with a musician 2 years ago. And...
The body's in here.
Oh.
Lieberman. Hey, Lieberman, where are you? I thought you said Lieberman was down here, O'Malley.
Yeah, I saw him go down about 20 minutes ago.
Come on, Mr. Cortland. The body's on tray number 27.
Oh, yes. It's 4, 10, 14...
17, 25, 27.
You pull out the tray. I don't like things like this.
Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. She's dead. All you got to do is grab the handle and... Go ahead, O'Malley. You pull it out.
Oh, all right. Well, that's a man's body. A man, not a woman.
Yeah, she's certain.
What? Hey, it's Lieberman, the morgue attendant. Murdered.
Murder in the morgue?
It's murder, all right. It's head smashed.
But where's the girl's body?
Yeah, Mr. Cortland, this is a job for the police.
I don't give 2 hoots about your private detective credentials, Crane.
But, Lieutenant...
Nor yours either, O'Malley. Now, look, a man was murdered in the morgue today and a woman's body was stolen. And you and O'Malley and this fellow Cortland were the only ones who could have done it.
Why don't you stop acting like a movie cap, Lieutenant Grady?
What?
Think it through. Cortland is my client. He hired O'Malley and me to learn if the girl is his sister.
Right, I sent Crane a wire from New York.
All right, skip the details.
Ah, use your head, Lieutenant Grady. You're forgetting a couple of things.
Huh?
You remember that Lieberman, the morgue attendant, had a handful of red hair in his hand. Have O'Malley and Cortland got red hair? Have I?
Huh? You know darn well you have.
And we also know that somebody held Lieberman from in front while someone else slugged him from behind. Otherwise, why would Lieberman's wrists be torn and bloody?
Okay.
Lieberman had the hair in his left hand. Now, if I were holding your wrists, I'd be holding your left wrist with my right hand. Wouldn't I? I'd be holding your weaker hand with my strongest.
All right. Now, what are you trying to prove?
We're trying to prove...
One at a time, O'Malley.
Okay, go ahead, Crane.
Thank you, Professor. We're trying to prove that whoever held Lieberman's hands was red-headed and left-handed.
And none of us are left-handed or red-headed.
All right, Mr. Cortland, pipe down. Crane, go on from there.
Lieutenant, we're going to find that missing body for you.
All right, Crane. But if you're getting away with something new and something right now, it's only temporary.
All right. Come on, O'Malley.
And look, don't forget, Crane, one false step and I'll pin the whole thing on you. But permanently.
You shouldn't have slammed the door, Crane. You'll make him mad.
Well, what happens now?
You're going back to your hotel, Mr. Cortland, and wait there till you hear from me. O'Malley and I got to pay a visit to the apartment where the missing body hanged herself. Now, look, O'Malley, I thought I told you to stick out in the hall and keep your eyes peeled.
Sure, Crane, but I'm getting nervous. Found anything yet?
Nope. One funny thing, though. Alice Ross left a lot of brand new dresses here, in this closet. Look, never been worn. But not a pair of shoes in the place.
That don't make sense, Crane.
You're telling me. O'Malley, take a look at this bathroom door. According to the papers, this is where Alice Ross hanged herself. Draped the cord over it.
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, let's see now. According to the papers, she came out of the bathtub and hanged herself while she was still wet. The police found a puddle of water on the floor.
That's nuts, Crane. Why would anybody take a bath if they were going to commit suicide? Unless they wanted to hang themselves up to dry.
Would anyone hang herself while she was still wet?
Oh, I think she'd dry herself first. Don't make sense.
It'd make good sense, O'Malley, if she didn't commit suicide. Yeah. It'd make better sense if she was murdered.
Yeah. Murdered?
She was murdered first. Then the murderer hung her body up with a cord. O'Malley, get back in the hall and keep a lookout.
Sometimes I wonder what you'd do without me, Crane. Sometimes I...
Now, what's the matter?
It's Grady and a bunch of cops. Let's get out of here quick.
Yeah, but where? It's 3 floors to the ground.
How about this window?
Great. Hey, there's a ledge.
What?
You go one way, I'll go the other.
Come on, open up. We know you're in there. Open up.
Now, if I can hide in this room until... My toe.
Get out of here, get out!
You hear me? Shut up. Shut up. Now, listen. Listen, I don't want to hurt you, and I don't want to rob you. And I'll turn you loose if you promise not to make a sound. Now, remember, if you make a sound, you're going to get hurt. Is that clear? Okay.
You already hurt me. You hurt my mouth. What are you doing in my bathroom? What do you want anyway?
Now, listen, honey, I didn't want to duck through your bathroom window. It was just convenient, that's all.
Well, get out.
When I'm ready. Hey, nice apartment you got here. Mind if I look around a bit?
If you don't get out of here, I'll phone the police.
You don't have to phone, sister. They're right next door.
What?
Yeah. Did you know the girl next door, the one who hanged herself? Alice Ross?
What's that to you? And keep out of my clothes closet.
Now, listen, baby. You're a beautiful hunk of flesh, and I'd hate to get rough with you. But I like answers to questions when I ask them. Now, let's begin again. What's your name?
Udoni. That's my name. Mrs. Sam Udoni.
Ah, that's better. Now, about the girl next door.
I don't know anything about her.
Don't lie to me.
I'm not lying.
Maybe so, but this clothes closet is very interesting. Very.
Why, you know...
Watch it, baby. Now, tell me this. Why have you got 2 different sizes of shoes there in the shoe closet? Oh, and dresses. In 2 different sizes. 2 complete wardrobes.
It's very simple. Some of them belong to my roommate. She's a blonde. She dresses different from me.
Thought you just said your name was Mrs. Udoni. Mrs. Sam Udoni.
My husband's a musician. He travels with bands. He's away all the time.
Yeah?
What are you asking me all these questions?
Your husband forgot to take his trumpet.
Why, you...
Now, don't get sore. I'm getting out. I just heard the cops next door go down the hall. I'm, kind of sorry we met this way. You are a beautiful doll.
Don't be insulting.
I always like long black hair, the kind that comes out of a bottle.
Oh.
And don't be surprised if Papa comes back sometime.
Get out. Get out, do you hear? Get out before I kill you.
Well, that's what it all adds up to, Mr. Cortland. Alice Ross was murdered. And her body, obviously, was stolen from the morgue to cover up that murder. And if this girl was murdered, and she turns out to be your sister...
My sister is alive, Crane. I've just found out.
What? Mr. Cortland?
Oh, you heard from your sister?
Yes, she's alive. So, as she's obviously not the dead Alice Ross, I'd like you both to drop the case.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd like to do that, Mr. Cortland. I'd like to very much, but one small difficulty. You see, Lieberman, the morgue attendant, was murdered. And I'm still kind of a suspect, and so is O'Malley. And so are you.
What?
Right. And the only way we can clear ourselves is to break the case ourselves.
Right.
Besides, I think I know who helped to kill Lieberman and snatch the girl's body.
You do? Who?
An undertaker. A left-handed, red-headed undertaker.
That's ridiculous.
No, now, wait a minute, Mr. Cortland. Sometimes Crane gets brainstorms.
Figure it out, Mr. Cortland. The only way anyone could get into the morgue and carry the body away is through the delivery entrance. That means only an undertaker could get in there without a lot of questions.
What'd I tell you, Mr. Cortland? A brainstorm.
Right.
Oh, this is all nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense.
Maybe so, but just to prove that it isn't, O'Malley's going out right now and find that undertaker.
Right.
Me? Where am I going to find him?
You'll find him easy, O'Malley.
Sure. I'll find him easy?
Well, if this is the only way we can clear ourselves, as you say, why, I ought to help find this undertaker.
Fine, Mr. Cortland. Now, Let O'Malley cover one side of town and you cover the other. We'll meet here in 4 hours.
And what about you, Crane? What are you going to be doing?
Me? Didn't I tell you? I got a date with a gorgeous brunette. Oh, hello, Mrs. Udoni. I told you I'd be back.
You? What are you doing here?
Oh, I came to hear the hot music and, be near you.
You've got a nerve after what happened today.
Hey, that's a solid horn your husband blows in that next room there.
Yeah, what makes you think he's my husband?
You said your husband was a musician, and I saw a trumpet here this morning.
Well, you see too much. What do you want anyway?
How does a wife of a musician feel when another woman starts following him around the country?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Never heard of Catherine Cortland, huh?
She never meant anything to Sam.
She's been following him around for several years. Must have got someplace with him in that time.
Look, you better get out of here. My husband's coming in here.
Good. I want to see him.
I told him about you butting in here. I'll kill you.
Who is this guy, baby?
This is him, Sam.
You're looking for trouble, mister.
I like trouble.
What do you want with us?
I want Catherine Cortland, or I want a body.
What are you talking about?
Oh, don't be coy, you Donny. I know Catherine Cortland left New York several years ago to follow you here.
What about it? Sure, she followed me here. Does that make me responsible for her? I haven't seen her for months.
And who was that living in the apartment next door to you?
How should I know? A girl commits suicide in the apartment next door, and right away I'm a suspect. Get out of here.
Okay, you Donny. Just one thing. You see this nice shiny badge? The body of the blonde who was murdered in the apartment next to yours.
Apartment? Murdered? What do you... The paper said that...
Sure, the paper said suicide, but she was murdered, you Donny. Murdered. And her body will be in a city morgue in 4 hours, and I want you to come and take a look at it.
It's just like you said, Crane. There was a left-handed, red-headed undertaker. Only there isn't any more.
What do you mean?
Yeah. I went to his place, rang the bell, no answer. I went in, and there he was murdered.
What? Murdered?
Yep. Stuffed in one of his own coffins, a knife right through his heart. Police hadn't even been there yet.
Well, this is incredible.
Well, didn't you look around, O'Malley?
I'm no dope.
No?
I looked at his books, and I found out that a girl named Alice Hughes was buried today, Forest Tree Cemetery.
That's our blonde. You're wonderful, O'Malley. I love you.
Ah, it was simple.
Now, we got to move fast. Get out to the Forest Tree Cemetery, get that body, and return it to the morgue.
How about me?
You? You come along, too, Cortland. Let's go. All right, O'Malley. Lift her up. Put her on the table. Easy now.
There. Now can I go?
Stick around. I got a job for you.
You certainly have a genius for the fantastic, Crane. Digging this body out of its grave, sneaking it in here in the morgue.
I only do what's necessary, Cortland. Now, look. Are you sure this girl isn't your sister?
Absolutely.
Well, it's the same body that was swiped from the morgue, and she was murdered.
Murdered?
Furthermore, whoever killed this girl knows I've located the body and returned it here to the morgue.
So what, Crane?
The killer's going to try to steal the body again. And you, Mr. Cortland, and O'Malley are going to catch him. Red-handed.
Me?
You.
But, Crane, how can you be sure?
I made sure. Now, listen. Here's what we're going to do. We leave the body here, on this table, with a sheet over it. Then you two get under the sheets on these other tables.
But those are tables they perform autopsies on.
Right. And the murderer, when he comes in, will never suspect that you're under those sheets.
All right, Crane. I'm game.
I'm leaving you two here alone. I'll beat it out and get Lieutenant Grady. Oh, I ought to warn you. No one knows you're down here in the vaults. Just you two. But don't worry. The killer will be here. Oh, good luck, boys.
Just us two and the killer, Mr. Cortland.
I'm not afraid.
Let's get under the sheets now. Turn out the light. Mr. Cortland, will you do me a small favor?
Why, certainly, O'Malley. What is it?
Every now and then, reach over and pinch me.
That will be a pleasure. Why?
Every time I get under a sheet, I go to sleep.
You don't mean to say you could go to sleep in a morgue, waiting for a murderer? Why, that's ridiculous.
My mind agrees with you, but when my body feels a sheet, it goes to sleep. In fact, it's going now.
O'Malley, did you hear that?
What?
I swear the door opened and closed.
Shh. Listen. Footsteps.
Oh, yeah. Keep the sheet over your face.
Hey, let go of me. Let go. Hey, Crane. I've got him. I've got him. Crane, I've got him. Turn on the lights.
All right, you. Come on. I got you covered. Now, come on, get up off the floor. Well, thanks, O'Malley. I knew I could depend on you.
Right. Hey, this guy is Cortland.
Now, you tricked me, Crane. You were waiting at the end of the hall all the time.
And I suppose you didn't try to trick O'Malley and murder him in a bargain.
Yeah, but I don't get it. Did Cortland kill Lieberman? Did he steal the body?
Not so fast, O'Malley. Go ahead, go to the telephone and tell Lieutenant Grady to hurry over here to the city morgue if he wants Lieberman's killer. I'll wait here. I'm still expecting Sam Udoni to show up and identify the girl's body. Oh, O'Malley.
Huh?
Another thing. Get me a bucket full of peroxide.
A bucket full... Peroxide?
Peroxide, I'll need it.
What's this all about, Crane? And say, who are all these people?
Well, O'Malley, you know, and this is Sam Udoni and Mrs. Udoni, and this is my client, Mr. Cortland.
Your client? Then why you got him handcuffed?
Well, it ain't merely because he didn't pay his bill.
Now, no cracks! Crane, O'Malley told me on the phone that this blonde dame, Alice Ross, didn't commit suicide but was murdered. What about that?
Well, that's right. Murdered. By this man right here.
But look, Crane, Cortland couldn't
Who
have...
said anything about Cortland? I said this man right here, meaning Sam Udoni.
That's a lie. You can't prove that. You
Shut
can't...
up!
Shut up.
Shut up!
Now, Crane, you mean that Udoni committed all those murders?
No, my husband was with me when they were committed. And what reason would he have to kill this Alice Ross? Why, he didn't even know her.
How about that, Crane?
Well, Udoni ought to have known Alice Ross. He killed her because she wouldn't give him a divorce. Alice Ross was actually Mrs. Udoni.
How could she be? I am Mrs. Udoni.
Let me out of here.
Grab him, O'Malley.
Let me go.
Cut it out, Udoni. It won't do you any good. It's better.
Don't talk, Sam. They can't prove anything.
Be quiet, you.
Be quiet, you.
Be quiet, you.
By heavens, this is all beginning to make sense. That's why Udoni stole the body of his wife, so that he could pass off this woman here as Mrs. Udoni.
Right, Lieutenant.
Sure, I get it.
And now for the proof, O'Malley. O'Malley, hand me that bucket full of peroxide.
Here you are, Crane.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Crane. Wait a minute before you start his shenanigan. If Alice Ross was actually Mrs. Udoni, who's this dame here?
Well, that's simple. She's Catherine Cortland.
What?
You're crazy. Catherine Cortland was a blonde.
Wait a minute. She's no blonde, Crane.
Oh, no? Just watch. Yeah. Watch her hair, Lieutenant. Just watch her hair.
Yeah. Say, the black is running out.
The dye, you mean. You better take her someplace where she can clean up, O'Malley.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Where does this guy Cortland fit in?
I'm afraid he was merely an unhappy accomplice, but go easy on him. He's a good guy.
Good guy. Good guy. Good guy. He tried to stab me.
Yeah, but he was dragged into this whole thing to protect his sister, and she was dragged in by Sam Udoni. He's the real louse.
Look, Crane, I'm not making any alibis, but I wish you'd answer me just one question.
Go ahead, shoot, Cortland.
How did you know my sister had dyed her hair?
Well, in your sister's apartment, I found a bottle of black hair dye and a bottle of peroxide in the bathroom. But what finally convinced me was the real Mrs. Udoni.
What do you mean?
You see, hair grows after death. And if you'll take a look at the dead girl's body, you'll see the roots of her blonde hair are all black.
Crane, all I can say, you make my hair stand on end.
was Lady in a Morgue by Jonathan Latimer. Oh, yes, we were going to have a guest ghost on tonight's broadcast. Oh, but poor fellow, he was taken gravely ill. The doctors have given up all hope. He's going to live. By the way, if you have any pet vampires you'd like to hear about on these programs, just drop me a line. Just give the letter to your favorite witch with instructions to take her broomstick and knock on the door of the Mystery Playhouse. Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Now it's time to close the doors before all these bats fly away. This is Peter Lorre saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is T4Y opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse for Peter Lorre. Tonight we bring you a superior story of crime and punishment by Freeman Wills Croft. It's called The Level Crossing. 5 years ago, Duncan Thwaite stole 1,000 pounds from his firm, and only one man knew it. And for 5 years, this man, John Dunn, had blackmailed Thwaite. This afternoon, when Dunn called on Thwaite for another payment, he didn't know that the other man had murder in his heart.
Yes, Dunn?
I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Thwaite, here in your office, but I'm in difficulty again about my son.
Your son?
Yes, he's got into more trouble, and he must produce 500 quid or he'll get run in. I was wondering, Mr. Thwaite, if maybe you could help me.
The devil with your son. Can you never say straight out what you want?
Oh, straight as you like, Mr. Thwaite. Just 500 quid. It ain't much from one gentleman to another.
500. You wouldn't like the moon by any chance?
Oh, come now, sir. To a gentleman like you, 500's a mere nothing. You ain't surely going to make a difficulty over a trifle like that.
You needn't think you're going to get it from me. A small sum I could manage, but not 500.
500, Mr. Thwaite. You wouldn't cheat a poor man out of his bit of money.
Don't be a fool, Dunn. I paid you something like 3,000 the last 5 years, and I'm about fed up. Don't push me too far.
Too far, Mr. Thwaite? Why, I wouldn't put you about. Not for the world, I wouldn't. I'd never have mentioned this trifle if I didn't know you could oblige with ease.
Oh, I could oblige, could I? But since you know so much, just tell me how.
Well, I wouldn't have presumed to suggest it, Mr. Thwaite, but since you asked me, sir, what about postponing the new house?
Many a man would give his ears for a little place in the country.
How did you know about that?
Oh, nothing to it, sir. Everyone knows that Mrs. Thwaite's been looking over the old Cummings place, and it's not hard to guess why. Coming up in the world, aren't we? Going out to live there with all the toss, eh?
Son, if you think that you can...
Just a moment. Just a moment there, sir. No use losing our tempers, is there now?
No. No. No use in losing our tempers.
And I'm not in such a great hurry, sir. Tomorrow would do. I could call you at your office tomorrow, after hours. For the money, I mean.
No. Not here. That's indiscreet. You come to my house, John. You come to my house tomorrow night. And we'll take care of the whole business.
All right, sir.
And, by the way, bring along those quotations of Maxwell's. No harm to have a reason for your call.
By the way, Duncan, I went into Pembroke today and had another look at the Cummings place. It's a nice house, Duncan. I don't see why we shouldn't have it now.
But, Hilda,
Well,
darling,
it's not really as hard up as you pretend. We could get it on the installment plan.
Oh, I don't want to start that. That way you never know what you own or where you are.
Oh, thank you, Jane. Just put the coffee down here. Cream and sugar, sir.
I'll have it black tonight, Jane.
It'd be better not to have it at all. Maybe then you wouldn't need those sleeping powders.
It's only for my nerves, dear.
That's all, Jane.
Thank you, Mum.
And now, Duncan, about the house. You don't want it, perhaps, but what about me? What about my living in this shabby neighborhood? Before I married you, I always lived in a really fine place. Why, I'm ashamed to ask my friends here. I tell you, I feel it. What's more, I'm not going to stand it.
I know all about it, Hilda. I know it's your due, and you shall have it in time, but, we'll have to wait. Believe me, I haven't the money.
I don't want to pry into your secrets, Duncan, but I'll tell you this. If you don't buy that house, Well, you could at least meet the first installment.
Hilda.
Yes?
Hilda, why do we always have to do this, to talk like this? When we were first married...
Duncan, I'd be most tactful. The perfect wife, really. I've never asked you about various rather considerable sums of money. Those expenses you have periodically. You know very well this has been going on for years. What's the use of talking about it? By the way, if this clerk of yours is coming here tomorrow evening, I shan't be home. I'll be using the car, so be sure to leave the keys. You must have them. I haven't.
Yes, they're on the ring with the others. Dear.
Yes?
About the house. I may have a plan. Would it make you feel happier if... Well, I mean, if I were able to turn up the money, and then... I mean, maybe things can be better with us, Hilda.
Perhaps, Duncan, perhaps. One never really knows, does one?
I've thought of everything. The thing's safe. Safe as houses. Only a little care, an ugly 10 minutes. And once more, I'll be a free man. John Dunn. Die. Oh, that's him. That must be him. Jane?
Yes, sir?
Jane, I expect that'll be Mr. Dunn. He was to stop by on business this evening.
Yes, sir.
Show him into my study, Jane. And I won't be needing you any more this evening. Unless I work late, I might ring for some coffee. I shan't be going out this evening.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, I haven't forgotten anything. I couldn't have forgotten anything. Oh, my watch. I almost forgot my watch. I've got to set it by the clock. There. I can't slip up now. I just don't let myself go into a funk.
Mr. Dunn to see you, sir.
Good evening, Dunn.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, it's those Maxwell quotations, I suppose.
Yes.
We'll do them at once. Get them out, Dunn, and I'll initial them. No use in taking half a precaution. You came here to get them dealt with. Well, we'll deal with them.
Here they are, sir.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's right. Yes, Dunn, that looks quite all right. I'll initial them just as they are. Going fine. They'll find these business papers on him. I'll say he came out to get them initialed. Good. Now that's out of the way. Now about the other matter.
Time to begin. We'll just have time to work.
By the way, have a drink?
Well,
No use in quarreling, even though we've got unpleasant business to do.
no, thanks. I'll not take nothing tonight.
What are you afraid of? Think I'm going to poison you? Here. Take the decanter. Pour out the same for both of us. That's fine. Now, look here, Doc. There's not a bit of use in your talking about 500 pounds. I simply haven't got it. And that's all there is to it. I told you that already. All the same, I'm anxious to meet you. How would this do?
50? You always will have your little joke, Mr. Thwaite.
Don't be a fool, Dunn. Take 50 and go away and be thankful.
500, Mr. Thwaite. My son, I mentioned
But
to you.
confound it, old man, haven't I told you I can't do it? If you don't believe me, look here. Look at my bank book. Balanced as of today. Look at the date.
A book, Mr. Thwaite? Oh, you surprise me, sir. A man with your skill in juggling figures in books. Why, I seem to recall a little matter once.
Go right ahead, old man. You're making my job easier for me. Go right ahead. The drink ought to be starting to work by now. Oh, I've got to keep talking.
Well, I've made you an offer. But I tell you seriously, Dunn, if you don't take it, you'll get nothing. I'm going to end all this.
And may I ask how?
I'll sell this house and pay the money back with interest. I'll take my medicine, then I'll go abroad under a new name and start fresh.
But your wife, sir.
That, Dunn, is none of your business. You can leave her out of this. My wife will leave the country first, if you must know. She'll be waiting for me under the new name when I get out. 2 or 3 years, it can't be more. So you'd better take your 50. Later, I'll make it 300 a year.
Oh, no,
I think the drink's beginning to work. Only, what if I've given him too much? I can't feel a thing. But then, I'm used to those infernal sleeping powders. I have to work fast now. There's not much time left.
Well, what about it? Will you take it or leave it?
500. 500, I want Mr. Thwaite, not a penny less.
No, I didn't give him too much. He's just about ready.
Are you sure, Dunn? Are you quite sure this is your final decision?
Yes. 500.
All right. I'm through. Finished. Go and do your worst.
Oh. No, you haven't, Mr. Thwaite. Not you, You're not that much of a fool. Come on, pay up. 500.
Not feeling well? Have a drop more whiskey, Dunn. It'll fix you up.
Won't it just so? Got to get moving now. I've got to be back here by time your train's due. I'll be in my study, in for Jane. She'll be able to establish the fact that I was here. I'll reset the clock. Then I'll draw her attention to the time in some way.
That's strange, that, Mr. Thwaite. I did feel a bit giddy for a time, but I'm better now. Indigestion, I expect.
Yes, I dare say. Well, if you're going on this train, it's time to start. Sleep on this business and let me know your decision tomorrow. Or here, take the 50 in any case. Here.
All right. I say your clock's fast, is it? 10 minutes here.
I don't think so. You must be slow. Look at my watch here.
Yes, I guess perhaps mine is...
Look here, you're not quite fit yet. I'll see you to the station.
Don't take the trouble.
Trouble? Why, it's no trouble at all. There now. Shall we start?
Mustn't forget to reset the clock. Then I'll ring for Jane directly I'm back.
Don't fall on that ugly face of yours yet. You'll know when it's time.
The hammer. Yes, it's here in my coat pocket. There. That was quiet. Jane will never hear that. She'll never know I left the house. Oh, it's a perfect night. Black as pitch. What? Oh, no. No. That couldn't be the train, not yet. No. It's just a freight. Maybe one of those will come through sooner. Well, so much the better. So infernally black. I wish my heart wouldn't pound this place. But I guess it's only natural. But I've got to keep control. It'll all be over soon. Then I can be free. I'm all ready. I've got everything. I thought of everything. The hammer's right here in my pocket. One quick blow. Then put him on the track. Just beyond the level crossing. Just a few more steps. All right now. I'll let him get a few paces ahead of me. There. The hammer. Bring it up slowly, quietly, and then one quick blow it. Oh, no. Oh, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's all gone wrong. There's one thing I've overlooked. Just one thing. Oh, I can't do it now. Done. I dare say you'll be all right. Now, done. I'll be turning back now.
Yes, sir.
Yes. You've got plenty of time. Good night, Dunn.
Good night, sir. See you tomorrow, sir.
Jane! Oh, Jane! What's wrong with the girl? She's taking forever. Why didn't she come to the door?
Oh, it's you, sir.
Thank you, Jane. I went to see Mr. Dunn at the train.
Will there be anything more, sir? Coffee, perhaps?
No. I guess I'll just go off to bed now. You can close up. I've had a rather tiring day.
Good night, sir.
I didn't do it. I'm not a murderer. Oh, I must have been crazy. I've had to live all my life remembering, afraid of my own dreams, afraid of myself. Oh, nothing could be that bad. Nothing that can happen to me now could be that bad. At the last moment, I was saved. I'm saved. I didn't do it. I'm not a murderer after all. I'm not a murderer.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Jane.
Good morning, Duncan.
Hilda, up so early.
I decided to come down for breakfast. Duncan, we must have another set of keys made. It's so awkward having to ask you whenever I want to use the car. Here you are.
Thank you.
Here's your tea, sir, and your egg will be ready directly.
Thank you, Jane. It's a fine morning.
I must say you're very cheerful today.
I am. I had a wonderful night's sleep. I didn't even hear you come in, dear. Oh, yes, I feel fine.
But, Mr. Thwaite, have you heard the news? News? What news? The milkman just told me. Oh, they do say he was cut up something terrible. They found him down by the crossing this morning, sir.
Who was it, Jane?
Mr. Dunn, sir. Run over by a train at the crossing, he was.
After hearing the momentous and not altogether unwelcome news that the man who had been blackmailing him had met with a fatal accident at the railroad crossing, Duncan Thwaite hurried down to the scene of the tragedy. The body was already moved, and the police were in charge. Sergeant saluted as Thwaite appeared.
Sad affair, this, Mr. Thwaite. You knew the old gentleman, didn't you, sir?
Knew him. Of course I knew him. Why, he was with me last evening going into some business. It must have been when he was leaving me that this happened. It's awful. It's given me quite a shock.
Oh, accidents will happen.
Yes, I know, Sergeant, but I feel a bit responsible about it. Dunn had to drop too much, and I thought it wise to come out to see him saved at the station. The cold air seemed to make him all right. So I turned back before we reached the crossing.
I see. Well, there'll probably be an inquiry, sir.
The inquiry, Sergeant?
Routine, of course, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. Purely routine. Naturally. Purely routine.
The defense may continue.
May it please your lordship, I should like to point out to this court and the gentlemen of the jury one last and very vital fact. My client, Mr. Duncan Thwaite, went quite openly to the railroad crossing with the late Mr. Dunn. Mr. Thwaite made no attempt to conceal that action, either from his servant or the following morning from the police. A murderer, gentlemen, does not openly admit, nay, advertise his presence at the scene of a crime. It is clear, then, that this was no crime. This regrettable tragedy was an accident, pure and simple. Crown's witness, Your Lordship.
The Crown may proceed. My lord and gentlemen of the jury, we have heard the testimony of the accused in which he describes his actions on that fatal night. The Crown wishes to go on record, here and now, in this respect. The accused's testimony we are prepared to accept word for word as the truth. However, the Crown is not prepared to accept Mr. Thwaite's account of his actions that night as the whole truth. There were, in fact, other actions of which the accused has not seen fit to inform you. The Crown is prepared to prove, and will prove, that this man is a cold and calculating murderer. The Crown is prepared to document each detail of this monstrous crime with incontrovertible evidence. Let us then consider, point by point, the evidence which proves that Duncan Thwaite made preparations to murder John Dunn, had the motive to murder John Dunn, and did, in fact, murder the late John Dunn. First, the post-mortem examination proves that John Dunn was drugged by sleeping powders similar to those in possession of the accused. Second.
Yes, I did notice the clock in the study just before dinner. It was correct then, sir. But when I showed Mr. Dunn in, it was 10 minutes past.
Third, this paper, found among the effects of the deceased, was left in a sealed envelope and refers in detail to certain fake ledger entries made by the accused some 5 years ago. Fourth, on various occasions, withdrawals of considerable sums from the bank account of Mr. Duncan Thwaite were followed by the deposit of identical sums into the account of the late Mr. John Dunn.
Fifth, the engine wheels was covered with it, Governor. Patches all over they was, with blood.
And sixth, the hammer bearing Thwaite's fingerprints found in the pocket of the coat he wore that night. Gentlemen of the jury, the Crown rests. I ask you to bring in the verdict of guilty of premeditated murder. In the face of the evidence, you cannot do otherwise.
My son, I come in the hope of bringing some comfort to you. God's mercy is infinite, even on this last morning.
Yes, Chaplain.
Is there something you wish to tell me, my son?
No one will believe. No one. could believe. I did plan the murder of John Dunn. I had no choice. I had to put an end to his blackmail or face losing my wife. So I trotted out to the station that night with John Dunn and murder in my heart. But I turned back. Whatever they say, I turned back. Guilty as I am in my heart, my hands are guiltless of that man's blood. I swear it. It was an accident. He must have grown dizzy and stumbled over the tracks. Yes, I was ready and eager to kill him. Everything was planned, but something happened, something that made Dunn safe that night. It suddenly dawned on me as I neared the tracks that I made a fatal error. I could not go through with the murder. You see, if I could have entered the house without attracting attention and reset the clock, my maid would have certainly testified that I was in the house at the time of John Dunn's death. But you see, I couldn't get into the house because my wife had taken the keys.
That was The Level Crossing by Freeman Wills Croft. Now I know you'll agree with me that Mr. Croft can weave a story as ingeniously as the best of them. But it's time once again to close the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. This is T4Y saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good evening. I'm Mr. Barrett, one of the characters in the Molle Mystery Theater, which follows right away. I just want to remind you that although next winter seems very far away, right now is the time to do something about next winter's heating problem. The government says that fuel of all types is going to be scarce, so if you want to keep warm, you should go to your dealer now and get whatever kind and quantity of fuel he can let you have. Also, you should check up on all your heating equipment and make sure that you're not wasting fuel. And lastly, protect your home against loss of heat by installing insulation and weather stripping. Those are the ways in which you can protect your home against next winter's cold.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the brushless shaving cream that guards your tender skin with its special protective film.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jeffrey Barnes welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight we bring you an unusual tale of the supernatural by Oliver Onions entitled The Beckoning Fair One. It is a gripping study in human terror, the eerie story of a strange rebellion and the terrible consequences that followed. So here it is, The Beckoning Fair One.
My name is Paul Oleron. I'll tell it from the beginning, just the way it happened. I don't ask you to believe it. just listen. I was working on my new novel, Romilly, when I decided to move. I looked over a couple of places and finally discovered one I liked.
Of course, it's not a new house, Mr. Oleron, but we'll do the place over for you any color you like.
They're certainly quaint-looking rooms, aren't they? Plenty of atmosphere here.
You writers will have your atmosphere. Are you sure you won't reconsider about taking the whole house, I mean? You never know who might rent the other floors, you know.
Well, if you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Barrett, you're not likely to have many people interested in living in this old relic.
Oh, it's not as bad as all that.
But I rather like the idea of being the only tenant in this venerable mansion.
Just as you like, Mr. Oleron.
Leave it to me, Mr. Barrett. I'll make my corner of it cozy enough. I was thoroughly pleased with my new quarters. There was an air of ancient charm about the place that appealed to my imagination. Then I discovered the handle in the window seat. That meant there was a box underneath. But the lid was stuck. I went to work on it with mallet and chisel. Paneling rang and vibrated. The whole house seemed to echo. Finally, I loosened the lid and pried it out. I drew out something soft and yielding, covered with dust. It was some kind of a large bag, triangular in shape. It had wide flaps and buckles. I couldn't imagine what it had been used for. Soon lost interest in it, depositing it in a corner of the room. Then I set about removing a large nail from the bottom of the lid. And I spent the rest of the afternoon putting my manuscripts into the box. In the evening, Elsie Bengough paid me a visit. Elsie worked on a newspaper, and she was always enthusiastic over my work, especially the new novel, Romilly. Well, Elsie, what do you think of the place?
Oh, I don't know, Paul. I like the last place, in spite of the black ceiling and no water tap. How's Romilly coming?
Not very well.
Are you stuck?
Yep. Can't seem to get on with it.
Paul, would you like to read me some of it?
You don't understand, Elsie. I haven't done any more on it. Not a line.
Paul, you're joking.
Perfectly serious. I'm even considering scrapping the whole 15 chapters and starting over. Making Romilly a different type of woman.
You mean you're really going to scrap those 15 chapters?
You seem more concerned about it than I am.
Well, maybe I am. You've got what you've been working for almost within your reach. A novel that'll make you famous.
You still have a lot of confidence in Romilly, don't you?
And now you just want to scrap the whole thing. Paul, it's unforgivable.
Oh, what's the difference, Elsie? The important thing is I'm happier here than I've been for a long time.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lecture you. It's just that... Well, I feel so close to Romilly. Paul, what's this thing in the corner here?
Suppose you tell me.
Why, it's a harp cover.
What?
It's a harp cover. It's been used to wrap up a harp before putting it into its case.
Oh, it must be a very old one. Oh, thanks for solving my mystery.
Paul?
Hmm?
Paul, who lives in the rest of this house?
Nobody. I'm the only tenant.
Paul?
Yes?
May I tell you frankly what I feel about this place?
By all means.
You'll never work here.
Why on earth not?
I don't know why. But you'll never finish Romilly here.
That night, I sat by my fire, pondering over Elsie's prophecy. I looked around the room. It filled me with a sense of calm I'd never known before. The more I thought about Elsie Bengough, the more I became convinced I would have to destroy those 15 chapters. Unwittingly, I'd put too much of Elsie into my character of Romilly. And those qualities I disliked in Elsie Bengough, I found objectionable in Romilly. Then I became aware of the dripping water tap in the kitchen. It had a tinkling range of 3 notes on which it seemed to play a tune. In my mind's eye, I could see the gathering of each drop, the little tremble on the lip of the tap, and the tiny musical sound of its fall. I found myself waiting to hear each drop over and over again. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Oleron. Have a good night's sleep.
Oh, the best, Miss Grayson, the best. You sure I'm not putting you out any, asking you to come over every morning and get my breakfast?
I don't mind it a bit. What's a caretaker's wife for if not to take care of things? Dear me, but that's a very old tune, Mr. Oleron. I haven't heard it in these 40 years.
What tune?
Oh, the one you was humming. It's called the Beckoning Fair one.
Sing it for me.
Dear me, I haven't got any voice, but if you want, it went something like this.
Very, very pretty.
They do say it was sung to a harp. The tune must be at least 100 years old.
And I was humming it?
Indeed you were.
This is odd. I thought I heard that tune last night, dripping from the kitchen faucet. Silly idea. A faucet singing. As time passed, I became more and more attached to my apartment. But Elsie Bengo did not share my enthusiasm.
It just doesn't belong to today at all, Paul. You know, this is a dead house. Everything in it reeks of decay.
That's all in the point of view, isn't it, Elsie?
Is Romilly coming any better?
I think she is. I'm laying the foundations of her new character. I'll begin the actual writing soon.
You mean you discarded the old Romilly?
Yes.
Oh, where's the manuscript?
In the window box. What do you want it for?
I want to read you some of it. Bring you back to your senses. Maybe you'll hear someone else breathe. Oh!
What's the matter, Elsie?
Nothing. I just cut my finger. You ought to take that nail out of the lid, Paul.
But I thought I did. Oh, here, let me bandage it.
Please don't worry about it, Paul. It's running a scratch. Look, would you walk me down to the bus? It'll do you good to get out for a breath of fresh air.
I can't, Elsie. I really must get down to work.
No. No, that isn't why you won't go out. Oh, Paul, move out of here. Everything's wrong with this place.
Oh, Elsie, please. Here, let me see you to the door.
Elsie!
This step. I put my foot through it.
Oh, you poor girl.
It's so funny.
Elsie.
First this nail and now this step. Oh, Lord, it's so funny.
Elsie, let me help you.
No, don't let me go.
Elsie.
Please let me go away. I'm not wanted here.
Alone that night before my fireplace, I found myself considering Elsie's two accidents. I thought I'd removed that nail from the lid of the window box. But then I couldn't be too certain I hadn't left a bit of it still in the wood. And the staircase was an old one. Though it seemed strong enough to me, the step might have collapsed under anybody. Poor Elsie simply happened to be the victim. Now my imagination was beginning to play tricks with me. I actually fancied I heard my name in the sound of the dripping water tap. I laughed at myself. That's what came of too much thinking. Suddenly, I stopped laughing. I heard a rustling sound. It seemed to be coming from the center of the room. For a moment, I couldn't identify it. It was a long, sweeping sound, a faint cracking in it. What is it? What's there? Who's there? That sound. It's a woman combing her hair. I've got to get out of here. I fled the house. I walked for hours in the cold, clear night. Gradually, my fear left me. I began to laugh at myself. Why, of course I hadn't removed that nail. Of course the wood in that step had been rotted through. As for the invisible woman brushing her hair, I'd been dreaming too much, that was all. It was morning by the time I got back to the house. I hadn't been to bed at all. I was tired. I found Mrs. Grayson, the caretaker's wife, waiting for me in my room.
Took the liberty of coming in, Mr. Oran, seeing as the door was open and you weren't home.
I've been out for a walk. You needn't bother about breakfast this morning, Miss Grayson. I'm not hungry.
From now on, Mr. Oleron, you'll have to make other arrangements for getting your breakfast.
What?
I won't be setting foot inside your door again.
Well, why? What's the matter?
I'm a respectable woman, and I'll not be serving a man who makes a habit of entertaining ladies in his room.
Ladies?
I'll make your bed for you this last time.
Make up my bed? That's a good one. I haven't been to bed yet. I haven't been here all night.
No? Well, somebody spent the night here, Mr. Oleron, because your bed's been slept in.
Well, mystery fans, do you think Paul Oleron's house is really haunted? Or is he bewitched by his own imagination? And is there anything he can do to save himself?
Yes, Mr. Barnes, there is. Listen to me. I was once bewitched, but I was saved by a magic word.
A magic word?
What word?
Listen. My face was bewitched. Every time I shaved, I used to get invisible little nicks and scrapes. But then I learned the magic word. Molle!
Well, gentlemen, there is something magical about the way Molle protects your face against irritating little nicks and scrapes. But there's a common sense reason behind it. You see, Molle has a special protective film, a slick, smooth, moist film with more real body and substance than light, fluffy cream. Molle gives your razor something to ride on. Your razor rides along smoothly from the first stroke to the last without pulling or tugging at your whiskers. And then, your tender skin gets the very best of protection against aftershave burn and irritation. Molle is made with ingredients of assured quality. Ingredients that meet the official U.S. pharmacopoeia requirements for medical purity. So, gentlemen, try Molle. The brushless shaving cream that puts face protection first. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act Two of The Beckoning Fair One.
Paul Oleron, writer, had not been in his new living quarters long before strange things began to happen. Nails put themselves back into the wood. A leaking water tap played an old tune, and an invisible woman appalled Oleron's soul by combing her hair. He has just returned to his rooms after spending the night walking the streets and contemplating the beckoning fair one.
I looked at the rumpled bed. The sheets bore a distinct impression, as if somebody had lain on them. I knew that I hadn't been near the bed since Mrs. Grayson had made it the day before. I was face to face with it now. Something inhabited my room. But what? I was seized with a desire to know the thing, find out what it was. I lay down on the bed and tried to figure it out. It was becoming clear to me now that the key lay in my half-written novel, Romilly. Or rather, in both Romillys, the old one and the proposed new one. Looking back over it, I realized there was almost passionate hatred in the way the new Romilly had supplanted the old. And somehow, all this was related to Elsie Bengough. One thing was certain. Elsie must not come inside this house again. That afternoon, I saw her coming up the walk. I hurried to meet her outside. I'm sorry, Elsie. I'm just going out. I've got an appointment downtown. You want to walk along with me?
Paul, you haven't any appointments. You just don't want me in the house. Well, I only wanted to tell you that everything's over between us.
Oh, Elsie.
Let me finish, Paul. Something strange is happening to you.
Please, Elsie.
But if you ever need me, Paul, somehow I'll know it. And then I'll come.
Sorry to bother you so late, Mr. Barrett. There's something I've got to ask you.
Oh, glad to be of help if I can.
Yes, as renting agent for the house, you'd know something about the previous tenant, wouldn't you?
Yes. The last tenant in your rooms was an artist by the name of Madley. He seldom went out of the place. As a matter of fact, Madley died there under rather peculiar circumstances.
Yes?
It was discovered at the post-mortem that there wasn't a particle of food in his stomach.
Starved to death?
No, he starved to death, all right. Only it wasn't because he didn't have any money. You see, they found a bank book in his room proving he had $10,000 in a New York bank.
Suicide, then?
By starvation? It's rather an uncommon form of suicide, isn't it?
Then why? Why?
I don't know, Mr. Oran. Nobody ever found out.
I returned to the house. That there was a strange presence there, I was convinced. And now that I'd rid myself of Elsie Bengo, who had been the old inspiration for the character Romilly in my novel, I hoped to meet the beckoning fair one, she who was becoming the new inspiration. Once inside, I had to be calm. Convinced her that I didn't care whether she appeared or not. I lit a candle in the bedroom, drew down the blind, took off my coat, and stooped to get my slippers from under the bed. I straightened up. Reflected in the mirror, I saw a gleam of light in the center of the room. It moved up and down through the air. It was the reflection of the candle on my comb. And each of its downward movements was accompanied by a silky, crackling rustle. I went into the living room and returned with the manuscript of the old Romilly. The combing stopped immediately. I was no longer aware of the fair one's presence. As I thought, she's just jealous. Jealous. Night after night passed, and still I did not see her. My life became one passionate and consuming desire to see the new Romilly, the new heroine of my novel, who had fastened herself on my brain in the guise of the beckoning fair one.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
I want a bouquet of roses.
Yes, sir. Got some beauties today. Beauties for a beautiful lady, huh? Here's a nice bouquet.
That one will do.
Nothing like roses to win the heart of the fair one, eh?
What'd you say?
I was just making conversation.
You said something about the fair one.
Just a manner of speaking, sir. I didn't mean any offense.
Oh, of course not. I'm sorry. I'll take those flowers now, and I want you to deliver a bouquet of these to my house every morning for the next 2 weeks. I'd made the arrangements with the florist so I wouldn't have to leave the house at all. I hoped the flowers would unbend her coy, stubborn will. They did no good. I lost track of the days. I walked through my rooms with slippered feet now, treading softly, afraid of frightening her away. I kept the windows shut and the crimson blinds down. In this enticing, flower-laden place, I waited for the beckoning fair one. searched my mind for some reason why she held herself back from me. Suddenly it came to me. The manuscript of the old Romilly, those 15 chapters. I was a fool to think that the new Romilly would show herself to me as long as there existed evidence of my former attachment. I took the manuscript from the window box and was about to throw it into the fire. No! Who's there?
It's Elsie.
Go away. I can't see you now.
Please let me in, Paul.
No.
Paul, you're in trouble. I know you are.
I'm all right. Go away.
Paul, I only want to help. I promised I'd come if you needed me. Paul. Paul. Please answer me. Paul.
I didn't answer.
Paul.
She was a fool. Coming here where she was not wanted. Why didn't she leave me alone? Her voice only irritated me. Soon her calling stopped. I heard her footsteps going down the stairs. I destroyed the manuscript of my old novel, Romilly, page by page. Then I lay down to wait again. How long, how many days? I don't know. I was beyond the world of calendars and clocks. Gradually, the strength drained from my body. I gazed vacantly at the star-patterned ceiling. Sometimes I had a fleeting recollection of a novel to be written. It was like something far off. Sometimes I thought about Madley, the previous tenant who lived here before me, and I wondered whether she had played her coy game with him.
Paul. Paul.
Elsie, how did you get in here?
Paul, listen to me. You're not well, darling. Let me take care of you. I said I'd come when you needed me, Paul.
Wait. She called my name. She's here at last.
Paul, what is it? I don't hear anything.
Elsie, get out. Quickly.
No, I won't leave, Paul.
Elsie, you must kill.
Now, up here on the second floor, you've got 4 big rooms. Plenty of light and air.
Certainly a quaint-looking place. Say, isn't this the part of the house where that writer lived, the one who's being executed tonight?
Yes, this is it.
What was the name of that girl he murdered?
Elsie Bengo. Of course, it's not a new house, but we'll be glad to do the place over for you. The water tap leaks slightly, but it won't bother you.
And so we have heard how the strange voice of an unseen woman drove Paul Oleron to commit a murder.
Yes, Mr. Barnes, the voice gave him evil advice. But now, listen to a voice that gives helpful advice.
Molle. Molle puts face protection first.
Yes, gentlemen, Molle does put face protection first. It guards your face against annoying little nicks and scrapes because it's got a special protective film, a slick, smooth film with plenty of real body and substance. Molle gives your razor something to ride on. Your razor rides along smoothly from the first stroke to the last, and you get a close, clean shave without any pulling or tugging at your whiskers. You'll find that your shaves will get better, and better when you use M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the brushless shaving cream that puts face protection first.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again, ladies and gentlemen, inviting you to be with us next week when we will bring you L.A.G. Strong's dramatic story of premeditated murder entitled Breakdown. A man is caught in the complicated web of a love triangle, which he realizes is slowly driving him insane.
he attempts to solve his problem with a carefully planned murder. But it comes to a disastrous climax. So, mystery fans, be sure to listen next week to L.A.G. Strong's compelling adventure in crime, Breakdown.
The original music for the Molle Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. The Beckoning Fair One was written by Oliver Onions and adapted for radio by Eric Arthur. Until next Tuesday, this is Dan Seymour saying good night and good shaving with the brushless shaving cream that puts face protection first. Molle.
Are Molehills Mountains to you? Are you too tired, too weary to face daily problems? Then listen. Doctors may find that your fatigue is caused by a borderline anemia. Yes, a borderline anemia resulting from a ferronutritional deficiency of the blood. Decide now to throw off depressing fatigue with the help of ironized yeast tablets. They're formulated to overcome borderline anemia by helping to build up red blood cells. Take IY, ironized yeast tablets, to get more vigor, more drive, more energy.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
There's an old saying that goes, you can't love two women at once. But Maurice Taylor is in a dilemma he fears will drive him to a nervous breakdown, a dilemma he tries to solve by murder. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y again, on the stage of the Mystery Playhouse. You know, psychologists have demonstrated that a man may have many personalities. On the surface, Maurice Taylor was an ordinary, respected, middle-class Englishman. But deep within his subconscious was a voice urging him to solve a certain nerve-wracking problem by committing murder.
Psychologists have demonstrated that a man may have many personalities. There is a surface personality, his normal, routine, everyday self, by which his friends know him. But deep within his subconscious mind, there may dwell another personality, unknown to the world, and perhaps unknown even to the man himself. Now, on the surface, Maurice Taylor was an ordinary, apparently respectable middle-class Englishman. But deep within his subconscious, there was a voice that urged him to solve a certain nerve-wracking problem by committing murder.
Stop at Nottingham, Leicester, Banbury, Bicester,
The train is about to leave. I must hurry and get aboard.
Steady now, Maurice, steady. Killing your mistress and making your wife an accomplice to the crime isn't child's play, you know.
Yes, I must get hold of myself. Muriel's on the train, and I couldn't stand any wifely concern. Not now, not now. Sorry, madam.
Look out where you're going. There are other people on this train beside you. That's a bad beginning, Maurice. And everything must work on the split-second schedule. You must see Muriel and then get back to your flat before Vera gets there.
Vera. The other woman the papers would call her.
Control yourself. If Muriel sees your face muscles twitching like that, she may decide to get off this train, not go to London at all. Then what would you do, Maurice?
Oh, there you are, Maurice. You don't know what trouble it's been keeping a seat for you.
Oh, really? Thank you, Muriel.
I was beginning to think the 152 might be too early for you, and I'd have to go up to London alone.
I told you if I was busy at the office, I'd meet you at the Chadwicks at 4:30, remember?
Well, of course I remember, darling. I just thought that, well...
What did you think? Tell me, what was it?
Maurice!
I asked you a question. What was it?
Please, Maurice, let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Sorry.
You are in a state, aren't you? You've been getting more and more nervous every day.
Oh, I suppose it's just the thought of another dull afternoon at the Chadwicks. Nothing but nerves. Oh, good Lord, I've nothing to read. I've got to get a magazine.
But, Maurice, the train will be off any second.
But all
now.
right, I can still make the waiting room and back. I'll get on farther down.
Excellent, old man. The train with Muriel aboard is going off without you.
Now I can say later that I took the very next train. But what if someone sees me leaving the station now?
They won't if you don't make yourself so conspicuous. Turn up your coat collar. That's right. Now stand here while the local comes in.
Luck is with me. The local is on time. The train I can later say I took to London.
Relax now. In a moment, a lot of country bumpkins will be pouring out of the station, and you can lose yourself in the crowd.
I wonder if Vera has arrived at the flat yet. Oh, Lord, how mad it is to kill her in my own home.
On the contrary, why shouldn't she visit your home? She's a friend of your wife's. And killing her there is the most clever part of your plan. Who would ever suspect that you would kill her there? Now start walking. That's right. Go on, leave the station. You mustn't keep Vera waiting.
No, I can't keep Vera waiting. I must do it today.
Oh, that's being sensible.
Otherwise, it would be more than I could bear. My mind is spilling apart as it is. I'll go to pieces soon. I'll have a nervous breakdown. Yes, a nervous breakdown. This affair with Vera has been driving me mad.
Paper, mister. All the rugby scores, paper. Get your paper?
What's that? Paper? Why should I want a paper? Don't bother me.
Oh, just as you say, Governor.
Maurice, you called attention to yourself. Don't be so stupid. Now, where are you going? Surely you don't intend to take that bus over there. Every driver on the route knows you by sight.
I have to take the number 3 bus. That'll take me out of the way, and I'll have to walk half a mile to the house. There's little chance of anybody recognizing me. I'll sneak down those grubby, improbable streets and go in the back way. I'll be there by 3.
Now, aren't you glad you stopped and thought? You mustn't do things by habit. Here comes the right bus now. Run for it, Maurice. Relax, Maurice. After all, this isn't the first time Vera's been to the house while Muriel was in London shopping.
Oh, I'm not the kind who can do this sort of thing according to a blueprint.
Think of the advantage that gives you. You're merely committing a crime of passion. That's the kind of murder that gives Scotland Yard the most trouble. As a lawyer, you should know that.
I don't want her to suffer. I don't want anyone to suffer, but I must find some peace. If I don't, the breakdown will come. Poor Vera. I wonder what she'll be thinking about when it happens. When I kill her. passage. Vera's always on time. We always used to laugh about that. So different from other women.
Have you remembered everything?
There's the eider down. Vera loves to lie in front of the fireplace, her eyes smiling up at the ceiling, as though she had some silly little secret from the rest of the world.
And the package?
The package, good Lord.
Really, Maurice? It would have been very awkward if you had to go fumbling about for it when you needed it.
Right here, bottom drawer of the wardrobe.
Remember what you have to say if she's curious about it?
Oh, here it is. Everything's straight in my mind now.
Hello there.
Darling. Little Vera.
Hello.
Why is it I can't ever hold you close enough?
Oh, perhaps you've never really tried. Perhaps... Maurice, what are you trying to do? Break me in half?
Your lips are always so cool, so steady. And that smell of lavender.
What's happened to you, darling? You're so very gallant today.
Am I?
And actually trembling. Do I affect you that way?
What do you think life with my wife has been?
Well, I'm feminine enough to hope it's been a perfect hell.
Your description of it is most apt.
Well, aren't you going to take my coat? My glove?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, what a glorious fire. It seems the only sense of peace I ever get is sitting here, like this, in front of it.
Peace. Blessed peace.
Oh, come over here, darling. Sit next to me.
At the moment, I'd rather just look at you.
Maurice, there's something strange about you today. You're so near and yet so distant at the same time.
No, my dear. Don't endow me with any mystic qualities. I'm merely a middle-class English nonentity who's dared to rebel against the dullness of domestic life.
Maurice, have you ever wondered why I've gloried in our furtive appointments?
Well?
Well, it's very simple. I enjoy all this because you go about it so badly.
Oh. Is that supposed to be a recommendation?
Well, call it what you will, but it's exciting. Flattering.
Go on.
You're not made for carrying on an intrigue, Maurice. What exhilarates other men just torments you. I've known every night when you couldn't look Muriel in the eye. You've suffered wretched fits of depression and nerves. And all because of me. Maurice, are you listening to me, or are you more interested in that silly package you're holding?
I'm listening.
Well, then certainly you must have something to say.
Shall I repeat myself? And say, I'll never again pass an old woman selling lavender without remembering that I once knew someone whose lips were always fragrant with it.
Once knew someone?
You're very sure I could never give you up, aren't you?
Aren't you?
How does it feel to have such power over someone else's life? It's damnable being with you, and it's just as bad thinking about you when you're away. No one could have put it more neatly than you did before.
I don't think I like you in this mood.
No, let's finish it. We've talked all about Muriel. How about Richard, your husband? Haven't there been nights when you couldn't look him in the face?
Oh, Richard doesn't mean to me what Muriel does to you. I don't think of him as my companion till death do us part. To live comfortably in this world, Maurice, you've no choice but be philosophical.
Meaning what?
If your marriage is a failure, you simply have to make the best of a bad bargain. Especially when the bargain is profitable. Maurice, will you please stop fiddling with that package?
There's something in it for you. I've looked forward all day to giving it to you.
Oh, darling.
No, don't get up. Don't get up. Stay where you are.
But I want to see it. You know how I am about presents.
Well, just turn around. Close your eyes.
Well, but hurry. Oh, please don't keep me in suspense.
I won't. Just a minute.
Oh, please hurry, darling.
Yes, Maurice, what are you waiting for? Such a perfect opportunity. She has her back turned to you and her eyes are closed. She won't know what's happened to her, and you'll be free at last.
I can hear the rustle of paper, darling. Is it flowers?
No.
A necklace?
No. Even if she turns around now, you can always say, this delicately carved knife is for you, Vera. You can use it to open our love notes.
Put your arms around me. When I see your presence, I want you to be near so I can kiss you.
I won't keep you in suspense any longer, little Vera. Here it is. You didn't think we could go on like this endlessly day in and day out.
She's quite dead, Maurice. And you've no time to stand there and stare at her.
Lying there, she looks so peaceful. Her face is like that of a sleepy child. Oh, Lord, how could I have done such a thing? What am I going to do now?
Still shaken by the thought of having murdered Vera Carraway, Maurice Taylor sits haunched behind his paper on the train to London. He knows it is too late to arrive at the Chadwicks in time to meet his wife Muriel for tea. Well, he'll meet her for the train back home at 6:05. But in the meantime, there is all the devilishly intricate necessity of building a foolproof alibi. He now stands in the crowded London station, pondering his next move.
This is the most crucial stage of all, Maurice.
Muriel.
Stop thinking about your wife. That's all you've been doing on the train. And there are so many other things to occupy your mind.
How can I brazen it out when Muriel sees Vera's body there in the living room? I'm not that much of an actor to simulate horror, surprise, pity.
First things first. Right now, there's a very important telephone call you must make. Go on. Pick up that phone. Call Tony Baines at his club. Now, if Tony Baines is following his usual schedule, all is well.
Hello, is Tony Baines there? Oh, no, don't bother. How long has he been there? Since lunch, eh? No message, thank you. Goodbye.
It's lunch, eh? Perfect. Now, get over to his office at once. Instead of being impatient because you have to wait in the corridor for Baines, you should toss up your hat in the air and cheer. This is perfect, Maurice.
Been at the club since 12. Now it's after 5.
So much the better.
Suppose Baines gets tight and doesn't come back at all. Then what'll I do?
Don't get panicky. If there's anything you can count on in this world, it's habit. You've known Baines since law school. He'll show up at his office for a few minutes as a sop to his conscience.
Well, look who's here.
Hello, Tony.
Never can tell when you suburbanites will show up.
Quite right.
Oh, it's wonderful to see you, old chap. But you should have let a fellow know. We could have made an afternoon of it. Surprising the things you can get done a free afternoon in London, eh? Or have you forgotten your old married stick in the mud?
On the contrary, Tony, I agree with you. You can get a great many things done of an afternoon. Things no one would ever suspect or know about.
You sly old fox. Well, come on in and tell me about it. Now, where are those blasted keys?
In your hand, Tony.
Eh? Oh, yes. There. Ah. How long have you been waiting, Maurice? Not too long, I hope.
Almost 2 hours.
Oh, I say, that is a shame.
Not your fault.
Well, must be very important.
In fact, it is. Tony, you could use a little extra business, couldn't you?
Extra business? Could I?
Well, I think I can help you out.
Maurice, if you only could, you've no idea how rough things have been. Oh, I say, you Make me feel like a swine, making you wait out in the hall for hours when you come bearing gifts.
It's all right.
Must be quite a bit of business you have up your sleeve, Maurice.
And I'm very glad to be able to do this, Tony. I've always felt you never got a real start since we got out of law school.
Oh, wretched luck. You've no idea.
Well, to get to the point...
sit down, have a drink.
No, thank you. I don't think there's enough time. As you know, Tony, my partner Morgan has been ill. In fact, he's been talking of retiring.
I believe I heard someone mention it.
I had no idea how hard I'd been working until, well, I began to feel a little shaky the other day. I can't afford to break down, you know.
No, of course not, old man.
So I was thinking, if you'd care to take it on, you could have a part of Morgan's accounts.
Part of Morgan's... Why, George, I can't tell you what this means to me. I'll always think of the 2 hours you've been waiting for me as the most decisive moments in my life.
So will I, Tony. So will I. Well, I have to go now.
Sure about that drink?
Quite sure, thank you. I must meet Muriel and catch the 6:05. Sorry to keep you waiting, my dear. I honestly tried to make it, but...
Maurice, why all this fuss?
First all this business about the Chadwicks, and now almost missing the train.
Missing it? Why, it hardly took you any time at all to get a package of cigarettes, and there are still a few minutes before the train leaves.
Cigarettes?
Yes, silly. You've got them right there in your hand.
Oh.
Now, come on, darling, or we won't get a seat.
Look at Muriel there in the corner of the seat. Her eyes closed, her hand so delicately against her cheek. She wasn't at all upset about my not turning up at the Chadwicks. She always meets the disagreeable things in life like that. Gracefully, fastidiously. Good Lord, if I only had her composure. Well, she'll need every bit of it soon when we get home. Home. Oh, Lord, Vera lying there dead. Dead, I can't stand it.
Stop that. Pull yourself together.
But so much can go wrong. I'll give myself away to Muriel.
No, you won't.
Muriel will hate me. She'll turn me over to the police.
Will you stop that, you fool?
I wonder if Muriel will scream when she sees the body.
Darling, did you say something?
What? No. Perhaps I was thinking aloud.
Oh, you're tired, aren't you? Well, you'll feel better when we get home.
We needn't have taken a taxi home.
And have you loaded down with all these parcels?
There's no hurry about getting home, mister.
You talk as though you didn't care when you got home.
That's the most stupid thing I've ever heard you say.
Maurice, must you talk to me like that?
Oh, I have a rotten headache.
You'll feel better after dinner.
For heaven's sake, stop being so wifely. I'm not a child.
You know, I'd hoped the trip up to London would take your mind off business and quiet your nerves, but it doesn't seem to have helped at all. Well?
Well, what?
Well, surely we're not going to sit here in front of our house in a taxi all night.
Oh.
Maurice, we've got to talk this whole thing out tonight.
All right, but let's not begin now.
It'll be 2 and 6, sir.
2 and 6?
Hot you up.
Let me see now. How much did you say that was again?
I said 2 and 6.
Oh, yes, of course. I don't know if I have the change.
Why, you get more than enough right there in your hand, sir.
Have I? Well, here, take it. Take it all.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
It's one thing being generous, Maurice, but people don't just dump all their money into a cabbie's hand like that.
I have the key.
remember what I said about habit? See if you can guess what she'll say next.
I wonder if the fire's still going in the living room grate.
Exactly. You could have guessed it. Well, say something.
Why don't you go and see?
I will just as soon as I get my hat and coat off.
That's smart. Let her go in the living room first. When she discovers what's happened here, she'll be so terrified she won't watch your reactions. Well, the moment is here, Maurice. The most difficult part. It's all right. Hold tight to the doorknob. You need something to lean on.
I don't know if I can stand it.
She's going in now.
Muriel, no! You mustn't go in there. You mustn't.
Darling. Oh, dearest, what is it? Look, you must let me help you.
No one can help me.
Maurice, I'm worried about you. You've been acting strangely all afternoon. Everyone at the Chadwicks noticed it.
The Chadwicks? I wasn't there.
But of course you were. Now, Maurice, I want you to come into the living room with me.
Don't go in there.
Oh, don't be silly, dear.
No, I said.
Maurice, please, I'm going.
No! Muriel. Muriel, I didn't mean to hit you. Muriel! She's dead. Dead. Someone's at the door. Lord, what'll I do? I'll get rid of them. I'll give some excuse, anything.
Hello, Maurice.
Vienna.
Why, of course, silly. Don't you remember? Maurice, what's the matter?
Then I didn't kill you. I didn't kill you.
What?
The breakdown had come already. It was only in my mind. I was at the Chadwicks, as Muriel said.
Maurice?
As Muriel said.
Where's Muriel? Oh, answer me. Where's Muriel? Muriel! Muriel! Muriel.
But now it's time to close the Mystery Playhouse. This is T4Y saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the brushless shaving cream that guards your tender skin with its special protective film.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jeffrey Barnes welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Our story tonight is entitled The Gioconda Smile and was written by one of the outstanding literary figures of our time, Aldous Huxley. It is the story of a man named Henry Hutton, whose life is intimately involved with three women, three different types of women, yet having one thing in common. All three are in love with Henry Hutton. It is a story full of hate, love, jealousy, and passion. And it leads inevitably to the murder of one of the women. Henry Hutton was a successful man. He had a prosperous business in town, a beautiful home in the country, a car, and a chauffeur. On the other side of the picture was Hutton's wife, Emily, a self-pitying individual who made herself a martyr to the various ailments of which she continually complained. It was to be expected, then, that Henry Hutton should seek his happiness in other places. We find him now in his chauffeur-driven car, and with him is the lovely young girl, 15 years his junior.
Oh, darling, I've had a wonderful time. I do love driving in the country.
It's been wonderful being with you, Doris.
I'm so glad you think so. But sometimes I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Is it wrong, our going out together?
Well, all depends on how you look at it. Is it wrong to expect a little happiness out of life?
Maybe it is when it makes somebody else unhappy.
Well, if you're thinking about my wife, Emily, you needn't. She's too busy feeling sorry for herself to be concerned about me.
I know, but sometimes
Now, don't you worry your pretty little head anymore. Well, here's where I leave you. McNabe will take you home.
You're going to see that Spence woman again, aren't you?
Oh, I promised my wife I'd drop in and invite Janet over for lunch tomorrow.
I don't like that woman.
Why, I actually believe you're jealous. After all, Janet's only a friend of my wife.
Oh, jealous of her? Oh, she's twice as old as I am.
And not nearly as pretty. Besides, I don't care a hoot for her. See you tomorrow night?
What if I say no?
But you won't, will you?
Oh, darling, I do love you so much.
What a delightful surprise.
Hello, Janet.
Won't you sit down, Henry?
Well, I really can't stay long. Emily asked me to drop by on my way home.
Oh, how is Emily?
Not much better, I'm afraid. But she hopes to be well enough to see you at lunch tomorrow. Can you come?
I'd love to, if you think she's well enough to have a visitor.
Of course. You'll do her good. Do us both good. In married life, 3 is often better company than 2.
How cynical.
Oh, I still believe in the ideal. Marriage between 2 people in perfect tune with each other.
That is something worth hoping for. You know, Henry, I envy you.
Envy? Me? Why?
You really have 2 lives.
2 lives?
Well, for one, there's your life out here in the country, where you have fresh air, sunshine, and unimportant people who envy you.
Yes, and my other life?
Well, there's your life as a business executive in town, where you meet important people, make important decisions.
Oh, that. Well, Janet, why don't you take on a position in the city? I've always felt you'd make a wonderful career woman.
I've often thought of it, Henry, but I'm afraid it's too late. I've gotten used to doing nothing, and I've got the money to do it with.
I've really got to be running along now. Then you'll come tomorrow?
Of course.
Fine. I know Emily will be looking forward to your visit.
That you, dear?
Yes, Emily.
Oh, I'm so glad you're home.
Isn't it rather hot in here?
Really, dear. You know I have to keep warm.
I hope you're better this evening.
Oh, not much, I'm afraid. Dr. Libbert thinks I ought to go to the wells for the summer.
Well, go, my dear, go.
I'm to drink the waters and have massage and electric treatments, too.
I'm sure it'll do you good.
I was wondering if you'd come with me, dear.
You know I'm going to Scotland on business the end of the month.
Oh, it's a long trip. The thought of it is such a nightmare. Oh, I don't know if I can manage it. You know I can't sleep in hotels. And then there's the luggage. No, I can't go alone.
But you won't be alone. You'll have Anna with you.
I don't think I'll be able to manage with just my maid.
But you must, my dear, if the doctor tells you. Besides, a change will do you good.
I don't think so.
Dr. Libbert thinks so, and he knows what he's talking about.
No, I can't face it. I'm too weak. I can't go alone.
Oh, Emily, please, for heaven's sake, be reasonable.
I'd rather be left here to die in peace.
I'll see you to your car, Dr. Libbard.
Thank you, Henry.
There's something I wanted to ask you.
Yes, Henry?
I know it's a dreadful thing to ask, but is Emily really as sick as she makes out?
No, but Emily is the type of woman who thrives on sympathy. You have a tendency to be impatient with her. That only aggravates her condition, which is none too good.
That's what I want to know, Dr. Libbard. Is it likely that she'll ever be well again?
It depends on a number of things. I really couldn't promise.
I see. Thank you, Dr. Libbard.
Oh, Emily, that was a simply marvelous luncheon. I love eating out here in the garden.
It is nice, isn't it, Janet? Dr. Libbard says the air is good for me. Oh, Janet, I'll never be able to thank you enough for recommending that man.
Dr. Libbard is a dear.
It's so reassuring to have a doctor like that, especially in my condition.
Of course, you poor dear.
Uh-huh.
Where's Henry?
He's seeing Dr. Libbard out. Oh, here he comes now.
Well, what are you two plotting?
Janet's wonderful, dear. She's really done me a world of good.
Mrs. Hutton.
Oh, yes, Anna.
Shall I take the things away now?
Yes, but leave the coffee. Mr. Hutton may want another cup.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I do believe it's time for my medicine. Would you mind, Anna?
I'll fetch it, ma'am.
Never mind, Anna. I'll get it. I'm going in for my pipe.
Why, he's really such a dear, Janet. Poor man, sometimes I think it's not fair to him.
Oh, I dare say everyone has problems of one sort or another.
Oh, of course, you poor dear. It can't be very pleasant for you, all alone in that big house with not a soul to keep you company.
There's always Spotty. Just think, I can talk to him for hours, and he never answers back.
I suppose it's better to joke about it. But just the same, you must get pretty lonely sometimes.
Yes, I suppose I do.
Here you are. Here's your medicine, dear.
Thank you, Henry. Oh, I do hate the horrid tasting stuff. But Dr. Libbard seems to think it's helping me.
In that wine glass, it looks just like sherry.
Isn't it sweet of her, Henry? Always trying to make things pleasant for the poor invalid.
Now, drink it down, dear.
Oh, how awful.
I'll pour you a cup of coffee. That ought to take the taste away.
Dr. Libbard thinks you're doing quite nicely, dear.
I'm so glad.
Here you are, Emily. Here's your coffee. I put sugar in it.
Thank you, Janet. Oh, I do feel much better this afternoon. But I'm tired. As soon as I finish my coffee, Henry, would you help me to my room?
Of course, dear.
Oh, Henry. How's Emily?
She'll be all right.
I'm afraid she's not doing at all well, Henry.
Well, I thought you cheered up so much when you came.
That was nerves, just nerves. I've been watching her. In her condition, anything might happen.
And Libbard doesn't seem to think there's any immediate danger. Emily asked me to give you her apologies.
I really feel terribly sorry for her, Henry. And for you. Couldn't we go somewhere and talk this whole thing out?
I have an engagement in town. I promised to go over to the Johnsons. Can I drop you anywhere?
No, thank you.
Well, I'll say goodbye then.
Goodbye. And do try to come and see me again soon.
Oh, darling, I'm having a wonderful time.
I thought you'd like this place, Doris.
You know, the nicest places, and you're the nicest man.
And I think you've had just about enough wine for one evening.
Oh, something the matter?
Well, I didn't sleep too well last night. I'm a little tired.
Oh, you poor man. Up all night with her again?
Why do you always keep speaking of Emily?
Oh, but darling, I was only...
You think I like to be constantly reminded that I'm treating my wife so badly? I'm a selfish, unfeeling brute?
Nobody said you were.
I had to tell her another lie tonight. Said I was going to the Johnsons.
You're unhappy. It's all my fault.
Oh, no, Doris. It's not your fault. It's not anybody's fault.
Maybe if you didn't see me anymore.
No, I couldn't bear that, Doris. I couldn't bear it.
Oh, Mr. Rotten. Thank heaven you've come home.
Anna, what's the matter? What is it, Anna?
We've been waiting for you.
Oh, Dr. Libbert, you here at this hour? Is my wife ill?
We tried to reach you at the Johnson.
Well, I was detained. My car had a breakdown.
Emily was anxious to see you.
I'll go up to see her now.
It's too late.
Too late?
Yes. Your wife is dead.
And so Emily Hutton is dead. She was a pitiable woman. As Dr. Libbert said, she was a woman who thrived on sympathy.
Oh, I need sympathy. This is awful. It's terrible, and it happens every day.
What happens every day?
Those little nicks and scrapes I get every time I shave, day after day. It's dreadful, and I need sympathy.
My friend, you don't need sympathy. What you need is Molle, the brushless shaving cream that puts face protection first. Molle helps guard your face against irritating little nicks and scrapes because it has a special protective film, a slick, smooth, moist film with more real body and substance than light, fluffy shaving cream. Molle gives your razor something to ride on. Your razor rides along smoothly from the first stroke to the last without pulling or tugging at your whiskers. And then your tender skin gets the very best of protection against aftershave burn and irritation. Molle is made with ingredients of assured quality, ingredients that meet the official U.S. pharmacopoeia requirements for medical purity. So, gentlemen, try Molle, the brushless shaving cream that puts face protection first. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act Two of tonight's play.
Henry Hutton returned from a rendezvous to discover his wife had died a half hour before he returned. Dr. Libbert, the family physician, diagnosed the cause of her death as heart failure. After his wife's death, Henry Hutton came to a decision.
Dear Doris, I don't think it right that we should continue seeing each other. I know this letter is going to make you unhappy, but believe me, it is all for the best. Don't write to me anymore.
Dear Henry, please forgive me for writing, but I cannot help it. You don't know how awful I felt when I heard about your wife's death last month. I'm so lonely and frightened. I can't think of going on without you to give me courage. I'm going up to the seashore next week. It'll be wonderful. Oh, you do love me a little, don't you, darling?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
I was so afraid you meant what you said in that awful letter.
I did mean it when I wrote it, but I've reconsidered. After all, there's no point in my becoming a hermit, is there?
I do love it up here. I don't know what I'd have done if you hadn't come. What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking how wonderful it would be if time could stand still. If there could be no past, no future. Only this moment with its sense of freedom.
Darling, whatever became of that Suspense woman?
Janet?
Odd
you should mention her. I've been thinking a lot about her lately.
Oh, you have?
Yes, she's really quite a character, you know.
Yes, so you told me.
I'm going to pay her a visit tomorrow.
Why?
She asked me to come.
Well, you don't have to go, do you?
No, but I'm going.
You're not in love with her, are you?
I'm not in love with anybody but you.
Then why are you going?
I'm curious about Janet. I feel as if I never really knew her at all.
I see. And you think she might be worth knowing?
At any rate, I'll find out tomorrow.
Henry, I'm so glad you could come.
Well, how are you, Janet?
Fine. Henry, remember that suggestion you once made that I open up a little art gallery?
Yes?
Well, I've been giving it a great deal of thought, and I've decided to go ahead and try it.
Splendid.
I've made inquiries in the city, and I think I've got the perfect location. There's only one thing that makes me hesitate.
What's that?
I've absolutely no head for business.
I'd be glad to offer you whatever advice I can.
You don't understand, Henry. I want you to come in with me as a partner.
But I can't. I have a business of my own to look
It
after.
wouldn't take up too much of your time.
I'm afraid I couldn't, Janet.
But, Henry, I wouldn't have the courage to go into it alone.
Well, I'll be only too glad to advise you about the
It's
business
not
end
just
of it.
the advice I need, Henry. It's your business sense, your ability to deal with people.
I'm afraid it's out of the question. I couldn't come in with you as a partner.
Oh. Henry, don't you think everyone has a right to a certain amount of happiness?
Of course.
Fate hasn't treated either of us very kindly.
It might have treated me worse.
You're being cheerful, but I can see behind the mask. You were lonely for so long. You had no real companionship in your marriage.
I'm afraid that was more my fault than Emily.
You were so patient. You never complained, but I could guess
Guess what, Janet?
that you were in love with me.
What?
I
was
honored
in
you,
love-
Henry, for respecting the marriage tie, even when it was an unhappy one.
Oh, Janet,
but
please.
we're free now. We're free. Oh, Henry. Henry, I've been so unhappy. So lonely.
Janet, please. Do try and calm yourself. Janet, please.
Oh, I do love it up here in the mountains. We couldn't have picked a nicer place for our honeymoon. So cool here on the porch.
Hmm? Oh, yes, Doris. It is nice.
I wish we never had to go back to that dreadful city. What are you thinking about, darling?
Oh, nothing.
Are you worried about anything? Oh, not about that horrible Spence woman again. Tell me, Henry.
But, my dear, there's nothing to tell. I think you'd better go in. It's getting rather chilly.
All right, dear. Oh, here's a letter just came for you. It's from Dr. Liver.
Oh, thanks.
Will you be coming in soon?
In a moment, yes. Why do you could that? So people are beginning to talk about my marriage to Doris. I'll let them. What's this? Better come back to London. Janet Spence is telling everyone you poisoned your wife in order to marry Doris. Delivered. I'm sorry to disturb you at your office.
That's all right, Henry.
I hurried back as soon as I got your letter.
It's a pretty nasty business, Henry. Janet Spence has stirred up a hornet's nest against you.
She's a jealous, malicious gossip. I've a good mind to sue her for slander.
She went to the police.
Police?
Emily's body was exhumed. Traces of arsenic were found in her stomach.
Arsenic? You mean she was poisoned?
Yes.
But it's fantastic.
There'll be an inquest, Henry. They're bound to question you.
I'll let them. I've nothing to conceal.
I didn't know you loved me as much as that. Why did you do it? Why?
You seem to take it for granted that I killed Emily.
If they do anything to you, I'll kill myself.
You listen to me. Nobody's going to do anything to me. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
Oh, darling, forgive me. I'm so frightened.
Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. They've only a lot of circumstantial evidence. The coroner's jury will never commit me for trial.
Did they ask you a lot of questions today?
Yes.
What kind of questions?
Did I love Emily? Was I in love with another woman?
Oh, they asked you that?
Yes.
Who's that?
I'll answer it.
Mr. Hutton?
Yes, Constable.
Sorry, sir, but you'll have to come along with me.
The coroner's verdict?
Willful murder, sir. You'll have to stand trial.
I saw them kissing in the back of the car often. They went for a drive the day of Mrs. Hutton's death.
There was enough arsenic insecticide in Mr. Hutton's greenhouse to poison an army.
The poison must have been administered 8 or 9 hours before death.
Mr. Hutton brought the medicine already poured out in a wine glass.
There can be only one verdict. Henry Hutton poisoned his wife. He is guilty of willful murder.
It's nothing seriously wrong, Janet. Just a nervous upset. A few days rest around the house and you'll be all right.
I guess everything's been too much for me, Dr. Libbett. The trial and all. It was quite upsetting having to testify against Henry Hutton.
Poor Henry. Today, the court set the date for his execution.
To think that I entertained him in this house. How could I have been so mistaken about a man's character?
It was rather a shock to all of us.
And then to run off with a girl like that.
Shall I bring the tea now, Miss Spence?
Oh, yes, Anna.
Hello, Anna. Don't you recognize me?
Why, of course, Dr. Libbert.
I didn't know you were working for Miss Spence now.
Oh, yes, sir, Dr. Libbert. Oh, and I'm that grateful to Miss Spence for offering me the position. I don't know anybody else I'd rather be working for, now that poor Mrs. Hutton is dead.
That's sweet of you, Anna. Oh, Dr. Libbert, did I tell you what happened to Spotty?
No, what happened?
He was playing in the garden this morning. He apparently ate something that made him sick. Before we could call in the veterinarian, he died.
Oh, that's too bad. Janet, that afternoon you had lunch with the Huttons.
Yes?
Did Mrs. Hutton have anything to eat or drink after she took the medicine?
No, she didn't.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Excuse me, Miss Spence, but don't you remember? Mrs. Hutton had a cup of coffee.
Oh, of course. How stupid my forgetting. I poured it for her myself to take away the taste of the medicine.
I see. Well, I've got to run along now. I'll drop in again tomorrow. Good evening, Janet.
Oh, Dr. Libbert, I wasn't expecting you till morning.
I just thought I'd drop by on my way home.
Well, if you've been worried about your patient, you needn't be. I'm feeling much better.
Janet, it was you who poisoned Emily Hutton.
Dr. Libbert?
Wasn't it?
I don't think I understand.
That cup of coffee you gave Mrs. Hutton after she took the medicine.
Why, you think I... Really, Dr. Libbert, it's too ridiculous.
I took the liberty of having an autopsy performed on your dog this afternoon.
An autopsy?
Yes. He died of arsenic poisoning.
No. No, he didn't. He couldn't have.
Anna told me you keep a large quantity of arsenic weed killer for your garden.
Yes, but I don't...
He must have gotten hold of one of the containers with a loose cover.
Oh, no. No, it's too horrible. Too horrible. Oh.
You loved Henry Hutton, didn't you?
Yes. I wanted him to be free. I was so lonely. So lonely.
Henry, I've good news for you.
Dr. Libbert, I've made my peace with God. I'd rather be alone on my last night.
But this isn't your last night, Henry. You're free.
Free?
Janet Spence confessed.
Confessed what?
She poisoned Emily's coffee.
Janet Spence did that?
Yes. You knew she was in love with you, didn't you?
I knew that, yes, but... Oh, Lord, what a ghastly joke.
Henry, what's the matter?
Oh, no. No, it's too ironical. Janet poisoning Emily's coffee so I'd be free to marry her.
Yes?
But I put the arsenic in Emily's medicine so I'd be free to marry Doris.
Well, mystery fans, that was a strange climax. Emily Hutton was killed by two people, and both of them were motivated by love. It's rather frightening, the things that people will do because of love.
Oh, you telling me, Mr. Barnes? I used to get in plenty of trouble, and all because of love. See, my girlfriend always wanted me to look smooth.
Smooth?
Yeah, she wouldn't see me unless I just had a shave, close shave. And, mister, those little nicks and scrapes I used to get drove me nuts. But them days are over now.
Oh, what did you do? Get rid of the girl?
Oh, no, sir. I just changed to Molle.
Yes, gentlemen, Molle protects your face against annoying little nicks and scrapes because it's got a special protective film, a moist, smooth film with plenty of real body and substance. When you use Molle, your razor rides along smoothly from the first stroke to the last, shaves close and clean without pulling or tugging at your whiskers. So, gentlemen, try Molle. You'll find that your shaves will get better, better, and better when you use M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the brushless shaving cream that puts face protection first.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again, ladies and gentlemen, inviting you to be with us next week when we present the very latest adventure in crime from the pen of the very popular William Irish.
The original music for the Molle Mystery Theater is conducted by Jack Miller. The Gioconda Smile was written by Aldous Huxley and adapted for radio by Eric Arthur. Until next Tuesday, this is Dan Seymour saying good night and good shaving with the brushless shaving cream that puts face protection first. Molle.
I'm as pale as a sheet, and I'm dog-tired every day. If you find yourself saying that, your doctor may find you have a borderline anemia resulting from a ferronutritional deficiency of the blood. Then make up your mind to win back a glowing complexion, red-blooded vigor with ironized yeast tablets. Ironized yeast tablets are made to help build up red blood cells, to help you have the healthy, vital feeling that should be yours. Insist on IY, ironized yeast tablets.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
A man sits alone in his rich apartment in New York City. He's morose, lost. His wife has left him. If you were a friend of his, you'd go and spend some time with him. Have a few drinks. Listen to some music. Try to cheer him up. Some of his friends did, and started a night of terror. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Our story tonight is from the pen of the master mystery writer, William Irish. The author needs no introduction. All of you dyed-in-the-wool mystery fans are familiar with hard-writing, fast-moving William Irish tales. Our story begins in the lobby of a New York apartment building. Two men and a woman have just entered. They're raucous and cheerful, obviously out for a night of fun.
Hey, it's a nice apartment building, huh?
This fella Turner must have a lot of cash to live in a place like this, huh, Jack?
Oh, he has more than most, I guess. Here's the elevator, Vinny.
Hey, self-service. Let me push the button. First floor, ladies' garments, summer dresses, lingerie.
I'll take lingerie.
Oh, you...
Vinny, when you get there, take it easy, huh? Like I told you, this Turner's a nice guy.
Well, what's he like, Jack, this joker we're doing a good turn for?
Oh, he's a good-natured character. Right now, the big thing is his wife, Eleanor, leaving him. I haven't seen him smile since she pulled out on him.
Oh.
And Marty. Yeah? Look, remember, don't make any cracks about his wife, Eleanor, or any bonus, will you?
I got you.
Hope he's home. Oh, hello, Guy.
Hello, Jack. Eleanor.
Hiya, Guy. Meet Vinnie Benson.
Oh, it's dark in the hall. I thought you were my wife.
Oh, that's okay.
I hope we're not disturbing you, Guy.
Oh, no. Come in, please, all of you.
Oh, thanks.
Go ahead, Vinnie.
Say, sure is a nice apartment. Shows good taste.
Oh, sit down. I'll fix your drink.
Oh, Guy, you don't have to. We only
No,
want
I'd like to, honestly. What'll it be? There's some whiskey, I think, and still have some of that good brandy that Eleanor liked so much. What'll it be, Jack?
Okay. Whiskey, Guy, and plain water.
I've always been kind of hot for brandy.
Sure. Marty?
Well, I think I'll try the brandy, too, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Guy, we thought maybe you'd like to go out with us and hear some music later.
Well, I don't know. I kind of figured on staying home tonight, Jack.
Hey, you mind if I get something on the radio?
Not at all. Go ahead.
You're sure that's all right, Guy? I mean, we're not disturbing you, are we?
Sure, Jack. I'd tell you if it were. Well, come on, drink up. Hey, you don't want to stop, do you, Vinny?
Oh, yeah. You're wearing me out.
Oh, but it's fun. I'm just getting going.
Hey, one of these days, your heart's going to say to heck with all this and blank out on you.
Well, that's what happens when I drink whiskey. I can't help it. I get going and I can't stop.
Hey, why don't you try a shot of this? It'll slow you down.
Oh, well, what is it?
Oh, never mind that. Just try it. It's kind of liqueur.
All right, now, just a minute. Maybe you better not, Marty. He's had enough.
Go on, Guy. Take it. You only live once. It'll just slow you down, that's all.
Well, okay, if that's all it does. Hey, where'd Vinny go? I want to dance.
Oh, look what I found.
What, Vinny? What is it?
Well, look, it's a picture of Guy's wife. To Guy with more than love, now and forever, Eleanor. Guy says I look like her. I don't think she's so hot myself.
What are you doing? Put that down.
All right, don't get sore.
Don't touch it again, please.
Look, why don't we all make tracks downtown? Maybe we can still catch some music,
Well, it's kind of late for that, ain't it?
Hey, I know where we can go, Jack.
You mean West 65th?
Hmm.
Will they let us in?
Sure. They know me there. Come on, let's go, huh? Hey, you're kind of crowded tonight, ain't you, Al?
Well, you won't be lonely.
Still wearing a gun, hey, Al?
Well, maybe if the cops was a little more friendly, I wouldn't have
Oh,
to.
the latest model, too, a .32 caliber. Bang, you're dead. Hey, Mr. Dan. Oh, come on, I don't bite.
You mean you, Guy?
Okay, sure. Don't go away, Jack. Vinny, I won't be long.
Okay. Marty.
Yeah?
Look, don't give him any more to drink. I don't like the way
Come on,
Oh, the little fraud.
No, now listen, kid. He's in bad shape.
Oh, he's in bad shape. It's his funeral.
I'm hungry.
Well, the kitchen's out this way. Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Why don't you get the drinks while I fix some eats, huh?
Okay.
Oh, Marty, where'd you go? I've been looking for you for hours.
Oh, I've been making some sandwiches. Here, have...
No,
Go ahead, have
No, thanks. Why'd you go away and leave me so long? Hey, they're playing that song again. That's our song. It belongs to Eleanor and me. I told them what I'd do if they played it again. I told them not to play it again.
Hiya, boys, where's Jack?
Eleanor, what are you doing here?
Marty, is he high? Say, look, pal, don't you remember me?
Eleanor, what are you doing in a place like this?
Same thing as you are, handsome, and don't call me Eleanor.
You've changed. You never used to be like this, Eleanor. Do you come here often?
Oh, only when the going gets slow. Oh, hey, there's Jack. Hey, Jack, let's make like the South America.
Eleanor, come back. Eleanor, come back here. Marty, Eleanor ran away from me. Why is she running away like that? Oh, help me catch her, Marty.
Hey, come on. Just let me finish making a sandwich.
No, Marty,
will ya?
please.
All right, okay, I'm done. Yeah. Maybe you better take this along. Show her you mean business, you know?
Oh, what is it?
Just a kitchen knife. Show her you're not kidding.
Yeah, okay. Come on.
You start looking. I'll be right with you.
Eleanor, where'd you go? Please come back. Excuse me, have you seen Eleanor?
Hey, watch it, buddy. You're messing up traffic.
I'm looking for Eleanor, my wife. She was here just a... Oh, there she is. Eleanor.
Hiya,
Eleanor, they're playing our song. We've got to get away from here. We don't belong
Oh,
here,
but I
Eleanor.
like it.
I said we're leaving.
Oh, here's Jack. I want to dance with Jack.
You're leaving with me.
Hey, Guy, give me that knife.
What's cooking, kid?
Marty, Guy's out of his head.
Oh, come off it, Jack. It's good for a
Oh,
while.
come on, Jack. Let's dance.
No, Eleanor, not to our song.
That's why I want to dance.
No, you're not going
Get
to.
your hands off me. Let's
No.
Oh, he stabbed her.
Eleanor.
Why'd you do it, Marty? Jack, help.
Blood. You stabbed her, Guy. It's blood.
She's not my wife. She's not Eleanor.
Her heart stopped. Hey, Jack, help me get her to a couch.
I didn't mean it. Let me out of here.
Al, stop him, Al. Come on, Marty, we got to get him.
You get him.
Al, why didn't you stop him?
Stop him? Hey, he snatched my gun out of my holster, and I'm supposed to stop him? Mister, I want to live a while yet.
Well, I'd better get after him. I better get the police after him.
Do you have a telephone here?
In the back.
Hotel Commonwealth.
Mrs. Guy Turner, quickly, please.
We have no one here by that name.
Eleanor Turner, I'm positive she's registered there.
I'm sorry, we have no one here by that name.
Oh, try it under Eleanor Phillips. I'm sure she's there.
Miss Phillips, room 304. I'll ring it for you. There doesn't seem to be any answer.
Keep ringing. She's got to be in.
Yes, sir.
Answer it, Eleanor, please. Please answer it, Eleanor. Eleanor. Cops just came in this door. What should I do, Eleanor? They must be after me. He's coming back this way. I've never used a gun before. What should I do? He's coming to get me. Putting his hand in his pocket. He's reaching for a gun. No!
Hey, take it easy, Sonny. You'll hurt yourself.
You killed him. You killed him.
He was reaching for his gun.
But he only wanted to call his wife. His wife is sick. He calls her every night.
He was reaching for his gun.
He was only getting a nickel for the phone.
I gotta get out of here.
The police. I must call the police. Hello. Operator.
Please deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes. Your time is up.
Look, lady, I'm from headquarters. Now, just give it to me slow and easy now. How was this guy dressed, lady?
Was he blonde with a gray suit?
Yes, and it was rumpled.
Did he have on a black tie?
Yes, a black tie.
Does that sound like the guy that was at the party with you?
Yeah, that's him, all right. No, if only we could have hit him off.
Too late now, brother.
Good night, Matt. I had a wonderful time. Call me when you get home, and I'll let you know about tomorrow. Night.
Eleanor.
What? Hello, Guy.
Come out of the light over here.
What's the trouble, Guy? You look so scared.
Nothing. I have to talk to you. I kept calling you, but...
Of course, Guy. Come on up for a few minutes.
No, I can't go next this home. I've seen. Is there a back entrance?
Guy. Looks like you need some black coffee again. Down this alley over here, there's a back entrance in the service elevator. Down here, Guy.
You think anyone saw it?
What are you afraid of this time, Guy? I'm here. I won't hurt you.
Someone may be following.
Why should anyone be following us? Besides, the alley's empty. No one uses it at this hour. Here, take my hand.
Guy, what are you doing with a gun? It's all right, Guy. We're safe in here.
You sure?
I live here, Guy.
Let me look in the closet.
Look under the bed, too, if it'll help you any. Sit down, Guy. I've never seen you so upset. Relax for a minute.
Where are you going?
Just to put my coat away.
Take it off in here.
Of course, Guy. Now, what is it?
Can I trust you not to give me away?
Guy, after all these years...
But I'll be at your mercy after I told you I'll be wide open.
Then maybe you'd better not tell.
No, I've got to.
All right. Tell me then, Guy. You can trust me. You know that.
Eleanor, I killed a girl over in the place where I was.
Are you sure, Guy?
I saw them pick her up. They said so. I saw the blood. I had the knife in my hand. I didn't mean to. Oh, well, why didn't you say something?
I guess I wasn't counting on anything like that. Pretty bad, Guy, but the only thing to do is to go back. You didn't know.
You don't understand. There was a second one.
God.
A policeman in a candy store. He came in and I did that one on purpose.
Guy, what's the trouble with you? It's not whiskey, I don't think, but you don't
They
think...
said it was some kind of liquor. It slows everything down.
Oh.
Slows everything down.
Guy, don't pace the floor like that. Sit down and rest.
Who was the man in the cab with you?
A friend.
He'll be coming back. He'll be coming up here.
No, he won't. Don't you want to lie down for a while, Guy? You seem tired. It'll help wear it off.
What are you reaching for? What are you doing? I saw your hand go out.
I just wanted a cigarette, Guy. Here they are, right down here. See them?
You're standing near the door and you were a moment ago.
Sit all the way over here. I won't move, I promise. Don't, Guy. Don't look at me like that.
You're afraid of me. You're afraid of me because...
I don't have any choice the way you're acting. Please, Guy. Lie down for a few minutes. Try closing your eyes for just a minute and resting. Give me a chance.
Give me a chance to go down to the lobby.
I won't move. I'll sit beside you. You can hold my hand. I'll tie my wrist to yours.
Who is it?
I won't know, Guy, until I answer.
Don't touch it. Keep your hand still. I saw it move.
Probably Matt. The man you saw bring me home. He knows I'm here. If I don't answer it, Guy, he'll know something's wrong. It'll be worse than if I do. I won't say anything, Guy. I'll tell him I'm in bed. I'll ask him not to bother me.
Here, go ahead. Get rid of him.
Hello? Hello? Please, hello. He hung up.
What are you crying for?
Please, Guy. Please, this is useless. Let's figure out something. Please don't look at me like that!
I'm hungry.
I can have some sandwiches sent up from the drugstore. Steak toast and put lots of mayonnaise on them. I'll call it.
I haven't eaten for 2 days. I haven't eaten since Tuesday, since before I went to that place. How do I know you won't give me away?
You'll hear me. You'll be right here beside me while I call.
What about when he comes up?
I'll have him leave it at the door outside. On the floor. I won't let him in.
I'm hungry.
Don't hold the gun at my cheek like that. I can't talk.
Drugstore, good evening.
This is Miss Phillips. Will you send up 2 sandwiches, please? Double-deckers. Toasted with lots of mayonnaise and coffee in a container, just like the other night.
Oh, what's the matter, Miss Phillips? Can't you get to sleep again? You want some of that sleeping stuff again?
A lot of mayonnaise. Thank you.
How do I know who you were talking to?
But you heard me.
How long will it take to get up here?
About 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. If it doesn't show up in 5 minutes, I know you put something over on me.
You can't figure time anymore. You said Tuesday was 2 nights ago. It's still only Tuesday night. You won't be able to tell, Guy.
You seem frightened. You just phoned for sandwiches. Why are you looking so white and frightened?
Let me call him back and tell him to hurry.
Don't touch that phone. I was a fool to let you the first time.
Look at the clock. It's 25 past 4. What's the clock, for heaven's sake, Guy? Let me have a cigarette, please. Pass me one yourself if you won't let me.
Here. Light it yourself.
I will. Your pacing doesn't help any.
It's taking a long time. It's taking more than 5 minutes.
The coffee maker may be out of order. May have gotten off at the wrong floor. Any little thing might have...
You didn't phone for room service. You dialed the police. They're probably on their way right here now.
You heard me.
I can't remember what I heard anymore. I can't think straight. You know it. You're trying to take advantage of me. You're just trying to kid me along. I know how they close in on someone they're after. They sneak up and surround the place first. That's what's taking them so long. It's over half hour already.
It isn't. It's only 4 minutes. Look at the clock.
You set it back when I wasn't looking. It was a long time ago you called down.
Our song. I have it here. Let me play it, please.
Hey, you're just stalling.
Remember that first Christmas in New Hampshire, the tree we put up? Those long hikes we took in the snow? Remember how we left this record on for hours? It's only 6 minutes, Guy. Guy, put the gun away. Don't look like that, Guy. It's our song.
Why did you have to give me away? I only wanted to hide out here until they forgot about me. Why'd you have to phone and tell them where they could find me?
I didn't phone the police, Guy. I only want to be left in peace. I only want to be married and left in peace. Let me marry Matt, please.
No, I'm sure you told them.
Only 6.5 minutes. Not fair.
Helen and Donna, I didn't mean it. Don't die, please. I was mixed up. I thought... Eleanor. Eleanor.
Well, how's that for quick service, Miss Phillips? Mayonnaise and all.
Oh. Phillips, get in here. Get in all the way.
What? Sure. Yeah, I know a gun when I see one. Okay, I'm in. Where to?
I don't know. That closet over there.
Okay, I'm going. Just quit shaking like that. You set that gun off by mistake.
Who is it?
Always open the door.
No.
Miss Phillips, open the door. This is the police.
The police? They're after me.
Miss Phillips, wake up.
Yo, back entrance.
Not here, there isn't.
The window.
Sure, it's only 14 stories to the street.
You're lying.
So I'm lying.
Get out of the way.
It's your funeral, mister.
There's a ledge.
Sure, you got a good 6 inches, maybe 6.5.
Hey, stop it! Come back!
Don't come near me.
You're crazy, Turner. You'll be killed if you go out there.
I'm going.
He ain't kidding.
Don't be a fool, Turner.
The way he is, he'll never keep us balanced.
Turner! Now, look. I have no gun. Come back in and we'll talk it over. We'll make a deal.
Leave me alone.
Okay, Turner. I'm coming out after you.
What are you trying to be, a sucker or a hero?
Come on, Turner. The party's over.
It's your life.
Now, give me a hand. I'll help you back in.
Don't come any closer.
Now, look. Be sensible, will you? 14 stories down. Now, let's get in off this ledge before we both fall. Now, here. Give me a hand.
I'm telling you, don't touch me. Let go.
Turner, you fool. Don't fight me. You'll knock us both off.
Let go.
Turner, stop it. Turner, look out.
Yeah, this is Vinny. Oh, Mamie. Hello. How are you, dearie? Oh, I was out in the party with Jack and Marty. Yeah, and then Marty and I pull a swell joke on a guy. We laugh. I thought I'd die. Well, this guy Turner was high as a kite, see? And Marty gave him a knife, and this Turner makes a grab at me. So I make like I'm stabbed and squeeze ketchup between my fingers. Oh, he was so scared he just ran right out. Sure, the next time I see him, I'm going to tell him about the ketchup. Boy, I'll bet he'll laugh his head off.
That was one of the new William Irish stories heard on your Mystery Playhouse. One of the best mysteries T4Y's heard in many a moon. Now we have some news for you. First, we've gotten a wire from Peter Lorre, mine host. He broke the lease on the cage he was living in and expects to be back within the next 2 weeks. Secondly, we've lined up a few friends for you. Philo Vance is going to drop in, and Ellery Queen is coming back. The rest of the creeps will remain the same. Now, it's getting early again. It's T4Y closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse and saying goodnight. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. If you were to call a girl Angel Face, she'd have to be a beautiful girl. A girl as beautiful and lonely as Dolores. Caught doing a job she didn't especially care anything about. Waiting for the chance to get away from it all with the boy she loved. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors to the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we bring you a modern horror story, complete with chills and frightening situations. It's called Angel Face, and it was written by Mr. Walter Wilson. I felt it was worth bothering with, even though Mr. Wilson is somewhat a newcomer at this writing game, and we had planned to bring you one of the more prominent authors from our shelves downstairs. Here then is Angel Face by Walter Wilson. Our scene is a smart nightclub in Midtown Manhattan.
To sing my love song to. And until the day that one comes along, I'll sing my
song. Waiter, have you seen Miss... Yes, sir, I know. She's waiting for you all right. The corner table. You're late tonight, Mr. Wrangler.
Yes, I know. Thank you. Oh, here you are, Dolores. Sorry I'm late. Oh, gosh, Dolores. You look lovely.
Joe.
Gee, I'm getting so I can't think about anything but you.
All day at the bank, I keep wishing it was time to get off so I could see you.
Oh, Joe, you're sweet. I think about you all the time, too.
I guess I thought there never could be anyone like you. For me, anyway.
I never thought I'd meet anyone like you. A real nice guy like you. You know what some people think of chorus girls. And gee, you make me feel like I was something out of this world or something.
Oh, you are, Dolores. You got a face just like an angel.
You say such pretty things, Joe. Sometimes I almost want to cry. You say such pretty things.
3 weeks ago, we didn't even know each other. But we were meant to meet. We were meant to stay together, too. You and I. For always. And we can't let anything interfere and spoil things for us, ever.
Why, Joe...
You think that, too, don't you, Dolores? Tell me you think that.
Joe, darling, what's the matter? Of course nothing's going to spoil things for us.
I couldn't live without you, Dolores. I just couldn't live without you.
Joe, I love you. I love you like I never loved anyone before. You're the first person who's ever been really kind to me. I know something's the matter. Tell me, Joe. Maybe I couldn't help, but tell me. It hurts knowing there's something wrong and me not knowing what it is so I could help.
Oh, Dolores.
Is it something at the bank? Joe, it's not something at the bank.
Dolores.
Is it?
Well, yes.
Joe.
I was going to put it back. I just needed some money quick.
But what for? What was it?
It was important. It was the first important thing that ever happened to me, Dolores. I couldn't let it slip away.
Joe. Joe, do you mean to say you did it for me? All that money you've been spending on me, taking me to expensive places like this, that was...
Don't you see? Just see I was afraid I'd lose you.
Oh. Look, Joe, I have a little money saved up. Not much, of course, but some. Take it and put the money back if it's enough. How much was it?
You'd do that for me? Oh, no, it's too late for that. It was only $400 or $500, but the auditors will catch up to me in a day or two, and then it'll be all up. They came unexpectedly. Oh, it's no use, Dolores.
They can't do this, Joe. Look, we'll run away. We'll go somewhere where they'll never find us. They can't do this to us.
You don't know what you're letting yourself in for, Dolores.
I don't care. Wherever you go, I'll go with you.
You won't be afraid?
Not with you, Joe. I won't be afraid of anything. But, Joe, hold my hand. Hold it tight.
Darling.
I'll be all right, Joe. We'll make out, won't we? Joe, I said it...
Dolores, it's going to take money to get away.
You can have everything I've got, Joe. And I can hock that bracelet you gave me, and...
They're going to be after me anyway.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, a lot of money would help. There's an old saying, you might as well hang for a sheep.
Joe.
Look, they don't suspect anything yet, but I've got to work fast. If I could lay my hands on some real money, say $20,000.
Oh, no, Joe, we've got trouble enough.
But they're going to try to send me to jail for a few hundred anyway, Dolores, and with $20,000...
But won't this just make it worse?
Darling, it can't be any worse. Will you stick with me, Dolores? Will you, darling?
I told you I'd do anything. Whatever we have to do. I'm sticking with you, Joe.
Yes, so what can I do for you, please?
Are you a locksmith?
Yes. Yes, you want some keys made, perhaps?
No, I want you to do a job for me, sort of a special job.
Well, why not?
I'll make it worth your while. You see, here's the address. It's right in the neighborhood.
Let me see. Miss Dolores Still, apartment 11E, 201 Bedford... I don't know about this.
I'll have to explain it to you when we get there.
Well, if it's a lock, I can fix one.
I told you I'd make it worth your while.
Well, I'd have to charge you for it. A special job like this and leaving my shop and all.
Here, will this do?
Oh, sure, mister, sure, yeah. For this, I can fix.
Is that you?
Yeah. Joe.
Oh, Joe, are you all right?
Huh? Yeah, sure.
I'm worried so every minute.
I think it's all right. Nobody noticed a thing. They won't know till they balance the books tomorrow night. And by that time, we'll be a long way away.
They won't think anything tomorrow morning when you don't show up for work.
I told one of the boys I was going to the races. And he's going to tell him I phoned in and said I was sick. That'll give me a good start on them.
Oh, sure it will. It'll work out all right. You'll see.
Yeah. Well, here it is, in this little satchel. $20,000.
Gee.
I want you to have a duplicate key to the satchel in case anything happens to me.
No, nothing must happen to you, Joe. It can't. It just can't.
Oh, of course, nothing will happen to me. I only meant just in case.
No, I don't want the key. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't want the money. What good would it do me? The only reason we've got it is so you and I can have a chance at living and belonging to each other. Maybe we're doing wrong, I don't know. I guess people would say it's wrong. Only it's the only way we have a chance of being together, and that couldn't be wrong, could it?
No, you and me, that's the rightest thing in the world. We've got to get going in a minute. Just let me kiss you.
Oh, Joe. Joe, you're trembling.
I know. It'll pass. It's just my nerves. It'll pass off in a minute.
Here, take a little brandy. It'll fix you up. Here you are.
Thanks. Guess I need it. You're not having any?
No. You know I never could drink brandy.
Well. Oh, that feels good. What I needed, all right.
Oh, sure, Joe. Yeah. Just what you needed.
It's funny. All of a sudden,
What's the matter, Joe?
I feel so... Dolores, Fred!
Joe.
Yeah?
Al?
Yeah. Can you talk?
The coast's clear.
All set?
Sure, Al.
Did he fall for it, Dolores?
Of course he fell for it. The sucker. Al?
Yeah.
There he is. Out like a light.
Nice going, baby.
It was a cinch.
You sure can handle him.
Well,
Come on, kid. We got work to do.
don't I even rate a kiss?
Oh, sure, baby. I was just thinking maybe we ought...
Is that all? Well, that's better, Al. You liked that, didn't you?
Yeah.
You still love your little Dolores, don't you? But you couldn't get along without her, now, could you, Al?
Oh, sure. You know I love you, Dolores.
Sure, Dolores knows her little boy loves her. She just wants to be sure, that's all.
Oh, Dolores.
And Al wouldn't ever think of leaving his little Dolores. Now, would he? That wouldn't be a wise thing to do at all. Would it?
Oh, take it easy, Dolores. What's eating you? You know me.
Sure I know you, Al. We've been around a lot together, you and me. It isn't as if this was our first job.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, this one was a cinch. He fell for it even harder than that guy in Chicago. What was his name? Oh, Tom Stevens.
Don't use names like that. Someday you'll say something in the wrong place.
Relax, Al. Everything's hunky-dory.
Yeah, I know,
Well,
but
what are
just
you
as-
worrying about Tom Stevens for? They're still looking for him and the payroll he made off with. Tom's been 6 feet under for nearly a year now. And even if somebody does dig up that trunk...
Dolores, lay off.
Ah, Tom was kind of nice. He always used to call me Angel Face. Remember?
Angel Face, cripes.
What's the matter with Angel Face? Oh, come on now, Al. Don't look so sour. We just made 20 grand. I feel swell. Come to think of it, I feel kind of hungry.
Hungry?
Sure, hungry. I'll rustle up something in the kitchen.
I couldn't eat a thing.
Come on, now that's no way to talk. We got a job to do tonight. You got to keep up your strength, Al.
Yeah, well, look, let's get that guy out of the way before somebody walks in.
No one's gonna walk in. And him, he's out cold for a good 4 hours.
Well...
Oh, okay. Let's dump him in the trunk. I'll give you a hand.
Yeah, let's get this thing over with, huh?
I wonder why they always seem to weigh so much more when they're out this way.
I don't know.
Close it, Al.
Yeah. All right. Now suppose we get going, huh?
Well, what's your hurry? I told you I was hungry. Come on out to the kitchen.
It beats me the way you calmly go ahead.
All right. I tell you, he's out for hours. We got plenty of time because when he comes to, he'll be 6 feet under.
Shut up, will you?
Come along. We'll look in the icebox. Maybe I can find you a chicken heart.
Another red light.
Take it easy, Al. We're not trying to catch a train.
Yeah, well, I don't like it. Maybe somebody saw us. Maybe somebody will stop us or something.
Sure, maybe this, maybe that, maybe anything. Maybe we wouldn't have a thin dime between us if I listened to you squawking all the time. Well, go ahead. You got the green.
Okay. I just feel better when we get rid of this load. I don't like driving around with anything hot like this.
Al, you're a dope. We haven't got such a hot load.
Oh, yeah? We could face a murder rap, and you say it isn't hot?
Not on this trip, Al. Not on the way out. The guy's alive still, ain't he? Of course, I admit it takes some fast talking to explain why we got him in a trunk. But if someone was to stop us this very minute and found him there, wouldn't be no murder rap. He's alive. So just relax, Al. We got no worries. That's deep enough, ain't it?
Yeah. Okay. That hole will take the trunk, all right.
Here, we'll drag it over.
I tell you, I'll be glad to see the last of this. Right, it's heavy.
Here. Let's shove it down.
No. Wait a minute.
What for?
I just want to see if I can hear him breathing.
Hear anything?
No, not a thing. You suppose...
No, you couldn't hear a thing through the trunk anyway. He's just out cold from that drink I gave him. Open it up if you want to see.
No.
All right, then. What are we waiting for? Here, help me give it a shove. Okay. Shovel the dirt back in. Al, take your shovel and get to work. Al, what are you just standing there for?
You think he comes to down there under the ground and there isn't any air and
Al.
Well, what do you think? The air's gone and it's all over. Even before he comes to.
Give me that shovel. There. Top's covered over. You can hardly see any of the trunk now. Here, you can finish it. Take the shovel, Al.
Well, that's over with.
20,000 now. 20,000 cash.
Yeah, I guess we can use it, all right.
You're darn tootin' we can. And there's more where that came from.
What do you mean? If the guy's dead, how
He
can...
wasn't the last sucker alive, Al. There's plenty more where he came from.
Now, look, don't you figure we ought to lay low for a while? We don't want to take no chances. We got enough to last us for a while now.
Who's taking any chances? No one will ever pin anything on us.
Yeah, but I still think it wouldn't do no harm to kind of lay low for a while after this job, see?
Al, you'll never change.
What do you mean I won't change?
You're a small-timer. Just like when I picked you up. A small-time punk. That's all you'll ever be.
Don't you talk that way to me.
Shut up. Small-time punk. Small-time rackets for small-time dough.
Yeah? Well, at least I didn't have no murder raps hanging over me till I met you. I can thank you for that.
Well, of all the ungrateful, low-down... Here I pick you up practically out of the gutter and make a man of you. I cut you in on some big-time stuff, and that's the gratitude I get. Just let me tell you one thing, pretty boy, and that
Dolores.
Yes?
I'm sorry, Dolores. It's just my nerves. See, I say things I don't mean.
Well, that's better.
Yeah, it's just my nerves. I got to thinking about the guy in that trunk, and the cops.
He's 6 feet underground, Al. And why should you worry about him? Joe wasn't exactly a friend of yours. After the way he made love to me, you'd hardly call him a friend of yours.
Well, I didn't like that part of it either.
The way he used to make love to me. Dolores would say you got a face like an angel. He said he thought there never could be anyone like me.
Yeah, you had something there.
He used to say he could never live without me. He said we'd loved each other all our lives. The only part of our lives that mattered. And then he'd kiss me. I bet that used to make you jealous, Al, huh? Didn't it, Al? Didn't that used to make you real jealous?
I told you I didn't like that part of it, didn't I?
Well, you won't have to be jealous anymore, will you, Al? You'll have your little Dolores all to yourself. You'll like that, won't you?
Yeah.
We got 20 grand, and Dolores is going to buy her pretty boy a nice present. We'll be home soon. And we'll be all alone. Just Al and Dolores. Here we are, Al. Home again.
Yeah.
No, don't turn on the light for a minute. Just kiss me first.
Oh, baby.
All right, you can turn on the light now. Joe! Joe!
Good evening, Dolores.
Cripes. Why, you...
Take it easy, Al. Can't you see he's got a gun?
You're supposed to be dead.
Why don't you two sit down? You're both a little overwrought. Now, there. Where you are. I think we've got a few things to talk over. But, calmly. That's why I've got this gun, so we can talk things over calmly.
You're supposed to be dead.
He must have got out of the trunk while we were
Maybe,
in the kitchen.
You'd like a spot of brandy. Probably chilly from your little expedition. Grave digging is so depressing, don't you think? Oh, don't worry. The brandy was not poison. I saw to that this morning.
How'd you get out? The trunk was locked.
I thought it would be. That's why I saw a locksmith this morning when you were out and had it fixed, so it could be unlocked from the inside. You see, I made a few plans, too. Like putting those weights in the trunk to take my place.
And you got out of the trunk while we were in the kitchen. Oh, you smart guy. You real smart guy. But you haven't got a thing on us.
We'll let the police be the judge of that.
You ain't gonna call no cops, Joe. You can't afford to. You got a rap waiting for you, and you know it. A little matter of the bank's $20,000.
Oh, that, huh? Well, you see, I don't work in a bank.
What? Where'd you get that cash?
It belonged to me. And you and I didn't meet by chance, Dolores. I waited a long time to meet you. Yeah. I looked for you a long, long time.
What did you want to meet me for?
Because I want to see you and this punk of yours hanged for the murder of Tom Stevens in Chicago.
What?
How'd you know about that?
Let him talk. Let him talk. Doesn't make any difference now. I've got all the evidence I need. It all fits together.
Okay, so we did bump off Stevens. But it's still just your word against ours.
No. No, it's your word. Your words verbatim. I told you I did some planning, too. That dictograph behind your chair has just this moment recorded your confession.
Why, you...
Stay right there. Now, that's better. Now I've got a call to make. The police. Remember, I've still got you covered. Oh, you wanted to know where I got the money. The $20,000 you thought I'd taken from the bank I told you was mine? It is. And quite legally. The paid claim of a life insurance policy of which I was the beneficiary. Tom Stevens of Chicago.
Tom Stevens?
Yeah, the man you killed.
Tom Stevens.
That's right, isn't it? That's right, isn't it, Angel Face?
Angel Face? That's what Tom...
Yeah, that's what Tom used to call you, isn't it?
But how did you know?
I guess I forgot to tell you. My name isn't Joe Anglin, it's Joe Stevens. You see, Tom was my brother.
That was Angel Face, a modern surprise in horror stories, written for the Mystery Playhouse by Walter Wilson. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Well, it's getting early again. This is T4Y, closing the doors to the Mystery Playhouse and saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Do you know anyone who suffers from ophidiophobia? That's fear of snakes. It's a reasonably common fear. And like all the vast catalog of phobias listed in the last decade, playing upon it harmfully, facing the victim with that which he fears, might well have disastrous results. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Our story tonight is guaranteed to frighten you, to leave you 25 minutes from now cold with horror. Our author has been called the modern Edgar Allan Poe. Most of you are familiar with his works, both here on the Mystery Playhouse and on many of the Suspense programs which you hear each week. His name is Cornell Woolrich. The story is called A Death is Caused. On the terrace of a smart cafe sit two smartly dressed young women. Only a certain languorous warmth in the air betrays the fact that the scene is a restaurant on a tropical island. Their conversation, one would imagine, would be the same small talk going on about them. Yet as we draw closer to their table, we hear the attractive brunette say,
Then why don't you kill him, Pauline, if you hate him so much? Wives who kill their husbands are generally arrested, Marie.
Only if they do it in the usual foolish way. Now, if I'd married Donald and wanted to get rid of him...
You were in love with Donald before I married him, weren't you?
Oh, I might have married him if you hadn't. He's worth several million. That's a lot to pass up. But as I was saying, if I wanted to get rid of him, I'd simply find his weakest point and turn it against him.
Weakest point?
Yes. Some fear of his. See? Well, everyone is afraid of some one thing. Fire, water, falling off a cliff. You must know his.
Yes, maybe I do.
Well?
Snakes.
Snakes? Oh, that's nothing, dear. Most people have an aversion to the slimy thing.
Oh, no. His goes deeper than that. We saw one once along a path. I thought he was going to have an attack of some sort. Later, he admitted he had a mortal fear of the things. Wouldn't even let me mention them again.
Well, that could be our point of attack. Now, if he were to think there were a deadly poisonous snake loose in the house with him...
Oh, but how could I get a poisonous snake into the house without risking my own life?
Well, it wouldn't really be poisonous, Pauline.
You'd make him believe it was.
And his imagination would do the rest. Finish your cocktail, dear.
You mean it would really be death by imagination?
Well, of course. Now, see here. You know that closet under the stairs in your house? Well, if Donald should be trapped in that closet and made to believe a snake is in there in the dark with him, if he thinks he can't get away from it or see it to kill it, no human could stand that, especially Donald with his phobia.
But it wouldn't seem like murder at all, would it?
Well, of course not, darling. Plant the snake in a box or a basket. Let him see it there first, and then take the snake out when he isn't looking and put the empty basket in the closet, tipped over, so he'll think the snake has crawled out. And there's your murder. Death by imagination, with no clues left behind.
Oh, but Marie, if it's dark in the closet, how could he see the overturned basket?
Most men carry matches. When you have a chance, take all but one out of his pocket. That should burn just long enough for him to see the basket, but not long enough for him to be able to search for the snake.
But he'd be terrified and scream. Wouldn't the neighbors hear him?
Not if you turned on the radio, loudly.
No. I could never handle a snake, Marie. You know how bad my heart is.
You'll find you can do a lot of things when you're driven to it. But just for fun, try it out first without the snake. Just pretend you've seen one in the house. Watch his reaction. You'll see that I'm right. Oh, dear. What strange byways one's conversation can stray into. Anyone overhearing us might think we were serious.
Yes, I suppose so.
Oh, I simply must run along. Oh, by the way, speaking of snakes, I know of an amazing snake woman. An old native who catches them by the bushel to make cures and remedies. They call her Mama Fernanda, I believe.
Mama Fernanda?
Yes. Well, come along. I've got the checks. This is my treat.
Pauline? Oh, here you are. On the sofa again.
Donald, something horrible happened today.
Well, quit swooning. Sit up and tell me about it.
Well, I went into the closet to get a vase for some flowers. The big closet under the staircase. You know how dark and damp it is in there.
Yes, Pauline, I know. Get to the point.
Well, I reached down in the dark. I knew right where I'd put the vase the last time. Then
Well?
I heard something. Something in the closet with me.
What was it?
A hissing sound.
What?
A hissing sound. I was paralyzed with fear, Donald, because just then my hand touched something cold and slimy.
I don't believe it.
It's true. There was a snake in that closet with me.
You imagined it?
Oh, no, Donald, because just then I saw it sliding across the floor out into the living room.
Did you get it? Was it killed?
Well, I couldn't risk my life. It might have been deadly poison.
You fool! Where did it go?
That's the horrible part of it. I don't know. It couldn't have gotten out.
It must have.
No, Donald. I saw it. That snake is still here, hiding somewhere in this house.
Oh, 10 o'clock. Well, I'm ready for bed. You've read enough for one evening. Turn out the lights.
Donald, I'm so nervous ever since that scare we had yesterday. Please, couldn't I have a glass of brandy before we go to bed?
I'm not going down in that basement tonight.
Well, then give me the key to the wine closet. I'll go myself.
Oh, never mind. I'll go if you must pamper yourself.
Donald! Wait.
What's the matter now?
I heard something just then. It came from over there in the dining room.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, you must have. Listen. It was that hissing sound again.
It couldn't be the snake. I had men searching this house all night last night.
Well, you know how lazy and careless those natives are. They could have missed seeing it.
I went with them.
I know it's still in this house. I didn't want to tell you, but I saw it again.
Where?
I had the radio on. The tubes must have made it warm underneath. It crawled under there. I turned the radio off, and then, in a little while, I saw it crawling out. A big yellow thing wriggling across the floor.
Stop it! Stop it, Pauline!
I ran out into the kitchen to get Pepita, and when she came in, it had gone. Hidden itself again. In this house somewhere.
I've got to get out of here!
I told Pepita what it was like. She said it was deadly, Donald. It could kill any of us in an instant. And now it's here. It's here, Donald, in this room. I heard it just a minute ago.
No, let me out of here. I've got to get out!
You were right, Marie. It works. It works beautifully. His mind, his imagination can kill him. When I set the stage. And it won't even be murder.
Senora has lost her way?
No, I don't think so. Our Mama Fernanda.
Yes?
This is your hut.
Si, Senora. You come to see my little baby?
Yes. I want to borrow one of your snakes. But it must be the kind that's not dangerous. Its bite mustn't kill. You understand that?
Si, Senora. No poison. Harmless. I understand. Come in my hut. Oh, come, Senora, come. There is nothing to fear. I have all my babies in jars. You see, the basket.
Leave the door open, please. It's stifling in here.
As you wish, Senora. Come, see this basket here. This one is my pet.
You're sure it has no poison?
No poison, Senora. Look, I show you. I let him bite me on the arm.
Oh, no, please don't.
He is the ugliest one. That is why I put him in this pretty new basket with fresh leaves. I give you the basket too, Senora.
When I want to pick it up, must I use my hand?
Oh, no, Senora. I give you the stick with the fork on the end.
Uh-huh. Will you show me how to pick him up?
Oh, see? So, you put the stick flat on the ground like this. Underneath him. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Always in the middle. Not too far at one end, not too far at the other. Then lift him straight. Oh, look. We have to wake him up.
Put him back in the basket.
Si, Senora.
Here is some money.
Gracias.
Is that enough?
Oh, si, Senora. More than enough for the basket, too.
Well, take it anyway.
Gracias.
Good night. More coffee?
I have enough, thank you. Dining by candlelight has such charm. Don't you think so, Pauline? So conducive to domestic harmony. Where's Pepita?
I let her go. I let all the servants go. There's some sort of celebration the natives are having.
I haven't heard about it.
sorry if that annoys you.
Everything about you annoys me.
Then why don't you let me go? Why do you keep me here, Donald?
The door is open. I've told you you can go.
You know I can't just walk out into the street. I'm thousands of miles from home. I've no money to get back to the States.
Well, you'll just have to stay then, Pauline.
Donald, you don't love me. You keep me here to torture me. It's the only diversion you have.
Why shouldn't I? You married me for my money. I bought you. I shall amuse myself with you as I choose.
Very well. I'd better light fresh candles on the buffet. These are about finished.
Suit yourself.
The men still haven't found the snake, have they?
I told you not to speak of that again.
I wonder where it could be hiding.
Did you hear what I said? What's that you're taking out of the buffet cabinet?
I don't know what it is. Just a basket. One of the servants must have brought it in and left it here by mistake. Something they wanted to take to the celebration, probably, and forgot. Just occurred to me. Might be colorful on the table here, between the candles.
You're a fool, Pauline. Sit down.
I'm sorry about the dessert. Can't I get you some fruit?
Have we got any?
Well, there's probably some in this basket here.
You mean you haven't looked inside?
No. Why don't you?
Oh, by golly, I will. It's about time we found out what the servants might be carting away from here.
Oh, careful now. Don't spill your coffee. Well, is there any fruit inside?
Wait, I can't see. Oh, Pauline!
What is it?
The snake! It's in that basket.
In there?
I saw it with my own eyes. It opened its mouth and reared at me. Help me, Pauline.
All right, Donald. I'll take the basket out into the kitchen.
Be careful. Keep the lid on the basket. I saw it. I saw it. It nearly touched my hand.
There. Go on. I'll put it outside.
It's like when I was a kid one time. One got into my bed. I knew enough not to move, and I lay there all night long with it twined around my leg, waiting for them to come into me the next morning. They managed to kill it without my being bitten, but I've never forgotten it. It scarred my mind for life.
Go in the bedroom and lie down.
Oh, this is the first one I've ever been that close to since then. My hand was only inches away.
Go on now. Get some rest.
Yes, I've got to lie down. Lock the screen doors. All of them. Tight. It may come back in again some way.
Yes, Donald. It may come back again some way. What was it? What was the first thing Marie said I must do?
Remember, Pauline, take the snake out of the basket.
Yes, take the snake out of the basket. And I can put it in this canister here until afterwards.
Use the box stick, Senora, on the ground, underneath my baby. Then lift up straight. See, he curls himself around his stick.
Ah, in you go. There.
Basket in the closet under the stairs. Put the basket in one corner, tipped on one side, the lid in the other.
Now, what else? What? Oh, yes, the matches.
Did you leave him just one match in his pocket? You did? Good. Now hurry into that closet.
Here's a hook. Just high enough. Now, if I can catch my dress on it. No, just a little higher. There. Now the lace is caught just back of my shoulder.
Now call to him to help you. Go on, Pauline. Call.
Donald! Donald, you must hear me.
Knock over the bench by the door. You can reach it without tearing your dress. Then he'll be sure to hear. Kick it over, Pauline.
Donald! You must hear me.
What's all that racket?
Donald, it's me. Come here.
Oh,
Oh, what the devil's going on in here? I thought you went to bed.
I've been trying to make you hear me.
What are you doing in that closet?
I came in to get something in the back of my dress. Somewhere got caught on a nail. I can't reach it.
Well, what are you going to do? Stay in there all night?
I'm afraid of ruining my dress. If I could only find where it's caught, I could work it off gently. Please help.
I suppose it's the only way I'll get any rest. Where's it caught?
Somewhere here in the back.
Well, move over a little. I'll have to step in around behind you.
Find it?
Yes, hold still.
Now, to shoot the bolt. Donald, can you hear me? Donald, listen to me. In the pocket of your suit, in the right-hand pocket, is a single match. Take it out. Light it a minute. I want you to see something. What are you trying? Donald, light the match. You'd better do as I tell you.
All right, it's lighted.
All right, now look over your shoulder. Look over into the corner. Now into the other corner, quick, while the match still lasts. Don't move. Stand still. You'll be all right. It's in there with you.
It's a snake!
Yes, Donald. I wanted to put it someplace where you wouldn't see it. Donald, listen. But the basket dropped out of my hands and rolled over. I think the snake got out.
The match went out. It's the only one I have.
Don't move. Don't move, whatever you do. Stand still, perfectly still. That's your only chance. Now the radio. So the neighbors won't hear.
What are you doing?
He stopped calling. It's quiet now. Donald. Donald. Can you hear me?
And there's your murder. Death by imagination.
He doesn't answer. He's dead. He must be dead.
Now, get rid of the snake.
Yes. Yes, the snake. It's in the canister. Gone.
There's my baby. He got out. There he is, under the table.
Where's my stick? I've got to get it out of here.
Use the forked stick.
Yes.
It curls around it as you lift him up. See?
Ah! Oh. It bit me.
No poison, Senora. See, I will let it bite my arm.
Bit me. There's a horrible red mark.
Pauline! Pauline, where are you?
Marie!
Oh, Pauline, I came to warn you. The snake, where is it?
I don't know. It's gone. It fell off the stick onto the floor. Just now, I've got to find it.
No, don't touch it. There's been a terrible mistake.
Snake?
Yes, the snake woman. She's been trying to find you. She finally just called me. She gave you the wrong snake. It's deadly poisonous.
No!
Yes. She said its bite can kill a person in from 10 to 15 minutes. There's no cure. No serum in the world can counteract it.
No. Marie, no.
Oh, what's wrong, Pauline?
It bit me. It bit me just now.
Pauline.
My hand, look. The red mark, it's already spread. Marie, get a doctor. Save me. You've got to save me.
It's too late.
Let me go. I'll go to the doctor myself.
No, you'd never get there alive.
Let me go.
You'll die alone on the road.
No, I'll get there. I will. I'll get there.
You're dying,
Let
Pauline.
me go, Marie. Let me go. Marie. Marie.
Yes, Pauline.
My heart. Smelling salt. Get them for me. Quickly.
Nothing can save you now.
Help me.
You're dying, Pauline. The poison is killing you.
Help me. You.
Goodbye, Pauline. Operator, call Dr. Kenyon's office at once. Dr. Randolph Kenyon.
Tell him to come to Donald Barron's house right away. Something terrible has happened. He may be able to save Mr. Barron. No, Pauline Barron was dead when I found her. Dr. Kenyon, how is Donald?
It'll take time, Miss Stewart, but he'll recover eventually.
Oh, thank goodness.
He's asking for you.
I'll look after him, Doctor. I'll see he gets the best of care now that she's gone.
It was fortunate for him he lost consciousness in that closet. It may have prevented him from going completely mad.
What do you suppose could have happened that night?
Well, Mr. Barron might have been locked in that closet by some accident. Who knows?
Then, before she could let him out again, the snake bit her?
Something like that, yes.
But I thought the medical examiner said Mrs. Barron died of a heart attack.
So she did. They found the snake, you know. She must have thought it was poisonous when it struck, and the shock killed her.
You know, definitely, then, that the snake was not poisonous. She just imagined?
Yes, it was perfectly harmless. You might say Mrs. Barron frightened herself to death. That it was...
Death by imagination?
Yes. Yes, that's it exactly.
How tragic. I wonder how she ever got the impression in the first place that the snake was poisonous.
That was A Death is Caused by Cornell Woolrich, heard on your Mystery Playhouse. And this is T4Y saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Okay, 2 beers coming up.
Thanks, Mike. Mud in your eye?
That's 20 cents paid before you hoist in.
Trusting guy, huh? Yeah. Oh, Mike.
Yeah?
Here's a tip for you. A little something extra. It's a good gag, huh? But you know, I don't think Mike appreciated it.
So Big Mike is dead. Murdered by 2 unfriendly strangers. It seems from the listening to be an open and shut case. You simply find the 2 men who went into the bar at that particular time. And finding them shouldn't be difficult, since they each had a drink and left their glasses on the bar. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors to the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we bring you another story by your old favorite, William Irish. It's called Leg Man. You've already heard the crime being committed. Now we plan to lead you slowly through the maze of clues and evidence. See if you're as smart as you think you are. Now then, let's hear the rest of Legman by William Irish.
The scene. Mike's Tavern on the Lower West Side of Manhattan. The place is jammed with policemen, detectives, photographers. Sprawled behind the bar is the body of Mike. 2 bullets in him.
All right, boys, put those 2 glasses on the bar and let these reporters get some pictures.
Inspector, how's chances of some info? My name is Burgess from the Globe.
Oh, yeah?
How much they take the place for?
It wasn't a cash killing. Not much dough in a bar at 9 in the morning. Well, we got it figured for a grudge killing.
Got yourself a suspect yet?
Nope. We've got the culprit. Solid. He's cooked, washed, and bottled. You see those glasses we just put back there in the bar?
Yeah, I see him. A whiskey jigger and a beer glass.
Yeah. Well, the whiskey jigger was covered with fingerprints.
Whose?
A guy named Hastings. Chuck Hastings.
Motive?
Plain as the nose on your face. Had some kind of a row with Mike and threatened to get even with him in front of about 100 people.
Any alibi?
None at all. Says he was alone in his room all morning.
Whose prints on the beer glass?
None. Wiped clean.
Well, that's funny, isn't it? If the beer glass was wiped clean, why not the whiskey jigger, too? It sounds fishy to me.
Hey, you looking for trouble? One of the 2 guys had more presence of mind than the other. One remembered to wipe the glass. One forgot. The one who forgot was too busy. He was firing the shot. That's all. The case is closed.
That's all. It was a very simple case. A grudge, a killing, and some fingerprints plastered all over a whiskey glass. And the man who made them locked up. Everybody was satisfied, except Chuck Hastings, the man they locked up, and a pencil-happy legman called Burgess, who was crazy enough to start messing around in an open-and-shut murder case.
City desk.
Eric? Burgess speaking.
Where the devil have you been? I could have written the history of Rome by now. Hold on, I'll give you a rewrite, man.
No, wait a minute, boss. I don't have the whole story yet.
All right. We're not doing piecework here, you know. 4 words will finish it, and arrest is expected.
Well, as a matter of fact, the arrest has been made already.
Oh.
But a guy called Hastings. He had a grudge against the owner, and his prints are on the death glass.
Now, what are you waiting for? We're running a daily newspaper, not an annual. You don't have to wait till they execute and bury him, you know.
Listen, boss, I know there's something I think the police have missed, and it makes me think this whole thing may be a frame-up.
Listen, Burgess, get this straight. I didn't send you out to solve detective cases. I sent you out to get the facts. If the police say this Hastings did it, he did it, and it's over. I'll give you just 10 minutes to get back here, or you needn't come back at all.
Oh, boss, give me a break. Hello? Hello? Oh, go to blazes.
Get your call?
Yeah. Give me 2 fingers.
Coming up. You're the newspaper guy who was in here this morning asking questions about the killing, ain't you?
Yeah.
I thought I'd seen you before. Here you are. That's 40 cents.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me till I've finished it?
Sure. Just habit, I guess. The owner, Mike, he never trusted anyone. He always collected for drinks right as he put 'em down instead of waiting until after. Picked it up from him, I guess.
Sounds like a tight guy.
Mike, you said a mouthful.
Oh, a guy like that must have plenty of enemies.
Oh, sure.
Like who, for instance?
I don't know. There's a safe bet I'd pick this fella Chuck Hastings the police pulled in.
What's this grudge they say he had against Mike?
Well, I don't know as I could say.
I was just wondering. For the paper, you know, I thought I could quote you.
Yeah? Well, of course, it's no secret. Hastings and Mike had a row in here one night. This Hastings hands a boss a $10 bill to pay him off, and the boss just gives him change for $5. Things start to get rough, and Mike jumps over the counter and throws this Hastings out.
I wouldn't say that was too much of a row.
Well, that ain't all. After Mike throws him out, Hastings picks himself off the street and hollers in the door, "I'm gonna get you for this if it's the last thing I do." I guess he did all right. Funny thing, though. Looks like Mike still didn't trust him. Made him pay up this morning when he got his drink, like always. When I came in, the register was rung up at 20 cents.
At 20 cents? Are you sure of that?
I got eyes, ain't I?
You know, it strikes me that a man as tight-fisted as Mike sounds would have a lot of people who'd like to bump him off.
Well, he did knock up against a few tough customers.
Like?
Well,
just for the heck of it.
Mind you, I ain't pointing a finger at no one in particular about this shooting.
No, of course not.
Well, there's a fella named Edge, Joe Edge, in the wholesale liquor racket. He and Mike have had it in for each other for a couple of years now.
How come?
Well, Edge had the old squeeze play pretty much on. He soaked Mike the limit for the liquor he sold him and then was plenty sore when Mike got tired of it and switched to another outfit.
Sore enough to kill him?
Now, look, I didn't say
All
that.
right, forget it. Say, by the way, was it a glass like this they found on the bar this morning?
Yeah, a whiskey jigger. And a beer glass front of the other seat.
Do you keep an account of how many jiggers like this you have in stock?
Not usually, but it just happens we got in 3 dozen yesterday.
Lost any since then?
No, I'm pretty careful.
Then you ought to have 35, not counting the one the police took, right?
Well, 35 and 18 we were down to before we reordered. That makes it 53.
Look, I'm not one of those betting guys, but I've got nothing else to do. Here's a dollar bill says you haven't got 53 in stock right now. Fade me?
Well, that's an easy way to double my money. Here, see this stick? I'll hit the glasses so they sing out, and you can keep count with me, okay?
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54.
54? Well, I'll be darned. I must have figured wrong.
No, you didn't. Neither did I. Well, don't you see? You have one extra shot glass. Find out where it came from, and you've got the guy who killed Mike.
Yeah, buddy.
Listen, was a whiskey jigger like this taken from your bar within the last few nights?
No, who'd take a thing like that? Don't bother me.
Okay, thanks anyway. Did anyone take a shot glass like this from your bar?
Are you kidding, mister?
Okay, thanks. No jigger taken? Thanks. Nope. Thanks. Listen, was a jigger like this taken from your bar the last couple of nights?
Nah.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, wait, mister. What was that you asked me?
I said, was one of these shot glasses swiped from your bar within the last couple of nights?
Yeah. Well, how did you know that? Who told you?
You got any idea who took it?
Yeah, a fella named Hastings. He comes in here a lot.
Hastings? Hastings? Did you see him take it?
Well, no, but it was the one he was drinking from, so he must have. When I went over to clean up, there was no glass there. I couldn't figure it.
Just beginning to see the light myself. Quite a bit of light. I think I'll try and get a few more gleams from Hastings himself.
You'd think this was Old Home Week in the detention cells. Hastings is being held for murder, and you walk in to hold hands or something. How'd you swing it?
The power of the press, officer. This is cell?
Yeah. Hastings! No. Pencil Happy here wants to fan the air with you. 5 minutes. Speed it up.
Hastings, I had a hard time getting in here.
I didn't.
Listen, I've got to talk fast. Answer me straight, will you? That's the only way I can help.
What do you want to know?
Who'd you shake hands with last night?
What are you, a little punchy or something?
Listen, I mean it. Who'd you shake hands with in a bar the night before you were arrested for the killing?
I didn't meet anyone I knew. I was by myself the whole time.
You were in a place called Sullivan's on Union Avenue.
Sullivan's. Wait a minute. I didn't shake hands with anyone, but somebody did grab my map and pump it. I remember that now. There was one of those drunks next to me. Looked like a mechanic wearing overalls. First, he apologized for slopping over against me. Then he said, no hard feelings, and reached down and pumped my hand about 16 times. That what you wanted?
That's exactly what I wanted. Did you notice your hands when you got home last night? Was there anything on them?
What are you? A mind reader? There was grease on them. Axle grease or something.
Hastings, I'm on the right track. Was he anyone you ever saw before?
No, I never saw him before in my life. He was just some stray barfly.
He wasn't stray, and he was no barfly. But never mind about that now. Hastings, who hates you pretty much?
The whole world, the way it looks tonight.
Look, I'm trying to help. Who hates you enough to frame you for a murder?
Sometimes you don't know it when they do.
Oh, you usually have a pretty fair idea.
Well, there's Harlan, maybe Tom Strickland, Al Vogel ever since that mix-up in Jersey City, Joe Edge.
Joe Edge. What's he got against you?
He's a liquor distributor now, but he used to operate a speakeasy during Prohibition. I worked for him. One night we were raided and federally tried. A lot of inside dope turned up during the trial as though someone had ratted. He always thought it was me. I got off pretty light, and he got a stiff term.
Prohibition ended in 1933. You mean he'd wait 12 years to get even?
He's always had it in for me. I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either, Hastings. I wouldn't be at all surprised.
Hello?
Hello? Is this the Joseph Edge who's in the liquor distributing business?
Yeah? What can I do for you?
Nothing. I figured maybe there was something I could do for you. I'm in a phone booth at Mike's Tavern. That's where you were this morning at about 9:15, weren't you?
Mike's Tavern? Where's that?
That's where they shot Mike.
I'm afraid I don't get you.
I'll explain. I was the first customer at Mike's Tavern this morning. I went in a minute or two after the place was opened up. I went into the washroom. I was in there when you came in. You didn't think to look in there.
Well, tell that to the cops.
The only drawback is they don't pay.
Oh. A shake, is that it?
I've been saving this for a rainy day, and it's pouring cats and dogs right now.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but it's real dry and sunny at this end.
You don't believe I was there, do you? I'll draw you a picture. There was another guy with you. You stood up against the bar on the right-hand side. He stood on the left. After the shooting, one glass was wiped clean and the other... Now, is it clouding up a little at your end?
Look, your proposition interests me. About how large an umbrella would it take to keep you dry?
Oh, about a $500 one.
That's a pretty large umbrella.
This is a pretty heavy rainstorm.
All right. Look, there's no harm in getting together and talking this over. Meet me tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in front of a barber shop called the Empire. You can't miss it. It's on Central Avenue. You got it?
Got it. Okay.
See you then. Goodbye.
Goodbye. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Who are you kidding, brother? Phil, what time do you close up here?
Well, the boss usually kept it open until about 4, but I thought I'd close up in about 10 minutes. Want a nightcap before I cork up for the night?
Yeah, give me a short one. Here. No change.
Gee, thanks. Hey.
Don't look at it. take it over to the register with you. Good night.
Good night. Well, I'll be doggone. He said keep the change, and it's nothing but a piece of paper all scribbled up with some writing on it. Keep the change.
Buddy, could we trouble you for a light?
Oh, sure.
Say something, buddy.
Well, what do you want me to say?
Just that. That'll do very nicely, thanks. It's him, boys. I know him by his voice.
Here's your matches back, buddy.
That's not matches. That's a gun you've got there.
Right you are. It says get in and make yourself comfortable.
No, wait a minute.
Shut up. Get in here.
Okay, step on it.
Where are we?
In a warehouse where they store liquor. Ever been in a warehouse where they store liquor? It's very instructive.
No, frighten the guy, boss.
No, this guy doesn't frighten so quick.
You don't have to be afraid, buddy. There's a nice umbrella in this for you. All we got to do first is find out if you're a phony or on the up.
I see. How are we going to do that?
Well, there's 4 of us here. You say you saw 2 guys come into Mike's tavern and shoot him yesterday. All right. Pick out the 2 you say you saw.
Give me a minute's time. I want to be sure of what I'm doing.
Yeah. You want to be plenty sure?
Well, there's you. Number 1, granite face there. And number 2. Eyes a little shifty.
Come on, either you know or you don't.
I do know. I want to figure out what it's best for me to say. Especially with that very efficient-looking gun pointing at my stomach.
So you know who it was? I suppose you know why it was, too?
I do. It was a case of 2 birds with 1 stone or with 1 whiskey jigger. A guy had a long-standing grudge against Hastings, and a hotter one against Mike Oliver for refusing to be hijacked by his liquor distributing ring. So he figured 1 murder should be enough to take care of both men. Right?
Go on, we're listening.
Oh, it's quite simple. Joe Edge had one of his men with grease in his hand put on a souse act and follow Hastings into a bar. He shook hands with him. Hastings printed his own tips all over the glass he was using without even knowing it. Then the would-be souse swiped it and brought it to Edge. Edge took it to Mike's with him. Shot Mike. Switched glasses, left it behind there to frame Hastings. Shall I go on?
Sure, go on.
There's not much more except that the 2 guys I saw come into Mike's tavern and shoot Mike Oliver were you, Joe Edge, in front of me with a gun. You over there. The 4th guy with the shifty eyes.
That was the wrong answer.
You 2 were the ones that were there, so what's wrong about it?
Sure. We were there. That's why it's the wrong answer. If you'd picked the wrong 2, you probably would have walked out of here alive. But you picked the right 2. So you'll have to take your 500 in capsule form now.
Boss, hey!
Holy mackerel, where'd that shot come from?
Right here.
What?
The rest of you keep them up. The place is covered. You all right, Burgess?
Yeah, I guess I am, Inspector Lyons.
Well, you sure got here just in time.
It looked pretty close. We tagged the car and followed it. You gambled heavily on that bartender, son.
I know. I was afraid to talk to him. For all I knew, someone of the gang was watching or listening. I scribbled a message for him to call you.
He did better than that. He saw you get in the car and phoned the license in. But look, how did you ever figure out that whiskey jigger was a plant?
Well, Edge got careless. He didn't think it mattered what he ordered at the bar from Mike. He was taking his glass out. No one would see it. So he ordered beer, and the character with him, acting on the suggestion, ordered beer, too. But Mike Oliver was a peculiar cuss. He insisted on being paid when the drinks were ordered, and he rang up the money before they shot him. When they found Mike's body, the cash register said 20 cents.
What does that prove?
Inspector, you can't break 20 cents down into a whiskey and a beer any day of the week. And there was a whiskey and a beer glass, side by side on the bar.
Yes, but...
Well, even if the beer glass was just a chaser for the whiskey, the price for the cheapest whiskey Mike carried was 25 cents. 20 cents will buy 2 beers. For the sake of simple arithmetic, the whiskey glass had to be planted.
Well, I'll be... Son, if you ever want a job on the police force...
No, thanks, sir. I'm plenty satisfied with the job I have now. Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
I just remembered. I haven't got a job. I was fired. Excuse me, I have to call my boss.
Hey, wait.
That was the story called Leg Man, written by William Irish, an old friend to you Mystery Playhouse fans. There's a moral to the story, too. The moral of the story is don't ever pay for your drinks till after you've drunk them. Wow. Getting early again. It's almost not night anymore. This is T4Y closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse and saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. If you were planning to commit murder openly, and yet wanted not to be caught, you would, of course, choose a time of year when the streets would be filled with people. People in outlandish costume, celebrating a holiday. In fact, the perfect night for your crime would be Halloween. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y opening the doors to the Mystery Playhouse. I feel a word of explanation is due about tonight's play. It's called The Ghost with the Gun. It was written by Anthony Boucher. And it's a story that could take place only on the night of All Hallows. Halloween to you. It's a wonderful device Mr. Boucher has used, a clever and ingenious device. And so I'm going to ask you to imagine for the next 25 minutes that it is Halloween, and you're busy answering doorbells rung by children busy playing trick or treat. Or, if you'd rather, you may be one of the players.
There isn't anything unusual about people living in stores in Berkeley, California. Most of their owners abandoned them to fight for Uncle Sam and were glad enough to rent them out to the war workers who had piled into town looking for any available space they might try to call home. Tonight, in one of these troubadours, are a man and woman. They might be any ordinary, fairly young couple as she sews and he tries to concentrate on the evening paper. They might be, but... Let's step inside and listen.
Ben!
What's wrong, Rose?
Oh, another one of those kids with a mask at the window.
Trying to scare us.
You're just encouraging them, Ben, answering the door every time and giving them candy when they ring.
That's what I bought it for. Don't forget, honey, we were kids once.
Trick or treat, mister.
Trick or treat?
You know what I mean, mister. Do I get a treat or play Halloween tricks on you instead?
Well, I guess it'll have to be a treat this time.
Gee, candy, 2 hands full. Thanks, mister.
Trick or treat. Wonder what they'd do if I held out on them sometime. Not much to this place.
Please don't remind me that I gotta live here with you and that Joe Barker. In a store facing right on the street where you gotta soap up your own window so people can't look in and think you're an ad for tomato juice or something.
Listen, honey, where's there a safer place for me to hole up? Berkeley's full of transients now. Nobody keeps an eye on strangers. Too many of them. And with Joe already working here, it was a natural.
How do you know you can trust Joe?
Don't worry about him. We're old buddies. I told you that, honey.
I'd sure like to know where he's getting all the money he throws around. He don't earn all that out at the war plant.
Don't ask too many questions, Rose. Then you don't get into any trouble.
Oh, Ben, if that's another one of those...
Ah, honey, they're just having fun.
Trick or treat, mister.
Trick or treat, huh? Your kid's got a swell racket, you know. A shakedown, we used to call it back in...
Ben.
Okay, Rose. I'm sorry.
Trick or treat, mister.
Here's some candy. Run along, kid.
Hey, thanks. You're okay, mister.
How about a little treat for us, honey? I brought a bottle home for Halloween.
Oh, wait till Joe comes home from the movies. He'll have a drink with you.
I gotta have to drink now to Halloween right now.
Ben, even that stuff don't give you courage anymore.
That's okay. I got enough courage to hang on to you.
Oh, let's get out of this place, Ben. You can't do any good here sitting in the house all day afraid of your own shadow.
Cut it out, Rose.
It's true. I know you're scared.
Nah. Darned if I don't like Halloween. Boy, how Joe and I used to celebrate back in Chicago when we was kids. Maybe that's what got us started. You walk up to some dope and you tell them, trick or treat, or else.
Oh, don't go, Ben. Maybe they'll leave us alone.
Just one more, honey. I'm having fun.
Trick or treat, Mr. Flaxner.
Mr. Flaxner it is this time. Well, you're a real polite ghost. But suppose I said trick this time, Mr. Ghost. Just what would you do? Rose. Rose, honey. It shot. Somebody shot it.
Oh, Ben. You're hurt. Oh, Ben. Ben, say something. Oh, don't die. Oh, Ben. Ben, don't leave me like this.
Rose. Rose. Ben. Rose, what's happened?
Oh, Joe. Joe, you're home. I fainted, I guess.
Ben. Ben's dead, Rose. Rose, you shot him.
Oh, no, Joe. No, I didn't do it. It was one of them kids that come playing Halloween tricks that was dressed like a ghost.
Then what's the gun doing here on the floor?
I didn't see it before, Joe, honest. The ghost, that thing, whatever it was, must have thrown it in here afterwards.
Well, what was it? Couldn't you see?
Just something white, sort of floating away in the dark.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not surprised. I knew Ben was mixed up in something back in Chicago. Had to come out here.
He shot a man, Joe. I can tell you now. Johnny Angelino was his name. They called him the Angel. I got crossed up in black market liquor. That's why we had to skip town, why he left, then sent for me.
Oh, so that was it. I knew he was scared of his skin. But you and me, baby, we got to keep our linen clean.
What do you mean, Joe?
Well, I'm not like him. I've got sense. And first, I got to get rid of this gun.
Joe, you still think that
I don't care who did it. You know I went for you like a ton of bricks when I first laid eyes on you.
Oh, don't, Joe, please. Not like this with him lying there.
Okay, baby. But I gave Ben his break. Now I'm looking out for you and me, understand?
Oh, Joe, don't leave me alone with him.
I'm getting a San Francisco train right now. Paying a local fare, getting off the first stop, and walking back. Now leave this gun on the train. You get it?
Well, what if somebody comes? Maybe they heard the
Keep
shot.
your nerve, baby. It's not likely anybody will show up if nobody's come by this time. Now give me 5 minutes, then call the police.
Oh, but, Joe, what if they think I was alone with them?
Tell them the same story you told me.
You still think
I
that
told you don't care. You and me. We like this from now on.
Joe, don't you? You're hurting me.
No. Just like this.
Oh, Joe.
That's us. Now give me 5 minutes and then get on that phone.
And so, Miss Franklin, you and the murdered man were sharing this place?
With me, Inspector.
You say he was shot about 7:30 or so?
About that time, Inspector. We had the radio on listening to one of those mystery programs and was over just a short time before.
That's right, Inspector. I heard it myself. It's off the air at 7:30.
Oh, it's you, Willoughby. You no good rookie cop. Where were you when I wanted you?
Well, you heard what the lady said, listening to the mystery program.
Well, just keep out of my way, Willoughby. I'm doing all right without you. You messed me up this time with your phony clues, and the armed services won't be the only thing you'll be recently discharged from. All right, you. Your name's Joe Barker, that right?
Correct, Joe Barker.
And where were you when
I was at a movie. One of them double bills at the campus theater. Don't go. It's lousy.
Oh, yeah? Well, look, Barker, what time was it when you were at the show?
Oh, I got out about 7:30. Takes about 20 minutes to get up here. I was walking.
What about the gun, Inspector?
The men haven't found it yet, Willoughby. Nowhere on this block, anyways. But they did find this.
That's it. The white sheet and the mask. Whoever shot Ben was wearing it.
Well, that might help us some.
Might help us, Inspector. I'd say it tells us from the size of the sheet our murderer would have to be 5 feet or under to be completely covered and disguised.
That's right. He looked awful short.
Oh, yeah? Either of you happen to know anybody 5 feet or under who might have wanted this man out of the way?
Gee, Inspector, I don't know right off.
Joe, what about that hunchback?
Say, you're right, Rose. Listen, Inspector. Miss Franklin here and I heard Ben and this hunchback having a row one night. He wouldn't say what it was about.
A hunchback?
Wait. And there's somebody else. Helen. A girl named Helen Kirk.
Oh, Rose, you don't think
Oh,
that she...
don't I? Well, she was a friend of Ben's before I came out here. She works out where Joe does. She's little, not over 5 feet.
A hunchback and a doll, huh? Miss Franklin, where did you say you and Ben Flaxner came from?
Cheyenne.
You didn't mean to say Chicago, did you?
No, Cheyenne. Both of us come from there.
All right. That'll be all for now. Don't leave town. I'll be wanting to see both of you again.
Well, Inspector, uncovered any startling facts since my roast beef and coffee?
No dope on Flaxner at all from Cheyenne, Willoughby.
I thought not. Well, look at these wires. I've got plenty from Chicago and Washington, too.
So they know Ben Flax's fingerprints both places, huh?
I thought the girl slipped up about Chicago, Cheyenne.
He was in the black market in Chicago?
And liquor, mostly. Doing all right, too, until some mug named Johnny Angelino got bumped off.
Well, they think Flaxner did it.
They said the cops couldn't get anything on him, but they think Angelino's pals did. That's why Flaxner blew town.
Johnny Angelino, that name sounds familiar.
Well, you probably remember him as the Angel Inspector. He was a dwarf, 4 feet 8 or 9, I'd say, at the most. Just the right size for our trick-or-treat killer.
A ghost with a gun. Oh, but he couldn't be. Willoughby, ghosts don't come back and kill their own murderers with the same gun used on them. Or do they? Oh, doggone it, Willoughby. I know you get me all balled up again if I let you in on this case.
Take it easy, Inspector. Remember, we have 2 other suspects beside the ghost. Let's check up on their alibis.
Who's there?
Open this door.
Who are you? What do you want? It's late. I go to sleep. What do you want?
In, first of all. That's better. Sorry to get you out of bed, but it's really only 12:30.
Gino, only poor hunchback. What do you want with me?
Plenty. You're handling black market poultry. You had a row with a corpse of mine. It happens he used to play black market games, too.
I don't talk.
No? You better come along with me. Maybe the boys can persuade you to open up.
I don't go with you.
Okay, big boy, drop that gun.
When did he come in?
Just now, and just in time, I guess.
Maybe not. Not while
okay,
I
you take this. Yeah. I guess that'll put him where we want him for a while. Eh, Gino?
What hit me?
I did. What's your game impersonating an officer?
Impersonating? I hope the inspector never hears that one.
He tried to take me away.
So you're in this with a hunchback.
My name's O'Rourke, Bud. Take a look at this.
Federal Bureau of Investigation. Well, on the level. Since when are the FBI and city police playing cops and robbers with each other? Here's my credentials here.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, except it landed on my chin.
I'm sorry, Willoughby. I took you for one of the black market boys mixed up with Gino here.
Yeah? What's a G-man doing stooging for a black market operator?
Turn that the other way around, Willoughby. Gino's our stooge, and a whale of a good one. I thought you were from the gang he's working on.
I help the law. Help catch you black market.
But what were you doing with Ben Flaxner?
One of the black market boys see him. Tell me he used to work with Johnny Angelino. Maybe he will work with us. Then we catch him. He tell me think about it.
Okay. But where were you tonight at 7:30?
He was with me, Willoughby, making out a report.
Well, I guess that still leaves me with a ghost.
Ghost?
Yeah, a ghost and a doll. I think I'll check on the doll first. Miss Helen Kirk, I believe.
Hey, how'd you get in my apartment?
Your landlady was very helpful when she found out I was the law.
You're a cop. Where do you get off coming here at this hour?
Yeah, my watch says nearly 1:30.
I just quit work.
Then I don't suppose you heard about Ben Flaxner.
Benny? What's happened to him?
Tonight, between 7:30 and 8 sometime, he was shot and killed.
What? But who'd want to kill Benny?
That's what I'm trying to find out. You and the murdered man were friends?
Sure, I knew Benny. Before he brought her out here.
Oh, he hadn't told you about Rose Franklin before.
No, he didn't, the little skunk. Oh, pardon me. I guess now I ought to have more respect.
I guess you didn't see much of him when she arrived, huh?
Well, that was no skin off my teeth. a guy got plenty of other chances.
I can imagine.
Thanks. You're not so bad yourself.
I can see you're the cute type men really go for.
Yeah, I guess I'm what you might call petite. In French.
Yeah, most he-men like them little. Like you.
There. Look at me with my shoes off.
Say, you're no bigger than a kid.
Ain't it the truth? I don't even come up to your chin.
No, about 4 feet 8 or 9, I'd say.
Well, you don't have to back away. I wasn't going to bite you.
You know, Ben Flaxner, for whom you just mourned so prettily, was shot by someone just your height, Miss Kirk.
She told you that, didn't she? She sicked you onto me, that Rose.
No, she merely suggested I look you up.
Why do you go and believe what she tells you for? She's jealous of me. How do you know she didn't make that story up? The ghost and everything to get even with me. How do you know she didn't do it herself?
Now, Miss Kirk, you mustn't get so excited.
You think maybe I could have done it?
Nobody's accusing you of anything. At the moment. Well, good morning, Inspector.
It's not that good, Willoughby.
Did you follow that tip I gave you last night on the Kirk dame?
Yeah, I followed the tip.
You checked at the Richmond plant?
Yeah, I checked at the Richmond plant. You want to know what I found? Helen Kirk got to work on time last night, was working at the time Flaxner was killed.
Yeah. Looks like I was, shall we say, on the wrong track, Inspector?
Yeah, I should say we shall. Now, you better take this next news sitting down, rookie.
Sounds familiar. Well, shoot.
We got a report on a slug. The gun that killed Flaxner was identically the same type, a brand new make that killed Johnny Angelino, the angel.
But, Inspector, ghosts don't come back and kill people. You said that yourself.
Yeah. But it's got to be somebody 5 feet or under. You said that yourself.
Hey, maybe I gave myself a bump steer. Inspector, wait a minute. Can you get me that sheet and the mask we found last night?
What for now?
I'm visiting every kid on that block after school today. One of them must have seen that ghost with a gun last night. Now, don't be frightened, Tommy. You were out last night playing trick-or-treat, weren't you?
I didn't do nothing to make the police come.
Now, look at this, Tommy. Is this your sheet and mask?
No, it ain't. You can ask my dad and Mom. They'll tell you.
Yeah, sure. I was at Flaxner's last night, Mr. Willoughby. But I didn't have anything to do with him getting killed.
Did you see anybody else around playing trick-or-treat?
Sure, lots of kids were out.
Were any of them wearing this sheet and this mask?
Sure, that's Terry Murdoch's. He lives down on the next corner.
This is your sheet, isn't it, Terry? And this is the mask you wore last night.
No, they're not mine.
Your mother said they were.
No, honest, they're not.
She said you came home early last night, went right to bed, and had terrible nightmares. She had to sit up with you.
No, I didn't.
She said you were so upset you couldn't go to school today.
I was sick, though.
Because something happened last night that frightened you. Isn't that it?
Yes.
What was it, Terry?
I don't know.
Terry, you're a junior G-man, aren't you? That's what your mother said. Now, I want to help. I want you to help me.
Oh, how?
Something happened when you called at Flaxner's place last night, and he was shot. Now, you know what it was. Now, try to help me, Terry.
Okay, I'll try. It scared me awful. I tried to yell even, but I couldn't. It was like everything bad I ever dreamed about.
Hello?
Inspector, this is Willoughby.
What now?
How about rounding up Helen Kirk and Gino the Hunchback and having them both over at Flaxner's place at 7 tonight? Oh, and be sure Rose Franklin and the Barker guy are there.
What are you doing now? Giving a little party?
Yes, Inspector, I'm giving a little Halloween party of my own tonight, even if I am a day late. And Guess who's going to be guest of honor?
I'm afraid I couldn't possibly.
Why, Inspector, the ghost with a gun, of course.
Hey, what's going on around here? I can't wait the whole evening. I got a date.
Keep quiet. Wait a minute.
I see all of our guests have arrived.
Oh, yes, Mr. Willoughby. Oh, but the one you're supposed to bring.
Yeah, you're a little late, aren't you, Copper?
But not too late, Miss Kirk.
Hey, what do you want with me?
You'll see, Gino. And you too, Miss Franklin and Mr. Barker.
Oh, yeah?
I found our ghost with a gun of last night.
The one who shot Ben?
No, the ghost didn't shoot Ben Flaxner, Miss Franklin. There was something standing behind our ghost. Something that came sneaking up behind our little trick-or-treat boy when he rang your bell. Something crouching behind him, waiting. And shot.
Willoughby, please. You sure you know what you're talking about
This time, Inspector, yes. So you see, our murderer didn't have to be 5 feet or under after all.
But didn't this here ghost see who it was?
This here ghost, Miss Kirk, was grabbed from behind, his mouth covered so he couldn't scream, by 2 very long, strong arms and whisked away into the night.
Oh.
The ghost knows who the real killer is?
He thinks he might.
Oh.
When the thing got him out of sight into a pitch-black alley, he warned him never to tell what had happened or he'd come back and put him out of the way like he'd shot Flaxman.
I thought you said you were bringing this ghost over tonight as guest of honor, Willoughby.
He's waiting outside. Come on in, Terry.
Terry Murdoch.
This is your ghost. And I think the thing that crouched behind him is here with us in this room right now. Am I right, Terry?
Yeah. I know him now, Mr. Willoughby.
Inspector, the gun. Barker's gun.
Grab him, go on me, you. I got him. I had to nick him in the hand. He had to shot his head. Now let go.
Joe, it was you.
And if I'm not mistaken, this gun you were about to use is the same one you used to kill Ben Flaxner.
Well, Joe, you told me you'd left it on the train.
Probably a gag, Miss Franklin, to let you think he was protecting you.
Gee, why'd he shoot that poor little guy?
Because Barker's up to his neck in black market dealings here in Berkeley. Flaxner knew it and was blackmailing Barker.
You can't prove anything what that kid says. Who'd believe him?
I would, Barker. And besides, now I've got your gun. A ballistics test will prove it's the same gun you used to kill your buddy Flaxner last night.
You meddling
You
fool.
played your last Halloween trick, Mr. Barker. Now the state's going to furnish the treat.
That was The Ghost with the Gun by Anthony Boucher, and this is T4Y closing the doors to the Mystery Playhouse and saying good night, sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Have you ever watched a magician work? A really good sleight of hand artist can pull lighted cigarettes from the air. He's able to saw a woman in half. He can pull a rabbit out of a hat or make a fountain pen disappear. But have you ever seen a magician who could make a 200-pound corpse disappear? Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Our story tonight is an imaginative tale called Who Took the Corpse? It was written by D.L. Champion.
The little town of Fernville's only scarlet crime was born of a corncob pipe and grew to the stature of a celebrated case when its corpse vanished. The crime involved 3 men. One became the corpse, another the killer, and the third lived to record tonight's story. It all started one night in the Palace Bar, where Sid Doughton, the police deputy, watched Fernville's newest resident amuse the mill hands with clever card tricks. The newcomer was good. He was a magician, a suave, satanic figure in a red-lined cape. He called himself Marvolo. And Marvolo, Sid Doughton noticed as he crowded in to watch, carried his many drinks well.
And now, gentlemen, a flip, so, a shuffle, so, and here is your carefully concealed card, the ace of spades. Now, gentlemen, will the man who is smoking that horrible pipe desist? The odor is offensive.
I guess he means that corn cob of yours, Sid.
May I see that pipe, sir?
Oh, sure. Let me knock the ashes out first. Here you are.
I place the horrible object on the bar. So. Then I place the magic cloth over it. So.
What you gonna do, Marvolo? Make it smell like violet?
No, I will do better than that, my friend. Now a magic word. Dushavi. Presto, a new pipe.
Well, hey, somebody should have made Sid's old pipe disappear a long time
Come,
ago.
sir, don't you approve of a new pipe for an old one?
Nope, I like my old one. Let's have it.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. I can't bring your old pipe back. It's in a limbo beyond my call. Bartender, another scotch, please.
Marvolo,
Sir?
give me that pipe.
You, sir, are an individual I dislike. A poor sport.
Might be, but I'm a deputy. And also, I think you've had a lot of drinks. And also, I think I ought to take you home. Now, come on.
It'd be most unwise of you to lay a hand on me, my friend.
Yeah, I know. Now, come on.
I told you not to lay a hand on me.
Hey, Sid, what you doing sitting on the floor?
Yeah, lots of chairs around.
Hey, that's what they call jujitsu, ain't it?
Yeah, that's what they call that stuff.
Now, bartender, that scotch, please.
Hello, Sid. I ate your breakfast off the mantel this morning.
I sure did. Well, I guess you heard what happened last night, Chief.
Yeah. Hey, what the devil are you doing? Rolling your own cigarettes now?
Yeah. Hate breaking in new pipes, and Marvolo never gave me back my old one. I'm going to the bank now, Lamb.
Oh, that's right. It is payroll day at the mill, ain't it? Oh, hang it, Sid. You used to knock pipe ashes out all over. Now you're spilling cigarette tobacco on me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lamb. Oh, I'll see you later. And I'll be at the palace tonight in case the boys rough it up.
Yeah. Best deputy in the state, but the untidiest man I ever seen.
You can tell it's payday, huh, Sid?
Yep. Palace is sure busy tonight, Tom.
What? Here comes your pal Marvolo.
Gentlemen, may I have your attention? Gentlemen, please. Thank you.
He's gunning for you, Sid.
Now, shut up, Tom, and listen.
Card tricks and feats of magic are merely a profession, gentlemen. My basic interest is the study of the occult, the black arts. Very few men, gentlemen, have gone as deeply into the forbidden realm of evil as I. Very few men possess my powers.
What's he driving at, Sid?
I read men's hidden thoughts. I see their souls mirrored in their minds. Tonight, in this room, a man plans murder. That man plans to murder me. You're all my witnesses. I will point this man out to you by means of this knife.
You blasted fool. All right, Marvolo, you asked for it this time. I don't know magic, but this is a 38, and these are handcuffs. And tonight you can study your black books in our jail.
No jail and no steel handcuffs can hold Marvelo, you idiot.
Well, what do you say we just try it, huh? See you in court, Marvelo.
All right. A little quiet, please. Next case. Daniel Biggs, alias Marvelo. Where's the defendant?
Sid Doughton's upstairs getting him out of his cell, Your Honor.
Well, what's keeping him? Somebody go up and...
Judge Whitworth, come
Well, Deputy, where's the defendant?
He's gone, Judge.
Gone? What do you mean gone? Where? Wasn't he in the cell?
Oh, he was locked in the cell with handcuffs on. And I locked the outer door, too, but he's gone.
Well, that's ridiculous. Any signs of escape?
Nope, the door's locked from the inside, and the bars are solid. He's just disappeared into thin air. But I'll find that black devil, Your Honor. But the last thing I do, I'll find...
It could very well be the last thing you do, Mr. Doughton.
Order here. How did you get out, Mr. Biggs?
Your Honor, how could you expect me to tell you that? The black arts reveal their secrets only to those who keep them.
Yes, well, here's a secret the court will share with you. In Fernville, we don't go in for throwing knives around in public places. What is all this grudge between you two, Doughton?
Your Honor, this guy has a screw loose somewhere. He goes around thinking that I want to kill him.
And so you do. A half hour after I left the palace the first night I met you, your animal brain had conceived a cowardly plot to murder me and to hide behind your badge of office.
That's a lie.
I warned you last night. Publicly. Today, Doughton, before this court, I warn you that your plan won't work because I am going to kill you first.
Why, you...
Hold it, Sid.
Lem, did you hear that?
Yep. Now, look, Marvelo. For that kind of talk, I can arrest you again. For killing, I can hang you. You got that straight?
Hang Marvelo? My friend, if your deputy doesn't change his mind about murdering me, I will kill him. And you will be powerless to stop me, or to hang me, or even to prove I have committed a crime. Good day, all.
Don't trust him, Sid. Keep an eye on him.
Yeah, he's just a nut. Oh, that doesn't bother me, Lem. But I'll watch him. Hello? This the freight office? Hello, Tom. This is Sid Doughton. Say, did the express stop today? Yeah, that's right. New radio with a phonograph gadget. Sure, I got it for my wife's birthday. Now, look, I took a room at the Palace Hotel, room 212. I want to keep it there and try it out. Send it over tomorrow, will you? Now, don't forget, room 212.
Morning, bartender.
Oh, hey.
I must be your first customer.
Yeah, you sure are, Marvelo. Ain't noon yet. What'll it be?
Double brandy, please.
Right, sure. Ah, there you are. Say, you don't come around till night, usually. How come you're here so early?
Yes, it is unusual, isn't it? But then it isn't every day that one kills a man,
huh?
Is it? I'm going to room 212.
Hey, that's Stoughton's room. He's up there now. There's no radio.
Yes, I know.
Huh? How'd you know? It's a secret.
How I know is my secret.
Hey, you can't... he's nuts. He wouldn't do that and tell me about it. Sid can handle him anyhow.
In which direction is room 212, please?
212. It's right here, sir. That door over there.
Oh, thank you.
Marvelo.
You can't say I didn't warn you, Doughton.
No, you idiot. No, put away that gun. No, you'll hang. No, don't, Marvelo, don't. No, look, what do you want?
This is it, Doughton. And after you're dead, they won't be able to bury you because they'll never find your corpse.
I saw him do it. I saw him lying right there in the blood. I saw him. Oh.
Lim, yeah. Sure, he's dead. Marvelo? No. He's just standing in front of the room, grinning. Yeah, Bill Sanders has got him covered with my shotgun. Yeah, we'll hold him. Hurry up, will you? Here comes the sheriff now.
Yeah, there he's coming right up the stairs. All right, Bill. Take the shotgun out of his ribs. Well, Marvin, you weren't bluffing, they tell me. You actually killed Sid.
You're the police chief, Mr. Tracy. You expect me to testify against myself? Here's the gun.
Thanks. Open the room door, Bill. What's going on here? Somebody being funny? There ain't no one in this room.
I saw him. I saw him lying right there, Mr. Tracy. See? See the blood?
There's blood, all right. The closet's empty. Window's locked on the inside. Sid's radio half out of the crate. Well, Marvelo, where is it?
Where is what, Mr. Tracy?
Doughton's body.
Search me.
I see. Bill, how long did it take you to get up here after the shots?
Oh, long enough to grab the shotgun under the counter and run up the stairs. About 3 or 4 minutes.
Where was this guy when you got here, Bill?
Right where he is now, Chief.
Uh-huh. Look, you. Outside of being my deputy and a fellow human, Sid Doughton was a good friend of mine. And I can promise you, you'll dance on the end of a rope for this. Come on, you're under arrest.
What for, may I ask?
Murder.
Murder? But you have no corpse. No corpus delicti. How can you arrest me for murder?
I can hold you for 48 hours on suspicion of murder. I should be able to find Sid's body by then.
Lim.
Yeah?
Lim, the mill just called to see if Sid was here. They're waiting for him to bring the payroll down.
Oh. Well, now, isn't that a coincidence? Marvelo, you sure picked a fine day for it, didn't you? Now I've got to find a $110,000 payroll as well as a corpus delicti.
Well, Lem, maybe the guy really used magic to get rid of Doughton.
As a district attorney, you make a lousy detective, Milton. You realize I had to turn that killer loose in 12 hours?
How about the bullets? Did you find them?
Marvelo's gun shows he fired 4 chambers. It's a .25. That caliber slug stays in a man's body.
You searched the palace?
Top to bottom. He didn't hide it there.
How about his house?
Even Superman couldn't carry a corpse over the other end of town and come back in 4 minutes. But I searched anyhow. The only thing missing was his car. He's got a bill of sale showing he sold it to a dealer who drove it west 3 days ago. Okay, Marvelo. You in the first round. I can't hold you any longer.
Yes. Well, thank you for your hospitality, Chief Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
I think I will leave Fernville. That is, if I may.
Sure. You're free until I find Sid's body, that is. No, and by the way, you better spend that payroll money you took from Sid fast. Where you're going to wind up, it ain't going to be much good to you. Hello, Milton.
Yeah, Lem, what's up?
I think I can crack this case. I just got a report on Marvelo's car. I can't make an arrest, of course, but the Chicago police have been able to tail the car, and they've told me where Marvelo is living there. He's apparently been there since he left here 4 days ago. I'm leaving for Chicago today.
Red Cap.
Taxi! Taxi! Look, son, I want you to drive me out towards Arlington Park. There's no farmhouse out there I want to get to. I'll tell you where to drop me off.
Okay, Pop.
All right, son. Let me off at that crossroad.
Well, don't you want to go to the house you want?
Nope. I want to surprise a friend of mine. Here you are, son. Keep the change.
Thanks, mister.
There it is. Mailbox. Daniel Biggs. And there's Marvelow's car in the driveway. Uh-huh. Yeah, that does it.
Good evening, Chief Tracy.
Marvelo.
Put up your hand.
Well, Marvelo, thought you'd be in the house. I'm getting careless, I guess.
Yes, very careless, my friend. I was afraid you might track down my car, but it doesn't really matter. Just keep your hands on sight, please. Let's go inside where it's more comfortable, shall we? Believe me, I regret having to do this, Mr. Tracy.
Yeah. You'll probably regret it longer than I will.
I'll do you one favor, Tracy. As a detective, there are aspects of this case which you might like to know about. I'll answer any one question for you. Just one question, Tracy. Before you die.
That's very thoughtful of you, Marvelo.
Not so.
All right. What did you do with Sid's body?
Your deputy is...
Sid! Sid Doughton! First time I ever had a corpse save my life, Sid. Sure glad to see you. Tell me what happened, Sid.
Sure. Give me a match first.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks. Well, there's lots of it that I don't know, Lem. Marvelo comes in the hotel and fires at me. There's a puff of black smoke from the gun, and I pass out.
What then?
Well, I don't know where he hid me, but I woke up, seemed like years later, in the trunk compartment of this car.
Ain't. Now that Marvelo's dead, we'll never know how he worked it. How'd you get away from him?
Worked the ropes loose this afternoon, hid in the orchard. I knew he'd taken the payroll from us. I saw him nab you, so I waited. Then I moved in.
Oh, hang it, Sid. Why do you knock your pipe ashes out on floors?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lem. I forgot. Hey, why are you stopping here, Lem?
Well, might as well get some gas. Besides, I got to phone Chicago police about Marvelo.
What?
Yeah. You got a phone here?
Right inside the door.
Thank you. Come on. Hello, police headquarters? Give me Deputy Green, please. Hello, Green? This is Tracy from Fernville. Yeah. Say, send that squad car down the turnpike to Letner's gas station, will you? Yeah, I got them both. The corpse and the killer. Sit. You were listening.
Yeah, I was listening. I'd come in behind you.
Easy. Don't try anything, Sid.
Try anything.
Why, I'll blast you wide open up.
I'm sorry you made me do that, Sid. I'm arresting you for the murder of your partner, Daniel Biggs, alias Marvelo. That bandage will hold you till the squad car gets here, Sid. Light your pipe if you want to.
Oh, thanks. How'd you figure it out, Lem?
Oh, well, I don't believe in magic, Sid. Marvelo had to have an accomplice to get out of jail. You're the only one who could have helped him stage that hokum.
That all you had to go on?
No. No, a man has habits, Sid. Little habits, like pipe smoking.
Oh?
Yeah. You said you never got your old pipe back from Marvelo. And then you pulled it out when we were in the car.
Yeah, I forgot, I guess. How do you dope out my disappearance?
Well, Marvelo probably shot 4 blanks at you. You cut your arm for the blood. The gal saw you lying there, and she ran out. You went out the window to the roof, and Marvelo locked the window after you. Then I figure you made it to the car outside of town and waited for Marvelo to show up. And, of course, you had that payroll with you, so I found it hidden in Marvelo's car.
And by shooting Marvelo?
You probably thought he was going to spill the setup to me.
You're right, you know. I wouldn't have had to split the payroll with him. I should have stuck to my old profession, huh, Lem?
Yeah, you should have, son. Or you should have stuck to cigarettes. Oh, hang it, Sid. Why didn't you learn not to empty your pipe ashes all over? You're the untidiest guy I ever seen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lem. I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, too, Sid. Mighty sorry. Come on, let's go, son. Anyhow, this is the first case in history where the corpse becomes the killer, and the killer winds up as the corpse.
The story was called Who Took the Corpse? This is T4Y closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse and saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hello, creeps. Yes, this is Private Z opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse again. You know, there are many types of crime and detective story, but one of the favorites concerns the perfect crime motive. A crime so clever, so foolproof, that the criminal will not be detected. But man's not a robot. He's a delicately balanced mechanism whose emotions sometimes betray him. Such is Stanley Morgan, whom you meet tonight in the story Not Quite Perfect. Long after midnight, in a New York apartment, a man hunches over a typewriter. Nearby on the floor lies the still body of a woman. The veins on the man's forehead stand distended, and his hands are wet with sweat as he writes. I, Stanley Morgan, make this confession of my own free will. All my life I've been a coward and a failure. The only thing I ever succeeded at was murder. I'd once thought of myself as a potential playwright. And yet this story here is the first and last I'll ever write. And this wouldn't have been written if I had not met Esther. Lovely, desirable, exciting woman. She was everything a man could want in a woman. And she was practical and materialistic, too.
Oh, Stanley, you're so amusing. Charging around like a white knight, begging me to marry you and share your poverty.
Don't laugh at me, Esther. I'm not a complete fool. I know we got to have money to be happy, a lot of money.
But even if we had money, Stanley, you'd need a divorce first. And your wife will never give you one.
Anyway, promise me you won't marry Bob Randall.
Not this year, darling.
I might have parted with my wife, Margaret, many years ago if her father hadn't died and left a fortune in trust for her. Living under the spell of all that money destroyed any ambition I might have had. And heaven knows, to be a playwright, you got to have ambition. As a consequence, the last 10 years of our marriage were years spent in the presence of that scorn and despising that a woman reserves for a man she keeps. Methodically, every Friday, Margaret gave me $25 in $1 bills.
Here's your allowance, Stanley.
Oh, thank you, Margaret. Hey, you're cutting down on me. There's only $17 here.
Don't you remember? You lost your temper last week and broke a vase. I deducted $8 to replace it.
Then, one day I was sitting in a bar. I fell into conversation with a bartender, and suddenly I realized that I was going to murder my wife. Hey, George, how about another drink?
You sure pack away the rye, Mr. Morgan. Maybe I should just leave the bottle here.
Rye expands the soul, George. Trouble with people, they don't give their souls enough exercise.
You having trouble with your wife, Mr. Morgan?
Huh? What makes you say that?
No, don't get sore. I'm not poking my nose into your business. Only when a guy about 40 years old starts talking about how rye gives gymnastics for the soul, well, I know he's having wife trouble. Now, take that guy over there. He ain't been home for 2 days. He's a funny one. Got involved in a trick holdup the other day.
Well, right, you can't stop there. You got my curiosity up.
Screwy thing. That guy and his wife was walking home the other night. Dark, understand? Well, some bozo jumps out of the bush. Give me your money or your life. This guy throws up his hands. But there must have been something about the woman the burglar didn't like. So he hauls off and gives the dame a black eye.
Funny, she must have been holding out.
I got a better theory.
Oh, theory goes with it, huh? Forgive.
It was dark, see? And the way I figure, this guy took advantage of the situation to slug his wife and blame it on the burglar. Gee, ain't I just a natural born enemy of marriage?
I left the bar as quickly as I could. I was tingling with excitement. The bartender had unwittingly suggested a scheme for a perfect crime. And as a playwright, well, a potential playwright, the plan appealed to my imagination. I went to the subway and I caught a train for the Bowery. And there in a little side street saloon, I met a man. A man who was going to help me kill my wife. Hey, waiter, bring me and my friend another drink, will you? You want another drink, don't you, Mr.
Call me Red.
Okay, Red. My name's Morgan, Stanley Morgan.
Forget it. Better not to have a name around a place like this. A derelict like me don't need a name.
A sightseer like you is better off without one.
Hey, you sound as if you got it in for somebody.
I got it in for everybody. But mostly I got it in for myself.
Maybe what you need's a new chance, Red.
Are you kidding me, mister? That spit about a new chance hanging on a gaboon. I'm a professional derelict. I'm a bum by preference and opportunity. I keep one eye out for the main chance, and the other skeptical of fall-down games. Now, what's on your mind?
Well, if there's one thing I like, Red, it's a man who lays all his cards on the table. See, I came here looking for someone like you because...
Spit it out?
Well, what I mean is, I need someone to do a... Well, not exactly pleasant job for me.
I don't do no murders.
I didn't ask you to do a murder, did I?
Now, don't get jumpy. However, for a fee, I'll put you next to somebody who'll knock down anybody you want.
Well, no, what I got on my mind is quite respectable.
I don't care about that part. How much money's involved?
$100?
You're lying. There's nothing respectable about $100. But spread it out once. Let's see where it goes.
Looks like this, Red. You see, I've been married to a woman for 20 years, and just recently I met another woman, and I wrote her some letters.
Oh, you chump. You great big stupid chump.
Yeah, I know it was a very foolish thing to do, but I couldn't know she was after my money.
And you want the letters back, huh? Okay, what's the layout?
Well, there's a dark, deserted street near her house, and tonight I'll be walking down that street with the woman. I'll tell her I've agreed to pay for the letters and ask her to bring them.
And I jump out of a bush, throw a gun, and take everything both of you got, including the letters.
Right.
How do you know I won't keep the letters and blackmail you myself?
Well, I just have to take that chance.
Okay. Make it $150, and you've purchased a boy.
When I left Red, I realized how far the idea of murder had progressed with me. By nature, I was no killer. Bloodshed and violence had never been a part of my life. And yet, the lure of money and my desire for Esther possessed me and drove me on. In accordance with my plan, then, I invited Margaret to a late movie, and on the way home, it happened.
I just can't get over it, Stanley. You taking me to the movies for a change.
Well, have to do something to earn my $25 a week, don't I?
Stanley, why are we turning here?
You afraid to walk down a dark street with me, Margaret?
Really, Stanley, that tone of voice. If I didn't know that all you're capable of is taking money from a woman and carrying on a trashy little love affair. Stanley, what's that?
I don't see anything, Margaret.
It's a man. Look out.
Stay away, don't make a sound. It's a stick.
Do as he says, Margaret. He's got a gun.
Okay, lady, fork over your handbag.
Give it to him, Margaret. Go ahead, give it to him.
Be quick with it. Be quick.
All right. Here you are.
Now put your hands up again. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Be careful with that gun.
Stanley! Stanley, you killed him.
Yeah, Margaret, I had a gun. I killed him in self-defense. And now I'm going to take his gun.
Stanley, you arranged the whole thing. I see it all. You deliberately had that man hold us up so you could... No, Stanley, don't kill me. No.
25 a week in $1 bills. Hello, police department. Please send somebody to Hudson Avenue near Pine. There's been a holdup. A thug has shot my wife. Oh, it was perfect. The police thought I had killed the holdup man, and that he had killed my wife. About a month later, Esther and I were discussing our forthcoming marriage. She'd called me on the phone, and she was saying...
Stanley, darling, I think we should be married right away. It's been a month since that terrible thing happened to your wife, and, well, that's long enough to wait.
Okay, dear. Just one thing. I'd like to go to South America for our honeymoon. Is that all right with you?
Anywhere you say, Stanley.
You know, we could go to Rio, and then when we're tired of Rio, we
Hang
could
up the phone, Stanley.
What?
Hello?
You?
What did you say, Stanley?
I didn't say anything. I just got to start.
Hang up the phone, Stanley.
Hello?
Call you back, Esther. Just somebody who came in.
All right, darling. I'll wait for you to call.
Surprised to see me, Stanley?
Good Lord, it can't be you. Not you. You're dead. You're dead.
No, I ain't dead. Not a bit dead.
Where did you come from?
The door was open, so I just walked in.
It can't be you. You're dead. I killed you.
No, you just thought I was dead. You couldn't have taken a good look at the corpse, or you would have known it wasn't me. Or couldn't you stand to look at the corpse?
It wasn't you I shot. It was somebody else.
Right. Swell layout you got here. Oriental rugs, paintings. Adds up to a lot of shekels.
You sent somebody else. The substitute. You tricked me.
You got a one-track mind. You take me for a sucker, I should show up for fall-down jobs. I found a guy who wanted to make a quick 50. Gave him the gun, and I says to myself, that's an end of the business. Imagine my surprise when I read in the newspapers about my friend all shot up. And, your wife, too, Morgan.
Shut up. Shut up, do you hear?
Okay, be sensitive. So I investigate, and what do I discover? Stanley Morgan inherits 75,000 fish. Well, it's plain to me that Stanley hasn't been playing cricket with me.
You can't prove a thing.
Okay, so I'll just tip the police off and let them do the proving. After they've been shooting questions at you for 24 hours or so.
No. I couldn't take it.
Good. Now that we understand each other, let's talk business, huh?
I won't pay a penny in blackmail.
Oh, now, I didn't think you were selfish, Morgan. I just don't understand you at all. Won't pay blackmail, nasty word. Would rather go to the electric frying pan.
Oh, you dirty... All right, Red. How much you want?
Well, let's see now. You collected 75,000. I leave you 10,000.
I won't pay it.
Listen, Morgan, I thought I was being generous. 10,000 ain't hey. You could do a lot with 10,000, but no, you weasel around. Okay, where's the phone?
No. Wait. All right, Red, I'll pay you the money. Oh, Lord, how I wish it had been you on the other end of that gun. How I wish it had been you.
Have your fun, Stanley. Only get me that money and get it today. The banks are still open. Get going. I'll be waiting right here for you.
On the way to the bank to get the money for Red, I learned a fundamental truth about myself. I am hopelessly and irrevocably a coward. It's one thing to write about murder, to conceive a plan of murder, but you got to be tough-minded to carry it off. And I wasn't tough. I was just a frustrated writer. And all the way back to the house, I thought only of Esther and how I was going to tell her our marriage was off, so I was pretty surprised when I came in the house to find... Esther! What are you doing here?
I was worried about you, dear. You broke off so abruptly on the telephone.
Well, I couldn't help it. How long you been here?
She came right after you left, all in a dither. I wish I had a female crazy about me.
Esther, I wish you wouldn't come in unexpectedly this way.
Oh, Stanley, I'm awfully sorry. There's really no need for you to be nervous anymore.
Yeah, relax. I told a girlfriend all about it.
You told... What did you tell her?
About Margaret? About the money?
I sort of wised her up. Don't like to see a charming woman like that marry a guy she doesn't know all about. I'm sentimental about charming women.
I should have killed you a little while ago, Red.
Stanley, you should be in the comics.
Well, now you know everything, Esther. I killed my wife, and this fellow's blackmailing me for it. I killed her for her money so that you and I could be together.
Stanley.
No, don't say it. You don't have to say anything. I fumbled the whole thing, and I almost got away with it. If it hadn't been for Red,
Yeah, me. Smart little me.
Here's your money. Take it and get out.
No. Just hold it in your hand for a minute. I want to see how a guy's face looks when he's given $65,000 away.
I'll take that.
Hey, what's the idea, sweetheart? Hand that dough
No
back.
good, Red. You're not getting it.
Now, look,
We're
you-
not going to be bled the rest of our lives, Red. The way to stop blackmail is before it starts.
Esther, give him the money. He'll go to the police.
No, he won't. Because I'm going to the police first.
Why, you wouldn't.
Well, Red. Don't tell me that you're speechless for once.
You're bluffing.
Oh, am I? Well, then watch.
What are you doing, Esther?
Hello, operator. Give me the police department.
Morgan, stop that screwy dame or it's your neck.
No, it's your neck, Red. You see, the way I'll tell it, you were in that holdup, too. You escaped, and then you came here with some silly lie that Stanley arranged the whole thing by... You tried to blackmail us. But we're proving our innocence by going directly to the police. Oh. Hello? Police department. Please connect me with the police commissioner.
Esther, they'll question me, grill me. I can't afford that.
You think Red can? Look at his face. Prison record written all over
You're
it.
bluffing. You don't dare. Your sweetie will hang.
As far as I'm concerned, you'll both hang before I pay you 1 cent of blackmail.
Esther.
Remember, Red, you were an accomplice to this murder.
An accomplice?
Oh. Hello, Commissioner.
No, you don't.
Well, that's very effective, Red. Now all you have to do is follow me around for the rest of your life, breaking the connection every time I call the police commissioner.
No. Look here, we can make a deal.
No, thanks.
Just give me 10,000.
Oh, are you...
5,000.
500. It'll buy you a nice, long railroad trip. Give him the money, Stanley.
Now, look.
Take it and get out, Red.
Okay, hand it over.
And don't forget, Red, if the police ever hear about this, even anonymously, I'll testify that you were an accomplice.
Okay. So long, Morgan. And watch yourself. You got a tiger on your hands there.
Oh, darling. It seems like a dream. I don't know how you did it. Guess you did everything I should have done. Oh, you're just so magnificent. I blundered the whole thing so badly. I'm really a coward at heart, Esther. Seems I have the kind of temperament that can only conceive a murder, but when it comes to carrying it out, well, Esther, say something. Don't let me babble on like this. Well, we'll be married now, Esther. I suppose I'm not really good enough for you, but...
No. No, you aren't.
Esther.
I want a man, Stanley.
Esther?
I would have married you, Stanley, before this. I forgave you your faults. I thought you were an artist. Temperamental, eccentric. Someone who should be indulged. But now I know you're just a coward and a weakling.
But, Esther, everything worked out perfectly. We have the money.
I have the money. Tiresome, this thing of forever correcting people. Well, don't just sit there gaping, Stanley. I've waited 5 years for a man I thought I was in love with. I've given up everything for him. Don't you think I deserve something? I want that money, Stanley. And I'm going to marry Bob Randall. Well.
Inevitability.
What?
The inevitability of the tragic.
Sit down. What are you talking about?
That was a dramatic theory of the ancient Greeks. The hero of a tragedy is always hopelessly ensnared by fate. And death is his inevitable end.
Stanley. Stop it.
I committed 2 murders for you, Esther.
Stanley. Stay away from me. What are you going to do?
No. The only thing left for me to do, Esther. Don't you see how inevitable it all is? Oh, Lord. What a rotten play. Wouldn't last 2 weeks on Broadway. I'd call the police. They'll be here any minute now. I wonder how many weeks before I'm tried and executed. How ironic. The only way I could ever write anything honest and sincere and true to life was by playing the leading character. All right. Coming.
It's past closing time in the Mystery Playhouse, so good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is PFCX opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse once again, and for your pleasure tonight, we've selected a mystery play that has been recognized by many critics as a modern classic. It's Ladies in Retirement, written by Edward Percy and Reginald Denton. It is not a whodunit. You'll know the murderer. Your problem will be to guess whether or not the murderer will be caught, and if so, how. I think you'll find the guessing very fascinating. Listen now to Ladies in Retirement.
On a tree by a river, a little tomtit sang widow, sit widow, sit widow.
In England, in the remote and lonely marshes of the Thames River below Gravesend, is a place called Estuary House. There, seated before a piano, is an aging woman, wearing a flaming, unabashed red wig. She is singing a song of her youth.
In your little inside, with a shake of his poor little head, he replied, "Oh, Willow, ha-ta-ta, Willow, ha-ta-ta, Willow." Well, young man, just who are you?
Albert's name, Albert Feather.
He brushed right past me, Miss Chris, right past me at the door. Oh, it's all right, Lucy. You run back to your kitchen now and get on with your work. Just as you wish, Miss Chris. So, you're Ellen Creed's nephew, Albert.
Right.
The one who clerks in the bank at Gravesend.
Your obedient servant, Mum. And you, I take it, are Miss Fisk. Aunt Ellen wrote me that you were bringing her down here as your housekeeper.
Shall I have to wait long for Aunt Ellen?
About a week. She's gone up to London.
Week? Oh, Lord. That has done it. I'm done for, that's all. Just done for.
Is something wrong, Albert?
Well, I'm short in my petty cash account at the bank, and if I don't put it back by the time the cashier checks up tonight, well, it's the jug for me. I don't suppose that you...
What's the amount?
Well, it's £12.
Cards, racing, a girl.
Oh, no, an actress. There was a company in Gray's End last week.
Oh, at the Old Grand. I played there myself. Front row in the chorus. Oh, years ago, of course. Well, you shall have your £12, Albert. Like to see where I keep my petty cash?
In the fireplace there?
No, here in the old bake oven.
Bake oven? Lummy. Why, you could roast a whole ox in there.
Oh, it is big for what's in it. Now, let me see. Here's 5.
Mm-hmm.
Another 5 and 2 ones.
That's right.
£12.
Oh, you are a peach, Miss Fisk.
Well, Albert, there's no reason your Aunt Ellen need ever know you've even been here today. You can pay your first official call this day next week. Be a bit of a family reunion for you then. Aunt Ellen's in London. She's gone up to fetch her Aunt Louisa back to visit.
Aunt Louisa? Oh, no.
Ellen's told me about Louisa. She says she's, rather pathetic.
Oh, pathetic? Yes. Trust Aunt Ellen to give it the best name. Well, Miss Fisk, I hope you've got strong nerves. You'll need them entertaining my pathetic old Aunt Louisa.
Louisa, dear, don't you think you could take your bird outside now?
Oh, please don't be cross with me, Ellen. He's such a soft, quiet bird.
Yes, dear. But I think you'd much better take him out into the garden and bury him. You know how Miss Fisk feels about your bringing things like that into the house.
I hate her. Miss Fisk in her horrid red wig.
We have her to thank for these 4 months here together.
Ellen, can't we send Miss Fisk away, and then we could be really alone?
But I keep telling you, dear, this is her house.
Oh, you won't send me back to London to the awful, ugly streets? Ellen, promise. Promise me you'll never send me away.
Oh, my darling, I do promise. I promise nothing shall ever make me send you away. Run along now, dear. Out into the garden. Quick, run.
I'll fly. Oh, this is like old times. We have secrets and everything. Remember, Ellen, you promised.
Yes, my darling. Yes. I promised. Well, Helen, Leonora, please give me a little more time. Time? I invited your sister here for a few days, and she stayed on for 4 months. Well, couldn't she stay here permanently? I'd pay for her board. You could take it out of my wages. So that's what you've been scheming for. I didn't scheme. I only hoped. Oh, Leonora, when my father was dying, he made Louisa over to me. She's a sacred trust. And I've nowhere else to send her. This won't do, Ellen. You haven't been fair with me from the start. You never told me Louisa was, well, what she is. I told you she was rather pathetic. Pathetic, eccentric. She's feeble-minded. I say your sister belongs in an institution. I will not have her here any longer. She's got to get out. Very well, Leonora. It's your house. And I'll take Louisa out of it by sundown. By sundown of this very day.
Driving in a carriage. Oh, Ellen, this is wonderful. But who'll fix Miss Fisk's supper now that you've sent Lucy off on her holiday?
Don't worry about Miss Fisk's supper, Louisa. Oh, driver. Driver, stop right at the foot of this hill. Louisa,
Yes?
I'm getting out now. And I'm going back to the house.
Oh, but
I'm going to try to persuade Miss Fisk to sell us her house.
Oh, you are clever. Oh, Ellen.
Now, quiet, Louisa.
I want you to put your hand on your heart and swear an oath. Swear that as long as you live, you will never tell anyone about my trying to buy Miss Fisk's house.
Ellen, you're frightening
Swear
me.
it, I say. Now, this instant.
All right, Ellen. I swear on my heart.
There. There, that's my good darling. Oh, give me a scarf, dear.
My scarf? But, Ellen...
You won't need it in the carriage, Louisa. And I might need it where I'm going. Thank you, darling. You can go now, driver.
Very good, ma'am.
Bye, Ellen. Take good care of my scarf.
On a tree by a river, a little tomtit sang willow, tip, willow, tip, willow. Champagne's all right. Music's all right. I'm all right. Bit of all right, if you ask me. Here's to you, Leonora Fisk, mistress of your own house once more. Ellen? Is that you, Ellen? Could have sworn the front door opened. Felt the draft. Well, though I probably shall not exclaim as I die, oh, willow, tit, Yes, Louisa. Yes, my darling. I promise. Why, Albert, this is a surprise. High time, too, you came to see us.
Better late than ever, Auntie. How are you, old girl?
Just to think, Ellen, I didn't know him when I opened the door. If the vicar hadn't been here, I'd have been afraid to let him in.
The vicar was here.
For a few minutes. He asked when Miss Fisk would be back.
Oh?
I said I didn't know how long she'd stay abroad. How surprised he'd be if he knew she isn't coming back to this house at all.
Louisa, of course she's coming back here. I'm afraid you've overexcited her, Albert. Now, Louisa, darling, run along upstairs and take your nap.
Oh, but I wanted to have tea with Albert.
You shall have supper with him.
Now, before you ask me to supper out, Ellen, don't you think you'd best know why I've come?
Well, what do you mean, Albert?
Well, I've no time to beat about the bush. The police are after me, or will be, as soon as the bank gives them my description.
The bank? Albert, you haven't stolen money from the bank.
Oh, it's my first mistake, Auntie. Now, if you'll just hide me until it's safe to leave, I want to make a fresh start. America, Australia, anywhere.
But they might search this house.
Oh, no, they won't. Now, I didn't meet a soul on the way over from Gravesend, except your vicar, and he'll forget me in 5 minutes. I know these absent-minded old duffers. Well, don't look at me as if I were a murderer, Auntie. I may be light-fingered, but I haven't got blood on my hands.
No. No, you haven't. I'll hide you, Albert. I've no right to turn you away.
Well, Auntie Louisa, will you cheat me again at cribbage, or shall I tickle the ivories a bit for you, eh?
Oh, Albert, you are so funny.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate me, my old stalk of celery. Here's a tune just your vintage. Remember?
Oh, Albert, stop it. Don't play that tune.
Oh, why ever not? Don't you like it?
Ellen doesn't. She made me stop humming it. I expect she got tired hearing Miss Fisk singing it. Oh, I'm so glad Miss Fisk's not coming back to this house. I shouldn't have said that.
Yes, you said it once before, and Aunt Ellen shut you up.
Well, I swore for Ellen I'd never tell anyone. She's bought this house from Miss Fisk.
Auntie bought this house from Miss Fisk? Oh, go on. She couldn't have. She lost all her money.
Did she? Oh, yes, but she's got most of it back now.
Has she now? Auntie always was a shrewd old canary. I wonder if she keeps much cash about the house.
Might be a burglar. Why, the padlock on the bake oven door's open. So you're the burglar.
Here now. There's nothing behind that door, me girl.
Miss Fisk kept all her money there. It's the old bake oven.
Bake oven, my foot. Here, have a look.
Oh, it's all bricked up.
Yes.
Must have been done while I was on my holiday. But whatever for? Why should anybody want to brick up the bake oven?
Now, I don't know, Lucy, my love. But I'm sure I'm going to find out before I'm through around here.
There, I finished my letter, Louisa. Come along now, dear. We're late for church.
Bye. Bye-bye, Albert.
Goodbye, aunts. Have a good pray. Lucy, bring in the kitchen mirror. Quick, my pet. Look sharp, will you?
Come in. Here, what do you want with a mirror? A loving look at your face?
Now, look at this desk blotter.
Huh?
Aunt Ellen's been writing a letter, and I've an idea it was an answer to the one that came special messenger from Miss Fisk this morning.
Well, you must be off your head.
Oh, quiet. Just as I thought.
What?
Now, listen to this. In reply to your query, I can't make out the next few words, the signature on the check made out to Ellen Creed is mine. Owing to a sprained wrist, there may have been discrepancies in my signatures on recent checks. Yours very truly, Leonora Fisk.
Leonora Fisk?
That's right.
You're not signed Leonora Fisk. What? She's fooling the bank and taking Miss Fisk's money.
Yeah, recognize this, Lucy? Found it tucked out of sight in a cupboard upstairs.
What's Miss Fisk's wig? Her best red wig.
That's right. Now, Lucy, I've got a scheme to get to the bottom of all this. But, I'll need your help carrying it out.
Well, what is it you want me to do?
Easy as pie and simple as Simon. Tonight, when Aunt Ellen's in bed, you're to put on this red wig and sit down at the piano and play us a tune.
What?
Sort of a tableau, you might say. And someday, Lucy, you may be playing for me in a house that's our own little home, eh?
Well, you tempt the holy saint, Albert.
Nothing but a bad dream again. What's that? The piano. Downstairs. She's come back. She's... Oh, it's nothing. Just nerves. Just my imagination. Oh, there's nothing downstairs. I'll just go and see. I'll be able to see from the landing. Just hear from the turn in the landing. Leonora!
Albert, she's fainted dead away.
I'm told you were very good to me, Albert, after I fainted last night.
It's a dangerous habit of yours, sleepwalking.
I wasn't asleep. Thought I heard something. And I came down to investigate. Albert!
Oh, now, steady, Auntie. Hearing ghosts again. It was only me knocking out my pipe on the bake oven door. Did you think someone inside was knocking to get out?
What's behind that remark, Albert?
Oh, you know very well. By the way, here's something you may want. Sort of, a souvenir.
Leonora's wig. Then it was you last night.
That's right. Me and Lucy.
Look.
She was at the piano wearing the wig, and, well, the game's up, Auntie.
Lucy knows too?
Oh, she suspects something's up. She's got no real idea. Trust little Albert for that.
Oh.
You know, Auntie, I've changed my mind about leaving England. Matter of fact, I'll need a little money for a wedding present. I might decide to marry Lucy.
So you've come to the conclusion that it's safer to be a blackmailer than a thief?
That's right.
But surely you wouldn't want to stay on here with me.
Oh, why not?
You'd never be quite sure, would you? You've got a hearty appetite, Albert. Do you think you'll enjoy your meals now?
Yeah, you'd never do it a second time. You're bluffing.
Am I? It takes quite a bit of courage to kill the first time. But once you've sold your soul to the devil, it comes easy. I think you know I did it to provide my poor sister with a home and happiness. She's all I have, and she was left in my care. And don't think I'm going to hand over what I've taken for her to a treacherous little sneak.
What's that? Oh. Oh, good morning, Vicar.
Creed, I thought perhaps you should know. My wife's just had a call from the Gravesend police.
Police? Gravesend, you say?
Yes, they're looking for a young man who's stolen some money from a bank. The description was very like your nephew, Miss Creed.
I've got to move fast, Auntie. Got any cash handy?
Yes, in my purse. Here on the table.
Well, thanks a lot, Auntie.
My wife didn't know your nephew was here, Miss Creed, so naturally she said nothing about him to the police. They've gone to ask at Decoy Farm.
Decoy Farm, that's quite close.
Well, you win, old girl, don't you? No hard feelings, though. I'm a game loser, I am. I'll see you in church, eh?
I'm sorry it was your nephew, Miss Creed. I'm afraid he won't get far. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Vicar. And thank you. Very well, Lucy. You can come down off that stair landing now. Lucy, do you hear me?
I'm sorry, miss. I was just...
Eavesdropping can be a very dangerous thing. Well, how much do you know?
No, only about Mr. Albert. Nothing about you, nothing at all. Oh, no. Stay where you are. Don't come any closer.
Why should you be afraid of me, Lucy? Sit down.
No.
Let's talk for a bit.
No, you're trying to trick me. Like you tricked Miss Fisk and murdered her and bricked her up in the bake oven there. No, stay back. Stay back, I tell you.
Oh, Ellen, coming in just now, Lucy just passed me, running like the wind towards that farmhouse. The one with the funny name, you know.
Yes, I know. Decoy Farm. Some gentlemen from Gravesend are there. Lucy wants to talk to them.
Gravesend? Are they friends of Albert?
No. Not friends, Louisa. Tell me, my darling, have you been happy while you've been here?
Oh, yes. So happy. Oh, it's been so lovely and peaceful here all by ourselves. Oh, I hope Lucy won't bring those gentlemen back here.
She won't. I promise. Now, my dearest, I have to tell you goodbye. I have to go now. Over to meet those gentlemen. Myself.
Well, Creeps, you've been listening to Ladies in Retirement, written by Edward Percy and Reginald Denham, and adapted for radio by Elizabeth and Jane Park. The original music was composed and conducted by Alexander Sembler. Miss Leslie Woods was featured in tonight's play. Until next time, then, this is PFCX, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Please come. Good night. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Good evening, Creeps. This is PFCX, raising the curtain of the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight's play was written by A. Merritt and is entitled Burn Witch, Burn. Creeps, this is a story that borders on the supernatural. It is about a doctor, a man of science, who finds himself in conflict with a strange evil force that defies all science. A doctor who doesn't believe that some things he hears are possible until he sees them with his own eyes. Listen now to Burn Witch, Burn.
My name is Dr. Lowell. The laws of science have always been the horizon of my understanding. That is, until recently. I'm confused, bewildered. I've seen things which could hardly occur according to scientific explanation. Awful, gruesome things. Things which belong in the Dark Ages. It all began on that day when that notorious gangster, Julian Riccori, brought one of his gunmen into my hospital. The man died horribly. Most horribly. I stood there studying the terror-frozen face of the dead man. I was baffled, but I couldn't accept the explanation of Riccori, who kept mumbling.
La Strega. La Strega.
What's that you're saying, Riccori?
La Strega, the witch. That's who killed Peters.
Well, look here now. You've upset my hospital staff badly enough bringing that man in here without any regard for the proper procedure.
It was an emergency, Dr. Lowell.
Nevertheless. Now you have the audacity to suggest some ridiculous superstition as the cause of his death. Which, indeed.
Then you tell me what killed him, Doctor.
When the autopsy report comes in, we'll know.
You'll know nothing. Look at Peters there. Look at the face. You've seen men die before, lots of them.
Well?
Did you ever see a man look as he did before he died? You saw the eyes, the staring up at you, through you, beyond you into a world of fear and terror.
You want me to believe he was killed by black magic? By a witch?
I don't care what you believe, it's true.
Mr. Okori, I have other patients.
Doctors. You're blind fools.
Oh, come in, Dr. Braille. Goodbye, Mr. Okori. You can make arrangements with the nurse outside for the removal of your friend's body.
Doctors. Hold.
Say, he's mad.
Yes. How's Nurse Waters?
I gave Edith a sedative. This man's death was certainly a harrowing experience.
No question about it.
I myself never experienced anything like it. The horror of his expression, the convulsions, was as if the whole trouble was in the man's mind, not the body.
Stop it before you begin to sound like Rocori, who believes a witch killed him.
A witch?
Did you ever hear of anything so absurd?
My impression suggested something in the nature of murder.
Murder?
Yeah, well, not in the ordinary sense of the word. It seems as if there was a will determined to kill his body.
Well, then you mean suicide. I've watched a few die in my time because they lost the will to live.
No, I meant there was another's will.
Another's?
Yes. A will stronger than Peter's gripped his, stifled it. Then, in complete possession, willed his death.
Dr. Braille.
I know it sounds far-fetched. Edith.
Nurse Waters, you were told to lie down.
I couldn't. Oh, Bob.
What is it, dear?
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I don't know. I can't explain it. That man lying there. Peters.
Dr. Lowell speaking. Very well, I'll be there at once. That was the serology lab. They found something odd in Peter's blood. I'll be there if I'm needed.
Darling.
Bob.
Why, you're still trembling. Let's get out of here, huh?
No.
Stop looking at him, dear. He was just a thug, a gunman. You're mistaken. You didn't know him.
It's something to do with that doll woman.
Doll woman?
That's where I saw him. Or rather, a doll that looked like him.
Edith, you're completely unnerved. Please let me take you to your room.
Bob, will you do something for me?
Of course, dear.
Take me away from here.
Where to?
Anywhere. Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow we'll go away. Far away. We were going to get married in June. We'll get married sooner. At once.
Edith, you...
Oh, don't look at me that way. I'm not mad. I'm just frightened.
Of what?
I don't know exactly. It all has to do with...
Edith. Edith, what is it? Edith, what are you staring at?
Bob,
Edith. We've got to save her, Dr. Lowell.
We're fighting what killed Peters. Obviously, she's contracted the disease.
Edith. Edith.
She's in a coma. She can't hear you.
Whatever it is, she's fighting it.
Yes, I know.
We can't just stand here and watch her die. What can we do?
Nothing helped Peters.
What did you find in his blood? Why did they call you to the lab?
Nothing that will help us here.
What was it?
A strange incandescence in certain blood corpuscles. No doubt Rocori would call it witch fire.
Dr. Lowell, look. Her eyes. She's opening and closing them.
Maybe she's trying to say something.
2, 3, 4 times. Now 6, 7, 8, 9.
She stopped.
There, once again.
Her pulse is weakening.
Edith. Edith, my dearest. Fight. Edith. Edith.
I'm sorry, my boy. She's gone. I know what Nurse Walters meant to you, Bob, but after all, it's been several weeks now, and your work is...
I'm going to find out what killed her. If necessary, I'll devote my life to it.
It's obviously some new disease. Maybe some obscure tropical disease.
I don't believe that, Dr. Lowell.
Well, even in the face of facts?
What facts?
Well, you saw the answers I received from the letters I sent out to the doctors of the city. There have been 9 other cases, all fatal.
But the autopsy showed no reason in the world why both Peters and Edith shouldn't be alive this minute.
Have you a theory, Doctor?
Yes, I think it was murder. I said it before about Peters. Now I'm more than ever convinced of it.
Of course, you realize murder usually has a motive. Now, here's a list of the other victims. A banker, an acrobat, an 11-year-old child, a spinster, a man who...
I know all that.
Well, what could these people have in common to supply a motive?
A love for children.
Oh, come now.
One was even a child. Even the banker supported a large orphan asylum. Edith adored her niece.
And Peters, a gunman?
A daughter. And it all proves a common interest.
In what?
In children. And children love dolls. Edith mentioned something about a doll woman. I've racked my brain for days. It's the only clue I can find. But what doll woman? Where?
You were convinced that Edith tried to signal you with her eyes before she died, weren't you?
Yes, she blinked her eyes 4 times, and 9 times, and again once. In terms of the alphabet, D is the 4th letter, I the 9th, A the 1st. D-I-A. Is it the beginning of a name, an address? What?
Well, does, Diana suggest anything?
No, not Diana.
It could mean, diary.
Diary, of course. What a fool I've been. Why didn't I ask you sooner?
Here, where are you going?
To Edith's apartment, to find her diary and get to the bottom of this unholy business.
Bob.
I'll be back later.
I tell you, you're barking up the wrong tree. Forget your wild ideas about murder and possessed wills. A microscope and test tube will give you the solution.
Not this time, Dr. Lowell.
Dr. Lowell speaking. What's that? Ricori's been stabbed. Very well, I'll be right down.
The gang chief, Ricori, was stabbed just below the heart by a long, thin instrument. Dr. Lowell questioned Ricori's bodyguard, McCann. The man was frightened. He told a story of taking Ricori to a strange doll shop run by a grotesque old woman. Ricori came out of the shop carrying something under his coat. He got back into the car, McCann said, and then...
All of a sudden, I hear him suck in his breath. I feel his body tighten up, and then he sags loose all over.
Only you and Paul, the driver, were with him in the car.
That's right, Doc.
And neither of you stabbed him?
No.
That means he must have stabbed himself. Is that what you want me to believe?
I don't know. I'm all mixed up, Doc. I can't make it out.
Where's Paul, the driver?
When the boss slumps over, I yell to Paul. As soon as he stops the car, the door flies open and something falls out into the street.
What?
The boss was carrying under his coat when he came out of his doll shop. It was dark. I couldn't see what it was. Paul jumped out after it. I grabbed the wheel and raced here.
It's a pretty thin story, McCann.
Doc, I wouldn't hurt the boss. You gotta believe that. I wouldn't hurt him, Doc. Oh,
Mac, I got it.
Paul, the boss ain't croaked. He might pull through. Doc, this is Paul, the driver.
Hiya. I got it. Here. This is what the boss had under his coat.
It's a doll.
Let me see that.
Look at the face.
Holy mother.
Isn't that the face of
Peters?
The spitting image of Peters.
And what's this running down the back of its collar?
Looks like a big hat pin.
No. It's a sword. A tiny sword.
And there's blood on it. Ricori's blood.
Holy mother in heaven.
Dr. Braille, I'm glad you're here.
What's happened?
Julian Ricori was stabbed.
I know. I just spoke with him. He said he was stabbed by a doll.
Nonsense. He was stabbed by this tiny sword, yes, but how could the doll stab him?
What's this?
The doll. If you look closely at the face, you'll see it's the face of Peters.
That's what Edith meant when she said she saw Peters before. She saw this doll. She saw the doll maker when she went there. I found it all in her diary, Dr. Lowell.
I cannot believe this doll stabbed Ricori.
Your explanation, then.
Well, I'm beginning to believe that maybe this doll woman is involved, but everything can be explained scientifically. I don't know, post-hypnotic suggestion, perhaps. This doll woman might have hypnotized Ricori to stab himself, but suggested he should think he was attacked by the doll.
Completely unsound, Dr. Lowell. Experimentation has proven over and over again that no subject under hypnosis will commit any extreme act that he wouldn't commit normally.
I know. But perhaps this woman has developed hypnosis beyond anything yet to...
Dr. Lowell, what is it? What's wrong? Dr. Lowell! Dr. Lowell!
Stop shaking me.
Are you all right?
Of course. Just felt a bit faint.
You looked as if you were in a trance.
It's La Strega. Like the boss says. La Strega.
I didn't tell Braille, but during that moment of faintness, I'd heard a voice. A beautiful, low, exotic voice. And it said, kill. Kill Ricori. That night I sat up with Ricori, who had fallen into coma.
Doc, Paul and me will be right outside the door. If anything happens...
No. Stay here.
Okay, Doc.
Now listen to me carefully, both of you. Obey me in every detail. Ricori's life depends on it.
Okay, Doc, shoot.
Now here's the important thing. Watch me closely.
Watch you, Doc?
Yes. If I should go to your chief, it'd be to do one of three things only. Take his pulse, listen to his heart and breathing, take his temperature. If you see me do anything else, stop me.
Doc,
if I resist, tie me up. Then phone Dr. Braille. Here's his number. Now, is everything understood?
Yeah. Okay, Doc.
Paul?
I don't like it, but all right.
Paul, will you switch off the ceiling light? The bed light will be enough.
Yeah. Okay.
O'clock. Oh, Lord. I'm tired.
Dr. Lowell. Dr. Lowell. Relax and release yourself to me. Yes, sleep. But through your sleep, in the excitement, the exhilaration there is with me. Dr. Lowell, there, on the bed, that man. He's ugly, vicious. Destroy him, Dr. Lowell. Kill him. Go to the table, Doctor. Take out one of your sharp instruments and plunge into his throat, just under the ear. Go now. That's it. That's it. Now.
Hold it, Paul! Let me go! Flatten back! Never!
What is it?
It's okay now, Doc.
What happened?
Plenty. You're about to take Ricori's temperature with a knife.
That settled it. I couldn't argue anymore. Hypnosis, telepathy, call it what you will. I believed in the witch now. And I knew that eventually I would destroy her, or she would destroy me. Before leaving Ricori's room because of some inexplicable compulsion, I took Ricori's gun. Later, as I was preparing for bed, Dr. Braille came in. Impulsively, and again as if compelled, I hid the gun in the drawer of my night table.
I heard what happened, Dr. Lowell. We should notify the police.
Police would laugh at us. We haven't a solitary shred of evidence that this doll woman is behind this thing.
You're right, of course. Tell me, how's Ricori?
His recovery's amazing. He's even walking about.
I'm staying just outside your door. I've rigged myself up a cot.
Why?
I don't know. But after what's happened...
I see. Would you turn out the light, please? Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Remember, if you hear anything, call me.
Dr. Lowell.
Oh.
Dr. Lowell.
Oh.
The gun. The gun. Reach out. Take it in your hand.
No.
Now, if you will listen to me and obey me, exhilaration and power will come to you. Excitement, Doctor. Raise the gun to your head, Doctor. That's it. Now, kill. Kill.
I was doing as she directed.
Kill.
The gun was in my hand. And slowly, Ever so slowly, my hand moved it up toward my temple. Inwardly, I fought to regain my will, but still my hand moved up, up. And always that accursed voice. Now the gun was at my head. My fingers slowly tightening on the trigger. I fought to stop it, fought to cry out. And then with one supreme effort, I screamed and directed the gun away.
Dr. Lowell, are you all right?
Braille. Oh, good Lord. I've shot him. Corey, are you sure you feel up to this?
You want to destroy the witch, don't you?
Well, we can't waste another minute. It's either she dies or we die.
I don't want to die that way. How's Dr. Braille?
Better. He'll recover.
Good.
When we get there, Corey, you, McCann, and myself will go in. Have your other men in the other car surround the place.
Keep your gun handy, McCann.
Right. Here we are, boss.
McCann, go tell the boys to cover the place.
Okay.
Oh, here we are. Can you pick the lock, Corey?
Let me see. Yeah, this is easy.
Joint's covered, boss.
That does it. Quiet now.
It's probably in the back room.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Lestrade.
Come in, gentlemen. I've been expecting you.
Move aside, boss. Let me...
I'll do this job myself.
You'd like to kill me, Ricordi?
Go on, boss. Shoot. Shoot.
I can't.
Corey, for heaven's sake, don't look in her eyes. McCann.
Shoot.
Drop your weapon. First you, Ricordi. Now you, McCann. So, you see, Dr. Lover, I'm only a timid old woman. Very old, ages old, and with all the dark wisdom of the ages. No, don't try it once. You can't, because I've willed it so. Pick up the gun, Dr. Lower. That's right. Now, you will kill these men.
Gallia est omnis divisa in partes tres.
What are you mumbling?
Gallia est omnis divisa in partes tres.
What is it? What are you saying?
All Gaul is divided into 3 parts. A trite jingle from schoolboy Latin. I kept saying it over and over. Gallia est omnis divisa in partes tres. As long as I said it, I knew I could keep my mind a blank. And she could not hypnotize me. Gallia est omnis divisa in partes tres. I turned the gun on her. It was her life or the lives of all of us. Gallia est omnis divisa
You're
in partes
pointing the
tres.
gun at me.
Gallia
Try to kill this
est omnis
companion of
divisa
yours.
in
You
partes
cannot kill
tres.
me. You're powerless.
Gallia
I
est
will
omnis
it. Stop.
divisa
No.
in partes
No.
tres.
Oh.
Traeger was dead. But in falling, she had broken the lamp. In a moment, the place was in flames. I turned to Ricordi. Ricordi! Ricordi, snap out of it.
What is it?
McCann! McCann!
My gun. What happened to her?
Look, the witch on the floor.
She's dead. The joint's burning. Let's get out of here.
Doc, come on.
But shouldn't we take her out of here?
Now, let her burn too. It's better. Let it all burn.
This way. Come on.
Burn, witch. Burn!
And that creep brings down the curtain of the Mystery Playhouse for tonight. Burn Witch Burn was adapted for radio by Joel Hamill. The music was composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. Arnold Moss was featured in tonight's play. For Creep, until next time, this is PFCX reminding you to sleep tight. Good night. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Good evening, creeps. Tonight's Mystery Playhouse story is entitled Mathematics of Murder. You know, it reminds me of a conversation I had recently with a friend of mine who's a detective. He said that some of those mystery writers and their perfect crimes handed him a laugh. He said the only reason those crimes are perfect is because the detectives in the stories are such fools, and he claimed that 95% of those crimes could be solved by any detective with just a little routine legwork. Well, creeps, in tonight's play, you're going to meet that kind of a detective, namely, a leg man. Listen now to Mathematics of Murder.
This is the story of two men. Two men who have never met. Two men who move in different worlds. Two men who have never even heard of one another and who certainly never expected to. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. After all, that's the story. Just now, they are two utter strangers, each with something quite different on his mind.
No. No, don't. I'll make good. I'll pay. I've told you that already, only I can't this minute. I haven't got that much right now. I know you're giving me plenty of time already, only... Look, I tell you what. Let me call you back. Well, I'll try some more. There must be someone who... Well, how much time can I have? No, I'm not stalling. This is on the level. Yes, I'm sure of getting it. It's as good as mine now, only I need a little time to collect it, that's all. Yes, of course, I'm sure. This is the payoff. Well, I know how I can get it now. I'm sure, I tell you, I'm dead sure.
That was Colin Hughes. Remember that name, Colin Hughes. And now this is a man he's never met or heard of, an utter stranger. A man as remote from Colin Hughes's life as the Bronx from Lower Central Park West. Sam Evans, a man with something quite different on his mind.
Yeah, sure, why not? Let's ask him for dinner Friday night. You know, I'm always saying, yeah, only you should taste my missus's borscht and cheese blintzes. Then you'll really taste something. Yeah, that's what I tell him. And it's the truth.
Two men, two strangers, each going his own way, each quite oblivious of the other. Colin Hughes and Sam Evans.
Colin.
Oh?
I didn't expect you tonight. You said
I just wanted to tell you I'd be over to see you tomorrow night.
Oh, that's swell, Colin. Only you come over and see me nearly every night.
Well,
so
I just wanted to tell you, that's all, Myra. Why not ask some people in?
But you always like it best when we're by ourselves.
Well, this time I feel like having some people around for a change. Say, by the way, how often do you wind that clock?
Oh, it's an 8-day clock.
Oh? Oh, should I wind it now?
Well, it's not due for 6 more days. I did it day before yesterday.
Oh, darn it all.
What's the matter, Colin?
I think I left the lights on in the car. Would you mind having a look from the hall window?
Why, sure, Colin.
Thanks. Now to change that clock. There.
No, you turn them off all right.
Oh, fine.
Well, take off your hat and stay a while.
No, I'm going now.
Already?
Mm-hmm.
Colin, where are you taking that radio?
Oh, to the repair shop. I think it needs new tubes.
Yeah, but won't we need it for the party? It plays good enough the way it is.
Well, we'll play records or something. I'll be around tomorrow at 8.
Colin, you're acting so strangely this evening.
At 8, I said.
I heard you, Colin. You'll be over tomorrow night at 8. Is there anything remarkable about that?
The only remarkable thing about Colin's date was that he was a bit late in keeping it. For the next evening at 8, he was behind the wheel of a car, rolling smoothly along a lonely highway.
I must say you look charming, Maureen.
Thank you, Colin. It's been a long time since I've heard you say something like that. It's still nice to get compliments from one's husband, even a divorced one. How have things been going with you, Colin?
Oh, well enough. I don't have to ask you. Everyone says you're the big lady executive these days.
Oh, not really.
Well, I could never have bought you a silver fox like that. Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to ask how much it cost.
Oh, that's one thing to be said for being divorced. We don't have to quarrel about money anymore.
Well, it was my fault, really. And you being such a success.
Oh, Colin. But let's not go into that. We're having much too nice a time. I can't tell you how surprised I was when you phoned. And so pleased. It seemed so gay coming out here to meet you. I was like a schoolgirl on the first date. It's been so long, Colin.
Yes, it has, rather.
New car, Colin? How long have you had it?
Oh, a while.
Very nice. I guess you're not doing too badly yourself.
Oh, the devil.
What is it?
It's these lights. I had the car in the garage just today to be fixed. When I touch the dimmer button, they seem to go out completely. At least I think so.
Well, maybe there's a bulb loose.
Well, I better have a look. You see, when I touch this, it's supposed to deflect the lights. But if they really go out, someone could easily plow into us. Maureen, would you mind awfully? Maybe it's just one of them.
Of course, Colin. What shall I do?
Well, I was wondering if you'd just step in front of the car and tell me what happens when I press the button. Which light is gone? See, if it's the right, I don't mind so much.
Of course.
Here, wait, I'll get the door for you. There. They should both be on now.
Yes, they are.
All right, now stay there and watch when I...
Colin, you're sliding.
Maureen. Dead sure.
Okay. I think they let even a cop get a little sleep sometimes. Hello? Yeah, speaking. Huh? Yeah, I got it. Woman got killed in an accident. I figure it's just another hit and run, but you want me to have a look anyway. Okay, I'll be right out there.
Well, there she is, Inspector. Gosh.
Dead when they found her, Clancy?
Yeah. Well dressed, huh?
Yeah, you don't get Silver Fox for peanuts.
Nice looking woman, too. These hit and run drivers.
Yeah.
I guess she must have stepped into the road. Probably didn't even look where she was going.
Maybe.
Something coming along hits her, then the driver gets panicky and runs off.
Maybe.
Accident, all right. Hit and run.
Maybe.
You mean you...
Maybe it was an accident. On the other hand, maybe not.
Yes?
Well, Mr. Hughes, I'm Inspector Evans.
Oh, I don't believe
here's my badge. I'm afraid I got to ask you a few questions.
Come in.
Thanks. I guess you know your former wife is dead.
Yes, I read it in the papers.
When was the last time you saw him?
Oh, in the judge's chambers just about a year ago, the day we were handed down our decree. We shook hands, wished each other luck, and that was that.
Huh? How was she fixed financially?
Good, I suppose. She had a big department store job.
I suppose you know you were named beneficiary on her insurance.
No, I didn't. How much is it for?
I don't know anything about that. You'll have to take it up with them.
Oh.
Look, would you give me the dates of your marriage from when to when?
Yes, of course. 1940 to 1943.
The insurance was taken out in 1942. You were married to her then. How is it you didn't know you were the beneficiary? So you were lying, huh? You did know you were the beneficiary.
I did know then. You didn't understand what I meant. I didn't know I was still the beneficiary. I thought she changed it since. As a matter of fact, I assumed she had.
Oh.
Anything the matter, Evans?
No, only that was just the wrong answer, see?
Two men, strangers no longer. One man a murderer, the other a man with a good hunch. Sure, you know, of course, but not the little man from the Bronx. He only has a hunch and a way of getting the wrong answers. He couldn't possibly know yet.
But is he in trouble? What'd he do?
Oh, no, he isn't in trouble, Miss Carlson. He didn't do anything. Just a checkup. Doesn't mean anything. Don't let it bother you. Mr. Hughes was over here last night with you, is that right?
Yeah, he was.
Just the two of you by yourselves?
No, we had some others, a party like.
Well, what was it in celebration of?
I don't know.
Well, who got it up?
I guess it just got itself up.
Oh, who was at it?
Oh, nobody much. My sister and her husband, the couple next door. That's about all.
Oh, I see. Well, I may be back. Don't be frightened. I usually forget things I want to ask the first time and have to come back and ask them the second time. I'm not very good that way.
Gee, I suppose he was doing the best he could, but he acted like he didn't know what it was all about. They must take anybody on the detective division these days.
You're listening to the Molle Mystery Theater on When Radio Was. We'll be right back. And now let's get back to the episode Mathematics for Murder on When Radio Was.
Sure, Inspector. I was at the party Naira gave for Colin. My sister and I were going to the movies. It was the last night for Jean Arthur, but Naira just insisted, and we didn't have the heart to turn her down. She seemed so set on it. I guess we were there from about 7:30 to 12.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. We were there. We turned Naira down the first time she called. I didn't want to go. I'm pretty tired these days from working and all. But Naira just wouldn't take no for an answer, so the second time she called, we gave it and went.
Oh, hello, Miss Carson.
Oh, hello. I guess you did forget something the first time you was here, like you said.
Yeah.
Come in.
Oh, thanks. About that party, Miss Carlson, who suggested having it? Hughes or you?
Oh, it was between the both of us, I guess.
Well, what time did you call him about coming over?
Oh, I didn't. He just came.
Yeah, but he brought an armful of records in with him, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Then if you didn't call him, how'd he know enough to bring records to the party?
Well,
Okay. Look, did I ask you who first spoke of having the party? He or you?
Well, I guess he did say something the night before. Then I did the calling, so it was like between the two of us, you might say.
Oh, I see. What time did you get here?
Oh, it was about 8.
Oh, how'd you know?
It was on the clock, that's how I know.
Well, what made you look at the clock?
Well, he came in and said, "Everybody here already? What am I, late?" So I looked. You know how you look when somebody says something like that.
Yeah, I know how you look when somebody says something like that. I guess he took the other girl home first.
What? What other girl?
You know, the one he had out in the car with him.
Out in his car?
Yeah. Well, I guess that's all.
Do I have to answer any more of your questions?
No, not a one.
Mister?
Yeah?
Mister? I forgot to tell you.
Yes?
That clock was an hour slow. He got here at 8 by my clock. But everywhere else it was 9.
This here is Hughes's car. He's kept it in this garage over a year.
Has there been any cleaning done on it?
No, just bedded down for the night.
Hold this light, will you? I want to have a look at the tire tread.
Sure. What's up, mister?
I asked him. You answer him. How long has this car been in?
I got the ticket here. Let's see. He brought it back at 11:45.
You sure then?
Right here in the car.
Before that, when did he take it out?
10 to 9.
10 to 9?
That's right.
Devil.
What's the matter, mister?
It was the wrong answer. All right. He didn't use his own car. Let's see. Auto rentals. Oh, here we go. Good Lord, all the way from Acme to Zenith. Well, I guess there's nothing to do but go down the list. Acme. You the manager of Monarch Auto Rentals?
Yes.
That car out there's impounded. Don't let anyone go near it till I can send someone over here.
What's the matter with it? What did you find on it just now?
Silver fox hair on the back of the seat. Who rented this car?
I'm Mr. Joe Miller.
What kind of credentials did he have?
Well,
You mean you rent cars without security?
ordinarily, no, sir. But he left a large deposit, enough to cover the whole car.
Describe him?
Surely, he's a stout man. He's 50.
He's 50.
What's the matter, sir?
That was the wrong answer. I guess there's someone else who rents the car for us.
Nice shot. Okay. 7 ball in the corner pocket. Here's
Hey,
what
you.
I... Say, what's the idea of grabbing my arm that way? You could have ruined my shot.
Take off your eye shade and come outside. I want to talk to you.
Scram, I'm going to finish this game, see?
You have already. Come on out.
Well, I don't see
This
why...
piece of tin says do it.
A detective?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Excuse me, fellas.
All right, your name's Flynn. Last night you rented a car from Monarch under the name of Joe Miller. What'd you do with it and where'd you go?
I don't have to tell you.
Okay, you don't have to. You're under arrest for murder then. Come on.
Hey, wait a minute. I never murdered anyone.
The car's a murder car.
Murder? Look, it wasn't me. I wasn't in it. I just took it out for somebody else.
Oh, now you're telling it, huh?
Yeah, now I'm telling you. I was clean out playing some of the fellas back there, and I come out for a breath of air. And then this fella comes by and asks me if I'd care to do him a favor. I said there's $20 in it for me.
And you were willing.
I wanted to get back in that game. After all, $20, $20.
What was the favor?
Take a car out from Monarch. Under a fake name, not my own, of course.
Fun.
Well, so I took it out for him, and I just drove around the corner and picked him up. And he dropped me off at the pool room. There was still half of the 20 coming to me, so about 8:45.
8:45?
Yeah, 8:45. I went outside and met him again, like we'd arranged. He showed right on time. I took the car back for him and reclaimed the deposit.
And you gave that back to him?
He wasn't there no more. I don't know what happened to him. I couldn't find him.
You think you're telling a lie, but you're not. Huh? He wasn't there anymore. He didn't wait. Only you didn't go back to look for him. Even if you had, though, you wouldn't have found him. Yeah, it's a smart play.
Just figured you'd walk off with the money. It was the best guarantee in the world that you'd stay out of sight and keep your mouth shut from then on. Yep, cheap at that price. I know it sounds phony, but you'll have to believe me. No, I don't have to, but so happens I do. That's him. That's him, I tell you. The tall guy just went in there now. That's the guy that came up to me.
I know, Flynn.
Don't you believe me? That's him. That's the guy.
Known that all along.
Ain't you going over there, man?
No, it would only be your word against his.
What are you going to do with me?
Look, you got $20 for getting out of that car the other night. How'd you like to get another 20 for staying in it? All the way to wherever it went and back.
I don't get it.
You don't have to. You get the $20. And I'll get a murderer.
Officer.
Yes, sir?
My name is Hughes, officer. Colin Hughes. I had this message. Inspector Evans asked if it was convenient for me to drop down here and...
Right this way, sir.
Oh, thank you. Sure, I can't imagine why he wanted to see...
Right in here, Mr. Hughes.
Oh, Mr. Hughes. Sit down, would you?
Thank you.
Mr. Hughes, we'd like your help. We're holding a suspect.
Suspect? In what?
In the murder of your wife, Mr. Hughes.
Murder?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a hit-and-run driver.
Nope, it was premeditated murder. We've got the man dead to rights.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, we've been pushing him around all day, and he's just about right to break down and confess.
Oh, well, that's fast work, Mr. Evans.
No, slow. Could have arrested him 6 hours after his death.
You could?
Yeah, but I had to wait for proof.
But how did you know it was murder and not an accident?
Well, you know, they always think they got to be so careful. If your wife's killer had only been a little careless now...
What do you mean?
Well, put yourself in the killer's place.
What?
Of course, I know you're not the type.
No, I hardly think so.
You see, there were tread marks on your wife's fur cape. Trouble was, there were tread marks on her, too, underneath the fur cape. The killer must have run over her when she wasn't wearing the cape. But he was so bent on making it look like an accident, he ran over the cape and then put it on her. Yeah, he fixed it so it couldn't be anything else but murder. Just wouldn't leave well enough alone.
But, Mr. Evans, how can I help? Why did you call me?
Well, the killers try to involve you.
Me? Why, how?
Let me explain. Your wife met her death at approximately 8:20 that night while you were with some friends at a party.
Yes.
We checked that, Mr. Hughes. No offense, but you understand we have to check everything.
Naturally.
We also know that you accepted a lift from a stranger for several blocks from Mercer Street on your way over to your girl's house.
But
we checked on that, too. Now, you wouldn't believe such a ghastly coincidence, but that car and that stranger are responsible for your wife's death.
Good heavens.
Now, we know that you weren't in any car at 8:20, so all you have to do is tell us at what point you left the car, so we can establish from what point on he took over the car alone. Any objection to helping us steam that out of it?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
Fine. You do that, and I promise you won't be held as a material witness. He'll confess. Now, where did you get out of the car?
At Market Street.
Market?
Yes.
Thanks. All right. Bring him in.
In there with you, Flynn.
Flynn, did you ever see this gentleman before?
He's the one that got in the car with me at Mercer.
For the last time, where did he get out again?
He didn't. He rode all the way. He come up to me and had me hired at...
You're a liar, Flynn. He's got a car of his own.
I gave him a lift and he rode out all the way.
You're still lying, Flynn. Mr. Hughes, at what point did you step out of the car?
Market Street.
I see. Now, you have no objection to signing this statement to that effect, have you? Is there a point of evidence?
No, none whatever.
Now, look,
Shut up. Here's the statement. I rode in the car bearing the license number 908761 between Mercer Street and Market Street on the night of April 30th. Just sign it.
Very well.
Thank you. You can go now.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
No, I mean Flynn.
What? But you said I wouldn't be held as a witness.
You won't be. You're being held for murder.
What? Oh, but there must be some mistake.
You admitted you were in that car. I found a dozen witnesses who testified that Flynn was out of it from 8 till nearly 9 in a pool room.
But my girl, I was with her at 8.
You got there at 9.
No,
See, all I had to do was get you into that car. The rest is just a matter of subtraction. 2 men in a car from Mercer to Market Street. Take one out. The car goes ahead and kills your wife.
Now, wait a minute.
One who stayed in was the one who killed her. Flynn can prove he got out of the car, and you can't. That leaves you.
Why, that's nonsense.
No, it isn't. That's mathematics. Subtract one man from 2 men in a dust car, and you've got the murderer. Yeah, you might sort of call it mathematics of murder.
This is the Armed Forces Radio System. Good evening, creeps. This is PFCX inviting you to visit the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight our story is about a ticking clock. A rather common thing, and yet a clock has great dramatic possibilities. For example, undoubtedly at this very moment in some hospital waiting room, a clock ticks in rhythm with the anxious footsteps of some expectant father. Or perhaps somewhere in the world, a clock ticks away the last 60 seconds of a condemned man's life. Well, tonight's story, written by Clarence Hill and entitled Beautiful Silence, is about a man to whom a ticking clock meant frustration, terror, and madness.
I'm alone now in the chapel. The funeral services were beautiful and impressive, just as they should have been. Now I'm alone, except for the organist. Naturally, there won't be any interment under the circumstances. Somehow, it's easier here, with the organ playing, to think of things as they were. To resurrect the past for a moment. And to see Louise again. Just as she was on the day I left her 4 years ago, when the bombers were swarming over London.
Randy, what are you trying to tell me?
I don't know quite how to put it, Louise. It's just that...
I think I know. You've enlisted, haven't you?
Yes, today.
Your legal experience?
No, darling. That's what surprised us.
Us?
Jeff and I.
Jeff? Well, he isn't going too.
He failed the medical. They came to us because they knew we were both potty about model railroads. They knew all about Jeff's hobby shop in the village, his clock collection, and all that.
But what have clocks got to do with it?
The timing device on a delayed action bomb is clockwork, Louise. When one falls and fails to explode, the mechanism has to be removed. It's a very delicate operation. The slightest slip and,
Oh.
Well, that's why they called me up. I know clockwork like the back of my hand.
When do you go?
Tomorrow. I'm to head up a demolition squad in London. I left the next day, and thank God that Jeff could stay behind in Chenoweth and look out for Louise. I don't suppose I saw Louise more than a dozen times during the next 3 years, but just knowing that Jeff was with us seemed to make it easier. My luck held out amazingly well, until the day Corporal Hadley and I took on a 500-pounder near a church in the East End. There we are. Got the nose uncovered, Captain.
Good. Let me see. Looks like she's going to be a sticker.
Twisted up a bit, eh?
Right. Give me the stethoscope, will you?
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Right now, please. Good Lord.
What's the matter?
It's not buzzing, it's ticking.
Oh, I thought it was a new one.
Listen. Right here in the nose.
Blimey. Like a bloomin' alarm clock.
That nose is fused right into the casing. I'll need a special wrench. Did you bring the... Wait a minute.
Get out of here! It's going up!
All right, Doctor.
I don't know yet, Mrs. Graham. He seems to have escaped the direct effect of the blast, but he couldn't escape the concussion.
You mean it may affect his mind?
Possibly.
Louise.
Oh, Randy.
I'm so glad you're here.
I think you'd better rest a while, Mrs. Graham.
Doctor, what's that ticking noise?
Why, it's the alarm clock on the table there.
A bomb. It ticked too, Doctor. It didn't buzz like the others. It ticked.
Why, Captain, it's...
Please take it out, Doctor. Please.
From that moment, I knew the bomb had left its mark on me. The sound of that ticking clock had brought it back. The bomb was there again in all its ugliness. I could hear it there in the room with me. Ticking. A sort of prelude to the sickening buzz that came just before the explosion. I felt it again when I went to see Jeff at the clock shop on the day I arrived home. A chorus of ticking clocks hit me between the eyes the moment I opened the door.
Randy, old boy. It's good to see you. By Jove, you're looking better than ever.
Thank you, Jeff. It's good to see you, too.
Well, I've left your things just as they were, Randy. Nothing's changed.
No?
Oh, I'm still the village eccentric. Clocks, model trains, same as when you were... What's the matter, Randy?
Jeff, let's go into the back room.
Why, of course. What's the matter, Randy?
All those clocks, they put me on edge.
Clocks?
Don't ask me why it is. All I know is that ticking does something to me.
Sure, Randy. Of course. Here, I'd better put the few I have in the other room, too.
No, leave them there on the shelf. I'm leaving anyway.
You've talked to Dr. Lambert about this?
Jeff, I'm not crazy. Sorry, old man. I'm really not quite myself. Please don't say a word about this to Louise. I don't want to worry her.
Oh, of course, Randy. Of course.
That first day at home, I was jumpy, and it was hard to conceal my annoyance at the sound of the clocks in the house. I thought it best not to mention it, however, until the second night. I sat in the library with Louise and Jeff.
Louise, I was just telling Randy it might be a good idea for him to run up to the Lake District for a while, or perhaps somewhere on the South Coast.
Nonsense. I feel tip-top.
I think Jeff's right, dear. You've certainly earned a rest. Sherry, Jeff?
Thanks.
I'll have a glass, too, if you will, Louise.
Darling, do you really think you'd better? Perhaps a glass of lemonade.
Good idea.
Oh, please don't be silly, Louise.
You can't be too careful, you know.
You can't ignore the doctor, Randy.
The doctor? Now, look. Please understand, I was not struck by the bomb. I wasn't even touched. Now, please pour me some sherry.
Very well, Randy.
Hope that's settled.
Randy, it's not that you weren't struck by the bomb.
There could have been other effects.
Excuse me a moment.
Where are you going?
I just thought I'd put that clock in the other room. Where is it?
Clock? But, Randy, there isn't any clock.
What do you mean? There isn't any clock.
Randy, darling,
Jeff. Jeff, you can hear it, can't you? Well, listen.
But isn't the clock, Randy?
You're wrong. You're both wrong. I can hear it.
Randy.
Come on, Randy. Let's
take a walk in the garden.
Let go of my arm, please. Don't humor me, Jeff, please.
Am I wrong, Jeff? There's no clock.
I'm afraid not, Randy. Come on.
All right. I'll go.
Feel better, Randy?
Jeff, I tell you it was there. I could hear it.
Do you hear it now?
No, it's gone.
You've got to get hold of yourself, Randy. This can be serious. You've been through a terrible experience.
But I wasn't hurt.
How do you know? Shock can do horrible things to a man's mind.
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, I do know what I'm saying. Come on. Let's sit here in the arbor for a minute. Come, let me help you.
I'm all right, Jeff. Thank you.
Now, you asked me what you can do. You can take care of yourself, for one thing, instead of pretending you're just as good as you ever were.
But, Jeff...
You can go where you'll get proper care, somewhere in the country where it's peaceful and quiet, where you can relax and give those scars a chance to heal. You're a sick man, Randy. It's going to take time and rest and silence.
Jeff, listen. You can hear that, can't you, Jeff? Listen. You see, there's something ticking here somewhere.
No, Randy.
But there is, Jeff, there is.
Now, listen to me, Randy. You're not being fair to Louise. You've got to think of her.
I hear it, I tell you.
You're out of your mind.
Jeff, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Will you do as I say? Will you be sensible about this thing and let us commit
Yes,
you to
I'll do anything. Just take it away, Jeff. Take it away.
All right, Randy. I'll have the papers for you to sign tomorrow.
I don't know how I ever got through that night. As I lay in bed, it was all around me, never stopping. The rhythm of it jabbing into my mind like a needle. My heart picking up the tempo as it grew louder and louder, bouncing from wall to wall in the bedroom until I could almost feel the bed shake under me. Jeff was right. I knew what the papers were, that it meant committing myself to an institution. But it was the only thing to do. There, at least, I might find respite and silence. Twice I got out of bed, but there was no escaping it. The ticking followed me everywhere. In the kitchen, the library, the living room. Well, Louise was still asleep at 6 o'clock when I finally decided to see Dr. Lambert in London.
I'm glad you've come, Captain.
What is it, Doctor? What's wrong with me?
You've developed a phobia as a result of that ticking bomb, an hallucination. And I might add a natural one in view of the tremendous shock you've suffered.
I suppose I should go away where it's quiet.
I was about to recommend the exact opposite.
Beg your pardon?
You've a sort of private battle on your hands, Graham, inside your mind. You're going to take courage to win it. Now convince yourself that a ticking clock is nothing more nor less than a ticking clock. Not something that's going to explode in your face.
I see.
It's a kind of a military principle, you know. Seek out the enemy and attack him. Will you give it a try?
All right. I'll do it. It was as if he'd challenged me. It would have been cowardly to back out and take the easy way. I wanted to try it at once. And there was one logical place, of course. Jeff's clock shop. I went there directly. Didn't even bother to go home first. Apparently, Jeff had been there earlier as the door was unlocked. Jeff! Jeff, where are you? Jeff! I was glad he wasn't in. It was better to go it alone the first time. There were clocks all around me, all sizes and shapes. The ticking seemed to grow louder as I stood there, as if the sound itself were pressing in on me from all sides. Just as before, I had the feeling that the bomb was under me, somewhere on the floor. That in the next second, the ticking would cease and the buzzing would start. I tried to erase it from my mind. I recited poetry. I read a magazine I found on the counter. I added columns of figures. 2, 4,
7, 8, 12, 15. 5 and carry 1. 9. 7, that's 16. 23. Carry 2. 20. No! I slumped in a chair in the back room, exhausted. It was quiet there in the back room. No clocks. Then, all of a sudden, something hit me between the eyes. No clocks. The long shelf over the work table, filled with old alarm clocks 2 days before, was empty. My mind began to whirl with thoughts. Horrible, ugly thoughts. It took me 10 minutes to get to the grape arbor in the garden and 5 more to pull up a loose plank in the flooring. There, between the floor studdings, was an alarm clock. The nightmare I had lived through during the past 2 days suddenly took on a purpose. A terrible purpose. The house was empty, naturally. Louise and Jeff were together somewhere. Well, behind a row of books in the library, I found another clock and another in the drawer of the night table in our bedroom. Everything fitted together now.
Horrible things to a man's mind.
Randy, there isn't any clock.
There's no clock, Randy. There's no clock in this room.
No, there was no doubt now. My beloved wife and my best friend were trying to drive me mad.
Randy, darling, where have you been? We've been looking all over for you.
We? Oh, Jeff and you.
But, Randy, you worried us half to death. Whatever made you leave the house in the middle of the night?
Wasn't the middle of the night. It was 6 o'clock in the morning.
Well, where did you go?
I went to see Dr. Lambert.
What did he tell you?
Just what you did.
What?
Why go through it again?
Randy, is there something about all this that you haven't told me?
What could I tell you that you don't know?
Oh. What did Dr. Lambert say?
Said that I'm in a dangerous condition. It seems I have hallucinations.
You see, Randy? We were right, weren't we?
Not entirely.
Oh?
He doesn't think it advisable to commit me. To go away. Apparently, there's still hope.
That's wonderful, Randy.
Yes, isn't it? He says the best defense against this sort of thing is a strong attack.
Well, that's odd. What does he mean?
I don't know.
But how can you...
I said I don't know. Is that clear? I simply don't know. It was true. I didn't know what to do. All I knew was that the 2 people I loved most in all the world had joined against me in a plot that was more cruel and insidious than outright murder. For 5 straight days, I stayed in the house, trying to figure it out, with the clocks ticking all around me. I let them tick. I didn't want to disturb their plans in any way, to indicate that I had any idea what lay behind their patronizing solicitude, their poisonous pampering, designed only to make me feel more and more like an invalid. Then on the 6th day, I ran across an item in a London paper. Something had happened in Dover, and it gave me an idea. A wonderful idea. I knew now precisely what I was going to do. After reading about an incident at Dover, I realized what I would do to my wife and her lover. I went to Dover, found a cottage in the very heart of the district that had been hardest hit by the cross-channel bombing. It took me a week to make preparations, to secretly assemble the ingredients of a time bomb, a special handmade variety with a good loud ticking. Then I invited Louise and Jeff to join me.
But how do you know you're completely cured, Randy?
Why so, old man? No difference between a mental wound and a bodily injury, you know.
You might have a relapse, Randy.
A relapse? I soon made an excuse to leave the cottage. Gave them time enough to plant their infernal clocks. To arrange my relapse. When I returned...
Randy, what do you suppose causes these shells to explode after lying in the earth for months?
Hard to say. Perhaps the slight jarring from the heavy equipment working in the streets.
I should think it would set you on edge.
Did at first. Took a kind of enforced mental discipline. But I think I've got it licked now. I'm almost sure.
What's the matter, Randy?
There aren't any here. There aren't. I put them all away.
Oh, Randy, you're not hearing it again, are you?
It's your imagination, Randy. Get hold of yourself.
That's where you're wrong. Let's get out of here.
Oh, Randy,
it's
sit
not my
down.
imagination this time. There's a bomb under this house. Listen.
There's no ticking, Randy.
You're ill.
You're slipping back. Get hold of yourself.
I'm sane, I tell you. The doctor says I'm sane. This house is going to blow up. Now, will you believe me? All right. Operator, I want long distance. London, Axminster 87742. Dr. Stephen Lambert. Lambert. Yes, quickly, please.
What are you doing?
I'm calling the doctor.
He can't help you now, dear. He was wrong, don't you see?
I can hear it. It's real this time, I tell you. Now, will you believe the doctor if he tells you I'm sane?
Listen to reason, Randy. There's no ticking in this room. We could hear it if it was real.
I tell you I'm all right. I'm well. Hello. Hello, Doctor. Randy Graham. Yes, Randy Graham. Look here, Doctor. They think I'm crazy. I claim there's a bomb under this house, and they won't believe it. I can hear it, Doctor. They won't leave. They'll be killed. The house is going to blow up, sir. Now, will you talk to them and tell them I'm not crazy? Here, Jeff. Talk to him. Yes, Doctor. Jeff, talk to him. He'll tell you I'm all right. Here you are. Talk to him.
Easy, old boy. Hello, Doctor. No, of course not. No, there's no ticking. Yes, it's his imagination. Yes, just like the first time. We were sitting here in the living room when...
Louise.
Yes.
Don't you believe me?
What can I do, Randy?
You love me, don't you?
Of course.
Now, listen, darling. It's not my imagination this time. Will you believe that? There's a bomb under this house.
You're ill, Randy.
Listen, Louise, listen. Do you hear that? That's a bomb. Will you believe me?
No.
All right, you can stay here and die. I've done all I can. Goodbye, Louise. I looked at my watch. 7:29. 1 minute to go. They had 1 minute to live. I ran down the side street. 1 block, 2 blocks. I was safe. The alarm clocks they had planted while I was gone had obscured the other noise. I could see them congratulating themselves again. I'd been careful. It was timed to the split second. 6 seconds. 4, 2. Yes. I'm alone here in the church now. It's over and done with. The Dover correspondence reported another bomb accident. That was all. I still love her. I know. I can love her better remembering her as she was. Thinking of her. Now that there's quiet to sink in. No ticking clocks. Just silence. Beautiful silence. No hallucinations. No papers to sign. No Jeff. No Louise. What? No. No. No.
Thank you, Martin Gable, for a fine performance in Beautiful Silence, written by Clarence Hill. And now, creeps, this is PFCX closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse and reminding you to sleep tight. Good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skin.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. More than a year ago, we presented on this program a hard-hitting detective story entitled Murder in the City Hall. I received many letters from you fans telling me how pleased you were with that story. And I wasn't surprised, for that story was based on a novelette entitled Spanish Blood, written by one of the greatest of the modern mystery writers, Raymond Chandler, author of The Big Sleep and of the recent hit motion picture, Murder, My Sweet. Well, tonight we're going to repeat that fine story. So here it is, Raymond Chandler's Murder in the City Hall.
Oh, say, Mr. Barnes, before we get started, let's turn the clock back to 8 o'clock this morning. You know, 8 o'clock, the time of morning that lots of men hate because they have to shave. That is, except the men who shave with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, with Molle, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless cream for tender skins. That's right. Molle is the shaving cream that's heavier, the cream that's made for a wiry, hard-to-cut beard or tender skin. Because Molle is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straighter and lets your razor clip them off close and clean. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Molle, the heavier brushless cream for tender skins. Molle. And now for tonight's Molle mystery, Murder in the City Hall.
Down this corridor, Sam. It's the end office.
Oh.
Can you beat it, Sam? Bumping off Donegan Marr. Boy, will this make trouble down at City Hall.
Right, Pete.
2 months till election, and one of the candidates for judge is dead as a doornail.
We went to school together, Donnie and me. Carried the torch for the same girl. He won. He always did. He's a great guy.
Here, Sam, we turn down this way.
Yeah, Donnie Moore was a great guy till he got into politics. Then he changed. Got mixed up with the mud.
Keep out of politics. That's my motto.
And something happened to his marriage, too. Went kind of sour. Feel sorry for his wife, Belle.
Still carrying the torch for us, Sam?
Yeah, maybe.
Here we are.
All right, officer. Lieutenant Sam DeLaGuerra and Pete Marcus of Homicide taking over.
Yes, sir.
Here's the body.
Slumped over in his chair with 2 bullet holes in his chest.
Anybody hear the shot, Pete?
No. Oh, the office is probably soundproof.
Who reported the killing?
His secretary. She went to lunch an hour early today, and when she came back, she found this and phoned the police and Ma's wife.
Where's she now?
The secretary? They sent her home. She was getting hysterical.
Hey, look, Pete, here's a gun in his hand. Only it hasn't been used. Probably his own.
Don't see any empty shells anyplace, Sam. Whoever did it must have been smart enough to pick up the shells.
Here's his appointment pad. Somebody named Imlay was due here at 12:15. It's 1:30 now.
Who's Imlay?
Wait a minute, sure. There's an assistant DA named Imlay on Big Boss Master's ticket running for judge against Marr.
Sam, you don't think...
I don't know what to think yet. Hey, take a look at this writing on the pad.
Pretty shaky, isn't it?
Yeah, very shaky, just as...
Hello, boys.
Afternoon, Mr. Coroner.
How are you, Dad?
Well, well. An important stiff this time, yes? Yeah, let's see what we can make of it. 2 slugs, eh? Small ones. Look like about 25 caliber.
A lady's gun.
Yeah, close to the heart, but not touching. Must have died about an hour ago. About 12:30. Maybe a minute or two after he was shot.
You don't have to be so cheerful about it.
Pete, here they are.
What, Sam?
The missing shells. The murderer hid them in the humidor there under some cigar butts.
Let's see them.
Yep, just as I thought. 25 caliber shells from a small gun. Like maybe a woman would use.
I got it. Hello? Oh, yes, Commissioner. This is Lieutenant Pete Marcus. Yeah. No, nobody's been here but the coroner. Hold everything till you get her. Sure thing. No printer, cameraman yet. Only me and Sam De La Guerra. Yeah. Yes, sir. Here, Sam. The commissioner wants to talk to you.
Hello, Commissioner. Sure. What am I doing on the case? Well, I was just standing around. They sent me over. Well, sure, I knew Donnie Moore, but I didn't room with him. Okay, Commissioner, you're the boss. Right away. Oh. Pete, you've got to take care of things till the commissioner gets here.
Me? What about you?
He's ordered me to take a run up to Marr's cabin at Puma Lake. Don't tell anybody, only I'm calling on Donnie's wife first.
Well, what's the idea of sending you off like this?
My guess is that he doesn't want me working on this case.
Oh, hello, Mr. Sam. My, it sure is good you came.
Well, Minnie, I'm sorry about what's happened, but I've got to see Mrs. Moore right away.
Oh, sure. Come on in, sir.
No reporters yet?
Oh, no, sir. Nobody ain't been here yet. Only the commissioner. He just phoned about 5 minutes ago.
The commissioner phoned here?
Why, yes, Mr. Sam.
What'd he say?
Well, I don't rightly know, Mr. Sam. He talked to Mrs. Moore. And she ain't said a word even to me ever since she heard the awful news. She just stands around like she's dazed.
Well, I'll go on into her. And don't talk to anybody, Minnie. Don't say anything. Hello, Belle.
Oh, Sam. Sam, I don't know what to say. It's all so terrible.
I know. Donnie was in a tough racket, Belle. And when you play with fire...
Who killed him, Sam? That's the important thing. Have you any idea?
Well, there might be one suspect.
A man or woman?
A man. Somebody connected with the Masters gang Donnie was running against.
Oh, what's this rotten city government coming to?
Belle, are you really so sorry Donnie's killed?
Why do you ask that?
I want to know.
Yes. Yes, I am sorry, Sam. I really am. I didn't think I could be, but now that he's dead...
I knew something went wrong between you two. Donnie'd been running around with a fast crowd, other women.
Oh, please, I'd rather not talk about it.
Just as you say. What did the commissioner just say to you on the phone?
Oh, how do you know he called?
Well, let's not go into that, Belle. What'd he say?
Well, it seems that a man named Imlay, one of Donnie's opponents in the election, had been mixed up with a nightclub singer called Stella Lamott. The commissioner found some rather sensational pictures of Imlay and Stella in Donnie's desk drawer.
What? Why, he's crazy. Pete and I looked. We never saw any pictures.
The commissioner thinks Donnie was trying to blackmail Imlay into withdrawing from the race. Evidently, he and Donnie had quite a row, and Imlay beat him to the draw.
Do you believe that, Belle?
I don't know what to believe.
Belle, do you want me to do anything about this?
Oh, I do, Sam, I do. Donnie's eyes stare at me from the walls wherever I look.
Well, how about giving me the keys to his cabin up at Puma Lake?
Why?
I've been ordered to go up there and look around.
Certainly, Sam, you can have the keys. But wait just a moment. I'm going with you.
You know what I think, Belle? They're sending me up to Puma Lake to get me out of the way down there.
Who's they?
Oh, the commissioner, and behind him, Boss Masters.
Sam, do you think Big Boss Masters might have had Donnie killed?
No, Belle, that doesn't add up.
Why not?
Because Masters would never have allowed Imlay to become involved in such a thing. Imlay was running on Masters' ticket.
Well, then you don't think Imlay's the murderer.
I don't know. Oh, it might be just what the commissioner says it is. A quarrel over those pictures of Imlay and Stella Lamont. After all, Donnie might have threatened to blackmail Imlay.
Oh, Donnie's done a lot of things lately I haven't been proud of.
Well, here we are at the cabin. See, a lonely little place. When was Donnie up here last?
Oh, I don't know. He was always coming up here for conferences. At least he said he was coming here.
Well, I'll nose around a bit, see what I can find.
I'll come along with you, Sam.
No, Belle, no. You wait here in the car. You can turn on the radio if you like. I'll be right back. Take it easy, Ken. Calm down.
I'll be all right.
We interrupt this program to bring you the latest bulletin on the City Hall murder of Donegan Marr. The police are now working on the theory that Marr was killed in a quarrel resulting from pressure which he was putting on his rival, Assistant District Attorney Imlay, in order to force his withdrawal from the coming municipal election. A warrant has been issued for the arrest of Imlay, but at present Imlay's whereabouts are unknown. Keep tuned to this station for further bulletins.
Come on, Belle. We're getting back to town.
Did you find anything, Sam?
Well, let's get going, and I'll tell you on the way.
You did find something. You can tell by the expression on your face.
Yes, Belle. Something I wasn't supposed to find.
What?
A dead man. A bullet through his temple.
Sam, who is it?
Imlay.
Imlay?
Yeah, and he's been dead for hours, at least since last night.
But Donnie was killed this morning. That means that...
Imlay couldn't have killed Donnie, exactly.
Then who did?
That's what I'm going to find out.
As the curtain falls on Act One of tonight's Molle Mystery, it looks as though Marr and Imlay don't stand much chance of being elected. Now. What think you, Mr. Seymour?
Well, Mr. Barnes, would you believe it if I told you that there are plenty of men who'd be willing to change places with either of them?
Damn.
Well, almost, anyway. For instance, there's the fellow who'd sooner be shot at than shave. And say, man, if that's how you feel about shaving, chances are you have wiry whiskers or a tender skin. So try Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Molle gives you a shave as smooth as sailing, as slick as a whistle. Yes, Molle is a heavier cream. The cream that not only softens your whiskers, but holds them up straight as corn stalks while your razor cuts them down quickly, easily. With Molle, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth, so smooth, it's slick, so slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Molle. And now here is Jeffrey Barnes and Act Two of Murder in the City Hall.
Young Police Lieutenant Sam De La Guerra suspects that the city's political machine is behind the murder of his old friend Donegan Marr. The police believe that the machine candidate for the judgeship, a man named Imlay, committed the killing in self-defense. But De La Guerra knows Imlay could not possibly have killed Donegan Marr. Now he returns to police headquarters.
Hi, Sam. Good thing you're back already. The commissioner wants to see you.
Yeah, and I want to see him, too. Listen, Pete. Were you in Marr's office when those Stella Lamont photographs were found?
Well, yeah, but I didn't find them. The commissioner did.
Did you see him find them?
No, but I don't think he planted them, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I meant. Now, look, Marr is murdered. So the voters are going to think Big John Masters had him killed because he was giving the political machine a run for the money.
You don't think that, do you, Sam?
No, I don't. But even if the killing had no political meaning, Masters and his machine would have to clean this killing up fast, or else. And if they can pin the killing on Imlay, the case is a cinch. Then Masters gets all the votes.
How do you figure that?
Well, Masters and the commissioner pin the killing on Imlay. You get it? But they do it so it looks like Marr was blackmailing him. So Marr's a villain, and Imlay's practically a hero because he's shot in self-defense.
Good Lord, Sam, you don't
Well, that's
think...
the way they've doped it. Commissioner.
Ah, there you are, De La Guerra.
Evening, Commissioner.
Come on to my office here. I want to talk to you. Find anything up at Puma Lake?
I wasn't supposed to, was I?
This is no time to be making cracks. You're on the carpet.
Well, what's up?
You didn't do a very good job up at Marr's office this morning. You said you went over it, and yet you failed to find the photographs Marr had in his desk.
So you walk in and find them immediately.
That'll be enough, De La Guerra. And when I order you up to Puma Lake, you stop by and pick up Marr's widow and take her along with you.
Oh, word certainly gets around fast, doesn't it? What's wrong with my taking Mrs. Marr up there?
Never mind. Trouble with you, De La Guerra, is that you're always too quick on the trigger, too fast on the pickup for your own good. Now, that doesn't fit in with what the department expects of you.
I suppose you're trying to say that you want my badge.
That's right.
Okay. Here it is.
You're being suspended for a hearing, De La Guerra.
And to lay off the Marr case. That's it, isn't it?
There isn't any Marr case. Imlay's admitted the shooting through his attorney. Claims self-defense. He'll surrender in the morning.
Oh, Imlay admits the murder, huh?
Yes. My advice to you is to relax a bit. Stop trying to blame everything on the political machine in the city. Pay a little more attention to being a good cop.
That's the trouble, Commissioner. As a good cop, I can add up a few things I know about this case, and they don't make sense. But I can promise you one thing. The killer of Donegan Marr isn't going to get off unpunished.
Yeah? Who's there?
It's me, Sam De La Guerra. Hello, Joey.
Okay, copper. Come in. What do you want?
I got $100 for you.
This ain't Christmas. Why?
You know a girl named Stella Lamont?
I don't know. I might.
Well, you ought to. Stella Lamont's only her stage name. Her real name's Stella Chill. She's your sister.
So what?
What about her and assistant DA named Imlay?
Nothing.
You better talk fast, Joey. You're going to be sorry. Stella's accused of the killing of Donnie Marr.
She never even knew Ma.
But she did know Imlay.
Well, what's wrong with that? She was playing him for a shakedown.
Yeah? Tell me more.
Stella and a guy named Taribo were working together on it. He put Stella up to it. So she put some drops in Imlay's liquor and he passed out. Then she and Taribo set up those pictures. She put an arm around his neck and put a bottle of liquor in his hand. Then, just like a dame, she gets scared and spills the whole thing to me.
Why'd she get scared?
She got to like Imlay. She was afraid Taribo might rub him out. So I followed Taribo. I live in a shutter. After a while, I trail him to Big John Masters' apartment.
I see.
Did I get my $100?
Well, it listens good so far. What do you make of it, Joey?
Only that Stella didn't kill Ma. Imlay must have done it.
Where can I find Stella?
I think maybe she's left town. Just like I'm going to do. It ain't healthy for me in this knot.
Put your hands up over your head, both of you. Don't look this way, copper. Keep your back turned.
No, I...
What do you want? I don't know you.
That's why I'm here, Taribo. I want to get acquainted with you. Shall I come in?
Why not? You're halfway in already.
Yeah. Well, a nice little place you got here, Taribo. Must be in the money.
Did you come here just to admire my apartment?
No, but I might as well, as long as I'm here.
Who are you, anyway?
Take a look at my back. Ever see it before from a broken window?
What's the matter? You nuts?
You been out of here in the last half hour?
Who cares?
You been doing any shooting, Taribo, with a stool pigeon named Joey Chill?
No. Joey. Don't tell me Joey's been killed.
All right, little girl. Who are you?
Shut up, Stella, and get back in the other room.
I'm Stella Lamont. I'm Joey's sister. Don't tell me he's been killed.
About 20 minutes ago. He was telling me all about what...
There. That ought to keep that copper quiet.
Taribo, what do you know about Joey being killed?
What do you mean? What do I know?
Who killed him?
How do I know?
You've got to talk fast, Taribo. You've got to tell me where you were a half hour ago.
Shut up, Stella. Get on the phone and get Masters here in a hurry.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll return you to Act 3 of Murder in the City Hall. Here's something for dandruff sufferers to keep in mind. Most ordinary hair preparations are no more effective for combating dandruff than plain water is, for they merely do what plain water does, that is, remove loose dandruff. But a scientific product called double danderine does more. It actually works where most ordinary hair preparations fail. For double danderine kills the germs that many outstanding authorities contend are a cause of a common type of dandruff. Yes, and it actually kills these germs on contact. Now, the amazing effectiveness of double danderine is due to a special ingredient called Alzan, an active antiseptic so remarkably efficient that many hospitals use it. And among hair preparations, double danderine and double danderine alone has it. So try double danderine and see if you don't agree that most ordinary hair preparations can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. If you're not satisfied, return the empty bottle and get your money back. Buy double danderine at your druggist.
Look, Mr. Masters, he's coming too.
All right, Stella, all right. Pretty tough lieutenant, isn't he, Taribo?
Too tough for his own good. Come on, copper, sit up.
Hey. Well, quite a reception, huh? Well, Boss Masters is himself. What's the idea?
All right, Delegate. From now on, I'll do the asking. What do you want coming here to Taribo's apartment?
I was looking for Stella Lamont.
Why?
I want to find out who killed Donnie Marr.
What's there to find out? Imlay has confessed through his attorney that he killed Marr.
Why hasn't he appeared and made his own confession?
We expect him to do that in a day or two.
Only he won't. Because he's dead. Lying flat on his face in that cabin up at Puma Lake.
Imlay? Dead?
It can't be.
And what's more, he was dead before Marr was killed. He couldn't have killed Marr.
Well, Garrett, what you say is true.
Sure. Imlay probably went up to talk with Marr as soon as he got wind of those pictures you had Taribo fake. Why wouldn't he? When he went to see Marr last night and not this morning. They must have got into a fight and Imlay got killed.
You mean Marr killed Imlay?
Who else could have done it up there?
And who killed Marr?
Yeah, who killed Marr?
How about it, Masters?
Oh, why should I have Marr murdered?
You must have had those pictures of Stella here planted in Marr's desk.
All right, Delegate. We did plant those pictures. We had to do that. Only now...
Now it won't work because Imlay's dead.
Delegate, I'll pay you $5,000 if you can find me the murderer of Imlay. How much do you know about the case?
Several things. First, Marr evidently got a fake phone call from someone making an appointment for Imlay at 12:15 today. Now, that must have scared Moore if he knew he'd killed Imlay the night before. So what could he do under the circumstances? Why, stall, of course. Send his office girl off to lunch, put his gun where he could reach it in a hurry. Be all set for trouble. And when his 12:15 visitor arrived, he got his gun out, but he didn't use it.
So what?
I'm not sure yet. But Moore was no slouch with a gun, and he was on edge. He was all set. Why didn't he shoot?
Why? Because it was a woman who called on him?
A woman?
You mean Stella here because she loved Imlay even though she started to frame him.
Why, you dirty... No, I didn't kill Mar.
Come on, Stella. Talk. You must have known that Mara was going to blackmail your boyfriend.
Sure, Stella.
For you lousy...
Look out!
This is for you, Taribo. You killed Joey.
Oh, why, you little...
No, Taribo. Stella.
I got him, didn't I?
Yes, Stella.
And I don't mind kicking off myself. Only...
Yes, Stella.
You've got to believe me when I say I didn't kill Moore. Somebody else did that job.
Oh, hello, Mr. Sam.
Oh, hello, Minnie. Where's Mrs. Moore?
In the other room. She just sits in there and don't
Okay,
sleep.
okay.
Oh, Sam, I've been waiting and waiting. What's happened?
Stella Lamont just killed a skunk by the name of Taribo.
Oh.
Case is officially closed, I guess. They'll pin Donnie's murder on Taribo somehow. There'll be an inquest, of course, investigations, plus a lot of people shooting their mouths off to horn in on the publicity. And the papers will play it up big for a while. But as far as the police are concerned, the case is tied up in a package.
Oh, Sam, I'm so glad it's all over.
Yes. Only I'm pretty sure now a woman really killed Donnie.
A woman?
Yes, Belle. But they'll never know who.
Oh, one of those women he'd been running around with.
Maybe.
What makes you think a woman killed him?
Because he was shot with a small gun, such as a woman might use.
Sam, that doesn't prove it was a woman.
No, not exactly. But for a while, I was sure Stella Lamont might have killed him.
But she didn't?
No, I'm positive of that. Her dying words to me tonight were that she didn't kill Donnie.
And you believed her. Oh, Sam, how could you take the word
I had
of
to
her?
believe her, Belle. The caliber of her gun didn't match the shells I found in Donnie's office. And then on my way here, I began adding up all the clues.
Then you know who killed Donnie.
Donnie didn't die right away, Belle. The coroner said that. And Donnie had nerve. He tried to protect someone. Someone very close to him, Belle. And the writing on his appointment pad was pretty shaky. He must have written Imlay's name on the pad afterwards, when he was alone and dying. Well, maybe Donnie was sorry how he had treated you, Belle.
What?
Anyway, he wanted to shield you.
Oh. All right, Sam. It was the horrible kind of women he went around with. I was desperate. I had to stop him.
Downtown, they like the case as it stands now. Nobody will ever figure out who killed Donnie. I'll get my police job back, all right. And you, Belle, you're going to do what Donnie wanted you to do.
Do? Do what, Sam?
You're going to suffer, Belle,
Oh, no.
the way you're already
no, I don't
suffering.
Want to. No, no, Sam, I can't stand
You're
it.
going
no.
to suffer the way Donnie wanted you to suffer. You're going right on living with the memory of how you killed him until you've really paid. The hard way.
No, Sam, I'm not. I couldn't bear that. I'll give myself up.
Okay, Belle. Let's get going.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again, inviting you to be with us next week when we present the greatest modern mystery classic of them all, Emlyn Williams's famous play and motion picture Night Must Fall. And as guest star, Miss Virginia Field, star of the Broadway hit Doe Girls and the motion picture Waterloo Bridge.
And now this is Dan Seymour saying goodnight until next Friday at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents Night Must Fall.
Tonight's Mystery Theater presentation came to you from Radio City in New York. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight we bring you a story that is, in my opinion, the greatest modern mystery classic of them all. Emlyn Williams's famous play, Night Must Fall. Virginia Field, star of the hit Broadway play Doe Girls, and just back from Hollywood, where she completed the Paramount picture The Perfect Marriage, will play the part of Olivia Grayne, the young Englishwoman who is so hypnotized and fascinated by the strange, half-mad Danny. Danny will be played by a fine young actor just returned from Army service, Ian Martin. So here it is, Night Must Fall, starring Virginia Field as Olivia and Ian Martin as Danny.
Well, gee, am I in the play too, Mr. Barnes?
Oh, no, Dan, that's another Danny, a tough guy.
Well, tough guys aren't always so tough. Why, do you know that lots of them are almost sissies when it comes to shaving? But not the man who shaves with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Because with Molle, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless cream for tender skins. That's right. Molle is the shaving cream that's heavier. The cream that's perfect for a wiry, hard-to-cut beard or tender skin. Because Molle is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight while your razor whisks them off 1, 2, 3. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Molle, the heavier brushless cream for tender skins. Molle. Now for tonight's Molle mystery, Night Must Fall.
In the sitting room of a cottage located in a forest of Essex, England, sit three people. Mrs. Branson, owner and mistress of the cottage, is in a wheelchair. Reading to her from a newspaper is Danny, Mrs. Branson's houseboy and general handyman. Apart from these two, and apparently lost in her own thoughts, sits a young woman, Olivia Grayne, Mrs. Branson's niece and paid companion.
The murderer committed the crime in the forest. He buried the woman's body shallow in the refuse heap behind the cottage of one Mrs. Branson, who...
And to think if my maid hadn't found her, that woman might still be lying there. Think of that, Olivia. Olivia!
Oh, I'm sorry, Auntie. I'm afraid I wasn't listening.
Oh, must you just sit there and stare out of the window? What are you dreaming about?
I was just thinking. I often wonder, on a very fine morning like this, what it'll be like for night to fall. I never can, yet it's got to.
You'd do better thinking about catching a husband. Where's that man of yours, that Hubert Lowry?
Oh, he's off for a walk, I suppose.
Shall I read some more, Mum?
Oh, yes, dear.
Attempts had been made to eradicate fingerprints with a knife. The head had been severed by a skilled person, possibly a butcher.
Oh, dear, my heart's beating like anything. No more, Danny, no more.
All right, Mother of mine. It's time for your afternoon stroll anyway. Off to your room and make yourself pretty for your Danny boy.
Yes, dear, I won't be a minute. Oh, you needn't wheel me, Olivia. Heaven knows you nor anyone else gave me any attention until Danny came to the scene.
Hurry back, Mother of mine. I'll have your pills and chocolates ready.
What's so funny?
I don't know. Rummy old lady.
Why'd you whistle that song so much?
Why not? I am a pretty little fella.
The papers say that on the day of the murder, an unidentified man was heard walking through the forests singing that song.
You know, you wouldn't be bad looking without them glasses.
Are you playing up to my aunt?
Playing up?
After her money, I mean. You stand a pretty poor chance there, you know.
What do you bet?
You never take that cigarette out of your mouth?
Oh, you don't like me, do you?
No.
Everybody else does.
You're very conceited, aren't you?
Yes.
And you're acting all the time, aren't you?
Acting? Acting what? Look at the way I can look you in the eyes. I can stare you out.
I have a theory. It's the criminals who can look you in the eyes. And the honest people who blush and look away.
Oh?
You are acting, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am.
You worked at that summer resort where the murdered woman lived, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I used to take cigarettes and drinks to her. She was a very lively one. I got to go now. Mrs. Bramson will be waiting.
But if Danny should come in and catch us searching his luggage, Miss Grimes.
Oh, I'll take the responsibility, Dora.
Hello there. Past the old dragon and a white-haired boy along the path, thought I... Oh, I say, what's going on?
We're searching Danny's luggage, Hubert.
Heavens, Olivia, that's a bit much. Why, say, you don't think it was Danny who murdered that woman?
Well, I don't know.
But it was such a clever business. They still haven't found her head, you know. And he's such an ordinary chap.
Yes, that's just it. And then suddenly he's so extraordinary.
Nothing much here, Mum. Just a wallet with a letter inside it.
Oh, let's see. Dear Babyface, my own. Next time you strike Newcastle, okay by me, baby. Signed, Lil.
This is the last bit of luggage, Mum. Shall I open it?
Luggage? Looks more like an old-fashioned hat box. Made of leather. Heavy, too. It's locked, but I think I can open it.
Wait a minute, Hubert.
What's up?
Well, suppose there is something in it.
By Jove, I never thought of that. Well?
Open it. Go ahead.
Those are my things.
Oh, Danny.
Could I have it back, please, sir? My wallet, I mean. It's the only one I got.
Oh, this? Oh, yes, of course.
Well, what did you think of the letter?
Letter?
Well, you have it in your hand. Means well, does little bit we had a row she would spy on me. And if there's anything I hate, it's spying. Don't you agree, sir?
Yes.
I'd sooner have anything than a spy. Bar a murderer, of course.
What did you say?
Bar a murderer, of course.
Olivia, you better deal with all this. It's beyond me.
And I'll be getting back to the kitchen, Mom.
You were acting again, weren't you? Is there something in that hat box?
Yes. A hat, maybe?
Did you do it? Did you do it?
Look outside. It's growing dark. Soon we'll have dinner, and Dora will be off to church for evening meeting, and dear Mr. Lorry will be gone. And the dark will come down, blacker and blacker. did that.
I thought you'd gone out.
Oh, it's you? Well, you're the quiet one. I've been drinking and I feel fine. Have one?
I prefer talking.
Oh, talking's daft. Doing's the thing.
You do live in your imagination, don't you?
Yes, it's the only way to bear with the awful things you have to do.
What awful things?
I haven't had as much to drink as all that.
What was your life like at that summer resort?
Why are you always concerned with me and my doing?
I'm not. It's just that you never talk about it.
My life?
Yes.
Well, the day don't start so good with a lot of spoons that's been in the mouths of gaping fools that looks through me like I was a dirty window, hadn't been cleaned for years. Orders, orders. Go here, do this. I was never meant to take orders, never. And just when I think I got a bit of peace, there's somebody locking the door. Won't let me go out. Talk. Won't fork out with no more money. At me. Calls me everything. And screams. So nothing keeps that mouth shut.
Go on.
I'm too fly for you. You'd like to know, wouldn't you?
Why do you lie awake all night?
I don't. I sleep.
Oh,
well.
no, you don't. And I'll tell you why. Because there's one thing that keeps you awake.
Be quiet.
One thing you've pushed into the back of your mind, and you can't do any more about it, and you never will.
No.
And you know what it is? It's a little thing. A hat box.
No.
Only a hat box, but it's rather heavy.
Stop it! It's the only thing that keeps me awake. Mind you, the only thing. But I don't know what to do. You see, nothing worries me, nothing in the world, only I don't like the pair of eyes staring at me with no look in them. I don't know what to do.
Oh, please. Please. Oh.
Anybody home?
It's that man from Scotland Yard who was here before. Inspector Belsize.
All right. I'll deal with him. I'll manage myself all right. You watch me.
As the curtain falls on Act One of tonight's play, we've had one murder, and maybe Scotland Yard will solve it. But one murder often leads to several more. And who knows, maybe this is the night.
Why, Mr. Barnes, sounds like you've been looking over my shoulder.
How so, Mr. Seymour?
Well, look, right here on this piece of paper in my hand, it says, "Men, when morning brings murder because you have to shave, chances are you have wiry whiskers or a tender skin. So try Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Why, Molle gives you a shave as smooth as flying, as trim as a top. Yes, Molle is a heavier cream. The cream that not only softens your whiskers, but holds them up straight as 10 pins while your razor cuts them close and clean. With Molle, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth, so smooth. It's slick, so slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Molle. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act Two of Night Must Fall.
The dwellers of Mrs. Bramson's cottage have been thrilled and frightened by the finding of a dead woman near the cottage. In spite of the fact that the woman's head was missing, the police have identified her as a Mrs. Chalfont who lived in a nearby summer resort. Our play resumes as Inspector Belsize enters the cottage. Olivia excuses herself, leaving the shaken Danny to confront the inspector alone.
Annie, why didn't you tell me you knew the deceased woman?
Knew her?
Well?
Oh, sir, sir, it's been in my conscience ever since.
So you did know her?
Oh, no, sir, it wasn't like that. I avoided her ever after that day she stopped me, sir. Oh, the brazen way she went at me, sir. But now, do you know what, sir? It's a weight off my mind you wouldn't believe. It was the disgust like of nearly getting mixed up with her that's kept me awake nights.
You're a bit of a milksop, aren't you?
Am I, sir?
Well, I'll be going. Oh, there's just one thing. Matter of form, you know. If you don't mind, I'll have a quick look through your luggage. No, you stay here. I'll get it myself.
Yes, sir. Through that door there, sir.
I'll find it.
A pretty little fella. Everybody. You can't miss my room, sir.
Found it all right.
Oh, no. What to call me, buddy?
Say, what have we here? This leather hat box seems to be locked. Have you got the key? What's the matter with you?
It isn't mine.
Not yours?
No.
Oh? Whose is it, then?
I don't know. It isn't mine.
Now, look here.
I'm sorry to have left you so abruptly, Inspector. Could I get you some tea?
Oh, not now, Miss Grain. Now, damn if this isn't yours.
Why, Inspector, what are you doing with my hat box?
Yours? But it was in Dan's...
Oh, well, Dan's room used to be the storeroom. I'll take it now.
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you. I'll put it in my wardrobe. It's got all my letters in it.
By Jove, I'm afraid I've offended her. Snooping. Well, good night, young fellow. I'll be off.
Good night, sir.
But in the future, don't keep things from the police.
Oh, no, sir.
They always find out, you know.
Oh, I'm sure they do, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Inspector Burris.
And I tell you, Mum, when I walked in from church and saw Danny lying on the floor, everything went topsy-wopsy.
I can't understand it. I guess the poor boy's been working too hard.
Well, I'll be running along now, Mum. It's getting late, and my old mother will be worrying if I'm not there by 10. Oh, should I take Miss Olivia a tea first?
Miss Olivia isn't here. She's left.
She left?
Yes, some ridiculous nonsense about not spending another night here. Seems she made arrangements to stay with Hubert Lowry and his sister, if you please.
But, Mum, there has been a murder.
Well, I've got Danny to look after me. He's strong as an ox and no silly nerves about him.
Well, good night then, Mum.
Good night, Dora. Danny? Danny! Come here. I want my chocolates. Danny! Oh, I have to get them myself. Oh, Lord, what's that? Danny! Danny! Oh, Danny, he's gone. They've all gone. They've left me. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, help a poor woman. I'm going to be murdered. I'm going to be murdered. Who's there? Who's there?
All right, mother of mine.
Oh.
It's only me, Danny.
Danny. Oh, I'll never forgive you, Danny. Never. Oh, my heart.
No, it's all right.
Oh, all alone I was. Just an old woman calling for help and no answer. Oh, the relief when I saw your face.
I'll bet you wasn't half glad, eh?
Oh, you're the only one that understands me, Danny. That's what you are. I want a chocolate now.
Right you are. Now, shut your eyes. Open your mouth.
Oh, Danny. You're the only one. You're a pet. My little chubby face. My baby face. My Danny. There. I want to be read to now.
Wouldn't you like a cushion back of your head first?
Oh, no. No, dear.
I think you'll be more comfortable with a cushion. I'm a pretty little girl. Everybody knows.
What a funny look on your face, dear. You look so kind, smiling like that. Oh. Well, Danny, what are you going to do with that cushion? You're lifting it up so... Danny, no!
I don't know what to call me, but I'm mighty like
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll return you to Act 3 of Night Must Fall.
You can't fight dandruff effectively with plain water, for all plain water does is remove loose dandruff, and it's exactly the same with most ordinary preparations for the hair. But one product that really does more is double danderine. It truly works where so many others fail. This is because double danderine does what such products can't do. It actually kills on contact the germs that many outstanding authorities contend are a cause of a common type of dandruff. You see, double danderine contains an active antiseptic called Alzan, and it's this special ingredient used by many hospitals because of its remarkable efficiency that makes double danderine so amazingly effective. Remember, no other hair preparation contains Alzan. You get it only in double danderine. So try double danderine and see if you don't agree that most ordinary hair preparations can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. If you're not satisfied, return the empty bottle and get your money back. Buy double danderine at your druggist's.
I must hurry. Hurry and break up this chair. Then the fire. And they'll think she died in it. Who's there? Oh. You've come back.
I've never seen a dead body before. I nearly fell over it in the hallway. Like a sack of potatoes. I thought it was at first. I came back expecting... I don't know. And here I find you smoking a cigarette. It's so ordinary.
What did you come back for?
To find you out. I've read a lot about evil. I never expected to come across it in real life.
Oh, you didn't have to read so much. I never got through a book yet, but I'll read you all right.
Read me?
Your mind. You haven't had a drop to drink yet. You feel as if you had. You never knew there was such a secret part inside of you. All that book learning and moral me eye here and social me eye there. You took that off of the edge of the wood, same as if it was an overcoat. And you left it there.
Oh, I hate you. Hate you.
Oh, no, you don't. You feel the same as I do, sometimes excited and light as air. Why, this is my big chance. You're the one I can tell all about myself. You said just now murder's ordinary. Well, it isn't ordinary at all, see? And I'm not an ordinary chap. There's one big difference between me and other chaps that try this game. I'll never be found out. The world's going to hear from me. You wait. But you can't wait, can you?
You mean you're You're going to...
Yes. Aren't you frightened? You ought to be. Don't you think I'll do it?
I know you will. I just can't realize it.
You see, I make up my mind to do a thing, and I do it. And I'm going to take care of you right now. What's that light in here?
It's a light in the woods. Somebody's shining in here. Somebody must be watching the house.
No, it can't be. Nobody's watching. I'm the one that watches. They got no call to watch me. I'll go out and tell them that. I know I'm watching.
What is it?
Behind them trees. Hundreds back of each tree. Thousands of eyes. The whole world's on my track after me. The whole world's after me.
Why, you've stopped acting at last. You're real for the first time. Frightened. Just like a child.
Everything's slipping away from under my feet. Can't you feel it? Starting slow, then hundreds of miles an hour. I'm going backwards. And there's a wind in my ears, a terrible blowing wind. Everything's going past me like the telegraph poles. All the things I've seen faster and backwards. Back to the day I was born. I can see it coming the day I was born. I'm going to die.
No, you're not. No, it'll be all right. You won't die. I'll tell him I made you do it. I'll tell lies. I'll do anything.
All right, Danny. Stand up, put out your wrists.
But she isn't dead, Inspector. She just went out there in the hall. I don't know why. She's sleeping, maybe. Maybe just sleeping.
This will take care of you. There.
No, Inspector. No, I made him do it.
No. I'm the fella. Anything I'm concerned in, I run myself. If there's going to be any putting me on a public platform to answer questions, I'll do it myself. I'll manage all right.
I get you. Like a bit of limelight, eh?
You're not going to believe what she said, are you, Inspector?
No. Plenty of women who don't know any better get hysterical about a lad in your position. You'll find them queuing up all right when the time comes.
Will they now?
Come along. I have a motor waiting.
You know, I'd like something now I never wanted before. A long walk all by myself. And just when I can't have it. That's contrary, isn't it? You, miss. Come here a minute now.
Danny.
Remember me. Remember me with this. There, my girl. Never say you've not been kissed. Well, I'm going to be hanged in the end. But they'll get their money's worth at the trial. You wait.
The original music for the Molle Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Sandler. Night Must Fall was written by Emlyn Williams and adapted for radio by Don Agger. Virginia Field and Ian Martin were starred in tonight's program. And now this is Dan Seymour saying good night until next Friday at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents a rollicking mystery comedy, Follow That Cab.
This program came to you from our NBC studios in Radio City, New York. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight's story is a modern tale of suspense entitled The Doctor and the Lunatic. It was written by Richard Connell, author of that well-known classic, The Most Dangerous Game. And in it, you are going to meet a most dangerous killer, an unknown madman with a strange obsession.
Oh, say, speaking of madman, Mr. Barnes, ever hear of the fellow who went raving from shaving?
Why, no, Dan. You mean absolutely mad?
Well, not exactly. You see, shaving used to make him awful sore. That is, until he shaved with Molle. Now he's raving over the smooth, slick shave he gets. Yes, sir, man. It's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Yes, Molle is the shaving cream that's heavier. The cream you need if you have a wiry, hard-to-cut beard or tender skin. Because Molle is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight while your razor cuts them off close and clean. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. And now for tonight's Molle mystery, The Doctor and the Lunatic.
Odd, isn't it? How a man will take his own sanity for granted. Odder still that he will never question the sanity of his neighbor. In the very midst of civilization, we live in a jungle, never knowing when or where a warped mind may slip its shackles and turn the well-disciplined body into a volcanic eruption of lustful hate. Tonight's story began a few moments before 12 on a soft spring night. Where it began was in the North Shore home of Oscar Barton, wealthy playboy, who prized with equal warmth his collection of women and his collection of rare porcelain pieces. Through Barton's open French doors, there stole a shadowy substance that stabbed a circle of light unerringly at Barton's prized porcelain clock.
Beautiful, so fragile, so soft and silky to touch. And I will be the last to see it. It's only right. Beauty was made for me. I must find all beauty. Then, since I looked at it last, it'll be mine. Mine.
Who's that? Who's there? I said, who's there? Speak up or I'll fire. Is that you, Jeff? Who are you? Answer me. Don't move. Go. Let me go.
Mr. Barton, sir, are you in there? Mr. Barton, sir, you're bleeding, sir.
Chase him, Jeff. He went out the French doors. Get after him, man. Oh, good Lord, my clock. My clock smashed to pieces. Where's that gun? Had it when I came down. Find that gun, Jeff. I'll plug that fiend between the eyes.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Oh, the phone, sir. Shall I get it?
No, I will. Take that gun and look around outside. Hello. Yes, this is Barton. What? Who? You're talking too fast. Tex is dead. Listen, gone. And I hung him from a tree. Good heavens, man, I'm coming over. Something's happened here, too. Jeff!
Yes, sir.
Garner just came home to find his prized collie, Texana, hanging by the neck from a tree. I'm going over to his place. Hang on to that gun and watch the rest of my porcelain.
Here, I'll pour you a stiff one, Barton. We all need a stiff one. How about you, Kelton?
Hmm? Oh, no, Garnet, thank you. I can't drink since my illness.
So this vandal visited your home, too, Kelton, huh? What did he do to you?
My rose. My beautiful rose. I spent 11 years developing it. Most beautiful rose the world has ever seen, crushed to a pulp. The petals mashed and ground into the mud. It was so lovely, gentlemen. Such a triumph.
Yeah. Well, sad. Sad, of course. But my Tex, hanged like a common murderer. What kind of a man would do such a thing? And what are we going to do about it?
Well, the police.
That half-wit constable? What do you make of it, Kelton?
We may never find him. He's hiding in the safest place in the world. Because he's someone we know.
What?
The man or beast, if you will, who committed these outrages is someone who knows us well and positive. And worse than that, gentlemen, he's a madman whose obsession is the destruction of beauty.
Wait, Garnet. Kelton's got an angle there. But how do you know so much about it, Kelton?
Before my nervous breakdown, I taught psychology at the university. Besides, it's obvious.
How so?
The man chose for his orgy of destruction the most beautiful of our possessions. He must have visited our homes, known how I cherished my roses, how you worshipped your matchless collie, Mr. Garnet, how you prized your porcelain clock, Mr. Barton.
Well, what makes you think I'm a lunatic, Kelton?
What else? Revenge? Can you conceive of a common enemy? No. Robbery? Nothing was stolen. No. This is the work of a warped mind. A man whose hands burn with the urge to destroy beauty. And a man who knows and appreciates beauty much as we do.
Destruction of beauty. Good Lord, Lily.
Lily?
Lily Price, my actress friend who lives on Hilltop Road.
Call her.
Yes, call her.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Garnet.
Let's have it, Kelton.
My wife and I have become friendly with a Dr. Canfield who moved to the Point a few months ago. Perhaps you know him, too?
Fellow who was the famous brain surgeon on the West Coast. House on the tip of the Point?
Yes. I'm sure he could be of great value to us and advise us properly. Now, I propose we say nothing of this to avoid alarm, and that all three of us pay him a visit in the morning.
Good idea.
No answer at Lily's house. I left her there at 10:30. I'm going to drive up there.
I'll go with you. Kelton, will you excuse us? Call me in the morning and we'll go and see your friend Canfield.
Come on, Garnet.
Right with you.
Her lights are still on. Watch the back door, Garnet. I'll take the front.
Right, I'll cover the back door. Shout if you need me.
Lily! Lily! It's Oscar, Lily. Open up. Lily! Good Lord. Garnet! Garnet, come inside.
Is she... Did he...
No. She's breathing. No blood, no signs of struggle. Here, give me a hand here. Get her on the couch.
No signs of struggle, eh? Look.
Her painting. Good Lord, the madman's been here. The canvas is slashed to ribbons. It's worth a fortune, painted by Michelli. Now, let's get some brandy into her. A bottle here somewhere.
Oh. She's coming too, Barton.
Good. Yeah, this will help it along.
Oscar. Oh, Oscar. Look. My painting.
There, Lily. Take it easy, darling. Listen, Mr. Garner, my neighbor.
Hello.
How do you do, Miss Price? We ran up when Barton could get no answer on your phone.
What happened here?
I'm not sure. I woke up hungry and came downstairs for some milk. My maid is away tonight. I put the light on and saw the painting. I fainted, I guess.
Get your things on, Lily. I'll drive you to your aunt's for the night.
Would you, Oscar? That's wonderful. I'll just be a moment.
Aren't you going to tell her, Barton?
Tell her what? That there's a madman loose around here? That he might be anybody? Someone aching right at this minute to sink his fingers into her throat? Why scare her? To Besides, maybe Dr. Canfield can help us when we see him.
Yes. Canfield seems to be our only hope at the moment.
Let's get to Dr. Canfield as early as we can in the morning.
I am glad you came to me, gentlemen. How much help I can be, I don't know. If this were 14 years ago, I could give you the name of the poor creature who might have done the outrages you speak of.
You mean you have an idea who the man is, Doctor?
Oh, no, Garnet. I mean that I had such a patient committed to me 14 years ago on the coast. He is still there, incurable. But my experience with that case has taught me much about the strange, insane lust for the destruction of beauty.
Is he the one you mentioned to me once on the train, Doctor?
Yes, Kelton. A man named Gabriel Fenwick. I worked hard to help him. Operated several times. Just as I felt that Fenwick was cured, he embarked upon an orgy of destruction similar to that which occurred last night.
Why, are you certain he's not at large, Dr. Canfield?
Oh, yes, I am, Mr. Barton. Of course, I'll contact the institution which has him at once to satisfy you all.
You do agree that this is the work of an insane person?
Oh, yes, Kelton.
Is there personal danger involved, Doctor? I mean, if a beautiful woman were about, would he...
We found Fenwick standing over the horribly battered body of the woman he was to have married. She had been a very beautiful woman.
Oh, good heavens. Is there anything you can do to help us find this devil, Doctor?
Well, possibly, Mr. Garnet, but only insofar as I may detect him from talking to him. There are symptoms which are recognizable to a trained mind.
Would you advise going to the police, Doctor?
Legally, Kelton, I imagine you should. However, that might stampede the remaining vestiges of sanity in the man and cause him to abandon all restraint.
How will you go about finding him?
Well, Mr. Barton, I've been thinking it over as we discussed it. It won't be easy. For instance, 2 of you 3 gentlemen have already exhibited symptoms of latent obsession. 2 of you could be the poor creature. Please, gentlemen. I only said that to point out how normal such a man might seem. By the same token, you're as free to suspect me.
Well, the doctor's right. It could be anyone. You won't say which one of us you've absolved, would you, Doctor?
No, if you want me to help, you must allow me to work in my own fashion.
Go to it then, Doctor, and at once. You know how to reach us all.
Yes, I'll go right to work.
Yes, that would be best. Thank you, Dr. Canfield.
Oh, yes, a final word of caution, gentlemen. I must warn you to be on guard against yourselves.
Ourselves?
You are all potential murderers because you fear and suspect one another to a dangerous degree. If the lunatic is in this room, I alone must find him out.
As the curtain falls on Act 1 of tonight's play, it looks as if the doctor has already done a little psychoanalyzing to determine the guilty person.
You know, Mr. Barnes, that's the method I use, too. For instance, when a man feels like murdering someone because he can't get a comfortable shave, I can snap him out of it as quick as I can say, Molle. Yes, men, Molle. The heavier brushless shaving cream is the cream you need if you have wiry whiskers or a tender skin. Because Molle is heavier, it softens your whiskers, stands them up straighter, and makes them easy to cut. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it, and see if you don't say, it's smooth, so smooth. It's slick, so slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless cream for tender skins. Molle. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act 2 of The Doctor and the Lunatic.
A lunatic whose obsession for destroying objects of beauty has victimized 3 men on the North Shore has caused the victims to seek the advice of their neighbor, Dr. Canfield, the noted brain surgeon. They leave Dr. Canfield's home now with his promise to help them find the madman. In the heart of each man is a seething panic that one of them is the very fiend they seek. As the last of the 3 men starts to climb into the car, he slaps his coat pockets frantically.
The
the matter, Kelton? You lose something?
Gracious, I've left my glasses on Canfield's mantel.
Well, run in and get him. We'll wait.
No, really, Garnet, no need to. I'd like a bit of walking. Besides, I meant to ask Canfield to dinner, and I forgot to. You chaps run along.
Okay, Kelton. We'll keep in touch with you.
You do the same?
Yes, of course I will. Imagine forgetting my glasses. How silly. Maybe Canfield will take that as a symptom of insanity, too. Goodness. Comes from Canfield's. Someone's in distress. Who? Canfield lives here alone, or so I thought.
Kelton, have you been here long? I was upstairs.
I'm sorry to trouble you. I left my glasses on your mantel.
Oh, I see. Well, come in, come in.
I'm not intruding?
Intruding, Kelton? How?
I am sorry. I heard someone scream as I came up.
You heard a scream? Are you sure?
Could have been my imagination, but I hardly think so.
I heard nothing. All right, it was a scream. It wasn't your imagination. It was a scream, and I'm through lying about it.
My goodness, Canfield, you're terribly upset. Something I can do? Please count on me.
Kelton, Yes. You are the only man I know who can help me. Why didn't I think of that before? You must help me. The strain's too great for one man, too much.
By all means. What can I do?
Follow me upstairs.
Very well.
What I'm about to show you has been my secret for 14 years. I've lived in a tortured, lonely world. Sometimes I wonder that I'm sane myself.
Why, a vault?
No, Kelton, not exactly. It's a steel door set by a combination. Here, see? 5 inches of steel. Smooth as glass inside. Do you admit it couldn't be opened from the inside?
I should say so.
Now, come inside. There is my secret, Kelton.
Who is he?
Gabriel Fenwick.
The lunatic?
A lunatic, Kelton, not the lunatic. He's just had a marsupial injection. It's a restraining drug. I've had him under for 5 days because of a recurrence he suffered then.
He's been here all the time?
On my solemn word. He's not left this room for 18 weeks, nor has he risen from his bed for 5 days.
Couldn't he have slipped out while you weren't here?
Look at the window. Solid steel frame set in concrete. Steel bars, not a scratch on them.
Amazing. Yet if you're so sure, then there must be...
Another lunatic?
Horrible. Whatever will we do?
Come. Now you know, Kelton. Well, you can do what you like. I'm tired, and I feel better that it's out.
I shouldn't keep this to myself, you know, Canfield, unless...
Unless what?
Unless you had a sound reason for keeping Fenwick as a private patient all these years.
I have such a reason, Kelton.
Oh?
I was intoxicated and driving the car when we had the accident that deranged Fenwick. He was legally committed to my care. I can show you the papers if you like.
No. No need of papers, Doctor. I believe you.
But I am as guilty of murdering the woman Fenwick killed as he was.
No, I don't agree with you. But I respect your loyalty, Canfield. Furthermore, I believe, as you do, that Fenwick is not the man we're looking for.
Bless you, man. What do you propose to do about this?
Do? Just what I came to do. Invite you to dinner tonight. Martha's roasting a chicken.
Oh, fine. You've made me feel like a new man, Matt. As though I'd given you half my load to carry. I'll be there. Thank you, Matt.
Oh, Tosh and Piffle, man. I'll see you about 7.
Oh, Matt.
Yes.
When I said this morning that one of you 3 could not be guilty, I meant you.
That
That, Martha, is the most beautifully brown chicken I've ever seen.
Probably because you don't see many cooking for yourself in that big house, Doctor.
Ah, perhaps.
Here, Doctor.
Huh? What's that for? Oh, you want me to carve? This I haven't done for some time, carving.
Have you made any progress yet, Doctor, in your inquiries?
Yes, Matt, I did. I was fortunate in learning something of great bearing on things. I believe now that someone knows the story of Gabriel Fenwick, and that this knowledge is to be used for an elaborate plan to swindle a large insurance payment.
What? You don't think there's a lunatic involved?
Oh, look what I've done on your lovely linen, too, Martha. Oh, how clumsy.
Why, it's nothing at all, Doctor. Don't give it a thought.
Go on with your theory, Doctor.
Well, Matt, Miss Price's Mocelli painting was insured for $90,000. Barton's porcelain clock was insured for $120,000, and Garnett's collie was insured for $20,000.
Good gracious.
But, Doctor, that's hardly proof of anything.
No, but tomorrow morning I will have a credit report on all three people. That may give us a real clue.
Oh, dear, I hope you're wrong, Doctor.
I hope I'm not, Martha. Better that than the other possibility.
Why don't you marry me right now, darling? Then I could protect you every night from vandals.
Silly. Oscar, it's late. I'm going inside to bed. The maid's home tonight. I'm not afraid.
Lily, you're going to turn me down once too often. All right, go on into that stuffy house. I'm sitting right here in the car until you change your mind and come back out to marry me. I'll listen to this radio all night if I have to.
You're going to be awfully cold in the morning. Good night.
Night.
There he sits. His hands have touched her, defiled her hair. She's mine because she's beautiful, and he has defiled her. Her beauty is for me to take, and he's stolen it with his eyes. He never will again.
Hey! Hey!
This is your night owl announcer. Say, I've had lots of complaints from my listeners lately. They tell me the music I pick keeps them awake on the job. Now, I like to oblige you, night owls, so here's a little number you should like.
Never again. This might disturb Miss Price's sleep, but it won't disturb his.
Oscar Barton, you go right home. Oscar, do you hear me? I won't have you sitting there all night. Oscar! Oh, you... I'm coming down. Oscar Barton, now you wake up and take off. Oscar? Oscar?
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Doctor and the Lunatic.
When you have dandruff, you might just as well try to combat it with plain water as with many ordinary hair preparations. For such products, simply remove loose dandruff, and you can do that with plain water. To do more, to fight dandruff effectively, use double danderine. For double danderine is a scientific product that does what most ordinary hair preparations can't do. It goes to work on your scalp and actually kills on contact the germ that many outstanding authorities contend is a cause of a common type of dandruff. Now, the reason for double danderine's astonishing effectiveness is that it contains a special ingredient called Alzan, an active antiseptic so amazingly efficient many hospitals use it. Among hair preparations, double danderine and double danderine alone contain Alzan. So stop trying to combat dandruff with preparations that can't compare with double danderine. If you're not completely satisfied, return the empty bottle and get your money back. Buy double danderine at your druggist.
Dr. Canfield! Doctor!
You're Miss Price, but what's the matter?
I think he's dead. He's all blood in the car.
Who?
Oscar Barton. He was beaten in his car in front of my house. You were the closest doctor, and so I drove him here.
Yes, Doctor. He's fainted.
Felton, what are you doing here?
Pick her up, Doctor.
Gun? What's the meaning?
Pick her up.
Of course.
Now, carry her inside. Put her on the sofa, Doctor. And be very gentle. I warn you, very gentle. Good.
Now, Kelton, what's this all about? I couldn't have been all wrong about you. I know you aren't insane. Put that gun down and let's discuss this.
You're right, Doctor. I'm not insane. My only obsession is a love of beauty. She is beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, she is. You think so, too, Kelton?
Yes. As beautiful as my rose was, and as crushable. Feel her hair. How soft.
Don't do that.
I'll let you get closer to her, Doctor. Come. Feel her hair.
Stop. Don't do that, Kelton. Don't. Don't say those things.
Why? Do you love beauty enough to kill it, too? Here it is. Kill it.
All right, Kelton. You've told me what I want to know. Gun or no gun, I'm going to get...
Hello, Martha. Everything's all right. Call Garnett and have him bring the constable. Yes, and better have Garnett bring a crew of workmen to break into the steel room and rescue Dr. Canfield. Yes. Yes, Gabriel Fenwick is dead, darling. I had to. He attacked me. No, darling, we never knew the real Dr. Canfield. Fenwick, the lunatic, posed as Dr. Canfield. Yes, dear, I'm all right. How did I know the doctor was the lunatic? Well, for gracious sakes, who ever heard of a brain surgeon hacking a chicken apart the way Fenwick did?
Now, this is Jeffrey Barnes again, inviting you to be with us next week when we present another thrilling story. Remember, mystery fans, this is the program that brings you the unique, the unusual. Stories that are the best in mystery and detective fiction.
The original music for the Molle Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Semmler. The Doctor and the Lunatic was written by Richard Connell and adapted for radio by Frederick Maytho. Louis Van Ruten and Alan Hewitt were featured in tonight's program. This is Dan Seymour saying goodnight until next Friday at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents another exciting study in crime.
Daylight saving time goes into effect Sunday, April 28th in most communities. Check the radio column of your local newspaper for the time this program may be heard. Tonight's Mystery Theater presentation, The Doctor and the Lunatic, came to you from New York's Radio City. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes. welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight we bring you, as a return engagement, one of the most successful plays ever presented on the Mystery Theater. It's entitled Murder Without Crime, and was written by J. Lee Thompson and Jack DeLeon. Barry Kroger, featured recently on Broadway in the play Thérèse, is the star of tonight's story and will be heard as Matthew. John Sylvester plays Stephen. And by the way, a most important element in tonight's play is a piece of furniture, an ottoman. Not like the usual footstool, but quite large. Large enough, in fact, to hold firewood or perhaps a body. Say, look here, Dan Seymour. How can you laugh at such a grim thought?
Well, a man can laugh at worse things. For instance, shaving torture. You know, a lot of men can laugh at that because they use Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, with Molle, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. That's right. Molle is the shaving cream that's heavier, the cream you need if you have a wiry, hard-to-cut beard or tender skin. Because Molle is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straighter and makes it easy for your razor to cut them off. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Now for tonight's Molle mystery, Murder Without Crime.
Just a minute, dear. It's the phone. Sit down while I answer.
I can only stay a few minutes, Stephen. It's 1 a.m.
That's long enough for a drink, Grandma, darling.
Are you thirsty?
I'm always thirsty. Hello? Hello? Whoever it was hung up. Must have been a wrong number. Or probably got tired of waiting. What are you staring at, darling?
That picture on the mantelpiece. It wasn't here the last time I was here. That's Jan, your wife, isn't it?
Uh-huh. It's a picture Jan taken just before she left me.
Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about her. Turn on the radio, darling. I feel like music. Something soft and sweet to fit my mood.
Sure. Come and sit on the ottoman with me.
Oh, darling, this is so wonderful. Soft lights, sweet music. Whom do you love?
You.
Oh, let me hear you say it.
I love you.
Say it with more passion.
I love you, I love you, I love you.
I wanted you to act more like a lover, not like a caveman. If you keep that up, I'll go upstairs to your landlord for protection.
Ah, Matthew will do you no good. You are entirely in my power. Oh, darling, I love you more than anything in the world.
More than you loved your wife?
Jan? She means nothing to me anymore. Oh, now what? Turn off the radio, darling.
All right.
Hello?
Stephen, this is Jan.
Jan?
Stephen, what's the matter?
Matter? Nothing at all.
Are you alone?
Yes, of course.
Darling, speak louder. I can't hear you.
I said I am alone.
Then could you meet me?
Where are you?
I'm at the Nelson Hotel.
All right, I'll be right over.
Stephen, do you love me?
You know I do. I always have.
Darling, do you want me to come home?
Yes, dear, but I'll come and get you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Stephen. I'll be waiting.
Who was that?
Why, it was
Jan, wasn't it?
Yes.
Is she coming back to you?
Well, she wants to.
Oh, she does. And all she has to do to have you running in dizzy circles is drop on Dick on the pay telephone.
Now, look, darling, I hate to have to ask you to do this especially tonight, but I'm afraid we'll have to call it off.
Really?
Now, please don't make a scene. I'm sorry, darling, but you'd better go home. I'll phone you later.
No. She'll not get you back. I won't give you back to her without a fight. I won't leave.
Perhaps I can change your mind. I'll write out a check for you.
A check? You think you can buy me off? All you have to do is to run to your checkbook.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. It was rotten of me. Granny, what are you doing? Don't take that dagger off the wall. Leave it alone.
All right, Steve. Go ahead. Go ahead, beat your wife. Tell her how you love her. How you've always loved her. Meet her. But when you come back, I'll be dead.
My dear, you're not doing your nightclub act now, you know. And be careful with that dagger. It's sharp, even if it is old.
I said I'd rather die than give you up. Well, I meant it.
If you're thinking of taking such a step, I'd suggest another method. This might be bad, you know. Men don't like their women scarred.
I'll show you. You dirty rotten. Oh! Hey.
Greta? Greta? Greta! Oh, Lord. Beth! Must be Matthew. What'll I do? I must do something, but what? The ottoman. I'll put her in the ottoman, and nobody will know. Oh, gotta take the dagger. Just a minute. Gotta clean the blood off this dagger. There. Put it back. Yes, I'm coming. I'm coming. Just a minute. Oh. Hello, Matthew.
Stephen, I was just leaving my apartment upstairs when I heard something, and as your landlord, I thought... My dear man, you look ghastly. What on earth have you been doing?
Doing? No, nothing.
Are you sure? Do you mind if I have a drink, Stephen?
Help yourself.
Thanks. You gave me quite a fright just now.
Oh? How?
When you didn't answer the door. In fact, I had to summon up all my courage to come in at all.
Good heavens, why?
I don't know. I should have said, I wondered if you would answer the door.
Why shouldn't I answer the door?
Oh, I thought perhaps you might have got tired of it all. Or whatever people get tired of when they make up their minds to blow their brains out. I was quite prepared to find you dangling someplace.
Why should I want to hang myself?
Well, I heard a rather loud gasp. Almost a scream. You know, the kind of a scream you expect a woman to give when she finds her lover dead.
Oh, it's probably a wild party across the street.
Strange. I could have sworn it came from here.
Well, it didn't. Well, Matthew, I don't want to turn you out.
By the way, is Grenna here?
Grenna? Good Lord, no.
I could have sworn I heard you coming in with her a few minutes ago.
Well, you're wrong. Now, Matthew, you must go.
Oh, must I? I was hoping we could chat a while tonight. Anniversaries are so fast, don't you think?
Anniversary? What anniversary is this?
It's yours. 4 years ago tonight, you came to live here. Remember? 4 years ago tonight, necessity forced me to become a landlord. And I rented you this bottom apartment.
Well, this house was certainly too big for one person. What are you staring at, Matthew?
A knife, a dagger you've got on the wall there.
What about it?
I don't know. There's something... Oh, yes. You've cleaned it or polished it or something. It's shining so brightly.
Oh, it's your imagination. Now, Matthew, I do wish you'd get out.
Well, I must say you're most inhospitable.
I've got to meet Jan.
Jan's coming back? Oh, my dear Stephen, you should have told me. Oh, but what's this?
Huh? What's wrong?
That handkerchief in your breast pocket.
Oh.
It's covered with blood.
Yeah, I cut myself on a glass.
You cut yourself rather badly from the looks of the blood. Where'd you cut yourself?
My wrist.
Well, let me look at it. You know these things can be dangerous.
No, I'm all right. Let me alone.
Well, if you insist.
Good night, Matthew.
Yes. Good night.
Oh, thank heavens he's gone. Now, I'll have to go meet Jan first, but then I can get rid of the body later.
Stephen
Stephen? Stephen? Gone. Now, I must find out why that man was so nervous and why he kept staring at the ottoman. Now, let's have a look. It's Grenna. Grenna! Good Lord.
As the curtain falls on Act One of tonight's play, Matthew runs into a bad situation. As for Stephen, well, it looks as if he's gotten into even worse trouble. Wouldn't you say so, Dan?
Yeah, Mr. Barnes, he's as bad off as the fellow with the TWs.
TWs? What's that?
Why, that's when a fellow has, tough whiskers. Now, that kind of fellow can be in real trouble every time he shaves. But not if he shaves with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Yes, Molle is a heavier cream. The cream that not only softens your whiskers, but holds them up straighter and lets your razor cut them off close and clean. With Molle, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth, so smooth. It's slick, so slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act Two of Murder Without Crime.
Stephen has accidentally stabbed his sweetheart, Brenna, and hidden her body in the ottoman. Unknown to Stephen, Matthew, his landlord and neighbor, has entered the apartment and discovered the body. And now Stephen returns home with his formerly estranged wife, Jan.
Come on in, dear.
Ah, Stephen. Home at last. Well, it doesn't look too bad, darling.
Oh, you know it's a mess. I wish you had given me a few hours to clean up a bit. Men aren't good housekeepers, you know.
Stephen, you'll have me thinking you didn't really want me to come home.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, Jan, if you had only never gone.
Well, I'm back now, darling.
Yes, you're back, and it's wonderful. Jan, I love you. I really do. You know that. Who could that be? Hello, Matt.
Jan, my dear.
Hello.
Good to see you again. Oh, you're looking even more beautiful than when you went away.
Well, that must be because I'm so happy to be back with Stephen. Has he been bad while I was gone?
Jan, much as I hate to drive that light of ecstasy from your eyes, Stephen has had a ravishing blonde up here every night of the week.
What's more, I believe you. Well, Stephen, you and Matthew chat while I freshen up a bit. I won't be too long.
She's beautiful. Perfectly beautiful. You know, Stephen, if I were 10 years younger, I'd take her away from you.
No chance.
Am I as bad as all that? I came down, Stephen, because I seem to be hearing too many things tonight. Remember how I thought I heard Grenna with you earlier? There's nothing worse than an imagination, unless it's a conscience. Stephen, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, there's something wrong.
I tell you, there's nothing wrong. Well, Matthew, I must write some letters.
I must say, Stephen, you're not at all the genial host tonight. Whenever I'm alone with you, you spend all your time thinking up schemes to get rid of me. I really brought you an important message.
Well, what is it?
I have a friend who has lots of money. He said you always wanted to get rid of that ottoman, and he wants to buy one.
Oh, so?
So I sold him yours.
Mine? But I'm afraid I couldn't...
Don't be silly. You've always complained about that ottoman being an eyesore. You can't have any reason for not wanting to sell it, can you?
Oh, of course not. As far as I'm concerned, you can take the thing out tonight.
Can I? Oh, what's this book lying on it? Crime and Its Consequences. What a pedantic title. But interesting, isn't it, Stephen? Uh-huh. Listen to this passage. No murderer can boast he has committed the perfect crime if the body of his victim is discovered. Stephen, doesn't murder fascinate you?
Well,
of course it does. Everyone loves a murder. And shall I tell you why? It's because they think that murder can never touch them. You, for instance. You can't possibly imagine yourself being involved in a murder, can you?
I suppose not.
But why not? Stephen, why did you tell me that Grenna wasn't up here tonight?
Why? Because she wasn't here.
Shall I tell you how I know she was up here, Stephen? By her scent. Jasmine.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, she was here, but only for a few minutes, and then I made her leave. I thought it wiser, what with Jan coming home.
And she left without a scene. Then she must be waiting for you somewhere else.
Oh, that's what you suspect. I'm sorry, Matthew, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Well, I feel better. What's the big joke?
Well, I've just accused your husband of planning to lead a double life with another woman. And apparently he finds it amusing.
Ah, the ravishing blonde. Where do you think he's keeping her, Matthew?
Well, from the way he's been acting tonight, you'd think he was keeping her right here. Perhaps in that ottoman.
I've had all your idle talk I can stand, Matthew. You refuse to take a hint to leave, so now get up.
Stephen.
It's all right, Jack.
Really?
I can understand how a man becomes irritable under certain circumstances. Well, I'll see you both later.
I'm sorry, Jan, but he does get on my nerves. Besides, I'm upset tonight. I gave my wrist quite a gash.
Oh, darling, let me see. Oh, how did you do that?
The refrigerator, you know how those ice trays jam. It bled a good deal, and the way it aches, I think it's become infected.
Well, let's put some iodine on it.
Huh? Iodine? There isn't any.
Yes, there is, dear. At least there was something in the medicine cabinet.
Oh, well, it's gone.
Well, let me take a look.
Oh, I looked. There is none, Jan. I guess I'd better find a drugstore and get some, although I don't feel much like going out.
Well, I'll go, darling.
Oh, Jan, would you?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you could take the car. I hate to ask you to do this, Jan.
It's all right. I know you hate to drive at night, and I'm quite good at it. I don't want my newfound husband to die on me.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Now, don't drive too fast.
No, I won't.
20 minutes. Now, got to get Grinner's body out of here. I'll get that old trunk out of the back room, put the body in it, and carry the trunk down to the car. I've got to hurry. This darn trunk is heavy. Oh, that must be Matthew again. I won't answer. Maybe he'll go away. Good. I think he left.
Hello, is anyone
Matthew!
home?
Where did you get the key to my door?
Well, Stephen, after all, I am your landlord.
Get out! Get out!
I don't like your attitude, Stephen.
My attitude?
Yes, Stephen, your attitude. I think you're up to something, and I want to know what it is. What's more, I don't intend to leave here until I find out.
All right. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, what am I up to?
That I won't know until I find a clue. But Oh. Well, I think I've found a clue. Of course. There's a trunk over there against the wall. The proverbial trunk.
Oh, still think I'm moving in somewhere with Grinner?
No, not exactly. But the trunk is there, ready to receive the body. How grim and ominous.
Oh, really, Matthew, you're a bore.
Yes, Stephen. And perhaps you're a murderer. Perhaps I arrived just in time to keep you from removing the body of the girl from its present hiding place and putting it into that trunk.
You better go sleep it off, Matthew. You've had too much to drink.
No. Let's reconstruct our problem. Let's see. I have it. A husband is entertaining his girlfriend in his apartment. Suddenly, the husband learns that his wife is returning. There's a quarrel and a loaded revolver. No, a knife. Perhaps that very knife there on that wall, that dagger.
You certainly do suffer from imagination.
No. The fear in your eyes betrays you. Confess, Stephen. Confess that you're keeping the body of Grenna in that ottoman.
Yes, it's full of bodies.
I'm not concerned about the number of bodies, but with one body. The body of Grenna. Is it in the ottoman?
Yes, if you like, yes.
I know it is, Stephen. Because I came back here while you were out meeting Jan, and I did look inside the ottoman.
Huh?
And it gave me quite a scare.
You looked?
Yes, Stephen. I suppose I could have saved you a certain amount of fear and anguish, but I must confess I enjoyed watching your emotions. Now, I'm going to call the police.
Matthew. Matthew, you wouldn't kill me. Send me to the electric chair.
Why not? I pay taxes to provide, among other things, for a state executioner.
Matthew, I'm asking you for my life.
Your life. And what of the life of that poor girl there in that ottoman? One moment she was warm and alive. The next she lay cold and dead. You sit there whining and cringing for your miserable life. Oh, no, Stephen. I will not spare you.
No, wait, Matthew. I didn't mean to kill her. It was an accident.
Accident? Who'll believe that? A man stabs his sweetheart the same night his estranged wife returns. Oh, really, Stephen? Really?
Matthew, think of Jan. You once said you'd do anything for her.
Hasn't it occurred to you that perhaps Jan might find consolation with me?
You?
Yes. Is that so fantastic?
You mustn't send me to the chair, Matthew. I'm afraid.
What of it? We're all afraid. I can remember as a small boy thinking about death. I used to lie in my bed and I'd wonder what it would be like if I didn't wake up the next morning. It gave me a peculiar sensation to frighten myself.
Then you couldn't turn me in.
No, but I could.
Matthew.
To my mind, the greatest of all emotions is to feel other people suffer.
No.
I'm the sort of a man who likes to stand outside a prison in the gray mist of an execution morning,
Matthew, no.
to see the poor wretch taken from his cell and hear the prison clock chiming the hour of his deliverance.
Stop! You've got to have mercy!
But you're wrong, Stephen. I don't have to have mercy. You listen to me. You're going to die, Stephen. Do you hear? You're going to die.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Murder Without Crime.
Thousands of people who suffer the social and business handicap of dandruff are discovering that the way to combat it effectively is with double danderine. You see, double danderine is unlike many hair preparations available today, for such products really do no more to fight a common type of dandruff than plain water does. That is, they simply wash loose dandruff away. But double danderine actually combats this dandruff by killing the germ that many outstanding authorities contend is its cause. And double danderine kills this germ on contact. Now, a special ingredient named Alzan is the reason for double danderine's astonishing effectiveness. Alzan is an active antiseptic so remarkably efficient, many hospitals use it. And of all hair preparations, only double danderine has it. So try double danderine and see if you don't agree that most ordinary hair preparations can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. If you're not completely satisfied, return the empty bottle and get your money back. Buy double danderine at your druggist's.
Matthew, you can't turn me over to the police. I'll kill myself first. I'll kill myself.
What? And keep me from the pleasure of seeing you squirm in court? Oh, no, Stephen. You're going to die properly and legally. And after that, Jan and I will...
Matthew, can't we talk this over like civilized human beings? Of course. Let's sit down and be rational. Let's have a drink.
Drink? That's a wonderful idea. Shall I fix them?
No, I shall. I'm the host.
Oh, yes. And I'm the guest, and it's about time you treated me like one. Wait. No, wait. It's not like you to be so generous pouring your drinks, Stephen. It's just occurred to me that I can't see exactly what you're doing. You're not putting deadly nightshade into my drink, are you?
Don't be silly. Here's your drink, Matthew.
Well, I don't like to appear to have a suspicious nature, Stephen, but I think I will feel better if we exchange glasses.
But...
No, I insist. Here, you take my glass, I'll take yours. There.
I insist on having my glass back, Matthew.
No.
You must not drink from that glass.
And I insist that I must drink from that glass. Your health.
Matthew, no.
It's excellent, Stephen. Now I feel a generous mood coming on me. Perhaps I shall leave off tormenting you soon. You know, I've enjoyed myself more in the past hour than I have in years.
Have you, Matthew?
And would you like to know why? Because, Stephen, I've hated you for as long as I can remember. Hated you and envied you. Because you've always had the things I wanted. Plenty of money. Jan. Even Grenna.
But you never showed it.
Especially I hated you for your way with women. They like you. And they've never liked me. And yet I love women. And I desire them. And I'm strong. You weak, cowardly.
Have you quite finished, Matthew?
Something's wrong. Stephen, you've poisoned me.
Ah, no, Matthew. You poisoned yourself. You insisted on switching the glasses. I tried to stop you.
Stephen, you can't. It's all a horrible mistake. Save me, Stephen. Save me. You mustn't let me die. They'll hang you for murder.
They'll hang me anyway for killing Grenna.
But Grenna's not dead. Look. In the ottoman.
Not dead? What are you talking about? She's gone. Her body's not hit.
Yes, I know. You only wounded her last night. I found her and took her to my apartment. And the two of us thought we would teach you a lesson. You're not a murderer, Stephen. Yes.
Matthew. Hello?
Stephen, this is Grenna.
Grenna?
Yes, Stephen. I'm alive. I'm here alive. Stephen, let me speak to Matthew. Stephen. Hello?
Matthew, did you hear her? She wants to speak to you when you're dead. You're dead,
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again, inviting you to be with us next week when we present The Further Adventures of Kenny Andrews. A few weeks ago, we introduced a funny little smart guy named Kenny Andrews. He made a great hit, and we've received floods of mail demanding his return. So next week, smart little Kenny, who thinks he has an angle for any situation, returns in a mad adventure when he becomes entangled with big-time gangsters and a lovely girl named Nikki Passions.
The original music for the Molle Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. Murder Without Crime, written by J. Lee Thompson and Jack DeLeon. Barry Kroger and John Sylvester were featured in tonight's program. This is Dan Seymour saying goodnight until next Friday at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents The Further Adventures of Kenny Andrews.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight's story is a modern, hard-boiled adventure written by Ray Bradbury and entitled Killer, Come Back to Me. Richard Widmark, star of the recent Broadway hit Kiss Them For Me, will play the leading role. Alice Reinhardt, well-known radio star, plays Julie. Killer Come Back to Me is the story of Johnny Brogman, a killer who suffered delusions of grandeur, who thought he was beyond the law. It is a story that demonstrates, once again, that a career in crime is bitter and short.
Say, Mr. Barnes, before we begin, I have some letters here I'd like to read.
Oh, letters from some of our listeners, Dan?
No, these are letters for some of our listeners, men who have tough whiskers or tender skin. And the letters I want to read to them are M-O-L-L-E. You bet, men. Shaving torture ends when you start shaving with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, with Molle, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Yes, Molle is the cream that's heavier, the cream for a hard-to-cut beard or a tender skin. Because Molle is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight and lets your razor sail right through them. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skin. And now for tonight's Molle mystery, Killer Come Back to Me.
Got a match, kid?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. Here. Now beat it.
Thanks. Keep your motor running, that's it.
What?
You nervous?
What are you talking about? Who are you? Scram, sister.
The first bank's always the hardest, kid. I've been watching you case that one across the street. Good luck, babyface.
Yes, sir? Get him up.
Hey, what's
Hand over that money. This is stick-up.
All right. Don't
Quick, Oliver, I'll blow your brains out.
Get in the car, kid, quick.
Hey, what the...
Get in.
Get out. Get out, or I'll blast.
Easy with that rod and hang on. I'm driving, see, kid? Wherever you want to go, I'm driving. We're losing them at 80. You picked a good car for a hot one. What's the matter, kid? Scared? Oh, that's all right. Go ahead, cry. You won't be green long.
Shut up. Shut up! Who scared me? Move fast, that's all. Just move fast. Take Highway 43.
Don't be dumb. We'll go my way. I know these Colorado roads like a book. What's wrong? They get you?
No, keep going. I'm all right. I imagine things.
Including that blood on your leg.
I'm all right. Keep going, I tell you. Just keep going.
Oh, we've lost him. How much money?
700?
Chicken feed. Punk stuff.
Punk stuff, huh? Stop the car. Who the devil are you running me around? This was my job.
I'm cutting myself in.
Oh, yeah?
Put away the gun. You're no killer. It's not in your face. Your eyes are too wide open.
I said stop this car.
Okay. I'll spill it. What's bothering you?
Who are you? What's your angle? What do you want?
Want to drive you to a Sawbones first thing. Take care of your leg. Then I've got other plans.
What other plans?
Build you up. Make you a big shot. You see, fella, I've been outside a little while, but I'm coming back in now. With you.
Why me? I still don't get it. Why me?
Well, let's say because I think you got what it takes, and because your face reminds me of a guy I used to know. Well, am I in?
You're kind of pretty, sister, at that. Your hair's like fire. Your eyes...
Never mind that. Am I in?
You're darn well in. Come here, give me a little kiss.
Don't do that!
What? What's the matter?
I'm the one who says when on that, too. Remember, from now on, I'm giving all the orders. Get going, Doc. Operate on his leg.
Yes, I will, but please stop waving that gun at me. It gets me nervous.
Get started. Hey, what are you doing with that needle?
Giving him an anesthetic. It's just a superficial wound,
Can it?
but
He's got to learn how to take it, and he'll take his straight. Won't you, kid?
Yeah, sure. Sure, I'll take mine straight.
But to get at that bullet,
You heard him, Doc. One more yap out of you, and...
Yes, all right. Here goes, then. Steady, son.
What's your name, pal?
Johnny?
Mine's Julie.
Hello, Julie.
Want me to kiss you, Johnny?
Yeah, I'd like that a devil a lot.
How's the leg, Johnny?
Swell. It's getting dark out. Where'd you say we was traveling to?
California. First to San Francisco.
Frisco. Why there? Hey, who are you? Just what's your angle? Why'd you climb in my car this morning at the bank?
Because you were headed for the morgue, and I put you on a detour. You need training. The way you walk, talk, hold a gun. Why, you look like a kid waiting for a ticket in front of a dime movie.
Yeah, but you promised to tell me something else, too, about another guy that I reminded you of. Who?
Okay. Do you remember Ricky Wolf?
Ricky Wolf? The big-time Central City mobster? Oh, my gosh, yes.
I was with him for 5 years.
Yeah. Well, you're Julie Parks. I used to read plenty about you and Ricky Wolf. How is he?
He's dead.
Dead? What are you talking about? Ricky, why, the papers would have been full of it.
The papers didn't know anything about it. Nobody did. Not even his own mob in Central City. I'm the only one that knows. Happened 6 weeks ago in Iowa.
What do you mean?
Somebody killed him and threw his body in the river. They never had a print of his fingers. I was the only one who could identify him, so I hit for Denver and covered up.
Then I came along, huh?
Yeah. And I always wanted to see what I could do with a beginner. Kid, you're only as good as your woman is good. If she's a whiner and a baby and a cat... Told you never to do that. I told you I'd say when. If you stick with me, don't you ever forget that you're not a kid anymore. You're not even Johnny Brogman anymore.
Not even... Then who am I?
After we hide out in Frisco for a while, where I can teach you everything you gotta know, I'm bringing you back with me to your old gang. You're gonna take over again, get it? You're Ricky Wolf.
Okay, you guys, reach. This is a stick-up.
Oh, lousy Johnny. That's not the way Ricky'd do it. Talk faster. Now try it again.
All right, wait a minute.
Okay, you guys, reach.
Bark it out. Bark it out.
Okay, you guys, reach. This is a stick-up.
Okay, Johnny, you're doing all right. You're a natural.
Okay.
Soon I almost won't tell you from Ricky. But you gotta learn how to walk tall and stiff with your guts tucked in.
Oh, have a heart, Julie. What do you expect? Miracles?
One thing more, and you better listen. When you're on top, don't let it go to your head. Lay off the other women, you understand?
Yeah,
That's
sure.
one thing that got Ricky, and that's one thing I'm not kidding about and won't stand for. You get it?
Yeah, sure, Julie.
All right. Now it's time I showed you something. Lamp these pictures, Johnny. Take a good look.
Oh, my gosh,
You recognize yourself?
That's me. Only it's not. It can't be.
It's enough like you to make it worth 100,000 if we work fast. Worth $1 million if we stick it a couple of years. These pictures were snapped when you were boss man of Central City.
Well,
Ricky Wolf ain't dead anymore. He's back from the grave in this room now, sitting right there, and he's going back. Back to Central City to be boss man again. How does it feel being Ricky Wolf?
Being Rick. Julie, you really meant that all along? I mean, my going back is him?
Yeah.
But nobody'd believe it. Stuff like that happens in dreams and books, but we never get away with it. It just don't happen.
It happens to us, Ricky Wolf. It happens to us.
No, Julie, I don't even look like him when you come right down to it for a minute. Yeah, if you look quick, if the light's bad, if you're half blind. But to try to pull a gag like that on his old mob, the guys who really know him, well, it's crazy, Julie. You want to get us both killed?
Shut up or I'll do the killing now. It's going to work for us and work good because it happens to us. You get it? You get it, Ricky Wolf?
As the curtain falls on Act One of tonight's play, Johnny Brugman finds that being made over into a real tough guy is not as easy as it looks, eh, Dan?
Well, that's right, Mr. Barnes, but you know, it's easy enough to soften up a toughie.
How so, Dan?
Well, for instance, when Tough Whiskers have a man writhing and groaning over his daily shave, all he needs is Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, man, because Molle is heavier, it not only makes softies out of the toughest whiskers, it stands them up straight while your razor mows them down 1, 2, 3. So remember, if you have wiry, hard-to-cut whiskers or a tender skin, shaving needn't be painful. With Molle, you get a smooth, slick shave every time. With Molle, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth, so smooth. It's slick, so slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins.
This is Jeffrey Barnes returning you to Act Two of Killer Come Back to Me. Julie Parks, former sweetheart of a dead gangster named Ricky Wolf, has found in youthful Johnny Brugman a double for Ricky. Since Ricky's death is known only to Julie, she plans to present Johnny as Ricky to Ricky's former gang.
Well, this is the big day. Central City, here we come.
Yeah.
Everything depends on you now.
Yeah, sure, okay.
You know the setup.
Sure, we've been over it enough. We park on Spring and 3rd, walk the rest.
Right.
It's a bookie joint.
The biggest horse racket in Central City.
We go through it to the back room, meet the boys. There's Merritt.
He's the main guy to watch. Merritt. Used to be Ricky's right arm. And there's Kelly and Rhodes, and you're sure you remember what they look like?
Sure. You described them all down to the last button.
Okay, then, you know what to do. Take over, Ricky Wolf. Keep going. Straight ahead. The back room.
Back room, huh?
Keep going. I think some of the guys have spotted you, but don't stop.
Well, I'll see. Look who's back. Ricky.
Don't stop. Don't talk. Here's the door. This is it, Johnny. This is it. This is the real test inside. Open the door and take over.
So when the guy kept pestering me, I said, put 10 on the nose.
Hello, boys.
Huh?
Say, look. It's Ricky.
Ricky? Well,
Ricky Wolf. Well, what do you know?
Hi, Kelly.
But, where you been all this time?
Yeah, where you been?
Hiding out in Iowa, Rhodes. I'm hot, remember?
Yeah, but... Well, when you didn't come back, you've kind of changed a little, Ricky.
What's up, boys?
Hey, Merritt, look. Look who's back.
Hello, Merritt.
Hello. Who are you?
Don't be silly, Madison.
Since when? Now, take a good look. Put you in the redhead.
No, you're right. I'm not Ricky Wolf.
Johnny.
I'm not him at all. I don't have to be. You hear that, all of you? I'm me. I'm myself.
Johnny.
And you, Merritt. You don't count for a hill of beans. I'm taking over.
Oh, yeah?
Drop it. You're covered, Merritt. Drop it or I'll drill you.
Why, you...
Ricky.
Shut up!
Who's Ricky? Look, you
I
can't...
said shut up! The name's Johnny Broadman. You hear that, fellas? And I'm taking over. Okay, then. Kelly.
Yeah?
You know what to do. Get moving with this body.
Sure, boss.
You, Rhodes.
Yeah?
Help him. Get your car around the alley on a double. Well, what you waiting for?
Sure, boss. Right away.
Hey, Sammy, catch this rod. Get rid of it.
Yeah, sure.
Now, any of you want to pull out now. Any of you don't like me, say so.
Oh, no, Johnny, you're okay.
Okay, Julie, we're in.
Everything's okay, Ricky. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you Ricky.
Okay. If it makes you feel better, call me Ricky.
Well, sure, boss. Sure.
You know, I like that.
What?
What you just said, those last few words. I like it. You understand?
Sure. Sure, boss. Sure.
Central City. The notorious gang leader, Ricky Wolf, has suddenly sprung to life again, holding the city in a grip of terror. The entire police force has been alerted and is determined to close with one of the most vicious bad men in the history of organized crime.
Well, Dave, how do you like us now, huh? We're sitting right on top of the world. What's the matter, Julie? What's wrong? Look at this millionaire dump we've moved in on. We hit the jackpot, ain't we?
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
From now on, you don't get me to go along on any more of your jobs, boss man.
What?
No Julie at the wheel.
Why not? You got to. You're still my good luck piece.
You remember what I once warned you when you were still a punk? About chasing other women?
Well, who is?
You're throwing a big party here tonight.
Sure. So?
So you're not going to invite Big Nick Venning.
Are you kidding? I gotta meet him. He's the biggest, the boys tell me. Why, I hear he's my... he used to be Ricky's sponsor, sort of.
And a double-crosser with crazy ideas. I know what's up his sleeve. Lay off him. He's poisoned, do you hear? You won't listen to me anymore, you swelled it. I warned you.
Julie, what's gotten into you lately? Why'd you throw out those flowers I gave you this morning?
Because I don't want flowers. And I don't want Big Nick around here.
Go lay a fried egg, sister. Who's taking orders from who?
You're a smart boy, Ricky. I'd like to see you tomorrow night at my place.
What about, Nick?
Oh, have you forgotten? You shouldn't have stayed away so long, Ricky. We've been planning this thing for 2 months. The biggest job ever pulled. You were in on it. Remember, Ricky?
Keep talking.
A job too big for any one mob. So I got some smart boys in on it from Chicago, New York. 25 of them. For the fanciest day's haul anyone ever heard of. And you're heading it, kid. You and your boys. It's a fortune for all of us. $10 million. Remember, Ricky?
10 million. Yeah, sure. I remember. Keep talking.
Gold bullion. Coming in on a freighter from Japan. Government stuff.
Hey, wait a minute. Government stuff. We gonna tangle with them?
Come over tomorrow night. Get all the dope. And then, if you don't want to...
I'd like to... Oh, pardon me.
Oh, that's all right, Fanny. Well, Ricky, since you come back again, I suppose you'll be taken up with my secretary once more, huh? She'll be there tomorrow, too, by the way. You remember little Franny? You two are beginning to be great friends. Well, say hello.
Ricky and I have already met again, Nick. A lot.
Yeah, that's right, Nick.
Well, say, Ricky, you don't let any grass grow, do you?
Come over tomorrow, Ricky, won't you? I'd like to see you.
Okay. If you say so, I'll be there.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Killer Come Back to Me.
Here's something for dandruff sufferers to keep in mind. Many ordinary hair preparations are no more effective for combating dandruff than plain water is, for they merely do what plain water does, that is, remove loose dandruff. But a scientific product called double danderine does more. It actually works where most ordinary hair preparations fail. For double danderine kills the germ that many outstanding authorities contend is a cause of a common type of dandruff. Yes, and it actually kills this germ on contact. Even in the most stubborn cases, double danderine has given remarkable results. Now, the amazing effectiveness of double danderine is due to a special ingredient called Alzan, an active antiseptic so highly efficient that many hospitals use it. And among hair preparations, double danderine and double danderine alone has it. So try double danderine and see if you don't agree that most ordinary hair preparations can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. If you're not completely satisfied, return the empty bottle and get your money back. Buy double danderine at your druggist's.
Johnny!
Huh?
Johnny, where are you going?
Out. Got a date.
With Nick? Is he trying to sell you that crazy scheme, too, like he did Ricky? Are you going to see Nick?
Yeah.
And his Franny? You're not going down to Nick's tonight.
Get away from that door, Julie.
You're staying here. This is one job you're not handling, see? Do you realize what you're up against? It's the FBI you're tangling with this time, and that's a sure ticket to a slab. And so is that Franny dame.
That's my business.
You might as well know this. She came between us before me and Ricky, and now it's all started all over. Oh, don't go. Please don't go. I want you to stay with me, Johnny.
Julie, you mean that? Baby, that other dame wouldn't mean a thing to me. Come here, Julie. Come on, come closer. Let me kiss you. You haven't let me kiss you tonight.
Oh, Ricky. Ricky.
What did you say?
I didn't mean it.
You said Ricky.
No.
I'm Johnny. You're in my arms and you cry, Ricky.
It just slipped out.
You love him. You love a dead man. Sure, I should have guessed. You made me over. You made me look, walk, talk like him so you could have him again.
No, please,
you
Johnny.
You don't love me. You tried to dig up Ricky from the grave.
No.
Sure, it all adds up now.
Johnny, think anything you want to, but don't go out that door tonight. You'll get killed.
You afraid I'll get killed or that Ricky will die all over again? You couldn't stand that, could you?
No, I couldn't stand it. Don't you see, Johnny? We're both the same. You don't want me. You know what you want. You want somebody you can cling to, somebody to take care of you, and I want Ricky.
Don't say that!
We met in front of a bank, Johnny, you and I, and we both wanted something. And we tried to get it, and it fell apart in our hands. Oh, take me in your arms. Hold on to me. Hold on to me tight. Oh, Ricky.
Again.
Oh, don't.
I'm Johnny Broadman. I'm myself. You got that? The whole world, you got that? I don't need a woman to lean on. Not my mother, not Julie, not anybody. Get away from that door. I'm going.
No, I won't let you.
Where are you going, Julie? What are you doing at that window? Leave that shade alone. Keep away from there. Who are you signaling?
You listen to me. I killed you once before, Ricky Wolf. And now you're going to die all over again.
Who are you?
Too late. There was a tip-off down the road. You're here, see? I would have given you one last chance. I was trying to. We could have both taken a powder, but that shade means you're here right now.
Oh, you lousy...
Think your way out of this, Ricky. You're gonna die all over again. No!
Oh, yeah? Wrong number, sister. This ain't Ricky. This is Johnny Brogman.
Rick.
All right in there. Come on out, Ricky Wolf. The house is surrounded.
Julie, what's this light? What's this searchlight they've thrown in here? Who is that?
This is the FBI, Ricky.
Get that light out of my eyes! What do you want with me? Julie, honey, tell me what to do. I don't know what to do, Julie.
Throw out your gun and come out with your hands up. We'll give you 30 seconds, Ricky Wolf.
Who's Ricky? I'm not Ricky. I'm Johnny. I'm Johnny Brogman. Come on, Julie. Tell him who I am.
That's a tear bomb, Ricky. Just to show you we mean business.
Julie, what'll I do? Julie, honey, don't die. Please help me like you used to, Julie.
10 seconds left, Ricky.
No, don't shoot. Julie, please give me the word.
5 seconds, Ricky.
Honey, I'll get the chair. I know I'll get the chair, and I don't want to die, Julie, baby. I don't want to die. I'm not Ricky. Julie, what do I do now?
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again, inviting you to be with us next week when the Mystery Theater presents Goodbye, Darling, by Hench Warner. Goodbye, Darling concerns a woman's cold-blooded scheme to murder her husband. It's a story full of action, suspense, and a breathtaking kind of quiet horror. It'll keep you on the edge of your chair every minute. So be sure to join us next week when we present Goodbye, Darling.
The original music for the Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Semmler. Killer Come Back to Me was written by Ray Bradbury and adapted for radio by Joseph Ruskol. Richard Widmark and Alice Reinhardt were featured in tonight's program. This is Dan Seymour saying goodnight until next Friday at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents Goodbye, Darling.
Tonight's radio theater presentation came to you from our RCA building studios in New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, Creeps. Welcome to the Mystery Playhouse. Creeps, tonight we have with us Miss Lisbeth Scott, lovely young Hollywood star of the motion picture The Strange Love of Martha Ivers. Our play, Female of the Species, by Irene Winston, will star Miss Scott in the part of Eva Lester. And incidentally, if you creeps out there think that some of the gangsters we've had on our Mystery Playhouse stage were cold-blooded and, shall we say, cruel, wait until you meet Eva Lester. For Eva Lester, as played by Lisbeth Scott, should pretty well prove that familiar quotation, the female of the species is more deadly than the male.
In the offices of a Manhattan law firm, a beautiful and smartly dressed woman stands facing her attorney.
I never thought I'd be coming to you for legal advice.
Sit down.
But you're a good lawyer, and I may need a good lawyer.
Well?
First, I I guess I better give you this gun.
Did you?
No, it hasn't been fired. I left the office with the idea of murder, but it wasn't necessary after all.
And?
I suppose I'd better start at the beginning, because it's important for you to understand everything that happened. You've a right to know how I feel.
Go on.
It all began about a year and a half ago, on a Thursday afternoon at 3. I remember the time because as he walked into my beauty salon with his wife, the clock chimed.
Reception, Miss Sherwood speaking. Oh, yes, Mrs. Carter. Yes, you want Pierre for your scalp treatment, Jerry for your bleach, and Margaret for a manicure. Yes, I have that. No, I'm afraid you can't squeeze in a facial. Everyone's busy. Well, I'll try. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Miss Lester.
Hello. Any chance of the boss getting a facial? I'm tired and mad enough to commit murder. What a day.
Well, I'll see if anyone's free. Oh, there's not a chance for at least an hour unless we have a cancellation. Oh, excuse me. Yes, madam?
I have an appointment. Mrs. Frederick Maxwell.
Oh? Oh, yes, Mrs. Maxwell. You have a consultation appointment. Booth 4 through that door on your left.
Thank you. Fred,
Yes, dear.
want to come along with me? You'll enjoy it. Lots of people standing around, all deciding what ought to be done with my hair. If my skin is the right color for this season.
Well, no, thanks, darling. I'll go along now. I'll pick you up any time you say.
Oh, darling, I wish you'd stay. It'd be such fun.
No, really, Helen. I've got a lot of things to do.
You can't wait to get away, can you?
Oh, now, don't be angry, darling. Where'll I meet you and when?
Home? About 7.
Will it take that
Will
long?
you come this way, Mrs. Maxwell, please? They're waiting for you.
Thank you. Goodbye for a while, darling.
Well, there goes your last chance for a facial, Miss Lester. We're booked up solid now.
Oh, it doesn't matter. No one ever looks at me anyhow. But I was wrong. Fred Maxwell was looking at me. For a minute, I couldn't breathe. We looked at each other intently, and finally he said lamely,
My wife just went in there.
I'll make her very beautiful for you.
Oh, will you? I'm Frederick Maxwell.
I'm, Eva Lester.
Oh, I thought that was just a trade name for a beauty parlor.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. You'll have a drink with me?
Oh, of course I will. And that's how it happened that fast. We had a few drinks together, and before we finished the first one, I knew I was going to fall in love with him, and I knew he'd love me.
We're just making conversation now.
I know.
When do I see you again?
Anytime you want to.
Come here. It's like that, isn't it?
Just like that. Always like that.
And then, like this.
Before he left to meet his wife, I gave him the key to my apartment. I was in love with him. It wasn't a calm love. You won't find it defined in dictionaries. None of your laws can define it either. It was more like a thirst or a fight. But there it was. And it grew. And in time, we faced it.
After all, darling, it's the only decent thing to do.
Are you sure we'll be happy if we get married?
Aren't you?
I think so. How long have you been married?
10 years.
Are you sure you can get a divorce?
I'll ask for one tonight. I don't see why not.
Does she know about me?
Yes. She doesn't know who you are, but she knows there's someone else. Eva, I've been true to you. There's only you.
Oh, darling. Go ahead, get the divorce. I'll marry you. I kept thinking about Helen Maxwell and wondering how she'd take it. That's when I came across her chart. Beauty parlor charts are barometers of a woman's life. The more visits to a beauty parlor, the more domestic trouble. And in the last 6 months, Helen Maxwell had increased her visits until she finally, desperately, had a daily appointment. Poor Helen. But she got her money's worth. I didn't cheat her professionally. Hello?
Hello, darling. Brace yourself. It's bad news.
What?
Helen refuses to give me a divorce.
Oh, Fred.
And that's that. All we can do now is wait until she gets tired of the situation. That can't be too long. Hello.
Hello. I'm still here.
Well, don't worry about it, darling. We'll manage somehow. It will take time, though. I'll call you tomorrow, darling.
But I didn't want to wait. I wanted to marry him right away. It had never occurred to me that she'd refuse the divorce. Then I realized that he wouldn't need a divorce if she were dead. Of course, if Helen Maxwell died too quickly, there'd be an autopsy, and my professional reputation would suffer. I had to find a way in which I could only be found guilty of negligence, but not of deliberate murder. The next day, I went downstairs to the salon and looked for Helen Maxwell. I pretended to have a message for Germaine, my best hairdresser, who, of course, introduced us. Germaine, dites-moi là. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy.
Pas de quoi, Mademoiselle Lester. I am almost finished with Madame Maxwell.
How do you do, Mrs. Maxwell?
How do you do?
Germaine, why don't you try lifting the hairline a little? That bang is too low on Mrs. Maxwell's brow.
Oh, oui. Like this?
Oh, a little higher. There, that's it. How do you like that, Mrs. Maxwell?
You're very kind. Really doesn't matter. Madame Maxwell is feeling very upset today.
Well, perhaps I should go.
No, don't go, Miss Lester, please. Maybe you can help me.
Well, what can I do?
Change me.
Change you?
Yes, change me. Do something to make me over. I'm going crazy. Make me over. Do something spectacular.
But
you'd be doing me such a favor, Miss Lester.
Why do you want such a complete change?
Because I've got to do something to make him notice me again.
Him?
My husband. He doesn't even look at me anymore.
Oh, try to control yourself, Mrs. Maxwell. Germaine, will you get her something to drink?
Oui, madame.
Oh, now you mustn't carry on like this, Mrs. Maxwell.
I'm sorry. I just can't help myself. Seem to cry all the time lately. A vegetable cocktail for madame.
Go on, drink it. You'll feel better.
I'm sorry. I don't want to thank you. It is good for madame. Beauty comes from within.
Yes. Drink your way to beauty.
I'll try anything. Will you help me, Miss Lester, please? But Mademoiselle Lester does not give treatment herself.
I think this time I will, Germaine. Mrs. Maxwell seems to feel that I'm the only one who can help her.
Oh, I know it. And believe me, Miss Lester, I'll be so grateful. I'll do anything you say. I'll put myself completely in your hands.
I won't need you now, Germaine. You may go.
Merci. Au revoir, Madame Maxwell. Bonne chance. Oh, where do we start? What are you going to do first?
I think the first thing to do is to darken your hair.
Darken it?
Mm-hmm. Your skin would look much whiter if your hair were darker, and you'd look a lot younger, too. Bleaching does no good after a while, you know.
I forgot that the years go by.
Too many women do. That's why I'm in the business. I'll take 10 years off your age with the hair alone.
All right. Go ahead. Do it now.
Oh, not so fast. Finish your vegetable juice, and then we'll get started. It was Germaine who had given me the idea. Drink your way to beauty. We told all our clients that. It was a stock phrase, and it was true. But in Helen Maxwell's case, I planned to add a little white powder, tasteless and colorless when taken in liquid. Administered slowly enough, it produces natural symptoms, and only an autopsy reveals its presence. Helen Maxwell was under my care for almost 8 months. I had a kind of sadistic thrill working on her every day, creating new beauty for her and knowing that every night she'd take that new beauty home to an empty house. She talked to me a great deal about it. Mostly she began with this question.
How could he do such a thing to me, Miss Lester, after all I gave him?
Oh, now finish your vegetable juice before that mouse hardens, Mrs. Maxwell. It's good for you.
Thank you. I told him again last night he'd get no divorce from me. He'll marry that woman over my dead body.
Oh. Who is the woman? Do I know her?
I don't know who she is.
Aren't you curious?
Yes and no. If I knew her, I think I'd kill her. Thought of following him once.
Did you?
No. Why should I bring myself down to his level? I'd rather die. Oh.
Something wrong, Mrs. Maxwell?
I've been having the most violent headaches. My eyes have been hurting all day. I think I better go to a doctor.
Oh, doctor? Oh, now you're not turning into a hypochondriac, are you?
Well, no, but...
Well, just wash your eyes with boric acid solution. That's all you have to do. Now, did you sit up reading again last night?
Yes.
Well, no wonder you have a headache.
I guess so.
Now, let's have a look at your hair again. Finish your vegetable cocktail.
All right.
Was it the poison working? Headaches and eye strain could mean almost anything. All during this time, Fred and I were closer. He knew his wife was a constant visitor in my beauty salon, but he didn't know that I was supervising her treatments. That was a secret between Helen Maxwell and myself. One night about a month ago, Fred said,
Poor Helen. She has such an empty life. I wish she could find someone else. She's really a fine woman, Eva. It's not her fault that I'm a heel.
Oh, you're not a heel?
You should see her as I do. She's been spending all her time at that beauty salon of yours. She thinks in some cockeyed female way that if she becomes a raving, tearing beauty, I'll come back to her.
Most women think that, thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
Certainly. I make a lot of money out of broken hearts.
Do you ever think of the irony involved? Making my wife beautiful? Aren't you afraid?
No. It makes me feel important.
It's funny. You own that great big beauty parlor, and you know what? You have a very funny face. But I can't stand this anymore, Eva. I'm going to have it out with her. I'm going to tell her that either she'll get a divorce or I'll get it myself. There are ways. Legal ways.
Then, one day, Helen Maxwell didn't show up for her appointment.
Eva, this is Fred. I haven't much time. I'm at St. John's Hospital.
St. John's Hospital? What's wrong?
Well, it isn't me. It's Helen.
Oh, Helen. What's the matter with her?
Well, they're not sure. A temporary paralysis, a stroke.
What?
I called you right away. And listen, Eva. I won't be over tonight.
Oh, of course, darling. I understand.
No, you don't. That's why I'm telephoning. I don't have the nerve to face you.
Oh, now, don't be silly. I do understand.
You don't understand. I feel responsible for all this.
But you're not responsible.
Well, don't you see, if I hadn't threatened to get a divorce myself, she wouldn't have had this stroke.
But, darling, you...
I was telling her I'd frame the evidence if necessary, and she just collapsed.
Oh, Fred, listen to me.
Don't you see, darling, I couldn't leave her now, not when she needs me so much. I won't see you tonight or any other night.
couldn't leave her now that she was helpless. I had never thought of that. But that couldn't be the end of us. I had gone this far. I might just as well go the whole way. I had never really hated Helen before, but now, as I took the gun the night watchman used, I hated her. I went to St. John's Hospital intending to shoot her.
Yes, Mrs. Maxwell is permitted to have visitors, but I must warn you not to show any surprise at her appearance.
At her appearance?
The whole right side of her face is paralyzed.
But nurse,
we had to take all the mirrors out of her room so she couldn't see herself.
Is it permanent?
Well, you can't tell with psychic disturbances. Mrs. Maxwell has had a shock, and it's not always easy to chart a path to the root of the trouble.
I see.
That's why the doctor asked me to talk with you first, to prepare you. Knowing what you will find, do you still want to see her?
Yes.
Well, remember, she doesn't know about her face, only about the paralysis of her arm.
I understand.
Try and cheer her up, and don't stay too long.
I won't. Even though the nurse had warned me, I wasn't prepared for the look on Helen Maxwell's face. It was ironic. The face I'd worked on for so long had been destroyed when Fred threatened to get the divorce himself. Of course, that, coupled with my little white powder, was a psychic disturbance. I controlled myself, however, as I walked to her bed.
Is that you, Fred?
No, it's Eva Lester, Mrs. Maxwell. How are you?
Oh. Nice of you to call. Did they tell you about my arm being paralyzed?
Yes, but it's only temporary. You mustn't feel too badly.
Oh, I don't. I'm almost happy. In a way, it was worth it.
Worth it?
Fred promised me he'd never see that woman again.
Oh.
And as soon as I can leave the hospital, we're going away. We're going to buy a house in the country and start all over again.
Start all over again? And you believe that?
Of course I do.
Why?
Why? Why, because he's my husband and I...
Oh, now really, Mrs. Maxwell. You're too old to believe in fairy tales.
Fairy tales?
Yes. It's bad enough to have the man you love pity you, but to have the whole world pity him...
Pity him?
Why do you think he wants to take you away from the city?
Well, we always wanted to live in the country.
Maybe you always wanted to before, but now you have to.
Have to?
Yes. He's taking you away so no one will have to look at your face.
My face?
Why do you think they took all the mirrors out of the room?
What's the matter with my face?
Do you really want to see?
Yes. Oh, you're just trying to scare me. Let me see myself.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Give me your mirror.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Here you are, Mrs. Maxwell. Now, do you think he still loves you?
No. No, you're right. He's sorry for me. I don't want his pity. I don't want anyone's pity.
I thought you'd see it like that.
Miss Lester.
What?
Miss Lester, will you do me a favor? Can I stay with you for a few days?
Well,
please. He'd never think of looking for me there, and I've got to get out of the hospital before he gets back.
But you just can't get up and leave.
I've got to. Can't stay here and wait for Fred. I've got to think of some way to...
Tell me, is there a fire escape outside that window?
Look and see.
Yes, there is.
They didn't take my clothes. They're in that closet. Will you bring them to me?
Can you walk? It's 12 stories to the street.
There's nothing wrong with my legs.
But why don't...
You promised to help me. You're not going to back out on me now.
No, I don't.
Then go outside. Talk to the nurse while I get dressed. If you're here when I escape, they'll blame you.
But you ought to...
There isn't much time. Go on, please. Just keep talking to the nurse until I can get away. Please.
All right.
Thank you. And... Oh, Miss Lester, wait. Please lend me your hat.
What?
Your hat. It has a veil on it. I've got to cover my face.
So I half talked to the nurse. The other half of me was listening and waiting. And then... we rushed into Helen Maxwell's room and looked out of the window. Far down on the street below, the crowd was already gathering. That's why I thought of you first. Can they do anything to me? After all, her death was accidental, and even though she was wearing my hat, I wasn't in the room when she fell trying to go down the fire escape. And second, you're free now, Fred. We can get married.
You killed her.
I wasn't even in the room, I tell you.
A technicality.
Oh, the law's full of technicalities. In the hands of a good lawyer. What are you looking at?
The residue of a dream.
Oh, this is no time to sentimentalize. Be practical,
All
Fred.
right, I'll be practical. This is your gun?
Yes.
For all the joy we'll get out of life now, we might just as well all be dead.
No, Fred. Fred.
Justice has a sardonic sense of humor, Eva. You wanted us always to be together. Well, the police will see to it that I join.
But I did it all for you, darling. Everything I did. I did for you.
And that brings down the curtain on Female of the Species, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. Miss Lisbeth Scott was heard as Eva Lester in Female of the Species, an original radio play by Irene Winston. The music heard on tonight's program was composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. Well, creeps, it's time to close the doors of our Mystery Playhouse, so until next time, good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the Molle Mystery Theater, the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight, as a return engagement, we bring you a hard-boiled crime story entitled Angel Face by Walter Wilson. And with us to play the title role is one of the loveliest stars of stage and screen, Miss June Havoc, who has captivated New York with her great performance in the Broadway hit play Dream Girl. So stand by now to meet Miss June Havoc as Dolores in Walter Wilson's story of deceit and death, Angel Face.
Well, gosh, Mr. Barnes, sounds like there's murder in the air, all right. But say, let's forget about crime for a minute and look at the brighter side of life. For instance, the way a man can cheer himself up in the morning with a clean, comfortable shave. A Molle shave. Yes, sir, man. It's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick.
It's a smooth, slick shave you get with Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. That's right. Shaving needn't be painful, not if you shave with Molle. Because Molle is a heavier cream, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight, ready for a smooth, slick shave. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or tender skins. Try it. Molle. And now for tonight's Molle mystery, Angel Face, starring Miss June Havoc.
Our scene is a fashionable and high-priced nightclub in Midtown Manhattan.
You may not be an angel, 'cause angels are so few. But until the day that one comes along, I'll string along with you. I'm looking for an angel.
Say, waiter, have you seen this?
Yeah, I know. She's waiting for you all right. Corner table. You're a little late tonight, Mr. Anglin.
Yeah, I know. Thanks. Oh, here you are, Dolores.
Hello, Joe.
Sorry I'm late. Oh, gosh, Dolores, you look so lovely.
Oh, gee, thanks.
I'm getting so I can't think about anything but you. All day at the bank, I keep wishing it was time to get off so I could see you.
Oh, gee, you're sweet, Joe. I think about you all of the time, too.
I guess I thought there never could be anybody like you. For me, anyway.
I never thought I'd meet anybody like you. A real nice guy like you. Oh, you know what some people think of chorus girls. Gee, you make me feel like something out of this world or something.
You are, Dolores. You've got a face just like an angel.
You say such pretty things. Sometimes I almost want to cry, you say such pretty things.
My gosh, and 3 weeks ago, we didn't even know each other. But we were meant to meet, honey. We were meant to stay together, too, you and I, for always. And we can't let anything interfere and spoil things for us, ever.
Why, Joe.
You think that, too, don't you, Dolores?
Oh, darling, what's the matter? Well, of course nothing's ever going to spoil things for us.
I couldn't live without you, Dolores. I just couldn't live without you.
Joe, I love you. I love you as I've never loved anyone before. You're the first person who's ever been really kind to me.
Darling.
But I know something's the matter. Tell me. Maybe I couldn't help, but tell me, huh? Hurts knowing there's something wrong and me not knowing what it is, so I could help.
Oh, Dolores.
Is it something at the bank? Joe, it's not something at the bank.
Honey, please
Is it?
don't. Well, yes.
Joe.
I was going to put it back, honey. I just needed some money quick.
What for? Joe, what is it?
It was important. It was the first important thing that ever happened to me. I couldn't let it slip away.
Joe, do you mean to say you did it for me? All that money you've been spending on me, taking me to expensive places like
Don't
this.
you see? I was afraid I'd lose you.
Oh, Joe, look, I got a little money saved up. Not much, of course, but some. You take it and put the money back. Put it back if it's enough. How much was it?
You do that for me?
Well, of course, honey.
Oh, but it's too late for that. It was only $400 or $500, but the auditors will catch up to me in a day or two, and then it'll be all up. They came unexpectedly. No, it's no use, Dolores.
Well, they can't do this. Look, we'll run away. We'll go somewhere where they'll never find us. Oh, gee, they can't do this
It
to us.
isn't as if we wanted so much, you and I, just a chance to be together and be happy. Why does the world do this to people? Two little people who just want to love each other, that's all. I only did it because I loved you so much.
Joe.
Now I'm hurting you, too. About me, I wouldn't care, but not you.
No, they can't do it. We won't let them. I never had anything to live for before you came along. I'm not giving you up. I don't care what we have to do.
Oh, you don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
I don't care. Wherever you go, I'll go with you.
You won't be afraid?
Not with you, I won't. I won't be afraid of anything. Oh, Joe. Hold my hand. Hold it tight.
Darling.
It'll be all right. We'll make out, won't we? Joe, I said it'll
Dolores, it's going to take money to get away.
Well, you can have everything I've got. Hey, I can have
Yeah,
that
but
bracelet
they're
you
going to
gave.
be after me anyway, Dolores.
What do you mean?
A lot of money'd help. There's an old saying, you might as well hang for a sheep.
Joe.
Look, they don't suspect anything yet, but I'll have to work fast. If I could lay my hands on some real money, say $20,000.
Oh, no. We got troubles enough.
They're going to try to send me to jail for a few hundred anyway, Dolores, and with $20,000.
Oh, won't this just make it worse?
Darling, it can't be any worse. Will you stick with me, Dolores? Will you? Will you, darling?
I told you I'd do anything. Whatever we have to do, I'm sticking with you, Joe.
Yes, so what can I do for you, please?
Are you a locksmith?
Yeah, you want some keys made, perhaps?
No, I want you to do a job for me. Sort of a special job.
Why not?
I'll make it worth your while. See, here's the address right here in the neighborhood.
Miss Dolores Steele, apartment 11E, 801 Bedford Street. I don't know about
I'll
this.
have to
You see,
explain it to you when we get there.
Well, if it's a lock, I could fix
I
it.
told you I'd make it worth your while.
Well, look, I'll have to charge you for that special job like this, leaving my shop and
Will
closing...
this do?
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. For this I can fix.
That you?
Yeah, it's me, Joe. Let me in, Dolores.
Oh, Joe, are you all right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, gee, I worried so every minute.
At least I think it's all right. Nobody noticed a thing. They won't know till they balance the books tomorrow night. By that time, we'll be a long way away.
They won't think anything tomorrow morning when you don't show up for work?
No, I told one of the boys I was going to the races. He's going to tell him I phoned in and said I was sick. That'll give me a good start on it.
Sure it will. It'll work out all right. You'll see.
Well, here it is in this little satchel. $20,000. Now, look, honey, I want you to have a duplicate key to the satchel in case anything happens to
Oh,
me.
no. Nothing must happen to you, Joe. It can't. It just can't.
No, of course nothing will happen to me, honey. I only meant just in case.
No. I don't want the key. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't want the money. What good would it do me? The only reason we got it is so that you and I can have a chance at living and belonging to each other. Oh, maybe we're doing wrong. I don't know. I guess people would say it's wrong. Only it's the only way we have a chance of being together. And that couldn't be wrong, could it?
No, darling. You and me, that's the rightest thing in the world. We'll have to get going in a minute, but just let me kiss you.
Darling. Joe, you're trembling.
Yeah, no, it'll pass. It's just my nerves. It'll pass off in a minute.
Here, no, you take a little brandy. I'll fix you up.
Okay.
Now, here you are.
Thanks. Guess I need it. You're not having any?
Oh, Joe, you know I never could drink brandy.
Well. That feels good. That's what I needed, all right.
Sure, Joe. Yeah, just what you needed.
Oh. That's funny. All of a sudden,
What's the matter?
I feel so dizzy. So what's that brandy?
Joe.
Yep.
Al?
Yeah. Can you talk?
The coast's clear.
All set?
Sure, Al.
Did he fall for it, Dolores?
Of course he fell for it. The sucker.
As the curtain falls on Act One of tonight's Molle Mystery, Joe lies on the floor unconscious, leaving Dolores and her friend Al free to carry out their secret plan. Oh, Dan, it looks as if Angel Face didn't quite live up to her name, did she?
Well, true, Mr. Barnes. As true as what I'm about to say right now, which is, men, if your morning shave feels like a blowtorch, chances are you have tough whiskers or a tender skin. So shave with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream, and get a smooth, slick shave. Yes, Molle is the cream that's ideal for wiry whiskers or a sensitive skin. Because it is heavier, Molle not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight, while your razor cuts them off close and clean. With Molle, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, smooth, slick, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or tender skins. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act Two of Angel Face, starring Miss June Havoc.
A young bank clerk, Joe Angleton, has stolen money so he can run away with a supposed chorus girl, Dolores. But upon his arrival with the money at her apartment, she gives him knockout drops and then telephones an apparent gangster sidekick named Al.
Al? Al?
Yeah. Dolores. Gee,
Well, there he is. Out like a light.
nice going, baby.
Ah, it was a cinch.
So you sure can handle him.
Well,
Come on, kid. We got work to do.
don't I even rate a kiss?
Oh, sure, baby. I was only thinking maybe we'll...
Come here.
Now, look, baby.
Al, is that all?
Oh, yeah, Dolores...
That's better. You liked that, didn't you?
Yeah.
You still love your little Dolores, don't you? Why, you couldn't get along without her now, could you, Al?
Oh, sure. You know I love you, Dolores.
Sure, Dolores knows her little boy loves her. She just wants to be sure, that's all.
Ah, Dolores.
And Al wouldn't ever think of leaving his little Dolores, now would he? That wouldn't be a wise thing to do at all, would it?
Oh, take it easy. Dolores, what's eating you? You know me.
Sure, I know you. We've been around a lot together, you and me. Isn't as if it's our first job.
Yeah, sure, Dolores. And it won't be the last.
Not if they're all this easy. Oh, boy, what a cinch this guy was. He fell for it even harder than that guy in Chicago. What was his name? Tom? Oh, yeah, Tom Stevens.
Don't use names like that. Someday you'll say something in the wrong place.
Oh, relax. Everything's hunky-dory.
Yeah, I know, but you're...
What are you worrying about Tom Stevens for? They're still looking for him in that payroll he made off with. Tom's been 6 foot under for nearly a year now, and even if somebody does dig up that trunk...
Dolores, lay off.
You know, Tom was kind of nice. He always used to call me Angel Face. Remember?
Angel Face.
What's the matter with Angel Face? Oh, come on now, Al. Don't look so sour. We just made 20 grand, and I feel swell. Come to think of it, I feel kind of hungry.
Hungry?
Sure, hungry. What's the matter with that? Come on, I'll rustle up something in the kitchen.
No, I couldn't eat a thing.
Come on now. That's no way to talk. We got a job to do tonight. You got to keep up your strength, Al.
Well, look, let's get that guy out of the way before someone walks in.
Nobody's going to walk in, and he's out cold for a good 4 hours.
Well...
Oh, okay. Okay, come on, let's dump him in the trunk. I'll give you a hand.
Yeah, let's get this thing over with, huh?
I wonder why they always weigh so much more when they're out this way.
I don't know. Yeah.
All right, close it, Al.
Yeah, right. I suppose we get going, huh?
What's your hurry? I told you I was hungry. Come on out in the kitchen.
It beats me the way you call me.
All right. I tell you, he's out for hours. We got plenty of time. Because when he comes to, he's going to be 6 feet under.
Shut up, will you?
Will you come along? We'll look in the icebox. Maybe I can find you a chicken hawk.
Another red light.
Oh, will you take it easy, Al? We're not trying to catch a train, are we?
Oh, I don't like it. Maybe someone saw us. Maybe someone will stop us or something.
Sure, maybe this, maybe that, maybe anything. Maybe we wouldn't have a thin dime between us if I listened to you squawking all of the time. Oh, go on ahead. You got the green.
Okay. I just feel better when we get rid of this load. I don't like driving around with anything hot like this.
You're a dope. We haven't got such a hot load.
Oh, yeah? We could face a murder rap and you say it ain't hot?
Not on this trip, Al. Not on the way out. That guy's alive still, ain't he? Of course, I admitted it'd take some fast talking to explain why we got him in a trunk. But if somebody was to stop us this very minute and found him there, wouldn't be no murder rap. He's alive. Oh, just relax. We got no worries. Well, that's deep enough, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. That hole will make the trunk all right.
I'll drag it over.
I tell you, I'll be glad to see the last of this. Gee, it's heavy.
Yeah, let's shove it down.
No. No, wait a minute.
What for?
I just want to see if I can hear him breathing.
Hear anything?
Not a thing. You suppose he...
Oh, no, you couldn't hear a thing through the trunk anyway. Just out cold from that drink I gave him. Open it up if you want to see.
No.
All right, then. What are we waiting for? Here, help me give it a shove. Okay, now shovel the dirt back in. Al, take your shovel and get to work. Al, what are you just standing there for?
You think he comes to down there under the ground? And there isn't any air? Any...
Al!
Or do you think the air's gone and it's all over? Even before it comes to?
Give me that shovel, you... There now. The top's covered over. You can hardly see any of that trunk now. There, you can finish it. Take the shovel, Al.
Well, that's over with.
20,000. 20,000 cash.
Yeah. I guess we can use it all right.
Yeah, darn tootin' we can. There's more where that came from, too.
What do you mean? If the guy's dead, how can you get...
He wasn't the last sucker alive. There's plenty more where he came from.
Oh, now, look, Dolores, don't you figure we ought to lay low for a while? We don't want to take no chances. We got enough to last us a while now.
Who's taking any chances? Oh, no one will ever pin anything on us.
Yeah, but I still think it wouldn't do no harm to lay kind of low for a
Al,
while.
you're never gonna change.
What do you mean I'm never gonna change?
You're a small-timer. Just like when I picked you up, a small-time punk. That's all you'll ever be.
Hey, don't talk that way.
Shut up! Small-time punk, small-time rackets for small-time dough.
Oh, yeah? Well, at least I didn't have no murder raps hanging over me till I met you. I can thank you
Well,
for
of
that.
all the ungrateful here I pick you up practically out of the gutter. I make a man out of you. I cut you in on some big-time stuff, and that's the gratitude I get. Just let me tell you one thing, pretty boy, and I want you to know...
Dolores.
I'm
sorry, Dolores. It's just my nerves. I say things I don't mean.
Well, that's better.
It's just my nerves, see. I get to thinking about that guy in the trunk and the cops.
He's 6 feet underground, Alan. Why should you worry about him anyway? You know, Joe wasn't exactly a friend of yours, Al. After the way he made love to me, you'd hardly call him a friend of yours.
I didn't like that part of it either.
Oh, the way he used to make love to me. Dolores, he'd say, you got a face like an angel. That's almost what Tom Stevens used to call me. Angel face. He said he thought there never could be anyone like me.
He had something there.
He used to say he never could live without me. He said we'd love each other all our lives, the only part of our lives that mattered. And then he'd kiss me. I bet that used to make you jealous, Al, huh? Didn't it, Al? Didn't that used to make you real jealous?
I told you I didn't like that part of it, didn't I?
Well, you won't have to be jealous anymore, will you, Al? You'll have your little Dolores all to yourself. You'll like that, won't you?
Yeah.
We got 20 grand. And Dolores is going to buy her pretty little boy a nice present. We'll be home soon.
Uh-huh.
And we'll be all alone, just Al and his Dolores. And Al is going to kiss his Dolores, isn't he? He's going to kiss her. Because then they'll be all alone. Well, home again. Here we are, Al.
Yeah.
No, don't turn on the light for a minute. Just kiss me first.
Well, baby.
All right. You can turn on the light now.
Good evening, Dolores. I can see you weren't expecting me.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Angel Face. Now, a word from George Putnam.
Every day, more and more people are discovering that to get real relief from the most common kind of dandruff, they must destroy the germ called Pityrosporum ovale, which many outstanding authorities say is its cause. You see, merely washing or brushing away loose dandruff has no effect whatsoever on this germ. But one thing that does work is double danderine. For double danderine actually kills this germ on contact. Even in severe cases, results with double danderine have been amazing. And the reason for double danderine's astonishing effectiveness is a special ingredient, an active antiseptic so remarkably efficient many hospitals use it. In double danderine, we call it Alzan. So stop trying to combat this dandruff with ineffective methods that actually are no better than plain water. They can't compare with double danderine, for double danderine destroys the cause. If you're not completely satisfied, you'll get your money back. Get double danderine tomorrow.
Yes, Dolores, it's me, Joe. Weren't expecting me, were you?
You're supposed to be in the trunk 6 feet under.
Take it easy, Al. Can't you see? He's got a gun.
You're supposed to be dead.
Why don't you two sit down? You're a little overwrought, both of you. No, there, right where you are. I think we have a few things to talk over, but calmly. That's why I have a gun, so we can talk things over calmly.
But you're supposed to be dead. You must have got out of the trunk while we were in the
Maybe
kitchen.
you'd like a spot of brandy. You're probably chilly from your little expedition. Grave digging is so depressing, don't you think? No, don't worry. The brandy was not drugged. I saw to that this morning.
How did you get out? That trunk was locked.
Yes, I thought it would be. That's why I saw a locksmith this morning when you were out and had it fixed so it could be unlocked from the inside. You see, I made a few plans, too. Like putting those weights in that trunk to take my place.
Oh, you smart guy. You real smart guy. Huh, you haven't a thing on us.
We'll let the police be the judge of that.
You're not going to call no cops, Joe. You can't afford to. You got a rap waiting for you, and you know it. A little matter of the bank's $20,000.
Oh, that. Well, you see, I don't work in a bank.
What? Where'd you get that cash?
It belonged to me. And you and I didn't meet by chance, Dolores. I'd waited a long time to meet you. I'd looked for you for a long, long time.
Well, what do you want to meet me for?
Because I want to see you and this punk of yours hang for the murder of Tom Stevens in Chicago.
How'd you know about that?
Shut up, Al.
I didn't talk. It doesn't make any difference now. I've got all the evidence I need. It all fits together.
Okay, so we did bump off Stevens. But it's still just your word against ours.
No, it's your word. Your words verbatim. I told you I did some planning, too. Well, the dictograph behind your chair has just this moment recorded your confession. There, that's Betty. Oh, yeah, she wanted to know where I got that money, the $20,000 you thought I'd taken from the bank. I told you it was mine. It is, and quite logically, too. The paid claim of a life insurance policy of which I was the beneficiary. Tom Stevens of Chicago.
Tom Stevens?
Yes, the man you killed.
Tom.
That's right, isn't it? That's right, isn't it, Angel Face?
Angel Face. That's what Tom...
Yes, that's what Tom used to call you, isn't it?
But how did you know?
Oh, I guess I forgot to tell you. My name isn't Joe Anglin. It's Joe Stevens. You see, Tom was my brother.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes bringing down the final curtain on tonight's Mystery Theater presentation of Angel Face, starring Miss June Havoc. And thank you, Miss Havoc, for a thrilling performance. Miss Havoc was supported tonight by Richard Widmark as Joe and Larry Haynes as Al. Next week, we present a story entitled Squeeze Play, written by 16-year-old Leonard Thompson and starring that popular favorite of radio and screen, Walter Abel. Squeeze Play is the story of a dissolute and ne'er-do-well lawyer who, on Christmas Eve, discovers a surprising and dangerous gift awaiting him in his office. He follows this up in an effort to redeem himself and his career. And in the midst of murder and courtroom dramatics, the author, remarkable young Leonard Thompson, carries us to an extraordinary climax. So be sure to join us next week for Walter Abel in Squeeze Play.
The original music for the Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. Angel Face, originally entitled Murder on Her Mind, was written by Walter Wilson and adapted for radio by Don Agger. This is Dan Seymour saying goodnight and inviting you to be with us next Friday when the Mystery Theater presents Squeeze Play, starring Walter Abel.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers and a tender skin.
Wonderful, Nick. So beautiful. I'm going to make you happy, Nick. Really happy. I'm going to be a good wife, darling.
Nick! What's the matter? Nick, what's happened? Oh, no, Nick!
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the Molle Mystery Theater, the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. You have just heard the opening scene of tonight's story by Cornell Woolridge, starring Miss June Havoc, and bearing the rather unusual and bizarre title, The Bride Wore Black. After all, black is the color we associate with death and funerals, not with weddings and romance. But tonight, black is the color of a woman's revenge.
Well, gee, Mr. Barnes, you know, some men could cope with such a dangerous woman
and yet, strangely enough, be worried stiff when it comes to shaving tough whiskers or a tender skin. Well, men, we don't blame you. All we say is, try Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. Molle. And now for tonight's Molle Mystery presentation, The Bride Wore Black.
In the library of a suburban estate not far from New York City, a young and beautiful woman, her red hair drawn into a prim knot, sits typing. She does not look up as a tall, heavily built man enters the room and approaches her softly.
Almost finished the manuscript?
What? Oh, Mr. Holmes, I didn't hear you come in.
I asked. You almost done?
Well, not quite, Mr. Holmes. I still have a few more pages.
Well, let it go for now. I'd like to talk to you.
Talk?
Yes, a rather long talk. So why don't you take my armchair?
Oh, no, I couldn't, thank you.
I insist. I want you to sit there.
But
I insist on it.
Well, where will you sit?
I'll take your chair. Now, if you don't mind. There. Isn't that more comfortable?
I suppose so.
Now, just to make things a little cozier, suppose I put a little more wood on the fire.
Oh, no, it's too warm in here already.
Warm? I feel a chill. There's these two logs. Ah, look at them catch fire. Now, suppose I just turn on this recording machine.
Why, what for?
I want this little talk of ours recorded. You see, there's something I want to clear up between us.
Something you want to clear up?
Yes, Mrs. Killeen.
Mrs. Killeen?
Oh, I know that's not the name you gave me when you came to work as my secretary.
But it isn't my name.
I happen to know better. But let's not get off on any tangents. We both know who you are.
What on earth are
The
you...
one thing I don't know yet, the thing I'd like you to tell me now, is just how and when you intended to murder me.
Murder you? Why, oh, you're joking. Why should I want to kill you?
I think that'll come out in our talk, Mrs. Killeen.
Well, I don't
No.
intend
Sit
to
right where you are. You're not going to get up out of that chair.
Well, you can't keep me here.
Yes, I can, and I will. I suppose you just listen to me, without interruption.
But you have no
Without
right
interruptions. I don't flatter myself I wouldn't be the first man you murdered.
Oh, nonsense.
No, as a matter of fact, I was to be the last. But I want to go back to the first man, Ken Bliss. Bliss was at a party given in the penthouse of a friend of his named Corey when he noticed you.
Hey, Corey, come here a minute, will you? Come here.
What do you want, Ken?
Want to ask you something.
Uh-huh.
Who's that blonde dish over there in the corner, huh?
Oh, which one?
The one in the black net dress.
Oh, yeah. Wonder what she's doing here.
Well, let's go over and find out. Well, come on, what are you waiting for, huh? Oh, pardon me.
Yes?
I brought our host over to introduce us to one another. Well, go on, Corey. Start hosting.
I'm not sure I remember the young lady's name.
Why, of course you do. It's Nora.
Nora? You sure?
Of course I am.
Oh, of course. Maybe I got you mixed up with someone else.
Uh-huh. Perhaps you have.
Perhaps. I don't know.
What is all this? I'm Ken Bliss.
How do you do?
Come on, Nora. Come out on the terrace. Huh?
Well,
I'll show you the city, all lit up.
All right.
Beautiful terrace, beautiful terrace. Don't know how Corey can afford it, but there have been rumors.
Shut up, Ken.
Okay, Corey. Hey, coming, Nora?
Yes.
I'll come along.
You got your guest.
I'll come along.
Ooh, chilly out here. Could you bring me my wrap?
Attaboy, Corey.
Would you, Mr. Corey?
Okay, I'll get your coat. Which one is it?
It's a blonde mink. Initials N.R.
Right. I'll be back.
Don't seem so chilly out here to me.
It isn't. It's just that I wanted to talk to you, Mr. Bliss, alone.
Oh?
About something important.
Important? What's important?
You. Some things about you.
Yeah? What about me?
Oh, about the time we met once before.
We met? And I forgot?
Well, we didn't exactly meet. You saw me
And
and...
forgot you? Oh, no, impossible.
You were in a car with 3 other men.
That could be 100 times.
But this time the car's license number was D3827, remember?
No. I got a rotten head for figures. Besides, what's the difference? We're here and now.
This car was...
Forget the car.
It was kept in a garage up on Exterior Avenue in the Bronx, and they left it there. They never called for it again. But I traced it. I found out who was in it.
Look, who's interested in some car? I mean, a beautiful girl, and all she gives me is a routine about a car. Oh, no. Come here.
Well...
Now, let's just stay interested in us. You and me. And what's the matter?
My scarf. You knocked it off my shoulders.
You weren't wearing any scarf.
It flew over the railing.
You sure?
There it is. It's caught on something right down there. Well, maybe I can reach it.
No, I'll do it. Here. Look out. Let me. Now, where's the thing, huh?
Right there. Don't you see it? Watch out. Don't lean over too far.
Oh, boy, it makes me dizzy. I don't see your scarf.
Right below you. A little further. A little more.
Now, what you doing?
Getting even for Nick Killeen.
Huh?
No!
No, don't!
When Corey came back, after searching for your non-existent coat, Mrs. Killeen, you were gone. You had killed your first man.
Why, this is...
No, don't get up. Sit there, right there. We still have a good deal to talk about. About Joe Mitchell, for instance. He lived in a cheap hotel on the west side, lived a cheap, drab life, until that evening that he came back to the lobby.
Hello, Mr. Mitchell. Want your key?
Yeah, Tom. Oh, mail for me?
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we've got here. Advertisement. Here, you want to buy a custom-tailored suit?
No, thanks. I couldn't afford it.
Huh. Neither can I right now. Hey, you sure this one is for me?
Your name's on the envelope, isn't it?
Yeah, but a theater ticket. Elgin Theater, Box A. A 480 seat, and for tonight. Why should anyone send this to me?
I don't know, Mr. Mitchell. Were you ever connected with this theater?
Well, I used to attend bar where a lot of actors hung out. Maybe that's it. Maybe somebody remembered me. Well, it's a break. I might as well go. After all, what can I lose?
Hey, Tom, is that Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, he's right here.
I got a call for him.
Oh, okay. You can take it here, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello?
Joe? It's me, Maybelle.
Yeah? What do you want?
Well, what are you snapping for?
I'm not feeling so good.
It sounds all right.
Well, I don't feel good. Listen, I gotta hurry. Call me tomorrow, or I'll call you.
Well, you're going in such a hurry. I thought you said you're sick.
I am. I'm going to bed. I'm sorry about our date.
Don't be foolish, Joe. That's all right. I tell you what. I'll bring over some chicken soup.
No.
Yes, some nice warm chicken soup from the restaurant. The cook will give it to me.
No, I told you. Look, I gotta hang up. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, but Joey...
Chicken soup.
Excuse me. Do you mind if I take this seat?
Why, no, not at all. Plenty of room. Oh, you're just in time. They're dimming the lights.
Want to come too early?
Tell me, someone send you a ticket, too?
No, this is my box. But I must confess, I sent you your ticket.
You sent me?
Yes, I wanted to see you again.
Again? But I never saw you.
We can't talk here. I want to be alone with you.
Yeah, but the show's about... Well, why don't we go over to my place? It's a hotel, but it's respectable, sort of.
Well, I wouldn't want to be seen going to your room.
Oh, I understand. Well, we can go up the stairs. It's only the 3rd floor, and no one will notice us. What do you say?
All right. That will be as good a place as any. Well, I can see by all the girls' pictures on the walls that you're really a ladies' man, aren't you?
Oh, those? No, they don't mean a thing. You know, I've always been looking for something, the right one, someone with class like you.
I can imagine.
No, this is no gag. I mean it. Just by being here, you make this room seem, well, I don't know how to say it. Something wonderful. You give it a kind of feeling. You understand? It's like I'd arrived somewhere I always wanted to go.
Maybe we can arrange that. Let's have a drink.
Oh, swell. I've got some rye here in the closet. Don't mind having it straight.
No. I can have mine with water.
If I'd known, I would have gotten something good.
This will serve its purpose. Turn on the radio. I'll pour it out.
Okay. Want anything special?
No, just the music.
Now for a drink.
Here's yours.
Okay. Here's to a long life and a merry one.
Yes, a long life.
Well, aren't you having any? What's the matter? It's not bad stuff.
I was just thinking.
Thinking? About what?
About our first meeting.
Yeah, I've been wondering about that. Where did I ever see you before?
On the steps of a church.
On the steps of... Oh!
What's wrong?
Hey, that's funny. It's nothing, just a pain in my stomach. Go away. What's this about you on the steps of a church?
I was getting married.
Married?
Don't you remember now?
No, it's the darndest thing all of a sudden, too.
Oh, enough of this radio.
It's burning.
Don't you remember the church, the wedding, and then right after?
Look, something's wrong. I gotta call a doctor.
No, you're not going to call a doctor.
What?
You're too late for a doctor.
Too late? What'd you do to me? I don't know you.
Yes, you know me. I'm Mrs. Nick Killeen.
Nick Killeen? I don't understand.
You don't remember Nick Killeen and the girl on the steps in her wedding dress? You don't remember that?
Al, open the door, please.
My wedding day, and you were there. You and 3 others.
Oh, you got me mixed up. Let's start.
Joe, it's Maybelle. Open the door.
Just a minute. Yes, what do you want?
Oh. Well, I don't want to barge in, but I got some chicken soup for Joe.
Listen, get out of here quick. Make sure people see you leaving and take that jar of soup with you.
Why? What's the matter?
Do as I say. I don't want you to get into any trouble. I don't have anything against you.
You must be nuts.
All right. Go on in and have a good look.
As the curtain falls on Act One of tonight's Molle Mystery, Julie Killeen has been accused by her employer of killing 2 of the 3 men she believes to have murdered her husband. And from what we've seen of Mrs. Killeen so far, you might say she shows a particular knack for dealing out punishment, eh, Dad?
Well, it's funny, Mr. Barnes. Rather, it's sad. But a lot of men hand out almost the same kind of punishment to themselves every time they shave. Well, then, shaving needn't be painful. Not when you shave with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. That's right. Molle is the heavier cream, the cream you need for wiry whiskers or a sensitive skin. Because Molle is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight, while your razor whisks them off like a feather. With Molle, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act Two of The Bride Wore Black, starring Miss June Havoc.
Julie Killeen, a bride whose beloved was murdered on their wedding day, in blind rage has vowed to avenge him. One of her intended victims, however, has uncovered her whole plot.
That, Mrs. Killeen, was how you murdered Ken Bliss and Joe Mitchell. The first, you pushed from the terrace of Corey's apartment.
No, I
the
didn't.
The second, you poisoned in his hotel room. Now you can see why I wanted this recorded.
Mr. Holmes, you know this is a pack of lies. You know it's not true.
On the contrary, every word of what I've said is gospel. No, don't get up. Now I'll go over what happened to Frank Moran. I said don't get up. Sit there and listen. We'll begin in the street, outside Frank Moran's house in Scarsdale. A 5-year-old boy riding a tricycle is stopped by an attractive young woman.
Say, you got in my way. You got in my way.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I found this ball. Is it your ball?
No.
Mine's a high bouncer.
Oh, do you want this one? I'll give it to you.
Gee, thanks.
What's your name?
Cookie Moran.
And what's your father's name?
He's Mr. Frank Moran.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
No, but I got a grandma, though. She lives in Garrison, but she comes to stay with us.
Well, don't you ever go to Garrison to visit her?
Oh, yeah. But Dr. Bixby says I make too much noise for Grandma. She's sick.
Oh, Dr. Bixby's your grandma's doctor, hmm?
Sure. He goes to see her lots. My Aunt Ada takes care of her.
Tell me, have you started school yet?
Oh, sure. I go to kindergarten every day.
What do you do there?
We draw ducks and rabbits, and Miss Baker gave me a gold star for drawing a cow. I brought it home.
Really? Well, you run along and play now, Cookie. And don't lose the ball. Frank!
What is it, dear?
A telegram for my sister Ada. Mother's very sick. She had a stroke.
A stroke?
Dr. Bixby wants me to come to Garrison right away.
Well, you'd better go. I'll drive you to the station.
No, I'll take a cab. You stay here with Cookie, and Frank, don't let him get into any trouble while I'm gone.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Moran.
Yes?
This is Miss Baker, Cookie's kindergarten teacher.
Yes.
I've heard Mrs. Moran had to go away, and I've been worried about Cookie. You know, he's so active. I'd like to come over this evening and help you take care of him.
Well, certainly, Miss Baker, and thank you for being so thoughtful.
You're not Miss Baker.
What?
You're not.
Why?
You're the lady on the street.
Now, Cookie.
Why, son, that's not the way to talk.
It's nothing to be alarmed about, Mr. Moran. It's just that he's very imaginative.
What's the matter with you, Cookie? I thought you liked Miss Baker.
She isn't Miss Baker.
Let me handle him. I'm used to this. Now, Cookie, didn't I just give you a gold star the other day for drawing a cow?
Huh?
And didn't I tell you I was going to see your parents someday and tell them how good you are in school?
Did you?
You know I did.
Well, if you're Miss Baker, how come you don't look like Miss Baker?
That's because I'm not wearing my glasses. You see, Mr. Moran, there's a fine point of child psychology involved here. Cookie's used to seeing me in the kindergarten and not in his home.
Of course.
But now that he's getting used to me here, I think he's beginning to recognize me. Aren't you, Cookie?
Yes, Miss Baker.
There, that's better. Now, how would you like to show me this?
Here's a closet under the stairs. I used to hide in here when I played hide and seek. See, now I can't.
Why not?
Daddy won't let me. He says there's no air in there. Look, I'll show you. I'll crawl in. There's nothing in here, just me.
Mr. Moran! Mr. Moran!
Yes?
Come here, please.
What is it, Miss Baker? What's happened?
Well, Cookie's locked in the closet, and I can't get the door open.
Now, don't get frightened. There's nothing to it. It can't be opened from the inside, but all we have to do is unlatch it like this, and the door comes open.
Oh.
All right, Cookie, come on out.
It was dark in there. I couldn't see anything at all.
Well, you get upstairs and go to bed.
No, Daddy.
It's getting late.
I don't want to. I'm having fun.
Now, you heard me.
Well, all right, but it's still early. Good night.
Good night. Oh, that gave me a fright. He's getting locked in there.
I know.
I was afraid the door had jammed.
I don't let Cookie go in here. The door's solid oak, about 2 inches thick, and there's hardly any space at all.
Yes, it is small. How long do you suppose a person would last if he got caught in there?
Oh, I don't know, an hour or two at the most. The closet's airtight, and I don't...
Oh, my goodness.
Is something the matter?
Oh, my bracelet.
Your bracelet?
Cookie had it, and he must have left it in that closet.
Oh, well, I'll get it. I'll just feel around here, and I'm sure I'll find it for you. Just hold the door open, will you?
Frank Moran.
What? Did you say something?
This is for Nick Killeen.
Ever be forgotten, Mrs. Killeen, by the widow of Frank Moran, or by that little boy.
Why, you must be out of your mind, Mr. Holmes, making these accusations against me.
I assure you, I'm entirely sane. You see, Mrs. Killeen, I've been on to you right from the beginning, from the moment you wangled an introduction to me through my publisher. From the moment you came here to work as my secretary. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Killeen, I've been waiting for you.
Waiting for me?
Yes, ever since I put it together, the connection between Bliss, Mitchell, Moran, and now Holmes. The auto ride following a drunken party, the wedding at the church, the murder.
What?
Oh, what's the matter?
It's getting too warm here. This chair.
Oh, I don't think you're too warm.
I'm too close to the fire.
No. Why, your hands are ice cold. You're trembling.
Let me go. Let me up.
No, stay there. I want you to stay there in my chair.
No, I can't.
Why?
Please, please let me go.
Why? Why can't you stay in that chair?
Because...
Why can't you stay near the fireplace? Tell me, why?
There's a shotgun loaded behind the zinc partition, the heat of the fire.
Yes? You said it to kill me?
Yes, I was going to kill you.
All right, Mrs. Killeen, you can get up now. You don't have to hurry. I found the gun this morning and took out the charge. I think we have enough on the recorder. Mrs. Killeen, you were wrong on 3 counts. About the gun, about the way your husband was killed, and one more thing. About me.
About you?
Yes.
What about you?
I'm not George Holmes.
Not...
I've just been substituting for him.
Substituting? Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Wanger, New York City Police. Mrs. Killeen, I put you under arrest for the murders of Ken Bliss, Joe Mitchell, Frank Moran, and the attempted murder of George Holmes, although I don't think we'll even bother about that.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Bride Wore Black. Now, a word from Ron Rawson.
One thing to remember about the most common type of dandruff is that many outstanding authorities say it is not a natural condition, but actually is caused by a germ called Pityrosporum ovale. Now, the only way you can get real relief is to destroy this germ. And simply washing or brushing away loose dandruff won't do it. But double danderine will. Yes, double danderine really works because it gets at the cause of this dandruff and kills it. Actually kills the germ on contact. Results with double danderine have been remarkable, even in many stubborn cases. And the thing that makes double danderine so amazingly effective is a special ingredient, an active antiseptic that's so wonderfully efficient many hospitals use it. In double danderine, we call it Alzam. So stop trying to combat this dandruff with ineffective methods that actually are no better than plain water. Use double danderine and destroy the cause. Get double danderine tomorrow. Your money back if not satisfied.
Yes?
Mrs. Killeen out here for you, Lieutenant.
Okay, bring her in. All right, Marty, wait outside.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, won't you, Mrs. Killeen? I hope you weren't too uncomfortable last night.
Bad enough without your sarcasm.
Oh, I'm quite sincere. You see, I realize your motive in this whole series of murders. Revenge. Well, I suppose that's a motive anyone can understand, but not condone. And in this case, Mrs. Killeen, you killed 3 innocent men.
How can you say that? They murdered Nick. Killed him in cold blood right on the steps of the church.
They didn't kill him.
Yes, they
Let
did.
me reconstruct what happened on that day. The wedding was over. You came out of the church, you and Nick, your bridesmaid, the others. And suddenly a car rounded the corner at high speed, came toward the church. There was a series of sounds, like backfire. And then...
Get
the girls out of here.
Please, get up, Nick.
You'd better come with me, Julie.
Please, Julie, you're getting blood on your dress.
Let me handle it.
No, I don't need any help. Andrea.
Yes, dear.
Did you see that car?
Yes.
Come on, Julie.
No, Andrea, did you get a good look?
Yes, I did.
How many men were in that car?
There were 4 of them, but
Did you see the license number?
It was D-38-27.
I'll remember that. Come with me, please, Andrea. I'm going back inside the church.
Pray.
No. To make a vow. Another vow to Nick.
That's what happened on the steps of the church, isn't it, Mrs. Killeen?
Yes.
You made one mistake, a tragic mistake. Those men in the car, they had nothing to do with your husband's death.
They did. They killed
No.
him.
On that day that Bliss and Mitchell and Moran and Holmes tore past the church steps in their car, another man crouched at a window of a rooming house opposite, a gun in his hand, waiting for Nick Killeen. He raised his gun as you came out on the steps. As the car streaked by, its exhaust backfiring, he shot.
Who was it? Who?
Just a moment.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Bring him in.
Okay, sir.
It was a former partner of Nick's. A man who worked the rackets with him. A man who couldn't let Nick go straight.
Oh, stop torturing me. Who was it?
Good morning.
Oh, no. It can't be.
How do you do, Mrs. Colleen?
Corey.
Yeah, when you came to my party, I thought I recognized you from a picture Nick showed me once.
And I sent you away so I could kill Bliss.
Yeah. Wasn't it too bad you didn't know who I was? Too bad Nick wouldn't introduce you to his partner. He didn't even trust me to meet you. And now look at the mess you're in.
You're on a spot yourself, Corey.
Sure, I know that. You know...
Yes?
Wouldn't it be something if me and her were hung the same day?
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again, inviting you to join us next week when we present a great tale from the pen of Vincent Starrett entitled The 11th Juror, which will star Sidney Blackmer, popular star of stage and screen.
Maybe you haven't thought about it, but when you're too tired, you often get depressed, apprehensive. You have 2 strikes on you from the start. Now, if you're often that tired, and pale besides, your doctor may find you have a borderline anemia, resulting from a ferronutritional blood deficiency. In that case, take ironized yeast tablets. They help build up your strength by building up your red blood cells. So take ironized yeast tablets to help get back your energy, your enthusiasm, your healthy color. Ask for ironized yeast tablets.
The original music for the Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. Any similarity between the names and characters used on this show and any actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Tonight's play was adapted for radio by Paul Monash. This is Dan Seymour saying good night until next Friday at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents The 11th Juror.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the Molle Mystery Theater, the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight's story, by Joseph Ruskol, is entitled Triangle of Death. One of your favorite radio stars, Elspeth Eric, will play the leading role of Carol Wade. Carol Wade faces death. But whether it is her husband or her sweetheart who intends to kill her, she doesn't know. Yes, a strange and terrifying dilemma. A triangle of death.
Well, Mr. Barnes, some triangles may turn out badly. But you know, when it comes to shaving, here's one trio that always gets along. A man, his razor, and Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. Try it. Molle. And now for tonight's Molle Mystery by Joseph Ruskol, Triangle of Death.
it? You?
Wins you 10 silver dollars.
You've changed.
How low can a guy get?
Now, please, I can explain, but not here. What do you...
Never thought I'd catch up with you, did you? Mrs. Carol Wade.
How'd you find out where I live? What are you going to do?
What do you deserve? I'm bleeding for you. Got a swan song for a sucker?
Now, look, I'm warning you. Get out of here. I'll call my husband. Peter! Peter!
Call him again. He's not here, Angel. Both of us know it.
Why, you...
The name's Tony Morrell, remember? Let's see, what was yours when I met you down in Miami last year? Miss Carol Meadows, wasn't it? When your lips took me over the barrel for your gambling debts.
I meant to pay you back someday.
Yeah, that's why you took it on the lam. You know, it was silly of you to have posed under your maiden name, you little two-timer. I was bound to catch up with you.
Who told you?
How blind can a guy stay? Even with a crush.
Put down that gun, Tony. You'll burn for it.
Not me, two other
Tony,
guys.
no. Don't. Please. Please.
Go ahead, relax. Take a good look at it, pretty face. And thank heaven the torch still burns.
What?
Because this gun is the only thing that can save you from the Undertaker. Gotta kiss it for luck. Back it goes.
What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
I've elected myself your bodyguard, said he, examining his head. So stick close to your sucker from here on in, baby, because someone is out to kill you.
What? Who?
Who? Character I met only an hour ago in a little dive I just opened about 75 miles down the road near Saratoga. Small world, huh? We're neighbors. Hilo Cafe. Does that ring a bell?
That was the name of your nightclub in Miami.
Yeah, the one you cost me.
Oh, stop playing with me. Who was this?
This character? Well, in he walks, see? This utter stranger. For a fast one. And I join him. A few drinks later, he tells me he's at Sawbones on a call nearby. And this and that.
Doctor, did you say?
Yeah. Why so pale, Carol? Anyway, I give him the old wheeze about there's one thing a Sawbones can't cure, a broken heart. Rum chummy, see? So he pumps me with a bedside manner, and I admit that I'm still carrying a torch for a worthless little tramp who played me for a chump last year. A Carol Meadows.
Who was he? Stop torturing me. Who was he?
You guessed it, your husband, lady.
Oh, no, God!
Wait. For that slap, I ought to cut off your hands. I mean, I dreamed about him around my neck again.
Get out! Get out!
How deaf can I get? Okay, you little fool, but you better get out with me. I'm telling you, your life is in danger, understand? He's going to murder you when he comes home from making his rounds. He's got like a wild man. He gave me a blueprint. That's what I've come to warn you.
My Peter? Oh, sure. Oh, you cute man, you cute liar. Can't you think up a daffier story to get me back?
Now, look, you gotta believe me. Come away from here.
You know, that's what I fell for down in Miami. Your deadpan way of telling him tall and windy. Oh, I wasn't kidding, Tony. I was pretty wild about you. But I had enough of men like you when I was in the chorus, so I came to my senses.
Look, Carol, I'm telling
my
you...
My husband loves me. He wouldn't harm a fly. Now, you get out of here fast.
Okay. It's your funeral. Oh, by the way, about that murder blueprint. Your husband's coming home early, see? He's going to suggest a little ride in the car for the air. You're not looking so good. He's going to suggest Sunset Cliff. To look at the sunset. He's going to push you off that cliff accidental. How careful can a guy be?
It's me, Cookie.
Oh, you're home early.
Yep, no clinic duty today. Isn't that something? Now I can spend the afternoon with my little wife. Oh, gosh, it's a rich feeling. Now, come hither, fly to my arms, woman.
Peter,
Hmm?
you stop for a drink or something?
Cookie, I'm still drunk with love after 3 years. Can you beat it? The honeymoon will never be over with us. Bet? Now, give me a little ear. Yeah. Cookie, where should we go this afternoon?
What?
Darling, what's the matter? What's wrong? Don't you feel well? You're not
No, I
looking
feel
at it.
fine.
Sure?
Yes, fine.
Well, good. Me, I'd like to stay home. If it's all the same with you.
Oh, yes, let's. Oh, Peter, I feel so good now. Golly, the silly things that have been upsetting me today.
What things?
Oh, little trifles round house, tradesmen, you know.
Made you irritable?
Yes, that's it. But now my Nancy's come home. He doctored it all away and it stopped pounding.
Pounding?
Yes, my headache.
Headache? You've had a headache, too?
Well, no.
You've been outdoors at all today?
No.
Oh, cooped up in here all day. That's bad. Now, there's nothing wrong with you that a little fresh air can't cure. How about a spin in the car?
No!
You are irritable. Why not? Why'd you jump so when I suggested it?
I don't know.
Just nerves. Now, come on, then. Do as the doctor says. The car's parked in front of the house, and let's go for a little spin. Breathe in the ozone. Aren't you glad to be alive?
Where are we going?
Oh, for a little drive. What's the diff, Cookie?
Peter, where are you taking me?
Say, what's gotten into you? What on earth's the matter?
Where are you driving to?
I don't know yet. Just follow our noses. What's wrong, Carol? You suddenly afraid of accidents?
Stop the car!
What for?
Look, there's a drugstore. I have to make a phone call. It's important. I forgot it. Please.
All right. I'll come in with you.
No, you just wait here. It'll only take me a minute.
Well, hustle it, Cookie.
Yes. Tony, this is Carol. Listen. Tony, listen to me. What'll I do? I'm frightened to death. Yes, but I haven't got much time. He's waiting for me in the car. Look, I'm in a phone booth, and you were right. He is taking me out for a ride. I just can't believe it. I'm all mixed up. I mean, it is just a ride. I did say I had a headache. What if he hasn't got any idea of taking me?
What's keeping you, Carol? Who are you phoning?
All right, Lola. I'll try to run up and see you right away. Bye.
Lola? Your friend Lola Jennings?
Yes. Look, Peter, if you want to know, that's why I was so upset today.
Oh?
Yes, she phoned me this morning. She's in a bad way about something.
I see.
I mean, she sounded so desperate, I was worried.
Carol, was it really Lola you were just phoning, or the Hilo Cafe?
What?
Well, then he hasn't tried to contact you, and all along I really thought he's the reason you were so upset.
Who?
Well, it's a good thing I'm in time to warn you. I meant to earlier, but it's so frightfully delicate.
Warn me about what?
About a man who's in town looking for you. A man you seem to have met in Miami last year. Tony Morrell.
Tony?
Yes, I bumped into him this afternoon in his cafe. It seems he's just opened it, and I happened to drop in for a drink, and he sat down at my booth and introduced himself, and, well, he got a little plastered, and without knowing who I was at first, he told me something about you and him.
Peter.
Oh, it's all right, Cookie. I know the whole story. He fell in love with you, period. Who wouldn't? No, I admit it whammed me at first.
Peter,
I'm sure it was just one of those harmless vacation romances, and, well, the fool read more into it than there was there. Cookie?
Of course. Oh, honey, absolutely nothing more. I always meant to tell you, but there was really nothing to tell, and telling it would have made it sound like something.
Of course, sweet. I know how a thing like that could happen, but, Carol, this Morrell fellow seems to have taken it really hard and blubbered all sorts of threats.
Threats?
Yeah, said he'd be a fool not to get revenge. Said he'd somehow lure you to his cafe where he'd kill you.
What?
And there's only one way he wants to kill you. With a poison martini.
Poison martini? Why?
Well, search me. He's crazy. He acted like a wild man.
Oh, Peter, I'm scared. Peter, save me from him. Don't let him come near me.
Now, don't worry. If I ever hear of him trying to bother you, I'll strangle him with my bare hands. Well, let's get rolling, Carol. Put some color in your cheeks.
Peter, you've gotten so moody. You really forgive me, or was that all just an act?
Or was it just an innocent summer romance? Constant Penelope?
Do you, Peter, do you?
Life is short, isn't it?
What?
I said life is short. A laugh, a tear, and Sunset.
Sunset.
Of course I forgive you. You're my wife, aren't you? Period.
Peter, where are you driving me?
That record again. Just to town and back. Why do you keep asking?
Town, that's the other way.
Huh? What other way?
I...
Say, maybe I can be a bit more imaginative than just town and back. Maybe we ought to turn around and go the other way at that.
What?
Yeah, that brings us to Summit Cliff.
Summit...
And we can go there and watch the sunset.
Peter,
like
no.
we used to. Oh, come on.
Well, mystery fans, this is Jeffrey Barnes ringing down the curtain on Act One of tonight's Molle Mystery. But stay close by, because I promise you, in Act Two, we'll have you guessing at high speed. Right now, to keep you from guessing, here's Dan Seymour with some quick answers on the subject of shaving.
Men, if your morning shave feels like you're shaving with a buzzsaw, chances are you have tough whiskers or a tender skin. But you know, shaving needn't be painful, not when you shave with Molle. Because Molle is a heavier cream. It not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight while your razor waltzes right through them. With Molle, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's the smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes returning you to Act Two of the Mystery Theater and Triangle of Death.
Now, you're going to humor me, Carol, if you really love me. What's wrong with the cliff, our old haunt? Why act up? Carol! Oh, I would run out of gas right at the foot of the climb, too. Yeah, lucky, though. There's the filling station. Hey there, gas! Hey, anybody there? Oh, wait here a minute. I'll go around some of that.
Carol, get in here, quick.
Tony!
Quick, before he comes out. Well, are you paralyzed? I'm here to save you, you little fool. You want to die?
You want me to, Tony? He told me plenty about you. Go away.
He's lying. I was right. He is headed for the cliff, isn't he?
Yes, but it was common, ordinary. See? Perfectly natural from the conversation.
Carol,
We've often come here to see the sunset plenty of times. Beat it. I don't want him to find you.
Still don't trust me. Then listen. Something else I remember. Something else he said. He was going to shoot you on the cliff so you wouldn't put up a struggle, and then push you off.
What?
Okay, you ever known him to carry a gun before?
No, never.
You want to watch me frisk him? You'll believe me?
Oh, go away, please. Here he comes.
Okay. How far can you drop?
Fill her up, huh?
Right, Doc.
Girl, who were you talking to just now?
Huh?
That car that just drew up.
Oh, he wanted to know where Highway 22 was.
I see.
You got a cigarette, Peter?
Sure.
No,
Here.
not that pack. Didn't you have another brand?
Hmm?
Let me look, darling. Wasn't it in this pocket?
What?
No. Oh, in this one.
Hey, what are you talking about? What brand?
No, it's not there either. I'm sure I saw you with...
You're having a good time. Now, let's empty all my pockets. I like this game. Here. Oh, here. Here, any more?
No.
No more? Then how about my
I
undershirt?
don't know what made me think. You haven't got one after. Have you, Peter?
Well, if you want the strangest.
Okay, Doc.
All right. Here, keep the change. Now, little wife, let's climb that hill, And take a look at that sunset. Yeah, some climb. Almost there now.
Peter, it'll never happen again. I know I've wronged you, but I've died 1,000 times
It's
for
too
it.
late. The sun's gone down. Let's go to the top anyhow.
Peter, please believe
Getting
me.
dark. If it weren't for that phone call of yours.
Listen to me, Peter. Are you Are you harboring it against me?
Don't be a stuck whistle. How many times do I have to reassure you? I've forgiven you, period. I've even told him that. When he made those threats against your life and called you what he did, though you deserved it here.
No.
I think I'd have killed him then and there if I were the type to carry the gun.
Oh, I wish you were. A murderous snake like Tony.
I love you in spite of what you've done. We'll do again.
No,
And I told him that I'm going to court you all over again and start by making the trip this afternoon to Summit Cliff.
Oh, then that's how Tony...
Yes?
Nothing. Oh, wait a minute. You didn't know we were coming here. We even started out the other way. What's funny?
Well, here we are at last. Say, talk about elevation. Just look down there. Does it make you dizzy?
Peter, answer me. How could you know that?
Cookie. We were coming here all the time. I meant to from the first.
But you started the other way.
Just to throw you off.
What?
I was playing with you. I had a special reason for bringing you here today.
Special reason?
Very. What do you suppose I came home early? Don't lean against the door. You're just 2 feet from the edge, and it's a 200-foot drop.
What was the special reason? This. Oh, a necklace. Peter.
You know what today is? Now, see if I haven't got a memory like an elephant. 3 years to the day that I first told you I loved you. No, you wouldn't remember, but it was right here at Sunset Cliff when we were... Yes, when we were watching our first sunset together.
Oh, Peter. Oh, you great, big, thoughtful old kid.
I ought to kill you.
Oh, it's lovely. I can't get a good look at it, though. It's gotten so dark.
Oh, here, I'll light a match.
No, wait a minute. There's a flashlight in the car someplace, isn't there? Yes, you keep it in the side pocket here. Oh, Angel. To think that...
Give me that. Give me that and get over. There. I don't want the accident.
A gun! You did have a gun all the time!
So what, to protect you?
You said you never
To
carried
you,
one.
you fool!
Drop it, Doc. Drop it or I'll thrill you. Okay, babe, quick.
Come back.
Get in.
Come back here.
Tony!
I got his gun here.
Take me away. Anywhere away from that monster. He did have a gun. He did have one, just like you said, and he was going to shoot me and throw me off the cliff.
Ah, not you, sister. Relax. You got 9 lives. How many can you burn up?
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Triangle of Death. Now, a word from George Putnam.
If dandruff is spoiling the appearance of your hair and you've been trying to combat it with little or no success, listen carefully. Many outstanding authorities say that the most common kind of dandruff is caused by a germ called Pityrosporum ovale. Now, many dandruff-combating methods are no more effective for fighting this germ than plain water and brushing. For, like water, all they do is remove loose dandruff. To get real relief, this germ must be destroyed. Double Danderine really works because double Danderine actually kills this germ on contact. Even in many severe cases, results with double Danderine have been remarkable. Now, the amazing effectiveness of double Danderine is due to a special ingredient, an active antiseptic so wonderfully efficient many hospitals use it. In double Danderine, we call it Alzan. So try double Danderine and see if you don't agree that most methods can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. Get double Danderine tomorrow. Your money back if not satisfied.
Have we shaken him yet?
I don't see his car anymore.
Oh, he's lost us. He won't drive very fast with a bullet in his hand.
Still can't believe he had it in him. Played with me just like a cat with a mouse. Tony, you saved my life.
Well, then, come here.
No. But I am grateful, Tony. It's all been like a nightmare all day. Ever since you came in the door, I didn't know who to believe. But now I know he was
Shut
just
up.
about...
Close your eyes. Kiss me. You said it. Maybe that doesn't call for a drink, huh?
Wonderful. Drink.
Yeah. I can stop off somewhere.
Somewhere, where?
I don't know. How about the High-Low Cafe?
Why there? I mean, why wait till we get there?
For sentimental reasons. Remember the High-Low in Miami? When you first gave me the eye? Miss Meadows? Cost me my innocence, that shade of mascara. I should forget. Well, let's drink the old times, huh?
Why bring me in here? Why don't we sit out in a booth?
Well, my private office is more intimate. What'll it be, Manhattan?
Yes. It's all right, make it a Manhattan.
Coming up, 2 Manhattans. I'll get it from the bar. Oh, wait. You better make it the drink we last had in Miami. You know, the one you slipped something in and lammed it when I passed out. Martinis, wasn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll fix you martinis. Wait here.
Martini, no. Operator, give me the police, hurry. Police, help me quick. He's trying to poison me. Tony Morello. He'll kill me. I'm at the High-Low Cafe. This is Mrs. Carol Wade. Hurry, please.
Phoning someone?
Yes, my friend Lola Jennings. She's terribly ill, Tony. I forgot. I better go to her.
Not so fast. How about our drinks?
How'd you get them so quick?
I gave Joe the order when we came in. Here, take it.
No, I'm...
Take it. Come on, unfreeze.
No,
You didn't need coaxing in Miami. Take. There. Now let's click glasses like we did then. Click. That's it. Now, bottoms up. Drink, come on. Drink. Why are you shaking?
No!
No? So don't. Put it down. What do I lose?
I'm on to you. I'm on to you, Tony Morell.
Oh, get a load of her.
Get out of my way. I'm going
No,
home.
you don't. The curtains for you. You nuts? You didn't see his gun?
That was meant for you, and you know it. I can see it now. It's Peter I should have listened to. It's you that wants to kill me, and he was trying to save me. Yes, he warned me. Every stop he said you'd try to get me here to the High-Low Cafe.
Well, sure. I told him I would, for old time's
He
sake.
said you'd offer me a martini.
I told him that, too.
And you'd poison the martini.
He's a liar. You fell for that? It's he who's been working overtime to rub you out. He gave me a blueprint. I haven't proved it. Saved your life. You still don't believe me?
No.
No? Well, by gosh, you will.
Put that gun away.
You'll believe me if I have to put a slug through that brass heart of yours. Now, pick up that glass again. Pick it up. Good. Now put it to your mouth. Put it to your mouth. Drink it. Drink it.
Harold, don't! Don't drink that. It's poison pill. Don't.
Are you...
Peter, look out!
Thank heaven I got it.
Carol, are you all right? You didn't...
Yes, I drank it. Leave it.
Hold on. Cookie. Here, now, don't let go. Hold on. I'll fix you an antidote. Oh, yeah. Here's the antidote. Here. Now, quick, drink it. There. Now you'll be dead. Give it 30 seconds. A martini? No, dear. Watch, I'll finish it. Yeah, see? Nothing deadlier than an olive. The antidote, Cookie? That's too bad you didn't trust your boyfriend. He was trying so hard to be your guardian angel, Sir Galahad Morale. I stumbled into the perfect ending for the perfect murder. I was hiding outside, and I heard your phone. By the way, was that really poor Lola Jennings you were phoning again? You know, it's strange because it's Lola who helped me plan your funeral all along. Cookie, she and I are going to get married. Surprise?
Police.
The police? They'll find the lady who was poisoned and the man she predicted would do it. 2 corpses.
No, Doc. 3 cups.
What?
3. Oh, Tony, you. I'll meet you all at the last stop. How dead can we die?
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again, bringing down the final curtain on tonight's Mystery Theater presentation of Joseph Ruscole's Triangle of Death. Be with us next week when we present a modern, hard-hitting, thrill-packed detective adventure entitled The Squealer. Meet Whitey Burton, a man who betrayed his friends to save his own skin and walked thereafter with death at his shoulder.
The original music for the Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Sembler. Elspeth Eric, Joseph Julian, and Paul Potter were featured in Triangle of Death. Any similarity between the names and characters used on this show and any actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Sometimes when we're tired, we make mountains out of molehills. We putter around till even the easiest job seems impossible. If you are that tired and pale besides, your doctor may find you have a borderline anemia resulting from a ferronutritional blood deficiency. Then you need ironized yeast tablets. They help build up your strength by building up your red blood cells. So take ironized yeast tablets to get back your color, your vigor, your driving energy. Ironized yeast tablets.
And now this is Dan Seymour again saying good night and asking you to be with us next week at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents Paul Monash's The Squealer.
Tonight's Mystery Theater presentation, The Triangle of Death by Joseph Ruscole, came to you from our Radio City studios in Radio City, New York. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the Molle Mystery Theater, the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight's mystery by Sanford Schlesinger is entitled Zelma's Boy. Stars Betty Gard and features Walter Vaughn and Ronnie List. Larry was 13 years old. It wasn't his fault that his father was a thief. Surely a child is not to be blamed for the sins of his parents, and the treacherous blood of a criminal doesn't pass on to the next generation, not even where murder is involved. Or does it? We'll let you decide about Zelma's Boy.
Well, say, Mr. Barnes, sounds like you've given our listeners a real toughie tonight. And speaking of toughies, men, here's something that makes tough whiskers easy to shave. It's that old smoothie Molle brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's the smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. Try it. Molle. And now for tonight's Molle mystery, Zelma's Boy, starring Betty Gard.
I beg you to read this letter, to listen to me through these words. This is my last, my only hope. One life has already been taken, and I'm afraid 2 more may be gone before the day is done. My sister, Zelma's Boy, came to our house a little over 2 months ago. He was 13 years old, if you figure age by birthday candles. But if you judge age by mind and movement the way I do, then you'll know that Zelma's boy was a lot older than his boyish face would lead you to believe. I remember the morning he was to arrive. George and I had arisen at 6 o'clock to meet the train.
Did you call to see if the train's on time?
Yes. Now, please get through with your breakfast.
I don't see why we had to get up so early just to meet him. He's old enough to take a taxi.
If you hadn't stayed out so late last night, 6 o'clock wouldn't seem so early. Who are you with?
No, don't start in on that again.
I'm sorry. I really don't care who you spend your evenings with, but I don't want Larry to take any tales back home to Zelma. It would just give her a chance to say she warned me against marrying you.
Well, your idea to invite him here. And if you think his being here will bring out the paternal instinct in me, you've got another think coming.
I think I'd better go to the station alone.
That's the best idea of the day. And when the brass band is through with the welcome, better take him aside and tell him to behave himself.
Don't worry about Larry. I'm sure Zelma brought him up to be a little gentleman.
Just like his old man, I suppose.
George, I don't want you to mention that again while he's here.
Seems to me that someone should have warned your sister Zelma about marrying men who like to sign other people's names to checks.
That has nothing to do with Larry. Nothing.
Maybe not. But in my book, the apple never falls far from the tree.
I met Larry at the station. It wasn't hard to recognize him. He was the picture of his father. Tall, lanky, blonde, high cheekbones that made his boyish face look sallow and sickly. But he was nice. A little gentleman, just as I'd told George he would be. On our way home from the station, Larry.
Yes, Aunt Emily?
It's been a long time since you've seen your Uncle George, hasn't it?
Oh, I don't even remember him. He never came with you when you used to visit us. But Mom told me all about him.
Oh. And just what did she tell you, dear?
She said he isn't very nice to you, and that I should try to keep you company.
Well, you mustn't judge your uncle too harshly, Larry. He hasn't been very well, and sometimes he's a little cross.
Well, you don't have to worry about me, Aunt Emily. I can take care of myself.
Now, is there anything else you'd like to eat, Larry? Don't be bashful.
Nothing, thank you, Aunt Emily.
Well, Emily, I got to get down to the office. If you're downtown this noon, drop in and the three of us can have lunch together.
Why, I think that would be very nice, don't you, Larry?
Well, I'm awful tired. If you don't mind, I think I'll take a nap. I had to sit up both nights on the train.
Oh, you poor darling. Why did Selma send you by coach?
You came in on the Empire Express, didn't you, kid?
Yes.
It's an all-Pullman train. No coaches on it.
Oh, I know, but there was a mix-up in the reservations, and I had to stay in the smoking room.
Too bad. Well, we can have lunch together some other day.
Aunt Emily.
Larry, what are you doing here in my room?
What? Nothing. I was just looking around the house. I wanted to see what it looks like.
Well, you were certainly quiet about it. Larry, my dresser drawer is a mess. What was it you wanted in there?
What? I don't know what you mean, Aunt Emily. I wasn't looking in your dresser drawer. Honest, I wasn't.
I don't see how it could
Well, maybe
have gotten...
Uncle George was looking for something.
George?
I heard him in here just after we got home from the train.
Really? What the idea?
I'll help you straighten up the drawer.
No, dear, I can do it. You run along downstairs. I forgot the incident almost immediately, but a few nights after Larry's arrival...
Where are you, Emily? Emily, Oh, here you are. Have you noticed...
All dressed up tonight, I see. Going out again?
Oh, never mind. Have you seen my tie pin?
No, I haven't.
You know, there's something funny going on around here, or maybe I'm going nuts.
What are you talking about?
The last few days, I haven't been able to find anything, it seems. This afternoon, I went out to lunch and had to borrow $1 from one of the boys. Could have sworn I had $5 and some change in my pocket last night.
It's very possible that you were mistaken.
Oh, no. This has been going on for the last few days, ever since... Ever since...
Ever since what, George?
I wonder about that Empire Express story he told us.
What?
I wonder if he really had to sit up all night, or whether that was just a play for sympathy.
I don't know what you're mumbling about, and as for your tie pin, I didn't wear it.
Emily, have you found things missing around the house lately?
No. No, nothing's been missing, George.
You're not a very good liar, Emily. You know as well as I do that it's a kid.
I don't know any such thing.
Well, you will. Let's go up and have a little talk with your darling nephew. Larry.
Uncle George, what's the matter?
Mind if I have a look through your dresser drawer? I seem to have lost something.
There's nothing in there except my things.
I hope so, for your sake.
I know there's nothing of yours in there. The drawers were empty when I put my clothes in.
That I believe.
Got in there.
Come here, Larry. That's it. A little closer.
George!
You had that slap coming to you, kid. Maybe you ought to be slapped every hour on the hour just to knock the rottenness out of you.
I didn't take those things. Oh.
Lie to me again, Larry. Because every time you do, you'll get it good. Understand?
George, get out of this room and don't ever lay a hand on him again.
Well, how can you stand up for him when the evidence is right in front of your eyes? I'm telling you, tricks like this run in his family. Told you that even before the kid got here.
And you wouldn't stop at anything to prove what you say is right, would you?
Just what do you mean by that?
Let's just say I don't believe everything I see.
Why?
You can take it for whatever it's worth. You have your tie pin. Now you're all dressed to kill. Why don't you go wherever you're going tonight?
Well, of all the stupid... Oh, that devil.
Oh, Aunt Emily, I didn't take those things. I didn't. You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar.
Of course I believe you, Larry. Your Aunt Emily knows you're a good boy.
I hate him. Don't you, Aunt Emily?
That's no way to talk, Larry.
How can you like him when he goes out and leaves you all alone?
I'm used to it. Now you go to sleep, and by tomorrow all of this will be forgotten.
No, it won't. I hate him. Everything Mom said about him was right. And I won't forget. Ever.
I left Larry in his room and went downstairs. I slumped in the big easy chair and tried to read, but it was no use. A terrible feeling of loneliness came over me, and I began to cry. I just couldn't seem to stop. I fell asleep in the chair, but was awakened a little after 10 when I heard the front door open. George? George, what's the matter? You're white as a sheet.
Never mind.
Well, why are you pulling down all the shades? You're shutting out the air.
Shut up.
Huh?
Why don't you go upstairs to bed? Where are the cigarettes? The cigarettes!
Over here by the radio. George, I wish you'd tell me...
Oh, stop pestering me. These rotten matches.
No wonder you can't light that cigarette. You're shaking so that your hands, George.
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
Your hands, George. What happened?
If I wanted you to know, I'd tell you. Now stop asking me questions.
I can't describe the terrible, sinking feeling that cut through me when I saw his hands. Everything in the room began to blur, and I slumped into a chair and listened to the water from the kitchen faucet as it washed the awful red blood from my husband's hands.
Upstairs, a young boy lies peacefully sleeping in his bed. How innocent is the child? Could he in any way be responsible for the terrible scene taking place below him? Well, mystery fans, we'll have a better chance to decide in just a moment when we bring you Act 2 of tonight's Molle Mystery. Meantime, here's Dan Seymour with a special message for all the wives and husbands in our audience.
Say, Mom, do you buy your husband shaving cream for him? Well, then, how about me letting you in on a secret? You know, some men get in the habit of thinking that shaving has to be a scratch and scrape affair, so they never do anything about it. Well, the truth is, Dad's trouble is probably caused by tough whiskers or a tender skin. So next time you go shopping, get him a tube of Molle and watch a smile come over his face. You see, because Molle is heavier, it not only softens whiskers, it stands them up straight, ready for a smooth, slick shave. So ask Dad to try it. See if he doesn't say it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick, slick shave you get with Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again and Act 2 of Zelma's Boy.
The next morning, I read all about it in the newspaper. At first, it was just another murder story. My eyes barely glanced at the headline, Girl Murdered in Canyon Park. Then I read the first paragraph, and my heart began to beat faster.
Good morning, Emily. What's so interesting?
Oh, nothing. Here, you want the paper?
Thanks.
1 or 2 eggs.
2's all right.
There was a girl murdered in the park last night.
Just one piece of
One of
toast.
the park policemen got there just after she was shot.
I'd like the salt, if you don't mind.
The policeman, that is, he saw the killer bending over the girl, but he got away unidentified.
Hurry it up, Emily. I'll be late for work.
Found the gun in the bushes near the girl that didn't have any fingerprints on it. I think the paper said it happened about 9:45, just a little while before you got there.
Shut up! I can read.
Then it was you.
What do you mean it was me?
I know it was. Oh, George, why don't you let me help you?
You help me? That's a hot one. Sure, it was me. The cops saw me running.
The girl, George. Who was she?
Nobody. Who she was, nobody.
Don't lie
Just
to me, George.
like me, a poor excuse for a human being, but a sweet kid. Good company, nice to talk to, and... Well, you wouldn't understand.
Oh, if you loved her so much, then why did you kill her?
I didn't love her. There was nothing that even looked like love between us, any kind of love. Just met her in the park a while back, and we got to talking. That's all it ever was with us, talk. Nice, friendly talk. And as for killing her, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, but I didn't do it. The shot was from the bushes. When she fell into the grass, I bent down to see if I couldn't help her. I saw it wasn't any use. I heard someone coming. I ran without thinking. I ran.
Then why don't you call the police and tell them so?
Why should I want to get mixed up in this? After all, Emily, I didn't do it. There's nobody to say whether I did or not.
Yes, there is, Uncle George.
Harry, you've been eavesdropping.
I was there in the park. I saw you.
Why, you...
George, let the boy alone.
Oh, let him alone till he sees me swinging on the dirty end of a rope, huh? He saw. Do you get that? He saw. He's been listening outside the kitchen door to everything I've said. How do I know he doesn't just think he saw, huh? How do I know he isn't lying again like he always does?
I'm not lying. I'm not. And Emily knows I never lie.
Never mind that. Now listen, kid. Listen good. You say you followed me.
Why are you asking him these questions? You know you won't believe anything he says.
Maybe not, but that doesn't mean the police won't.
Don't you think you abused the child enough?
Emily,
without...
think I could talk a little better with Larry if you weren't around.
So you can slap him again like you have before.
Don't leave me alone, Aunt Emily.
Larry, I'm really sorry I slapped you. I want you to try to forget all that for a few minutes and pretend like we just met. There are a lot of things you can't understand. Things about feelings and happiness and loneliness. You gotta remember that your Aunt Emily and I are married. We only have each other. Without me, there wouldn't be anyone to look after.
Don't waste any tears on me now, George.
I told you to shut up. What I'm trying to say, Larry, is this. If you say you saw me kill that girl, it won't hurt only me. It'll hurt your Aunt Emily, too. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
No use, George. It didn't work. He isn't quite the child you think he is.
No. He's no child. He's a devil. Get him out of here before I kill him! Hello, Chuck. Chuck, this is George. Thought I'd better call and tell you I might not be down at the office